For the first time in 3 years, we are back here in Montreal at the iconic Place Belle with all of you amazing fans, which means that Rainbow Six Siege is finally back home. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SI 2023!
He's fled 2-0, and he gets all of them! You'll notice W7M, they even have presence up there. They're gonna find Fox. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. XG, they can taste it! And Forrest will need to clutch in a 1v4. What a run it's been for Astralis, but the G2 streak is just too strong!
Now every SI, what we like to do is commemorate some of the most amazing figures in Siege history. After all of the miles traveled, rounds played, and tears shed, we are finally down to our final two. Welcome to our 2023 Six Invitational Grand Finals. Make some noise!
KZ has a read, Blur needs to reposition. W7M take their first map. Alley Mal from downtown takes takes out Julia with the diffuser. Yet another for Carl. It's all up to Herds. And you hear the sound of G2 taking map number 2. They want the lead. They want the map. And they get it. 2-1 G2. Benja, the very first pick. 2 follow very quickly. Nitro Cell goes out. KZ rushing in. G2 looking to accomplish this. 1 kill away. And it's Volps to die. A new generation. Pick up where legends left off.
Check, check, 1, 2. In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
It is the third day of the 6th Invitational 2025. That means that today we're going to be halfway through our first phase here at SI. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today, and joining me as always at the start of the day, we have Fresh and Alfama. How excited are we? Time is flying. It's already the third day.
Yeah, I'm just too proud of what I just did there. I'm just too proud of that transition.
Yeah.
You know.
He timed it really well. I will say, there's a lot of energy today. You know, Leo was running around singing good morning at everybody he possibly could this morning. We're right in the middle of the groups. It's day 3. Lots of them get decided today, and there's a real buzz around the place.
Yeah, I feel like we are super ready for it. I mean, of course, every single day we try and at least coordinate our outfits a little bit. I think, again, we did a pretty decent job. I mean, there's a bit of gold, bit of silver, bit of black in there. We're working on this.
Yeah. I think as a desk, we're absolutely smashing it. We're not working on it, we're smashing it.
I think I just got roasted enough on my fashion style from yesterday, so I tried to keep it a little
You've got an
more
even better one
now.
for tomorrow as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, don't tease the viewers too much. We'll wait and see for that tomorrow. But first, let's talk about the groups and see how we've got so far here at SI. We have 4 groups, as you may have seen. This is how our 20 teams are divided. And there is one group that we would love to highlight once more. We called it the Group of Death at the beginning of this tournament. And we called for KAG to be absolutely kegging their way through this group if they wanted to make it out of it. And that's what they are doing. Second in their group, right behind FaZe Clan. Took a loss against FaZe Clan yesterday. But look at that at the bottom of the group. Our reigning world champions at the point of elimination.
It's not even that subjectively people think KAG are the worst team in this group, or were the worst team coming into the event in this group. Objectively, it was the same. They had qualified for the LCQs for majors this year. They've been known for literally years and half a decade now to struggle internationally, whichever roster they put out. And given the pedigree of every other team, everyone expected, okay, KAG are going to go out in groups. 5 points they've got. They beat Furia 2-0. They got a map of FaZe Clan and were ultra competitive across all 3 maps yesterday with FaZe Clan. In reality, from KAG, they're sitting pretty up there in 5th. They're very likely to go through. And what that will mean, because obviously it's the 5th place team that gets eliminated, what that will mean is one of, I would say, a tournament favorite or dark horse for the tournament in FaZe, Shopify, Secret, or Furia will be eliminated.
And this is why we call it a group of death, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is why we call it a group of death.
Crazy.
Because we knew at some point there was so much competition in this group that A, one of these big teams were going to end up not even going into phase 2, and B, one of these teams will end up in lower bracket. And right now it could be Secret, it could be Furia, and that would be a huge upset. And guess what? They're playing today. So that's very, very important match.
It's going to be a great match for sure. Now, when we were here yesterday, we talked about the day before that in 3 different categories. We're going to do that again today, and we're going to talk and start off with our monster. And is it anyone's surprise that this monster is coming from the same team as he was yesterday?
It's VP again. What can I say? They're cyborgs, you know. It's the joystick, right? I've been playing against this guy, or I was playing against this guy since 2018. He was already a monster back then, and he was a monster yesterday on the exact same operator, Jaeger, the exact same gun, right? And the exact same reflex sight. Still, it's crazy. You know, the longevity of this guy, I don't know, man. I don't know how he does.
How hard was it to play against him?
It was so hard.
Did you know he was coming? Was he like a force of nature?
Yeah, I mean, the thing when I was playing against them, it was the prime Team Empire, you know, the one that lost the SI 2019, but won mile in Pro League finals. It was a nightmare to play against this guy because they had 0 gaps. They were always perfect in what they were doing, and they would punish you in any mistake, and Joystick was the big reason for it.
And it's crazy for Joystick. You know, one of the players of, like you said, the Team Empire, played in the 6th Invitational 2019 Grand Final. He's back 6 years later and still doing it on the biggest stage. And for him personally, you know, we talk about this team as a very high level of consistency. He's had his personal up and downs with performance where, you know, a few months ago to a couple of years ago, people were maybe doubting him, and he's still playing his trade. He's still doing it well right now.
I mean, yeah, we were watching that game yesterday in the penthouse whilst we were doing our prep, and it was so nice to see that Jaeger with the reflex, like you mentioned as well, so reminiscent of old Siege coming in there. No surprise, they're currently the top of Group D, but of course there was a big moment yesterday as well. Dark Zero, after having a poor start to their SI, took down the tournament favorite, BDS.
I was wondering which picture production we're going to give for this, and it absolutely had to be Kangaroo Kenny. I think Dark Zero, at that moment in time, let's just look at the facts. They'd lost in an upset against Raza H Company Academy. They were 1 map down against BDS. This was, of course, we're talking about during map 2, where they pulled off that insane comeback from being, what, 1-5 down, was it? 1-6 down? What, whatever it was, they got all the way through, and they managed to go on and win the entire best of 3. For me, this has absolutely kickstarted their tournament.
And this is the big story for me. It's the reason that they were being dominated hard by BDS. Like you said, they had lost to the Raza Company. They were here on the second map, being led 1-5. And there's a switch right now. When they switch in attack, in that attack side, Nave takes back the control. He leads the entire team with incredible plays. They actually managed to get that map 2. And then map 3 was just like 7-1 rollover, like complete control of things. It's great to see that this team had potential. I know we were doubting them. One of the things I want to mention again, because I know we were hard on him, Kobe Lax. Kobe Lex was one of the disappointing rookie of Dark Zero. While he stepped up yesterday, he showed why they picked him up. He showed he has talent, and I hope we see more of him like this in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we definitely got to give him praise for that on the desk as well. Now, for the last category, we'd love to pull up the schedule and talk about the must-see for today. And let's be honest, picking the must-see for today was a little bit difficult. I mean, there's a lot of good games. We talked about Furia, Team Secret already having to play against each other, that lower half of Group B, but we're a bit spoiled because we get to work on the must-see for today.
Yeah, there are so many great matches today, but I think we have to go with G2 and Team Liquid, right? 2 Titans of Siege, such big organizations, such big players in both of these teams, and such high stakes for both of these ones. They're already what we expected, right? Fighting for the top score here of the group. But yeah, overall, super excited about that matchup.
I think the fact that Liquid took a loss yesterday puts an incredible amount of pressure on that game as well. Like you see, there were so many games today in terms of magnitude and meanings in the group that are so important, but also the quality of the teams on show today is incredible. It's top notch.
It's going to be really exciting to keep an eye out for that. Hope you've got 2 monitors up or 2 screens to make sure you can catch all of the action. But in case you missed some of that yesterday, we have some highlights of exactly what went down. YouTube, but the way Canadian was absolutely going off there made me think about old Siege again as well. Remember how he was hyping up his teammates like, I'm oldest, I'm the worst gun in the game. It was just, I love seeing these types of things about Rainbow Six Siege. But it's time for us to go into our first game here on the A stream. We have Joel and Unwanted, and there's a lot of similarities between these two teams. They're both playing to be recognized, both playing to be picked up by an organization. They've both been together since around December, but there is one major difference. Joel are playing for survival in this tournament, whereas Unwanted are sitting a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I think the game yesterday against Team Liquid for sure fueled their confidence. When you're coming without an organization and you're beating such a prestigious one like Team Liquid, it's gotta give you a lot of confidence. When you look at Joel, there's something that I saw yesterday in their face that I don't want to see ever again. It's resignation. There were some points where you feel like they weren't fighting anymore. And it's too bad when you're a team that already has lost 2 matches in this group. And you know you have nothing to lose from this event. You're not representing anyone. Let's go. You don't have any pressure. It's time to wake up.
It definitely has to be, though, for Joel, because if you do lose today, there is a significant chance you are going home at the end of Phase 1. That's not what we want to see for this team.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have our friend Sprabuni out here with us, but he did tweet earlier, and he put out the percentage that, as at right now, 73% chance that Joel goes home. The way that they can improve that chance, the way that they actually, can get through the groups, it sounds obvious by saying, but win today. I cannot emphasize for this team just how big this fixture is. They need to be coming away with a victory if they want any chance of staying in this tournament. And again, you don't want to see resignation, Leo. When we've seen this team in the past, when they were under Team Blade, the Atlanta Major, when they brought that fish along, they were having fun. They were shit-talking. They were loving life just being at the majors, and it produced results. They need to get back to that. I know that they're sick, and I will give them a little bit of a pardon from that point of view. Obviously not looking too hot on a personal basis, but they're only going to get this one shot at this event, and they need to make the most of it.
I mean, the fact that they're sick is definitely not helping either, no, but there has to be another reason. The main question, why? What is going on with this team? What is causing them to lose so many of these rounds and these games?
So the way that I think we really judge teams at these big events is their attack win percentages. Now, for Team Joel, this is not going to make good readings because Team Joel, as at right now, are the 19th best attacking team in the tournament. Leo, how many teams are at the tournament?
20.
So they're the second worst attacking team. Now, if you look at the top teams up there, G2, 67%, W7M, 50% or better is considered great. That's what the top teams will be consistently achieving. Team Joel are at half of that. Now, I was querying with Leader coming in, would he be the sole IGL? How does Mentalist fit into that? Got some answers from Team Joel. It is Mentalist as the sole IGL, and then Leader provides the shot calling ability. And I think maybe they need some kind of change, maybe allow Leader a little bit more freedom to IGL, because he's known in Europe as one of the best IGLs.
I think the biggest problem I see right now from this team when it comes to attack is that they're revolving around pinching the bomb site all around and spreading thin and finding a gap. That's just not going to cut it for top teams at this event. You need to work on your fundamentals. You need to be the team in attack that's being proactive and that has a preset plan and that can commit to it. Because right now, I haven't seen it from Team Joel.
Well, let's talk about the hope then for the team. I mean, we all love the fish. Joel have gained a lot of fans over the amount of times they've been in tournaments, but what is the main hope that we have for this team to win this game today?
Obviously, you look at their lineup and you think there are 2 amazing fighters on this one. Noodle is the recent pickup, and I think so far he's delivered. In the entry department, he could still improve, but overall, in KD, in EPS, in cost, is the guy that is pulling this team together. My biggest worry right now is Reaps. I know he was sick. I know he's not playing to the level he used to play at. But look at Manchester. Look at him dropping 44 kills against Team Liquid only a few months ago. This is the biggest problem I see right now. Look at his entry rate. We need to see this guy step up for Joel's success.
It has to be better today if they want to make a chance of survival in this group. Let's talk about their opponents as well, sitting a little bit more comfortable. Their SI only started yesterday, and what a great start. A 2-1 versus Liquid, and they seemed rather disciplined yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, the story of Unwanted is the former Beast Coast roster. The 3 players that didn't get taken to M80 felt a little bit unwanted. They then picked up Dream and Atom to form this team because they had already qualified for 6th Invitational from winning the Manchester Major. Now, when you look at how they played yesterday, they played up against Team Liquid, their very first game at this event, Augless team that's got 2 new players, and really, they were underdogs in that fixture, but they went ahead and they won it. One of the key reasons that they won it, they were so compact, they were so tight, they were not giving any gaps to Liquid for them to exploit. They were playing with lots of discipline, making very, very little mistakes, and Liquid could not find a way through them.
in the end, I think that core was very strong, the core of Beast Coast. I think it didn't work out with Gunner and Diffuser. I think that them being picked up by M80 was not a problem. It was an opportunity, and they seized it by picking the best player on CL4L. That's Atom, and picking a Dream, an amazing support.
Yeah, we're seeing Adam Dejera's first SI as well. You mentioned Dream as well, the pillar of this team, giving great support and great call-outs and communication.
You know, I used to play against this guy when I was in EU United in NA League. I used to team with him actually in ranked. I grinded a lot of rank with this guy. All I can say about him is he's an incredible at shot calling. He's the older brother in the team most of the time. He's super chill and super kind as well. And he's one of the best support player in NA, and he didn't get a lot of praise for it. And I'm super glad to see him play at such a big stage because he deserves it.
And a quick recap of what happened yesterday when they took down Liquid in that 2-1 fashion. It's going to be happening soon. But what we saw here as well, we were rehearsing and we were talking about what was happening here. Dream, the first one to show up.
First person in the building, ever the professional. He was about an hour earlier ahead of his call time. And I do really like him as a player as well, just to quickly go on to that. Leo, I snuck into the player area yesterday. I was actually looking at BDS's comms when Leakfac had his meltdown. But Unwanted were playing on the other side, and I listened to the communications. Dream's communication was crystal clear. Spot on.
Yep.
He was calling his guys, this is our win condition. You do not need to lose your lives. You play passive, we win this round. Clear instructions for his team. The communication on that team is excellent.
And that is great for them, especially despite them being together since December. Such a short time to have such good discipline and great communication. But let's rewind one more time how they took down Liquid yesterday.
Montuck's in as well. This is the danger. They've got to find this kill, and indeed they have. They knew he was pinned in. Hot and Cold was never getting out of there alive. Spirits have commended his smoke play all day, Tim. He's got 2 in back pocket still and 20 seconds on the clock, but it's him versus 2.
Likely going to be a plant in the same position, I would imagine. They've gone into lockers. Maya is putting it down here. Resets is on the cover, but like I said, there's multiple angles that you can come from here. Spirit somehow gets the challenge after the down, closes it out. Unwanted. They're almost unstoppable. They close out Bank and a 2-1 win against Team Liquid.
Very good start for them to this SI, but they have to show it again today in another best of 3. Let's roll up the map veto. We'll get the picks in very soon as well to see where we are going to.
Yeah, the first pick's going to come out from Team Joel. Now, we said about their attacking win rate. We said their communication, their problem solving has not been on point. Border is a great map for that because they get to go to a map that is very much about individual abilities, about gunfights, and about just taking the initiative on a solo point of view. So I like this map pick from Team Joel.
And I like the map pick from Unwanted, picking Cafe, a map that Joel has already showed. So that's at least you've got to vote for it. At the same time, M80 battered Joel on that map. So that's a good...
Fish and chips.
Yeah, that's a great example to show. And then when you go to the Decider Clubhouse, I think this is very good for Unwanted. They're very structured. They're very step-by-step. They're amazing at fundamental play. Clubhouse is exactly the kind of map where you have to play with this play style, and that's not Joel's strong suit.
I'm just happy to see Border as well. You know, it's been the first time, or we've saw it one time so far this SI. So the second time we're going to see this map here. But excited to see what's going to happen between these two teams. We talked about the recognition being a really big thing. Another thing we talked about is Joel's main win condition on the attack so far, especially on a map like Border. If they're going to solemnly thrive of finding these gaps, that is not going to work against the playstyle of Unwanted.
Yeah, that's one thing I think. I think Border suits that pretty well. I think Unwanted's playstyle is the perfect counter to it. So that's a big problem. When you have a player like Dream, for example, or a player like Hot and Cold, that's guys that have been around for a very long time, that have a perfect game vision. All right, Gavini, no problem. And that are amazing at sticking close together, building natural crossfires, being aware of what's happening. They won't get surprised by teams trying to lurk around. But Border is the kind of map where you need to do that, though.
I love to see all these reactions from the players. Different ways of preparing for the game, I guess we could say. Trying to find some interaction with our cameraman as well. But it's time we bring in our casters as well. We have Fluke and Xenox. And now you two were on a later shift yesterday, but early today. Are we still feeling well rested and excited for this game?
Are you ever well rested at a SI?
No.
I don't think I've ever been well rested at an SI, but I'm eager. I'm ready for it. This is two teams with everything to prove.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting matchup, right? Because you've got two teams that many coming into the last couple of days probably don't anticipate too much. Joel has struggled so far, but this is the perfect recipe for success. Going into a game against Unwanted, things haven't been going great. Hopefully for the side of Joel, they've been able to maybe talk things over. Clearly, Noodle has slotted in very nicely into the roster. It's up to the others, though, to actually join him, help him out. And I still think there's a lot of room for improvement when it comes to Team Joel.
Well, it's going to be a good matchup for sure, though the game is ready, so please take us to border for Joel and Unwanted.
Thank you very much, and yeah, it's a bit of a pleasure here to get the early morning excitement, really, because as I said, you know, this is two teams that want representation. Regardless of how the results go here, you're coming in under your own sort of banners, and yeah, that's a fair assessment right now based on how we've seen them play throughout this tournament, but a new day, a new dawn, a new bit of Siege to be played.
I mean, maybe it's the APAC bias within me, but there's a lot of
those.
There's a lot more to hope for when it comes to Joel than just 17%. I think that they are a really solid outfit. You know, you think about X-Bleed and that roster and the heights that they were able to reach and coming in from that APAC South region, really making a solid splash. Since then, a couple of changes to the roster over the last, 12 months. One out the door, then another one out the door. I still feel for Turd. I think that he was someone that I felt really highly on. He was actually the highest rated EPX player on the team, and yet they remove him. And so suddenly you think, okay, well, you better get someone in that's good. Fortunately, Noodle has actually been performing quite well on this roster, but they just don't look like they've got much synergy. They look like a team where everyone's almost like on that individual play style. We know what Reaps is like. He's typically the one that you go to and say, Reaps, go kill. Noodle, go kill. But it's like, where's that team synergy that we see from a lot of the top teams at Six Invitational? That's what's missing for Joel. As for Unwanted, I think they're a really solid outfit. They should probably get the win here. And if they don't, then it's really going to put a dampener going into the final 2 days of group stage. So big match coming for these two teams. For Joel, you've got to win. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of getting grouped.
I mean, you don't want to be the one that's sort of citing the negative statistics. You don't be the one that's opening a new day. Like I said, every series is a possibility, and it's not over till it's over. But they are one of only two teams in this tournament that's not been able to get a single map across some of their pairs of games so far. So it's, off to a start. Now, the bans, as we go through them, Azami, the highest banned operator throughout this game, throughout the entire competition so far, 65% across maps. So, yeah, it makes sense. Blitz as well, a very high ban. It's Shield at the minute. Monty and Blitz sort of filling individual places. Here on border, the pace that the Blitz can apply itself towards these sharp holes. We talked about it yesterday when we saw this map from CAG, was that it can be so thin, so sharp, and so immediate if you have an idea of your routes through. And this is almost going to be one of the bigger tests for these two teams, because the comms, as demonstrated in that game, if they're not locked here, things will get very slippy very fast.
Yeah. I think border could be a good map for Joel. Just allow Noodle, allow Reaps to run around the map, find a couple of entry kills, and then the rest can kind of follow suit. I would like to see Mentalist certainly improve in this series. He's had a bit of a stinker so far throughout Invitational. Cast a curse to begin this matchup. Speaking of him, and when you're playing the Ossa as well, a big part of one of the win conditions, being able to push into site, try and get a quick plant down in towards archives, especially if you've got some smokes, etc. To aid the plant, they can no longer go for that sort of play with the Talon Shields. As Mentalist goes down early, he has to sit on the sidelines.
Ooh, hello, Hot. Noodle is able to find himself from the bottom to the top and remove Hotton from this early engagement. Now, the Deimos is kind of freewheeling here. The Mute Jammers will at least slow some of that intel game, but think about the flaws on this map. It's all soft, and the fact that they've placed the Mute Jammer just on top of the hatch stops it being breached from underneath, but also allows them to sort of sit on maybe some of the only territory where they can't just be gunned down with a Vendetta from underneath. Giveni playing himself on the long angle all the way back towards the eastern stairs, but it's Reaps that's tucked themselves in. They haven't quite been able to reach some of the heights they've done on previous international tournaments here. They want to get off to a good start, but in break, they're almost put out immediately. Flashes over the top. You can see a rotation coming through for the pressure all the way across the office again. It's Gavin going wider and wider. He's blinded, but he's able to smoothly transition to the other side of the double door. It is stacked up, waiting, holding, patient, but the support comes across and it's nothing that Giveni cannot stop. Gets the down onto the second as well, but that will be the end. There is the Deimos, the power from underneath, but as Hoven is found, and one more by Dream, it leaves just the Deimos on the wrong floor.
Yeah, poor old Noodle by himself. Started well in this round. He's found 2 kills, but everyone else unable to win their battle, leaves him by himself. needs the ace as well to actually salvage it for Joel. We've seen 1v3s on border plenty of times, but 40 seconds, it's going to be quite difficult. Hasn't cleared out the site. It should be a formality finish for the round for Unwanted, and a good start as well on border defense. Noodle making the most of it as he makes the entry in towards officers, tries to clear out the right side corner, but no. Adam is just a little bit sharper. And Unwanted with the opening round in this matchup. And again, the issues for Joel prevalent in the opening round. It just feels disjointed as a team, as a roster, as to what their game plan really is supposed to be in the round. They lose the Ossa early, fair enough. That's not ideal. That's going to change the shape of what you want to do, but yeah, good start for Unwanted.
It's also sort of the nature that they lost Mentalist as well. Obviously, you're talking about the importance of that player stepping up. They are, I think, the third lowest rated currently in the tournament for all the individual players. And when you are the experienced sort of older voice, we said the importance of this yesterday, you need to be the one that gets yourself the step ahead, that keeps yourself sort of in and aggressive. If you're not there, the younger players will probably feel that more. But hey, it's a first round. The swings outside the map. You'll learn to expect it if you didn't already. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit more sort of slow and steady on the approach towards the building. They still had a lot of time to work with. It was just, again, Unwanted seemingly had a full grasp on how Joel tried to shape themselves around break.
And these are the stressful moments as well at SI when you get to day 3, things aren't working out. If you're Team Joel, you haven't won a single map yet. You're in a pretty difficult group now. And this is a game that you almost have to highlight. If you can't win this one, unfortunately, then, Emmy, you're probably looking at being grouped, and that's not ideal, especially for a team, largely similar team to last year's SI, where they were able to finish quite strong and had a good run, and they were a very fun storyline that developed. But they're on the wrong side of it so far to begin for SI 25. Roster changes, even if the particular one-for-one player swap out so far has been beneficial for Noodle coming in, the team itself just doesn't look as functional.
There's always a lot that, you know, we don't know as well. Obviously, behind the scenes, we can only sort of report on the official news that gets reported. You can otherwise make assumptions, but you're never going to say that without the sort of heft behind it. How you come to a tournament like this without an organization compared to when you did have one, it's an entirely different lifestyle potentially. Getting in training, and this is a game where you're getting to taste of that. Obviously Unwanted, as a roster, from the sort of heights from some of these players to where they are to rebuilding themselves in, there's so much fire, I think, is the difference between these two teams. Unwanted are playing like they've got something to prove, and there is the first two proven. Hot and Gaveni find one apiece here. It's a spray down deep towards the main center stairs. But otherwise, not quite caught the end of Reaps, who's being surrounded. The yellow pings reveal the player trying to drift closer in, but it draws the attention away and actually gives Unwanted a break here for them to sort of say, look, we've got these two. Now we can reevaluate, reassess, and no trade off the back of 2 dead bodies.
Well, I love the defending from Unwanted. I think when you're playing border, you want to be aggressive on the defense, get into the face of the attacking team, you know, block off some of the map control that they're clearly wanting to establish, whether it be second floor, first floor on this bathroom site, where especially defending officers, super important. And so they're not allowing Joel to just kind of walk into the map. That's why Hoven and Noodle swinging early, because they have to clear out these positions. 3 versus 5, and then with those kills, Unwanted have the ability fall back, play site, play time. Now Joel down a couple of players, but also not really a whole lot of time to work with either. They drop with the drone. Into bathroom goes Reaps. Needs to find the next kill. Leader does get one, and Reaps successful as well inside the bathroom. That allows the vault over now for Mentalist through Talers, but he will lose his life. And just like that, Unwanted will make it a 2-0 start, despite a last-ditch effort coming out from Joel to get site control. All the damage, really, Emmy, was done at the beginning of the round.
Well, a rough start here for Joel. Unfortunately, things are probably going to get rougher and rougher. Obviously, this is their map, their place they wanted to try and bring themselves into here. They're trying to piece things against, as I said at the start of that, an Unwanted that feels like they want to prove themselves, prove that there is these huge capabilities. There was great references, obviously, on the desk towards what these players have achieved before, towards even personal anecdotes from Leo about playing alongside some of them. And, you know, that's what this is, an opportunity always, every game you play, on the biggest stage to wherever, if there's eyes watching it, it's advertising. It's showing your worth, showing your medal to other teams, to potential players, to potential orgs, to whoever.
So on this map right now at 6 Invitational, it's the highest attacker win rate map, 58.3% when it comes to border. So again, for Joel, not the ideal start. They really should be the ones getting these rounds on the board, being the better of the two to begin with in the first half by being on the attacker side. As you mentioned, it's their map pick, so they've elected to go here. And I like the choice for them. I think when you think about this roster, Noodle, Reaps, just send them around the map. Even Hoven's a decent fragger on his best day. Border's an open kind of map that really can facilitate that game style, but Unwanted are playing as this very strong defensive unit where they have a key idea of the area that they want to lock down, and they really get a good stranglehold onto that particular area. 2 rounds in, haven't seen enough here from Joel to suggest they're going to be able to change things quickly.
Extra angles, pressure on towards the CC power position. They've got it open this time round. So they can get themselves routed off towards the support structure of Dream here that wants to punch the Twitch drone. Selmas will be able to start making this space around, control around anywhere Dream wants to be dangerous. So he just pulls himself back into the small box office. At this point can try and keep a watch, but Joel, they're not throwing themselves into the building as of yet. The previous rounds, they've started with that approach and, well, it's not really netted anything. So at this point, instead, arm's length, play ourselves outside. It's a different site, sure, but they're not just throwing themselves into engagements that they've otherwise been off balance for.
And vert position as well for Unwanted is something that I haven't really seen Joel have interest in. Now, we got 90 seconds left of the round, and we haven't really seen them have a look at that top floor just yet. Spirit's on the Warden over towards Armory. You've still got security control as well with Gavini, and he can, of course, then drop down the hatch. So Unwanted's in the better position because they've got far more map control, and there's not much pressure from Joel up above whatsoever. If they go for a rather direct hit into the site, you're dealing with vert. So they're going to have the ability to deny the plan for Unwanted's position. So now Joel, if they feel as if they've done enough work on that first floor, need to turn their attention up above, and they may just do that now. East stairs position for Reaps, and they can make the sweep across. Still 60 seconds in the round. You can go through Office, clear out Fountain, go in towards Armory. From there, of course, go for the plant and have the vert. Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, it's always that sort of trade-off, right? Especially when you've got people like Ivani, who's popping off to the level that they are, more than happy to lean into the gunfights, more kills than the entirety of his opponents over the opening 2 rounds. Dream does get called out by Leader. He's able to find his second for the map itself and the entry statistic into their favor. But with 30 seconds left, now without waiting, that patience in that building has to come to push here. Noodle, with the sledge, is just trying to creep his way closer and closer towards the double door, but his Mentalist gets caught out and the kid is dropped cold. The grenades are going to have to be a little bit more frantic. There's a swing right onto his shoulder. They don't quite net the kill, but they've surrounded the sledge. Should be an easy pickup. Noodle takes a lot of damage, but with 9 seconds, he couldn't even make it to the side if he wanted. Hoven finds Spirits, and the same time, they throw themselves in with the kit to try and stick the plant, but Adam getting one more. Can he get the cover of Reaps? That was round the back. They got the planter.
These guys are terrible. I run back on me, it's like a bunker. Wait, Adam, you were alive? Dude, I thought I was basking in glory by myself. What the hell?
I mean, to be fair, man, you can bask in glory. He's playing a great map so far, as I said at the start of it.
Hey, better to bask in glory as a team, I would say. Rather than as an individual.
He has as many kills as his whole team put together. Listen, I just want to fuel the fire.
That's fine, go for it, fuel it. But I think
he also has as many teams as the entire as many kills as the entire opposing team.
Yeah, for Joel right now, the biggest issue is probably in that particular round, just the late round scramble on the execution phase.
Oh, 100%.
You know, like it's all over the place. It's very messy. I mean, to be fair, all things considered, it was probably a better effort than even still the first 2 rounds, but it goes to show they've got a long way to improve in this matchup. Tactical timeout taken, rightfully so. Need to talk things over because clearly this attack is not working right now, and Border being the most attacker-sided map of the tournament does not bode well whatsoever for Joel. I mean, this was a nice little pick. 40 seconds, you're getting ready to make the sweep across from site. Palace entry, make your way over towards Workshop side, servers being covered, and Adam does a good job here of just having the discipline of not panicking. And look what happens. He gets rewarded, 2 kills, and Gavini towards the end, pistol, bang, headshot, because you're forced to plan out in the open. You know, you just have to pick up the kit and just send it into the site. You can't really get the best position or have the best cover.
I just watched the celebration there in the cams, and Gavini celebrated like a man who believes he was the last one left alive on the team. He fully believed Adam was dead.
No, Adam was doing a great job.
Yeah. All right, 3-0 up. The timeout, obviously, sort of piecing itself together. But what do you do here from the side of Joel? They've got themselves onto the Ossa. We talked about the importance of that operator and how it was lost early on. Ossa plants on this site is a very specific take, and being caught out by just someone running out as you're making the rappel is pretty tragic. At the same time, there's nothing that's really stressing the lineup here from the side of Unwanted. There's, you know, a sort of slight change. Potten's got the cover now with the magical glasses rather than the mute. They're not playing specifically against the Deimos, so Noodle might have a bit of a better time, but still this slow procedural burn on the utility.
Well, unfortunately for Mentalist, another slow start here in this particular game, 0-3. We understand his role. He's the IGL, is going to play that more supportive style, but he is the 3rd worst rated player of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's been really, really rough. -21 on KD. He is actually +2 on entry, so maybe he should change things up and just be the entry frag. It might work out for him.
Well, there's experienced, great voices on this roster as well. Obviously, you know, you're putting pressure onto it, but Leader from EU region, from the teams he's been to, has also got a very, very, you know, clever voice, very strong voice. So there's always the mobility chance between the roster itself to work. It's just getting it to work.
Yeah.
That seems like the sticky point right now. Unwanted, Dream gets themselves reinforced and backed in towards Fountain. As I said, you know, it's a more procedural take as it was in the previous round. They're not entirely throwing themselves in, but the first fight comes across. He's waiting for the swing to come against him, and Reaps suffers a bit, but did more damage to Hot, and on the swing round in towards Office and past Fountain. So at this point, they've got a bit of a growth, but can they remove the player from underneath? This is Noodle's job to go for the hunt. If he can get a reveal, he can start trying to go for it with that Vendetta pistol. He doesn't want to entirely give the position away. Hotton's got himself very aggressively tucked into a corner. He's baiting as much time as possible. As soon as the reveal comes through, he knows it'll be a bit of a spray fight through the soft wall, and at the same time, look at how much time this is eating up. Sure, 2 players have kept each other isolated, but without that vertical pressure from underneath, it makes things stickier. Moves away at the perfect time. A game of cat and mouse might be answered with a shotgun through the wall. No reveal, the C4 prematurely thrown. There it is, and Noodle finally finds the end, but Hotton did a great job at baying so much time. Now with the verticality, they can try and go for the plant, but the impact, I mean, instantly removed it. He turned his back. He expected there to be no cover, but there always is. You've got to juggle utility in that position.
Yeah, you do, and that's Diffuser. While in a not so awful position out in the open, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Probably not what Joel needs right now. At least Leader getting 1 back. Umine taken out. 10 seconds remaining, so not a lot of time here for Joel. They have to just send it in quickly, but Adam's in a great spot. Tucked in on the Office side. 3-4 seconds left in the round means that for Joel, this one is looking done. It's 4-0 to Unwanted. Ran completely out of time. The disruption again from Unwanted on the defense has been paramount. They're making little to no mistakes, little to no errors, and not really giving Joel much to work with. Mentalist was the win condition. He loses his life. Kit's out on the floor. Round's over.
We trying a bit faster? Yeah, let's just play faster.
Trying a bit faster. Give it a go. And at this point,
I don't know if the pace is going to make a difference. But maybe in the early portion of the round, yes, but they're pacing towards the execution phases. Not incredibly slow, but maybe the early portion of the round, yeah.
it's just on a site like that, where there is a take that is so rehearsed, not by individual teams, but by everybody, right? That became that sort of default little push just inside the door. You'll play against some utility. The Ossel Shield is a way of doing it, but you expect one to be destroyed, or maybe you can try and juggle and take the damage. The other coverage is obviously that you can be like a Montaigne, be a little bit more aggressive and mobile if you want to be in reposition, but there is still the same matter of utility will be thrown in. Whether you go with coverage on smokes, play the Capitao, you know, bait it and try and pull back and whatever. That was the step that was always just entirely missing from that day.
Didn't the analyst desk as well highlight the poor attacking win rate for Team Joel so far at this tournament? And again, it's showing on this particular attempt, and especially on border. That even further compounds how much of an issue attacking has been for Joel. If you cannot get attacking rounds or the most attacker-sided map of the tournament so far, you're in for a world of hurt, and unfortunately you're also then heading towards elimination at a pretty early point in the tournament, because this is not a Team Joel that looks anything like the X-Bleed roster.
Well, we're talking like it's over. It obviously isn't, but to be honest,
there's not much hope right now.
Well, you would look at the reaction of the players at the end of that round. That's the sort of sign more than anything. They seem defeated. They feel like they're already thinking about being home in their beds. You gotta keep that fire and ferocity, and here it is.
Solo push, but it's a good push from Harvard on the Blackbeard. He feels comfortable enough to just send himself in. Catches out Adam, who's been great. That's only his first death through 4 rounds now, into the 5th, and he finally does go down. So does Cavani as well, and so with that, it's a 2-player advantage now for Joel. This is a round in which you must secure. There should be no world that Unwanted get back into this, and Leader will make sure of it. 5-on-2, Joel finally able to win some of their picks early on. We heard them say, let's pick up the pace. And they've done that in the early portion of this round. They don't look as scared. They're going for these picks a little bit earlier. They look far more direct, and everyone looks on the same page with the same idea. We're trying to be aggressive. We're trying to get some picks. You get them now into sight. Easy plant, pretty much uncontested, and the round's over.
Yeah, a bit late with the Tachanka there to try and stop the plants with the Shimmick launcher, but 2 versus 5, and this is probably as good as locked in. There's a down player outside the window, but you know, the post plant isn't the most impossible. There's almost a take there, but Leader gets the triple. And Spirits, 3 more players to try and cut through. One's coming around the top of him. The grenade will make things, well, over, actually. It's called out in the position, but it was a Blackbeard anyway you were about to try and toe-to-toe with, so it's probably not going to go well. A good round from a team that needed it.
They look depressed.
I know, and this is what I'm saying. Where is that team that we've seen before that's so upbeat?
I mean, Mentalist is usually, I think, someone that sets that tone. I think at their best, he's someone who is typically smiling, happy, you know, has a little bit of that banterous. And obviously for such a strong leader, which Mentalist is, and I think at times even a serious leader, when he has a little bit of that fun, it means everyone else can feel a little bit like they can have some fun as well. And I think that's what is probably missing right now from Joel. I mean, yesterday we got the Kangaroo Kenny show in terms of the hype and all of the fun that can be had when you are winning these rounds. Of course, you're down 1-4, so admittedly you're not going to be jumping for joy, but you've got to find a little bit of that joy if you're going to bring the vibes back into a good position so that you can feel more confident and comfortable inside of the server. A second round still absolutely required for Joel. They are a long way back in this particular map of Border. It is their map pick as well, so you don't know whether or not they're going to be successful on Cafe to come, chosen by Unwanted. If it's another 2-0, I don't see much of a world in which they get out of this group alive.
Statistically, you know, at that point, you're talking potentially impossibilities depending on how late the results go. It's
well, you have Sprabuni prediction percentages around.
Tweeted a graphic out, but that's the thing. You have 4 games and a chance of getting 4 points from each of those games. 2 of those games have passed, and Joel have been able to find none of those points. Unwanted, they've been able to find some on their game yesterday. They still have 3 more, including this one, to go for, but Joel only has 2 chances left to get anything on the board. Taking 1 will be a start, but you know, if they don't find themselves at least even a victory here, it's still probably close to the end. 4-1, they might be able to get themselves a second attack here. They've not gone entirely Cavalier attitude, throwing themselves in as they were before. Instead, they're starting to build themselves up. They did have 2 rounds that ended via timeout, and then they've been able to pick up that pace, so it's definitely sort of improved playstyle here.
Well, it's a full top floor hold right now from Unwanted. They've got themselves 4 players up, 1 player down, hot and cold. The only one on that first floor sitting towards server room does have a Nitro Cell, the one and only, and has made contact with Harvard but for all of the wrong reasons. If you are hot and cold, taken down to 1 HP, Hoven continuing to get aggressive as he makes his way momentarily over towards Bathroom. Spirits, though, does get the opening kill onto Reaps, shuts down one of the top gunners when it comes to Team Joel. How does Hot and Cold win that battle against Hoven on such low health for such a long period of time? The pressure flips back the other way. Despite Joel making the contact to begin with, it's Unwanted that close it out, win the battle, and very well close to winning the war here on Border. 4-2 lead in the 6th round as Noodle recovers the kit.
Pressure behind him, though. They start to make it into more of an open bit of pressure as they shoot their way open on the door, and he's already slipped his way past the waiting area, but it means now that Mentalist can have a rough time with his back to it because you just do not know if someone is in that position. All this verticality is going to make any opening sort of dangerous, and the plant will make a lot of noise. The smoke coverage is attempted. Not quite able to actually shut it out, and they'll be able to pull a plant off against it. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 2 close down. It's still awkward to get out of, as proven by Mentalist. Noodle finds one, but he's spinning in circles, just trying to find a direction to look for the next. He has a long watch here. It just has to be a coordinated take back here from Unwanted. Make sure they don't just give them the full opportunity. They are on the defuse. Surely there'll be a read in the kit. There's an attempt onto one. They're spraying through to the next, and they at least get it. Down to the pistol here, Noodle. He's going for the close fight. On the detention, he gets the quad, but almost a huge, huge moment. Spirits is able to find it with the end there, but you look at his health, it was maybe 1-2 bullets a distance between him and one of the best plays of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like it... I mean, incredible effort from Noodle, but to me, always still felt like Unwanted was going to be able to close that out. I didn't feel too threatened that he was going to get the ace and clutch up. You know, once you get that pistol kill, yes, you know, the big quad shows up, but he was dead pretty much instantly. You know, it's a double push there from Unwanted. They've still got the numbers. It's a 1-on-3. You can throw bodies at him, no worries. It's the fact that he actually got the kill onto the counter defuse, where there was not much time remaining on it. That's when it just kind of changed the course of the round right at the end here. This kill here, but look how much time there still is. So there's 22 seconds when Dream dies. Spirit's half health, instantly dead. Yeah, he never even got to turn around, so he was never going to win that, but yeah, credit for the effort, absolutely, under so much pressure, and I think he did a tremendous job, and he knows how close he was to pulling off an absolute miracle play, but as per the replay, Unwanted was still very much firmly in the driver's seat, and they are for the game itself, up 5-1, and I think you can see the frustrations on someone like Noodle, who's honestly playing so incredibly well at this tournament, slotting into a new roster, new team. Yes, he's played with Leader before, but he is playing really well individually. Unfortunately, well, as a team, they are struggling.
Yeah, you know, it's tough. You see the frustration in him there at the end, and that they're so frustrated, understandably, if you're that close to pulling something off, just statistically, whether they were going to do it or not, the point of a clutch is that it's against the grain, right? The point of the clutch, to be fair, Unwanted, they didn't play it great. They set themselves up. The fact he was able to swing his way past, there was missed cover.
The fact they let Plant go down into 4v2.
And then they gave them a lot of individual 1 versus 1s. If Mentalist had maybe won his fight, suddenly...
Well, Mentalist is not shooting anything right now.
That's why I'm saying if, and being a bit positive, but he didn't. And you know, there's always the possibility of that could have been different, and that's the frustration. He knows how close it can be. There is so much talent on a roster that just cannot, as you said, get it shaped together. The first body is theirs, though. The Ash is gone. Reaps is able to just tuck their way out the break room door and rotates his way back in. Doesn't want to give the ground over just yet. They're hoping the bait has been taken, and well, with the Blackbeard just watching it on, Spirits will now read that position. He's going to have to pull himself further and further back. He's not overextending as of yet. Hoven almost gets caught on the way out the door, as does Leader. But not quite the confirm that Unwanted probably wanted.
Yeah, so as we head into the second half now, Unwanted go on to the attack. They really should be in a very commanding position. Again, the most attacker-sided map of the tournament. Comfortable lead. Mentalist still unable to get a single kill in this match. That was one of the better opportunities And Spirits has made his way deep into armor. He pulls out the gun, puts the shield away, and therefore loses his life. Finally, Reap starting to activate on the defense, finds 3 critical kills. One back, though, by Atom is so crucial for Unwanted to stay in this round. And with Hoven's death and the plant going down from Hot and Cold, this suddenly becomes a very winnable moment for Unwanted, and he successfully gets the kid onto the floor, but a kill from Noodle. Noodle and Leader, the old classic duo versus Hot and Cold in the post-plant retake.
They went for a bit of a risky play there. Instead of stopping the kit, they wanted to try and get the cover on themselves and CC, and it's worked, but let's see if it's at the right cost. Hotten's been able to get himself back into the ground here. It is so quiet, so tentative, just seeing if they can get that first little inroad. They slip on by, and the cover is there. They're going for the defuse. Hotten has to put the pressure in, but they pull off and pull off the grenade. But is it? No, it's not going to stop the plant, but Noodle didn't hold on. Round on the Beeper's door, and he pulls himself away. He's out of time. Hot and Cold! Wow. He's still hot!
Oh boy, that is an absolute fumble, unfortunately, for Joel, but an incredibly well-played round from Hot and Cold. He's done that tremendously well. Yeah, they look shattered. They look absolutely shattered. They look like a roster that just has none of the answers, Emmy. You know, sometimes when it's not your day, it's not your day. Well, when it's not your tournament, apparently it's not your tournament. Everything going well for Unwanted. They're pulling off clutches. Even if they don't start the round well, that's fine. They bring it back. You know, like that was a 2-on-2. You get the plant down. Then it becomes a 2v1 post-plant in favor of Joel, and they just cannot make it work. You know, too focused about, I'm going to get on the kit, you watch the angle, when you've got so much time. Like, it's only just been planted. You can go for a double swing together, push together, force the 2 option where you can't necessarily kill them both at the same time. There's a lot that they certainly could have done in that final stage of the round. Reaps was great. This is what we expect from him.
It's what we, yeah.
It was a 4-on-2.
Yeah. At this point, the hard wall diffuse, they have the player deep. I mean, you know.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. Does Leader need to peak the way that he did at the end there? No. Honestly, it's more to just hold the angle to make sure he can't push forward while Noodle is going for the counter defuse. Instead, he goes into the doorway and actually provides an opportunity for Hot and Cold to get the kill, does get the kill, and then Noodle's in a position where it's like, well, I can't stick the plant anymore. Like, I can't actually stay on this.
6-1 on Joel's map. Wow. Unwanted, a 1 step away from sending themselves into a pretty quick break before we'll be back with a map that worries me more, because Cafe, as an attacker map, having to structure attacks, if it's not well formulated, if it's not all together, it is in shambles.
We've played 7 rounds, Emmy. Joel have had 4 versus 3 opening kills, and they've only had 1 round win.
They just can't get the cohesion that's needed. And that's why I'm worried about the next map, because that is all cohesion. Border offers some help to teams that are a bit chaotic, a bit spread out, and they just cannot find a way to grab hold of that lightning and ride it from the early kills into the success story that it needs to be for Joel. Unwanted, on the other hand, I mean, you compare, all right, statistically, there's not a huge difference between Dream and Mentalist throughout this game, right? We paid a lot of compliments towards Dream, how he's been playing, but at the same time, as he gets killed off and I mention it, but at the same time, because the team is working...
Well, there's another one, though, but like, this is the statistic that I just brought up. Joel getting the opening kills has actually been a common theme so far here on Border, yet they find themselves 1-6 down. This is where Unwanted have actually shown really good perseverance, where it's like, we don't just panic at the first sight of losing somebody. And there's that response from Hot and Cold. With just a smidge over 1 minute remaining, they bring it back to 4 versus 4. Mentalist once again in the bin. Now they go for the smoke plant inside of Towers with the Montang, getting it down successfully. Spirits will do just that. Reaps finds a very important kill onto Atom here, as Joel are looking to just keep this map alive, but the Montang in the corner, Hot and Cold outside in the alleyway. This is still going to be fascinating, but Spirits dies to the Nitrocell, and with that, it's a 1v4.
There is no way they can lose this. That I will say out loud. There's 1, there's 2, there's almost 3, but they're going to stick it. No! It was closer! closer. It was closer than it should have been. It didn't happen, but I am still in this constant state of concern.
Oh my.
Really important kill on that Palace window as well.
Can you be tilted at winning a round?
I'm tilted.
Can you be tilted at winning? That became such a mess. That was moments away from being an utter disaster. But it's a win. You can't criticize a win. It's the saying. You're not
Yes,
allowed
you
to.
can.
You won. No, you won. You can't criticize a win.
Fresh has shown up. I think it's probably because he's...
Fresh was like, oh, they're about to lose. Better get back to the analyst test. No, look, I think for Joel, like, that is probably a little bit too late if you want to look at the big body of the picture of work. But it's certainly a better round from them, again, where they're able to actually do well to the earlier middle portions of the round. But
it was good. You know, there's a part of me that if you watch that back in slow-mo, I think the saving grace was that one of the players...
Noodles soaked up some bullets.
Exactly.
He soaked up some very important bullets.
That is the saving grace of a 4 versus 1 on the single window position. And, okay, it's not the easiest thing to defend against because the attacker at that situation, they know they just have to sort of swing, hold left click, and they'll be shooting towards that position.
Classic, just stand in front of me.
Exactly.
Take the bullets. And Noodle has been the MVP of this game.
But at the same time, like... It's just the manner of how things are sort of collapsing in on itself. 6-2. They have another breath. They have another moment. What can they sort of throw themselves in on the back? It was a good drive with the Monty. They've brought it back now. They've got the chance of going for the plant again, the hold above. We'll see if it's something that gets contested because the play before, what makes that a little bit weirder and more frustrating in the previous round, was very good from Joel. They had Hoven on the Overwatch, down through the hatch, picking up kills. Whether the Monty slipped by that way or not, I don't know. They couldn't quite get it. Here, the attention, another opening kill. Reaps, he took a huge amount of damage, but it falls into your statistics of they are very good at the start of this. It's just Unwanted's adaptations seem to be sharper. Dream, the first body gone. They lose that IGL voice.
Well, 6 of the last 7 rounds now. Yeah, Joel have got the opening kill. So, I mean, that is actually a very good statistic to have, but they've just never been able to actually capitalize. Lovely vert hold from Holfin, though, shuts down Gavini, and that's going to be another resounding advantage to begin the round. 5-on-3, somewhat similar to the previous round. Joel just starting to get a little bit more of that fire in the belly, get a bit more aggressive. The push up though from Spirits, looking on the wrong way, on the wrong side, and Reaps will get the free kill with the Vector. And coming up now behind is Atom late here, top metal stairs. And again, similar to the previous round, it's that 4v2. It's that damage done already by Joel, where they've solidified a very strong advantage. Good kill onto Hot and Cold. And Joel, well, okay, a little bit late into the party, but they've made their arrival here on Border. Is it just going to be a case of too little too late?
I mean, it's down to them. It's the first time we've seen them smiling since the beginning of the day. There's energy. They're starting to believe. They're starting to get there. That is what is needed. It's what we were missing. It's what probably the fans and the players were missing as well, is that energy that they become sort of synonymous with. If they're starting to pick themselves up in this situation, I mean, a divide of 3. We've seen more extreme comebacks before. We've seen a whole series flip on their head from single moments. Here, the opening kill, the coverage. This, again, it's needlessly risky, I think, there. They threw the smoke in, and then they still decided to try and make the transition and the run. It offered Hoven the free sort of pick there. The compliments paid to the vertical game from the previous round. The same here as well. The holds are well put together, and I'm not sure if Unwanted just aren't really paying it the respect that they need to. Yeah, you're 6-1, 6-2 up, and, you know, your opponents have been struggling.
Well, they've got something to work on, and that's the early portion of these rounds. So if you're Unwanted, you've got at least something that you can kind of walk away and say, guys, we can still improve quite heavily in this facet, in this area. 6 of 7 rounds, we've given up the opening kill. So we're always playing from behind. Even if it's Border, one of the better attacker-sided maps, if you're down 4v5 and the defense has that extra number, it becomes an absolute excruciating experience because it's a lot harder to bully that defense out of certain positions, out of those power positions. You just don't have the numbers to throw at certain areas of the map. I mean, especially you're playing with that Montang. If someone else dies and then you've got the Montang, you've really only got like 3 proper guns left in the server versus 5 defenders. So even further compounding how important it is now, I think, for Unwanted to really change the shape of the opening kill engagements. Of course, they only need 1 more round though, so that's all it takes. I think they're just kind of banking on just 1 really good round, get this one done, get the win, head over to Cafe, where I think they're going to be very confident.
As I said, Cafe's still that worry, but, you know, for what we sort of said about Mentalist before, the longer it goes on for Dream being the first body removed as well, not having that sort of experience or that sort of controlling voice and that energy driving them, is very similar sort of KDs. The impact will be the test of how the teams can still manage to formulate themselves around him and what is really being offered elsewhere. Here's the Monty. Spirits still rolling themselves in deeper and deeper. They don't want to try and take these flat gunfights. They're just strong-arming control. The Flores drone is removed by the impact, almost hit their own castle there anyway. They're just waiting for the stress and the pressure. Houghton does find Mentalist. There is the first kill, the entry, the curse finally broken for the side of Unwanted here. Reap suffers a bit of a scrape, but Houghton steps in, gets 1. Can he get the second? He knows it's a fight. He should win with the super shotty, but it's Spirits that at least trades it out. However, the ace, the Selma's gone on a site that probably does have a lot of requests and requirements for your hard breach. Have they utilized it, Spirits? Pops himself down to waiting, but the only thing awaiting Noodle was death. 3 versus 2, a minute for them to cook with here. If they wanted a round to be able to push over the edge into Cafe, this is the best opportunity so far.
Yeah, so down to Reaps and Leader, 2 players still standing, but the Montaigne you just know is going to be probably the biggest thorn in their side of having to deal with that. 1 impact grenade. They're going to have to find a way to get a little bit fortunate here. Maybe a mistake or an error, a misfoot from Unwanted. Otherwise, down a player with a shield in your face. You've got the death mark activated as well. Onto Reeps' position, who's already at half health. Now he has to worry about down below. The pressure immediately onto him. But Reeps enters back by getting the kill onto the Montaigne. And with that kill, changes the course of this round and the way it may conclude. Still the diffuser in the hands of Dream. He goes swinging around Armory, looking for the battle against Reeps, who's made his way somehow back on up to stay alive. No, dead, taken down finally, was so low for so long, but time runs out on Unwanted. Joel hanging on by quite literally the skin of their teeth. Huge kills from Reeps. Dealing with the Montaigne, dealing with the pressure from the Deimos. He activated like Reeps of old. 4, 6, and 3 rounds in a row for Team Joel.
Yeah, I think we could as well.
We could mix up bitches up, and he could do some like sight pull ups, pull down.
Yeah.
If he did Hori.
Could try the signs.
Yeah.
I could bring the smoke.
Is play for fucking numbers and difference, alright?
Yep.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Push on the last one.
Well, seems like huge confidence from the side of Unwanted and the coach Mint of saying, look, we're still almost beating them 4 versus 5. Let's just crawl. Let's just slow everything down, take it step by step. Not really saying, let's try and solve the 5 versus 5, 4 versus 5 issue. We are almost pushing it over the line. They're doubling down on the slow play with the shields, the coverage of the smokes, the coverage of the sense wall as well. On the other side, you can see the words of Corey behind Joel saying, look, you know, we're getting these engagements, we're getting this pressure, we just need to keep working together. Again, these reactions, this moment, the cheers, the chatting, the communicating, Reaps not being there before and starting to find. But it comes down to the 1 versus 1 time clutch out when they're on the back foot against a Monty in that situation as well, and they can deny the plant. If there is anything that gives a team life in a sort of hopeless situation, it's a round like that. A round you can sort of go, even against, you know, very tough odds. We are making this stick, we're making this land. And now a divide that was once 1-6 and felt like it was already done. It's been proven to be a continuing saga. Can they get themselves within one round of OT?
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, at this point, I don't see any reason why they can't even go on and win this entire map. They've been able to refine some really solid form. They're finding a way to capitalize on the early round advantages that they're actually being able to find, and also just looking a little bit better on the defense simply because they can just back themselves in a bit more. So you've got players like Reeps holding a certain position. He's hard to dislodge. He's hard to kill because he's such a talented player. Love this angle that's been acquired for Spirits, and Noodle goes down nice and early in the round, which is a big win for Unwanted. It is the second round in a row where they've got the entry kill. Couldn't convert in the previous, and Spirits has made his way straight into towers with the diffuser. He could go for the quick plant.
They're not going to do it. Remember the word.
He's going to do it. He just wants to readjust over towards the bomb chassis, even more cover. They do lose Dream, but we've got ourselves a 45-second round now as Hot and Cold finds a double kill. That might just settle it as Cavini as well, doubling down, and suddenly it's a 4-on-1. Mental has finally got himself a kill, but he falters straight after anyway. Well, there was a little comeback from Joel, but they've been sent back into the ocean, Unwanted with a 1-0 lead as they claim border.
He was on the waiting room rappel and pulled a double, drifting down. I mean, I don't really have words for how that ended. That's the job of somebody else. But still, the way that pieced itself together, the conversations, but there was a great opportunity. They got that first kill, something they couldn't really get to consistently and too convincingly from an angle that was opened up. Punish Noodle, the thumbs up, it's a job done. But again, the truest test, the truest stress, and the truest level of where this is going to go next is obviously going to be on the next map, where we find ourselves obviously even further tested by Joel. Joel, what they have to do, try and talk about what happened and break it down, but we'll see if they can get it broken down in the same way on our desk after a break.
Available now.
Unwanted continue their great success at the start of this SI by taking away Joel's map pick. 7-4 for them in Border. After a great start, for a moment it looked like there was a bit of a comeback from Joel, but it wasn't to be. Great start from Unwanted.
Yeah, I think that comeback was more down to, or potential luck of a comeback was more down to sloppiness, I would say, from Unwanted's attacks, rather than Joel going out and really taking any control. Realistically, after about 2 or 3 rounds, this game was set in stone with the way that the result was going to happen. I think other than a couple of failed clutch attempts from Noodle here, obviously, as you can see, great attempt on an individual basis by him. And then this round here, also Leader and Noodle failed a 2v1 retake attempt. Those couple of rounds, maybe swing it a bit of a different way and we're looking at a closer game. But in reality, how those rounds were playing out was that Unwanted were in control of all of the rounds and basically every single round. I really, really liked them in this game, and the one thing that I really, really liked personally was the fact that they were able to control the defenses by playing quite a different border, Leo.
Yeah.
Normally you'll see teams on border fight from inside to out. The engagements will be inside to out, whereas Unwanted were allowing Team Joel to take map control, which normally on border is quite a bad strategy to take, but they were allowing them to take map control and then feeding them almost false gaps, feeding them gaps that they wanted Joel to hit and then punishing them when they did hit those gaps.
And it goes back to what we were saying before, right? Joel was exactly trying to play that play style of like poking around the side, trying to take a shortcut, not clearing the entire map, not problem solving head front what's put in front of them. And Unwanted played exactly against that by playing close to each other, by giving them control for free, but then having a very strong setup where they have good natural crosshairs. It happened time and time again. And it goes back again, same problem for Joel, not able to attack and problem solve.
So what we're seeing is a trend of that continuing, where they're trying to find that gap. The gap isn't really there, or there is a gap created by Unwanted to kind of give them a false sense of security.
Yeah, that's exactly that. And from time to time, like, for example, there was a moment where we saw an execute on Archives, and that moment was completely countered by Unwanted in a very smart way. You're looking at, right now, an execution where you will see the Warden being hunted here in the server. You have Noodle that wants to remove that C4 potential from vertical play. He's getting tracked, and Noodle kills him. That calls for Joel to go for the execute. So Mentalist with Oza puts down the shield and goes for the plant. Look at Unwanted. They have an Ela with impact ready to stop that execute. That's the kind of stuff that is so predictable for Unwanted, but it's great to see from Unwanted that just like they wanted that Archives plan to happen, right?
Yeah.
They were just ready to counter it.
And it's the discipline to understand that. You know, we do generalize border as a map very specifically about it's about gunfights. You don't really have to think. But Unwanted brought a thinking man's game to border, and then they had the discipline to pull off that as well, because it goes against how border really should be played against a lot of other teams, but against Team Joel it worked absolutely perfectly.
And it's about having that awareness as well of what exactly is going on to try and give them that false sense of security as well. I feel like we can definitely see what this did to the players over on the side of Joel. They seemed dismantled at some point. They were really struggling with what was happening in this game. This was their map pick as well, so they'll really have to show us something on this next map, Cafe, to bring the series back.
Hello, I'm Roops96. My team is Team Joel. I think the difference between Asia League and Manchester Major, the team performance contributed by Fish 99%, 1% of the skill. Every time we need some luck, and then we just pray, and the Fish will give us all the luck. Last year, Pat and SV, they went to the store, then they saw the fish. SV was about to leave the store, but Pat just asked him, "Are you sure about that?" And then SV just go back to the store and buy the fish. And when we played the game, they put fish in front of a PC, and everyone loved it. So that's the story about Fish. So this season, we dropped third and we get Noodle. I really love how leader IGL in our team. We kind of combine APAC way to play the game and EO way to play the game. Even we split away from our org, but all 5 of us have passion. We want to win a game. We work together really hard. So even without the org, we can try to perform our best. I think the biggest strength of our team is we know how to play together and we know how to isolate the enemy, and we get the kill from that.
That is unfortunately the last time we have seen the fish, because the breaking news goes around that Joel forgot to bring their fish to the game today. But they said, you know what, every single time we bring it, we lose. We might as well just leave it in the hotel room.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough for them, hasn't it? You know, obviously the fish was a movement in Atlanta, and they've loved it absolutely since, but apparently not at this event now. And I think they're just going to try anything to try and pick up a map victory at this point. Fish at home, fish in the bit. I don't know.
I was just looking at Corey, like you could see his hand gesture at Mentalist, like, and I know both of these players. I've played with them for a year. You can see he's going like this, like, stop, don't think about it, don't think about it. I'm pretty sure he's telling Mentalist Pat actually to just completely reset. I mean, Mentalist has dropped the ball significantly in that match because they're not able to attack properly. He's not putting up numbers. They're struggling hard. Clearly, he's the one IGLing now and not leader. What's happening?
Let's translate this into what's going to happen on Cafe then, because if we talk about Cafe and the attack, they're going to start out on defense, but once they switch over to those attacks, how's the IGLing, and maybe Mentalist going to have to step up to make sure they get these rounds? Yeah, well, I think when we saw Unwanted play up against, not Unwanted, sorry, Team Joel play up against Team Liquid on Cafe, first game of the entire tournament, actually. And Noodle got us going. He got a big 4K in the very first round, and we thought, ooh, Joel are here to play. And then Liquid really wised up to that play style of the lurks, the kind of little cheesy lurks that they will try and do in terms of Team Joel, the gaps that they will try and find. Once Liquid wised up to that, there was no answers. It's the story for Team Joel throughout the whole tournament so far.
I would imagine Unwanted will hit the ground running with not leaving any of those gaps on Cafe. Cafe is a very hard map to attack if the defenders are very compact and close to each other and use and abuse the utility, you know, as Army, Castle, Mute in the Cigar Shop, for example, all of those kinds of things. And yeah, I expect Unwanted, when they get onto their defense, to be doing that. When Unwanted are on their attack, I expect Spirits to be playing those shields. He's devastating playing those shields. We saw that even in Border just then.
So let's be real right now, like, their back is against the wall. If they lose, like, this is it. I honestly don't think they are making it into phase 2. So right now, what you need to do is hit the metal reset when you switch to attack, because defense is not a problem, they will be fine. When you hit attack, 2 things you need to do. First, change the pace every round. Go very quick in attack and go very slow and methodical and problem solve things. That's it. That's what they need to change.
Well, the pressure is certainly on Joel. Is this going to be the final map in the series? We'll go to Cafe to find out with Fluke and Xenox.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think we're straight in on towards Cafe Dostoevsky. We're almost a little bit sort of wanting more from both teams. I think it's fair to say there's the conversations about how that map ended. Very different to how that map began. I think people still will favor Unwanted, as you can see in the graphic, but more than ready to get into it.
What more do you want from Unwanted? I felt like they were pretty much in control throughout all of Border.
What I want is a little bit more focus paid towards what the opponents are doing, right? So if you look towards the Border takes, look towards the Border attacks, they would sort of always play for the objective, fine. They would drive themselves in on the Monty, they would go for these shield takes, but they weren't responding or respecting the sort of vertical holds. They weren't getting some of the, you know, some of the boring jobs done, some of those early jobs done. They thought, we can just do this, we can play this, we can push this, and things started to go away from them. You won't get that same give here. And I said it as a sort of worry about Joel. It is just a worry for any team. And that is something where I want to see that direct from. It is obviously Unwanted's map. It's where they want it to go. You assume they'll have themselves all kitted and booted and ready to roll. But the Glass, the Vigil, the Monty, it's not your standard, not your traditional band set. That is, as Army is. In fact, Unwanted bands are very much traditional. It's mainly just Joel's that are a bit out there.
You don't like the Glaz? Is that the big one?
It's not that I don't like it. I enjoy all bands as long as there's thought behind it, which there should always be.
I mean, the Glaz can be quite impactful when it comes to like a kitchen site hit, you know, getting bakery control. That's certainly one of the stronger positions for the Glaz, so I can kind of understand that particular decision. Maybe the thought process there is to get rid of, you know, that sort of operator that can really put pressure on. You're defending first as well, so you don't want Unwanted to do any of the kind of crazy Glaz sends combo plays, especially on that bottom floor. Even the Vigil's not completely awful, but yeah, I definitely prefer Unwanted's bans here for this particular match. Joel defense first. Just Cafe is going to play a little bit more defender-sided than Border. That goes without saying. And intriguing listening to the analysts, you know, talking about sort of Corey and the body language and the messaging over towards Joel, you know, the idea being you've got to just forget about Border. Sometimes it's not good to forget. No. Sometimes you need to learn from those lessons and own up to them and take it head on and say, you know what, guys, Border wasn't good enough. Here's where things went wrong, but also here's where things were good. And the good facet of it was the early portion of those rounds on Border. They were actually getting a decent amount of the opening kills. It's just then they would get traded too quickly thereafter, so they never really were able to compound the advantage for too long. So we begin on Cafe, Blackbeard in play by Spirits. That's certainly going to be a very strong operator when it comes to Cafe. So the Capcan employed by Noodle, who I felt was absolutely amazing on Border. I mean, he really was just that lone man army machine, almost getting that clutch as well. You think back to, what was it, a 1v3? Technically came down to a 1v1, although never really had the opportunity to win it. Reap started to get going, so if he can bring that momentum into Cafe, there is still hope for Joel. But as the desk was saying, you lose this map, and you're probably going to get grouped. They only play one more series, which will actually be against G2, and then that's it.
Yeah, and you know, the thing Okay, well, there's a start. Spirits get C4'd off of the white window, and they're going to have to pull themselves away from the corridor itself. Reaps takes the drop round and gets dropped round as Hotton moves in. The Blackbeard is gone. That's going to be probably the biggest boon to them, as they can try and still formulate their way across. They're going to wrest some of the control here of the vertical hold as much as they can, put the pressure on towards Cocktail and force the Mirror of Hoven to have to take the hatch, have to get himself round into Laundry and not stick around and see what comes next. There is some of the control. Probably leave themselves at least a drone for Spirits to watch around on the back of the red stairs so they can start to focus and direct themselves here on towards Train, on towards the top of White, and make sure that nobody shows up behind them to cause a little bit of pain. A lot of time for them to try and piece things together. They lose the front of the push, but they've also used quite a lot of Capital bolts as well, a couple of grenades. They've got one more set of the Grim Bees left. So at this point, outside of the utility, it's just going to have to be a bit of a gun push here that I'm a bit worried about for the side of Unwanted.
Yeah, not ideal as well when Hot and Cold, quite low on health. Ooh, Nitrocell from Leader does land onto Atom, and so that gives the advantage back over to Joel, as they, of course, had the original opening kill. Nitrocell again placed. Hasn't exploded. 30 seconds left into the round, and I think Unwanted are still just desperately seeking for another kill before they make their way towards the site. Hot and Cold posturing with that diffuser in hand. On the reading side of the map. Just running out of time, though, and they've spent far too long seeking and hoping that they could find another kill for free before they had to push in towards reading. Finally, they do get one, but it may be too little too late until the headshot lands. And then again from behind, clears out Hoven, pushing in from Pillar. Leader by himself, and he's up above and forced to drop down. You've got to get the kit onto the floor, though. Can Dream play the cover? The Guardian watching for Cavani to get it down. Denied, though, by Leader. Joel steal the opening round of Cafe.
Steal is a strong word, because let's be honest, it was theirs under lock and key, right?
It was, and then it wasn't.
And then it wasn't.
And then it was theirs again.
If anyone was an almost thief in that round, Gaveni, the triple kill on the default plant spot, spinning around. They realized we can't go for the plant. Leaders above the vertical. They did the right thing, going for the rotation. I mean, you know, if they'd have plant tucked on the hard wall, Dream might have had the cover, but think of how little amount of time there was left and where they maybe expected the player to be or to drop from. But still, as close as it was, that they almost made that happen off of the back of Gaveni. I mean, huge. The opening here, the black...
That could have almost been a double.
Could have.
Yeah, I mean, this moment here from Gaveni is absolutely insane. It's this kill here. Knows that Hoven's coming in from Pillar. I think they needed to try and find a way to stick the plan earlier. Gets caught towards the end when time, of course, is completely out. And a really smart pivot as well from Leader to understand, to go to the left side, find that kill in towards Fireplace. And Joel on the board, and they needed that one, Emmy. I mean, if you lose that round in the way that it transpired with the 3K from Gaveni, you probably just immediately head in hands thinking, it's just not working for us. Nothing is going our way. Even when we play well, we still can't win the round. That is a huge clutch from Leader. They desperately needed that. And even the way that they celebrated, it wasn't that much of a celebration, but it was more than what we saw from them on Porter.
It's also still, you know, and I sort of raised the point earlier in the round, where did the utility go? They had nothing to actually cover their plant. They didn't really hold on to any of the smoke bolts to try and make any of it happen here. They had one set of bees and the next Kairos and one firebolt, and that was it. And at that point as well, they've burned through all their flashes, their frags to get some of the control above, sure, and they're able to net a single kill out of it.
Well, they didn't even really have many flashes because they're bringing so many Claymores with the lineup that they've got and wanted in the first round, now even into the second round. You've only got 2 flashes. So a lot of the utility when it comes to Unwanted is based on the operator. You know, the Grim with the Quan Hive launcher, obviously Capital. And then that's really about it. So they don't have necessarily a lot with this lineup, but they do have a lot of Claymores.
And they're all set up. They expect a game plan here, potentially done from reconnaissance. Watching Joel, how they played this map. Obviously, the other day against Liquid, they're able to pull 2 attacks and 2 defenses. So they've been able to make a top team bleed. They have the possibilities. The Blackbeard in and on the ground, and Dream removed immediately by a C4, but a crossfire makes sure that they don't get an advantage with the bodies. Mentalist, though, finds Hotton, pops up, finds his first couple of kills on this map, maybe the whole series even. And
well, he only got 1 on Border, so he's doubled that already.
All right. He's cooking. I think he got that 1 maybe in like the last round.
It was.
So he's been able to get himself a bit of a success story. A minute 10, and now you've lost the Bees. You've lost Dream. You've lost Hot and Cold on the Capitao as well. So
you've basically got nothing.
Yeah, you have a shield, though. And they're a huge shield team.
Still 2 Nitrocells as well for Joel. Love their position a little bit more than, say, Unwanted. And they just look a little bit more confident here on Cafe, which is quite surprising because I would have felt like Border should have been a map in which they could really play to their strengths. But they're just finding a way to get aggressive at the early portion of these rounds. Again, that's been the strength of Joel throughout this series. Has been the beginning. Unwanted are very slow to begin with, and then they've certainly got much better on-site execution. They're much better in the later stages of these rounds. So even in 4v3, don't be surprised if Unwanted, again, make this a hotly contested finish towards the last 20 seconds.
Well, there's been a rotate round on towards the top of red, and it seems like Mentalist is going to try and stop it. Has the C4, but also now has a Blackbeard. It's being pinged ahead of him. He's going to pull away as Leader gets down inside the site as well. Mentalist caught out. They're going for the plant. They have a second. It's a shotgun fight. You've got to Rin. There's the pop round. It's a 2 versus 1, technically. He's almost caught out, just getting himself closer into position. The Blackbeard is outside, though. As I said, they're a great shield team. They don't need the trade as of that moment. Great adaptation there from Unwanted. The big rotate.
I don't want to harp too much on the negative here, but Mentalist just doesn't need to peek left side looking into mining. If he stays behind the reinforced wall, it's going to be a lot harder to get the plant down. As soon as he dies, they can actually start getting the diffuser onto the floor. So that's a big loss because they actually still had good bodies elsewhere on the map. They did lose Leader. He got taken down, but Noodle was in a good spot to still get a couple of frags, swing back around, and help Mentalist then put pressure into mining. But Mentalist goes for the swing, dies then to the pre-fire from the Blackbeard, gets nothing for his swing, and then that gives mining over towards Unwanted to get the plant down. We may get a look at it here on the replay. I mean, good Nitrocell, and onto the Grim. It's an amazing target to get rid of early. This is a good shot. So there's good for Mentalist in this round, but when it came down to win the round, he makes an unfortunate error by peeking, gives up mining, and with that, Unwanted happily take the site.
I mean, credit there to Mentalist. He was on fire, covered in bees, and he's able to get a kill out of the end of that after killing a man outside the window as well. It's always that sad thing, obviously, Dream there. He's just popped his bees up, and in exchange, a C4 comes flying out the window at him. Doesn't have the time to move, let alone swap to his gun and shoot it, so he sort of knows. It's one of those...
Yeah.
In this moment, I knew.
I did like the pinch as well, top floor onto Reeves. He gets caught in Barstock and just he couldn't really do too much. He had pressure from washrooms on the Blackbeard, and then you had one as well close by the cigar shop, so he just couldn't back out or go forward. That was a really good kill onto a solid player. Reeves is someone that Joel really needs to play well. Same with probably Noodle with the way the SI has gone so far. And Noodle has been playing incredibly well in this series, but he just needs some help. And an early attacking round as well for Unwanted on Cafe is just such a boon. Relieves any kind of pressure that may have been there. They only probably need 1 or 2 more in this half, and they're going to feel very confident then going on to their own defense. Sends in this round, and I'm curious to see how that's going to be utilized.
Well, they played a fair bit of Sens on the previous map as well. They have all the soft destruction in the world that they need to try and just clear and get some control of the stair sets and a steady fall down. The hold itself from Joel, you're looking at the operators, it's a lot of play themselves at arm's length and waste time. They tip around the mute to try and withstand on those walls itself, play against the drone game on top of obviously a castle building, fresh structure that they might be able to tuck themselves behind, and then the Goyo canister's pre-placed, and Noodle's going to happy and try and peek against it with Hoven needing to survive. They are wanting this to eke out.
The idea is you want to make sure they don't go for that bakery push. Force them onto the freezer side where you've got the ability to use those gas babes very effectively, and that's where your Vulcan canisters are going to be stacked up as well. So that becomes the threat for the attacking team. They need some bakery pressure. So far, I haven't really seen that at all from Unwanted, which does concern me in the round. I mean, Noodle and Mentalist are just hanging around bakery side. So that's going to really widen up the site for Joel and the ability to get good sight lines in towards the site. You know, I haven't even cleared out bar.
No.
50 seconds. Unwanted need to get a wriggle on here.
Well, the first fight is about to happen here, but you can see that they've kind of got themselves backed onto Bakery now. They're happy and confident they can play down the corridor from Wedding, down the corridor from Coat as well, and you're still clearing castles outside the site itself. The first smoke canister pops, the second has just been thrown and popped out well, almost checked. inside the coat room, but they're actually going to tuck themselves around because, well, they still have control of the space. Nobody is breaking the bottom of the stairs. Here's the first swing. Hotton finds leader in the second. It's an execute across the border. Spirits is in a scrappy fight as well, but it's all coming up unwanted here. They needed to execute quickly. There's the trade out. They're inside the site, but Mentalist is holding down with a cold kit. 15 seconds, but he's in a very, very tricky situation. He's trying to slip away. The blinds are coming through. He's doing his best to stop them. He can't quite get the fleeing player, but he needs to win this 1 versus 1. He's blinded out the back. Gaveni's just covering as he needs to do. Well played. But it was closer than it should have been at points, I think. It was very late, but the push was excellent. It was very much a 3-2-1 go. However, the single kit being dropped means that in that situation, it's really do or die.
I mean, that's a round that Joel should have won. And for various reasons, the fact that Leader was able to stay alive despite losing a lot of health towards code check, he makes the run through reception successfully, gets himself towards the bar side where they've got a double stack towards Brown Stairs, and there's a swing. Dream wanted to swing. And while he didn't actually get a kill because Hot and Cold ended up getting the kill, I think from bot white, onto Leader. Reeps was playing bar. He needed to get one there onto the swinging Dream and got nothing. He eventually did get one when they lost VIP, when they lost battles elsewhere. Yes, Reeps did get one kill, but he needed to get it earlier into round to really establish a foothold for Joel. I mean, Unwanted had no bakery pressure whatsoever in that round, so you could fall back if you needed to. Instead, they opted to take the fight. They lost the VIP battle. They lost the bar battle, and that just opened up the site for Unwanted. Fortunately for Joel, they still had a really good opportunity because of Mentalist. I mean, Mentalist was awful on border, but he's playing much better here on Cafe, gets a good double kill, Kit's in the bad spot into the hallway, and he can watch and hold it. But alas, he's still got 2 players to deal with. Good flash, he's forced back. If he overpeaks, he's probably going to get double swung. So even if he gets 1 kill, he's then going to die. I think he played it really, really well. Just unfortunate that they were able to run in, get the kit, run back at the site. That was the win con. Executed nicely, but Unwanted. 2-1 lead. 2 attacking rounds as well for Unwanted makes this already a very difficult proposition for Joel. Again, they only play 1 more series, which is against G2. You lose this series, I think it may even be... Is it statistically impossible to avoid last?
If they lose this, they have, the game against G2, who are currently on 4, but both G2 and M80, obviously there's at least one of them still to play today.
Well, they both play today and tomorrow.
Okay, so do they play each other? I'm having
M80 will play Unwanted and then G2 will play Unwanted.
So technically, if M80 and G2 lose every game...
G2 get to play 3 more games, technically.
Yeah.
They play later.
One of them is against Joel. If Joel beat G2, I'm not sure how the system filters, because obviously it changes some time, whether it's round difference, whether head-to-head is the most important. But if G2... lose to Joel, and Joel have the head-to-head, and then G2 don't get any more points and stay on 4 points. Technically, Joel could make something happen, but Hotton has Mentalist. I was going to talk about this in a second, but we'll break it down because the action has already exploded. The swing round towards the top of White Stairs, 2 versus 4. Becomes a 1 versus 4, becomes Noodle all alone. There's at least one of the other shields removed, but as the E1D pops out, and the tracker, and the call, oh my god, this hurts me! Flash is coming round on towards the corner of 90. They're just trying to dig the player out, but the plant is being secured on the dining table as well. There's no pressure, no stress. They're behind the bomb chassis, no stopping this one. Another pop of the E1D, and they just muscled their way into the round, into the building.
Well, they just weren't ready for it. I don't even think we were ready for it.
No.
A Mentalist was caught napping over towards Train. He's like, wait, what are you doing in there? Hot and Cold's already into sight. The power of the Blackbeard, and then he got that kill as well. I think it was onto Leader. They ended up trading each other, but that was still 2 kills on the entry for Hot and Cold. I mean, you're playing Blackbeard, you get 2 kills on the entry. That's job done. You have absolutely set your team up from there. And he's been great to watch so far for Unwanted. Unfortunately for Joel, it's another defensive round that they give away. Down 1-3 on Cafe defense is not where you want to be. But yeah, I mean, going back to that conversation with G2, that's their last hope, I would imagine. It has to be. Otherwise, I would imagine our analysts would have touched on this being, you know, a deciding map. Either way, I don't imagine they're going to beat G2. I'd be very, very surprised. As we look at the replay, 2.5 minutes on the clock, and that was an entry. And yeah, did get that headshot onto Leader. That was sharp from Hot and Cold, and full White Stairs control. They had full map control. Joel just caught all over the place. Poor Noodle. He's been playing well.
Every single time I hear that little sting, I'm like a piano. It's like, now I've pointed it out, people at home, you're going to hear it a lot.
I think production heard us talking about G2 and they were like, hey, don't forget, you can get their skins.
Don't forget. They're very sharp. This is the point I was going to make, right? When I saw the 2 shields in the lineup, it just ties me back to a little bit of my confusion at the beginning of the Glaz ban, because, you know, you can remove Glaz if you know you're against a team that loves to do those structure takes, or a team that you're scared about it. It can be utilized very well on Cafe, but Unwanted have played Glaz once in total across this entire tournament, and they actually lost that round statistically. But they have a 75% pick rate when available for Blitz and a 75% pick rate when available for Blackbeard. It is their 2 top. Even just removing one of those shields from a team where you compliment how good they are with shields, you know, in a meta like this, you want to try and find, I guess, those inroads. We've had it pretty consistently throughout this game as well. A bit of a trade back and forth, and there we had both of them. And you don't entirely dampen it, but it shows the important potential of, you know, where you can sort of remove players, where you can sort of remove operators, and how you can change the face of the teams that you're up against. But 3-1, no point sort of nitpicking the plays when at this point the plays are already exploding in. They're inside the site, they're about to hit a man in a train. He doesn't even know he's on cams! Oh no! There's Adam on the top of White Stairs looking for the next fight, but he gets dropped by Leader. At least stops them temporarily, but as the Blitz is trying to just scream his way towards it, they do still technically have control of one of the sites. Will they try and rotate that kit round to it? At the minute, Gaveni's able to lock off one more. Reaps is watching and waiting for Dream, trying to enter on towards Pillar. The Blitz blinds the player, who just gets out of there, fair enough, but they're still inside the site. Reaps dropped down, spins the player, but there it is, locked out. It was another quick break, smash and grab.
Shot a deagle shot. Like, what? You are not in there. Reaps said, I'm feeling it. I killed Mitch, I'm feeling it. That was crazy. He actually killed you, 180. Boom, deagle shot.
Look, this round I want.
I
think I don't know if he's complimenting.
I just want to know if they know Blitz is on site.
This is what I'm saying. They don't. And, you know, they play, and as pointed out, they play the shields really, really well.
This is rough to watch. Reaps, if you would have hit that dig shot, I would have screamed. That's the in-game chat from Gaveni.
Yeah.
I want to see if Reaps says anything in response.
He just screams,
I just feel like this Joel team has lost a lot of their personality from the Bleed days.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, okay, when you are, I'm not going to say an untested sort of team, when you're a fresh team in towards these situations and you're playing everything for the first time and teams are playing you for the first time, especially if you have the success that this roster has had, people start to take notice. People start to sort of throw you into that amalgamation of what you expect to see at a major.
Talk about Joel. I mean, a lot of their success was when they had 2 completely different players, Asfi and Turd.
Yeah, but it's also that idea of,
I think what's been the issue actually for APAC South and kind of just diving into a deeper issue here is that teams got to a point where they felt like they needed to make a change for the sake of making a change.
That's fair.
You look at the likes of Gaming Gladiators, you look at the likes of, well, now Team Joel. A lot of those teams that you go back to SI24, APAC South was regarded as the kind of better part of the overall wider APAC region, and well, that's changed now. CAG are showing that they're very much leading the way. But that's also normal in the APAC region. There's always these up and downs. The North teams, you know, like can have their moment, then the South and back.
I think it's tougher for, you know, APAC as a whole. Obviously, you and I have been with it for a long time. As the hop out comes round, there's at least one. Not enough claymores, but they always had the second follow through. The Blackbeard was on watch, and this is going to be an instant response on towards Cocktail, on towards Top White, and they are in and off to the races. But Reaps and Mentalist are deciding that they don't want to run the race just yet.
They looked far more prepared for the unwanted rush attack that they've been doing over the last 2 rounds. That was better from Joel, as long as they don't throw it from here, because Reaps, of course, still on the floor, finished off by Gaveni, and now becomes a 2 versus 2 from what was a 4 versus 2 advantage for Joel, where they did look ready for the rush, but the response from these 2 superstars is very swift. Gaveni up to 12-1.
having an absolute fantastic series so far. And you can see that he's very, cavalier about his attitude. He's throwing himself in, he's having fun, he's complimenting his opponents at the same time. That C4 was maybe an inch off of being on the other side of that barricade and getting the confirmed kill at this point. They now have some coverage. A bolt either side of the utility as they're getting themselves just a bit of a route and an angle through. I'm not sure if they had the full eyes there on the player's approach, but Hodden's going to make his way around on towards Cigar. High and across the long, long fight towards the back of Cocktail. Almost saw the side of Leader, who's backed in. Mentalist is currently playing in the middle ground on Freezer.
Is he aware that Mentalist is inside of Freezer? I think he's going to have... Oh, he will. Mentalist just waltzes out of what felt like a little bit of a safe haven for him. Hot and Cold taking on Leader in a 1 versus 1. Red ping information, all too easy for Leader. It's the second clutch from him so far on Cafe. He is a big reason why they've got some of the rounds that they've gotten. You think back to the opening round, it was a plant going down in sight. He denied that plant, they win the round. And somewhat similar there in the 6th round. Plant going down in sight, Leader gets the kill, he wins the round. He has single-handedly gotten 2 rounds.
Yeah, and now they have the stress of having to go on towards their attacks and trying to put the pressure on. And to finish my point from earlier, before really interrupted by the gameplay of Siege, as a whole idea in NCT is you and I have been around back when it was, APAC as an entire region, then it was APAC North and APAC South, then it obviously split into Japan, OS, Korea, SEA. They always are compared to each other. You don't really get that anywhere else. You've obviously had the history of it. It's BR versus EU versus NA versus everybody else. But at the same time, that changes that sort of balance and stress because in some regards, their play styles of Siege are they have their specifics as anyone does. That's that point finished. Now we're on to this point where my worries from the very beginning of this back in border of the sort of lack of attacks and how things didn't connect at all for Joel are going to be tested here because Unwanted, their defenses were very solid and Joel just looked a bit disjointed and lost.
Well, a chance for the players to just kind of stretch their arms, have a little break, tech pause, making its way into the server. At the conclusion of the opening half, 4-2 lead for Unwanted. They go defense now, though, Emmy, and that's going to be a prospect that I don't know if Joel have the capabilities on the attacking side of Cafe to break down Unwanted's defense. Gaveni is playing absolutely sensational. Hot and Cold has also been very impressive to me. It's a lot of screaming.
I'm trying to work out if it's French. I think I had a little bit of French, because obviously I know BDS and Raza Gaming Academy, I believe, is the game going on B Stream. The first map was quite tight, quite close. We saw the passion of BDS yesterday, you and I. As did a lot of people on socials.
Yeah, the wrong side of passion, though, maybe. At least
well,
that is the general consensus was.
Well, I mean...
But hey, I mean, everyone's got a different viewpoint on it.
Yeah, everyone's got a different...
It's passion.
You don't know how
you want to frame it. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's... There was one response that did make me laugh. That was, "This is how I act in standards." But no, and that's the thing. You
also never, and also outside looking in, you don't quite know what those relationships.
Yeah, entirely.
Really
like you, unless you know people, you don't know how people respond.
You have no idea.
We are getting an intrinsic look at, let's be honest, the most stressful time in these guys' career. And they're all generally very young esports players.
High expectations.
You have tens, hundreds of thousands of people watching you with expectations of you. You feel that pressure. You feel the pressure of fans literally supporting you, knowing that every single move you make, there's tens, hundreds of thousands of people cheering you on or booing you or whatever. You cannot really judge people based on the stresses of the most stressed moment, but how they respond to it and how they react to it as a team and as friends and as brothers and as whatever. But that's a different game. We're still here and we're working on resolving an issue.
It says it there, yeah, working on resolving the issue. I actually don't know what the issue...
It's the big issue.
The big issue?
Yeah, just the issue.
Oh.
Parker.
Parker the
working
issue?
on resolving. Can we have, you know how like classic television, they'll have like a... Sorry, you're disconnected, and it's like a gray picture, and you know, like a 404 website. We need a version of that, but it's just like a photo of Parker, like, fixing the servers, you know? Like, is that a reference that's slipped you by? Do you have
No,
to...
no, I'm aware. It's a
Okay,
very
good.
outdated reference.
Yeah, well, you're old.
I thought someone left.
Oh, thank you. Luckily, we're actually getting back into the game.
You're aged.
Aged like fine wine.
Like a cheese.
So Unwanted onto defense, Emmy.
Yep.
They should be too good, but I think that Joel have one last real hope that they can maybe bring some of the attacking flair in the early portions of these rounds, and that's where it has really kind of just been. The late round executions certainly haven't been there as per Border and now even really Cafe outside of Leader. But in the early portions of these rounds, if they can continue to get these opening kills, that's something that they've been very good with. That's the only way back into this series, back into this map. They have to find their strengths and abuse it. Be aggressive early, get the entry kills, double them down, have the 5-on-3 advantages, then play the rest of the round out.
Well, the 2 attack rounds that they won when they're on this map against Team Liquid at the very first showdown, one of the very first showdowns we had at all in the Major, it was the opening 2 attack rounds that they took. They were able to get a win on towards Bar, get a win on towards Fireplace, and then things went a little bit further away from them. Good. Goodbye, Reaps. Welcome back into the server. Yeah, it's sort of the perfect response here from Unwanted, right?
I mean, that's exactly the way that I think that they should have approached this half for Unwanted, which is Joel are doing well in the early portion of the round. They're finding entry kills. They're having the numbers advantage. What better way to try and alleviate that issue than spawn peeking on Cafe, where it's actually incredibly viable? And also, maybe from Joel's perspective, they might not have been anticipating that Unwanted would go for a spawn peek.
Well, I think it's sort of the split of after the timeout as well that they pulled earlier on. That was when Unwanted started getting really aggressive on their attacks and just throwing themselves in. It was the sort of immediate rounds after the timeout. Let's change things up. Let's keep the pace quick. Again, you've had a sort of rehost. You've had a little bit of the timeout. They're waking them back up into the game. Now, this is the other sad statistic. In that showdown against Liquid, they did not get a single opening kill on their attack side. So it's one of those moments where even with the foot working against them as they go for the plant here, it might still be something they can structure. Now, missing the plant was a problem.
Guys,
for
the 3
Unwanted last time.
How has this not been denied? No one's even aware. The irony is, before the break, we had, of course, the thoughts from Unwanted saying, did they even know that the Blitz was in the site? Well, I ask you that question, Unwanted. Did you even know the Blitz was in the site? Mentalist gets a free plant. You had 3 Nitro Cells available. No one contesting that whatsoever. And Joel can now set themselves up for a pretty decent post-plant run out successful from Gaveni. Finds his second in the round coming out of Pillar, but Hoven able to answer back with the elimination of Hot and Cold, keeping Joel in a pretty good position. Doubles down with that one onto Spirits. It's a bit of a whip shot from Gaveni, battling towards Train, but he finishes it off and now looks to stick for the counter to Fuse. Coming up White Stairs late here is going to be Hoven Dream, throwing his body to just try and protect. Joel, though, claimed the round.
Good fucking call, Ped. Keep it up. Keep it fucking up.
I think that what we just heard from Corey there is the call there from Mentalist saying, hey, I think this is open. No one's watching this. I can just walk in, turtle up with the Blitz shield behind on the back, which didn't even matter in the end because no one was even paying any kind of attention towards the slip in towards Fireplace. Mentalist gets the plant down early. Unwanted, caught napping.
Not the first time. Sort of made the comment about it before as well, that on Border, I think there was almost the exact same situation. Unwanted, they didn't get the entry kill, but then, even Unwanted did get the entry kill. Joel didn't. Joel saw an opportunity to get the plant on the site, and they did it. They pulled it off without somebody being there to sort of contest them. They might have even also still had the sort of, 5 versus 4 moment as well, and just that awareness or lack thereof of what was being approached there. Great bit of motion from the side of Joel. Great bit of punishment. Gets them that opening round. They're 2 for 2 now on opening attack rounds here. Losing the first body and still making it stick. If they pull off the mirror image of the last time they were on this map, on this side, well, suddenly we're in a 4 versus 4 to 4. Suddenly the game has become competitive once again, and suddenly they're doing it without themselves being on the 6 to 1 point that they found themselves suffering with on the side of Border. Unwanted. Heads up, keen focus, see what Joel are doing and maybe react a bit quicker this time.
No spawn peak this time either, so, you know, that was the advantage that Unwanted actually had in that previous round, and in the end, they couldn't really do much with it, simply because Joel found a little sneaky avenue in towards the site. Mentalist was quick in understanding that that was not really being watched, despite, you know, utility being available for Unwanted to really deal with that kind of plant, you know, throw over a Nitro Cell, push him off. See if they will be able to adjust coming into the 8th round. Good signs though for Joel, and they keep the scoreboard looking close. We head to mining this round. Cloak's drone does get shot out. Mentalist once again onto the blitz. I like Noodle actually on the Deimos. I think that's typically an operator you may see Reaps play, but Noodle has just been performing so well. Put the pressure on Wanted, and I trust Noodle with that Vendetta in hand.
Well, they have the bulletproof cam. I don't know if they've got the Valk that's on the other side of the room. No, Houghton has still got all the eyes inside that position that they could possibly want. And is going to rotate his way underneath. The 3C4s mean they can play themselves with a bit of distance, and difference is going to be that marker, especially as when Mentalist tries to make his way inside with all of the goo mines laid around. The Blitz can't really be as aggressive on the point, or at least focus towards it as he was previously. Joel, they have to try and make some space, pull some attention elsewhere to alleviate and allow that position to get in, and that seems to be coming from the bottom of white for now, but also Mentalist prepped at the top, and if he gets caught out here with Spirits, who isn't too far away, I say that as he drops down on towards Pillar and rotates out from Reaps, well, they're just sort of chasing ghosts. Spirits finds Noodle, slips his way all the way down, and suddenly who they were hunting on the top floor is gone. Hoven, though, he's round the back of the mirror, but cannot quite save the Blitz, but does save either side of the white stairs. A 3 versus 3. They have to recollect that kit, though, that's at the top of the stairs and try and make something happen with it.
Yeah, they got time, though. Not a full rush, 30 seconds, plenty of time to retrieve that diffuser. I think they've just got to send either, probably Leader going back up and get it. That's where he is at the moment. Bar collects it. Hoven with the 3rd kill of the round. So while they spent time to actually go and get that diffuser, Hoven pushes forward, gets the kill onto Adam. Now, leaves still hot and cold alive, and he's got a Nitro Cell in his hand that he very well could still have a very impactful moment with through from the freezer hatch. And this yellow ping gives him the information. Does it find a kill? No. Leader stays alive. Steps on the goo mine, has to stick the plant inside of the smoke, and there is still a chance that this could get denied. Dream inside of mining. Reap's doing everything possible to deny, but through the wall and shot through the heart. They deny that plan from going down. Huge round win for Unwanted and puts them a bit closer to confirming this map and this series.
I mean, they didn't really have any other options, did they, right? You're playing a 50-50 game. You know he's going to be swung. They sort of could either pre-fire through the wall, but then you open up the angle. You hope maybe they're just a little bit unprepared for it. Maybe there's a bit of missing intel, maybe a bit of a missing moment, and
Mitch, you got my walls, Mitch?
it's just narrow margins, the C4 play from underneath. It's fair to sort of say Hoven obviously grabbed that round.
He did.
Brought it back in, but what I see the similarities here are...
But even there, that kill onto Gaveni, I mean, I know you mentioned it, not able to save the Blitz in time, but how is the Blitz dying there in that situation? Like, you've got one job, which is just keep shield up.
Yeah.
You know your teammate's coming white stairs. You know you have the pinch on Gaveni. You're guaranteed to get this kill. The fact that he gets even one while dying is that's enough of a win for Unwanted. 5-3, 2-round differential gained for Unwanted once again, as they had at the conclusion of the first half. Joel on the brink. You can clearly tell they're fighting tooth and nail. You can clearly tell now that Hoven stepping up, Noodle's doing his thing. Mentalist has certainly been better here on Cafe as well.
Yeah.
Leader, of course, has essentially gained them 2 of the 3 rounds.
Yeah, and...
Can you get Reaps going?
I mean, that's the sort of problem right now, right? Is the longer it drifts away from them, the more that they can't quite get all themselves operating. When you're on your attack, you need generally all the pieces of the puzzle to work because you are the one that is probing and posing those questions. They've pulled themselves off the Blitz instead on towards the Blackbeard, utilize that soft capabilities, get yourself in, maybe a bit sharper and a bit more aggressive, but Mentalist doesn't really play the shield traditionally aggressively. He's not trying to find those fights. Leader goes down.
He got him.
Didn't confirm the kill.
I mean, at this point, he may as well be dead. I mean, it's...
It's bought.
Someone has to just basically go back to spawn to get... Oh, the kid's there anyway. Okay, so he will get brought back up, obviously. But yeah, this is a bit of time denial, if anything. Leader's going to be on low on health. It's wasted time. That's 2 players that have not been able to get into the map, you know, do things, get set up. So this is going to be a very disrupted attacking round now for Joel. And this is great as well from Dream, getting some really good visual information and confirmation too. They'll know that Leader is very low. They'll know that he got downed. Good calls here from Dream as well.
It's the exploratory...
They can't do much with it though, because they're all first floor.
Yeah, the exploratory Echo drone. It sort of finds its way out and reads that intel. They've got to double time it at this point because they're still clearing top floor for a kitchen take, right? You could see that Mentalist obviously started to make some work happen whilst they were going for the pickup. They've lost about 40 seconds from 2 different players in that operation. The perfect play against it. There wasn't quite the cover in this. You know, you think about the danger of what's going to potentially be thrown up or near the players. You've got smoke canisters, the Goyo as well, the goo mines against Leader. It's all terrifying and devastating for your hard breach to now have to tiptoe, especially when it is a player that has been so sort of monumentally important for Joel throughout this map, especially the pressure from the soft destruction with 30 seconds. It feels like it's shaping itself up to be a throw it in on towards the freezer and go for the plant, but with an Echo drone, with all the fire on the other side, I mean, I cannot really see this come together. The cover is lost. There's an Echo drone almost entirely missed. Noodle steps into where Reaps was dropped, taking the fight on the back of the bar, bouncing the nade round. Mentalist wants to just try and get in and stick it, but the second Echo drone has made its way around here. They need to get rid of it, but they got rid of Mentalist instead. Noodle finds Spirits, and at this point, I don't even think they can get in to where the kid is to get it picked up and put back down in time. Another fire pops here, and just the downing of the player outside and the time it took away from them has now potentially taken the map too. They are sitting on map and series, and maybe the point that could potentially guarantee Joel leaving in groups. That is the chance Unwanted have right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm not going to look to try and obviously break down the possibilities. Other people will do that, but I'm almost certain, Emmy, if G2 get at least 1 map against Joel, that should be enough.
Yeah, 1 point.
Yeah, so you have to 2-0
G2.
And
then G2 have to also get O2'd in their other game and their other game.
And they got 3 games.
Yeah, so G2...
They got 3 series to get 1 map.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Joel.
It's not done yet. It's not over until it's over.
It's not. 3 rounds to go, but...
I think
you
to
can be
fair,
forgiven for saying that Unwanted are very likely to win this.
I can't... Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, I'm not going to argue with...
I know you want to play devil's advocate and give Joel some hope.
I'm like angel's advocate because I'm being really supportive and I have belief. But to be fair, I think there was 1 chance. I can't remember what tournament it was, but for G2 to qualify, it was like a 3% chance. And it happened.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance. I think Joel, if they lose this, it's like 0.09% or something like that. It was to get top of the group, actually. It was 0.09 from Spabruni's fantastic numbers on Twitter. Go check them out. We love Spabruni. Thank you. But Unwanted. They just need to push this over 1 more round. All the pressure here is on the attack. Obviously, Joel, the lowest attack, or the second lowest attack rating of any team in the tournament. It might be even lower after this. They might be taking that 20th spot. The pings from an Echo drone, is that going to make it back in time? Or it's not even Echo drone, sorry. It is a stolen Mozzie drone. And Gaveni, he double-dipped a little bit too long.
Nitro over what? Pixel, Reaps. 3 and 8, by the way, on Cafe, because we had the rehost, hence the numbers down the bottom. Not quite reflecting entirely. Do you want to guess what Gaveni's on right now? It's 19 and 3.
That is actually incredible.
19 and 3 performance. Could look to drop 20. That's going to be a down for Reaps, though, onto Spirits as he makes his way down White Corridor. Clears out a lot of utility as well for good measure as Joel get themselves a momentary advantage. Absolutely, of course, now must win in every single round from here to try and force overtime. They can no longer make any mistake. 90 seconds remaining in this round. Unwanted, fall back to site. They will play site. And this has really been the struggle for Joel. they get the opening kill, then they turn their attention to site, look for the execution, and unfortunately, that's when it all just falls apart, and we're looking for a flank, a retake up above. Atom from top red. Noodle, though, watching. Wary of the fact that they wanted to go and get some pressure onto this top floor. Still has red ping information as well onto Hot and Cold. Trying to play the close angle, trying to be that nuisance. They've got players on site still, but ultimately Joel definitely in a good position to extend this map of Cafe.
They have a moment here, a second with a body advantage or two that they can try and press at this point. The defenders are just trying to get a little pocket of space, and the coverage of the intel, the cutoff of the rotations, Hot, and he's able to dip out. He gets one. There's got to be a reaction from Reeps. He can't quite confirm the kill. He's shooting every which way, but they have 30 seconds to work with, and they do get Gaveni. So Reeps not sitting around, going to go for the plant, but there's the cover from above. Hoven. Now that's a Guardian Angel leaving just Hotton with a single HP, but the work had been done this time. When they had time to cook, when they had time to build on their attack, they were able to make it happen. 6-4 is the distance once again. Last time, this was where things ended, but that's up to Unwanted here. I mean, a much more impressive take and build there from Joel.
Yeah, absolutely. They get the opening pick. They haven't actually had one since the end of the first half, so it hasn't really been going their way in that particular department in the second half of Cafe, but over the course of the series, that's been an area that they have been good in. But it is this vert hold from Hoven. He finds that kill onto Gaveni, and then it's this one, the denial, because Dream was moments away from being able to stop that plant from going down over towards default inside of reading. Hoven has good position, and hence why, of course, a good example that you want that vert position inside a cocktail to be established, and the fact that Unwanted lost it, Joel won it so early in the round, you can get to work with the buck and the skeleton key, open up those positions, and it pays dividends for Hobbit, who's been playing very well so far here on Cafe, especially even since the rehost. He's actually gone like 7-2. Since the rehost, he's 8-8 overall. So before the rehost, he was struggling.
Yeah. That's a kind way of putting it.
It was like 1-6.
But this is the thing about Hoven as well. He had a few big moments in the resurgence on the previous map. There's Gaveni going outside the building, not quite netting the same rewards he did last time, but hey, why not? Take these risks, these gambles, put them through the gauntlet. If you get that opening kill, well, you know, you bought a lot of time last time. This time you might even be able to buy yourself even more. They're not wasting, not sitting, not letting, not resting. Joel, they're keeping the pressure up, which I really much enjoy. They're making sure that the focus is being paid directly on towards the hold here of Unwanted. If they want to throw themselves out and be quick, let's be quick right back. It makes the defenders be a bit more uncomfortable about a space that is awkward to transition your way, your motions and movements around the map itself. It does not bode well when everything's boxed and you're suddenly boxed out. There's the pressure on towards the bathroom. Gaveni's going for the rotate and he's able to slip himself by, and that castle will buy him a bit of safety, but Rips, he's not that far behind here. Rips is sort of hot on the tail, and again, I love this pace here from Joel.
Yeah, I think Unwanted's done well, though, to just get back play site and give up that top floor. If Joel want to start running around the map and go for that all-aim, no-brain kind of gameplay, then they can just fall back play site, play key positions and angles. Nitrocell towards the window isn't going to find anyone on the rappel, and Rips is going to lose his life to Hot and Cold. And it's just classic Reaps, though. Runs around, and sometimes it works and he gets a couple of kills, and then other times finds himself in a position where he wants to maintain that aggression and just overstays his welcome. You know, you're on the sledge, you want to open up floorboards, dead, Unwanted, opening kill. You still got the buck, you still got the skeleton key. Logic bomb available with Noodle. Plenty of time, so no need to panic right now for Joel, but you do have to remember, it's match point. I mean, they need to be perfect here for the remainder of this round. Down a player, down a significantly strong player as well in Reaps. I wouldn't be surprised to see Unwanted now actually go on the front foot, get a little aggressive here, because you feel like Joel are wanting to set up. Well, why not disrupt their setup by hitting them with a counterpunch?
I think Unwanted are happy to let them sort of play against it. As I said, you know, they have some of these heavy setups, but as Dream finds
run out, he just got the, yeah, well, there you go. There's that counterpunch straight away, knows where they are, goes for the run out, gets the kill, does get traded as he's crossing back in towards the building and through sight. Logic Bomb from Noodle. He's been so instrumental for this team throughout the series, 5-2 since the rehost. His final Logic Bomb. They have flashes, but they don't have a lot of time.
Ready and inside and outside immediately. Adam has the cover on Mentalist, and as these seconds tick away, there's got to be a bit of a sprint towards the kit. It's called by the Valcam, but the C4 is the end of it. And could that be the end of Joel? Very likely. Not confirmed, that's other people's numbers, but it is maybe the confirmation. Unwanted just proving themselves game after game here. They were, a great performance yesterday here, calm, cool, collected, and continually in control against the team that is similar circumstances, roster changes coming into it, not with the org, not with the representation, but only really one of these two teams was representing today. You gotta give credit towards how Unwanted were able to perform.
I thought they were tremendous today. Incredibly impressed by Gaveni as he ends up getting I think it was the 20. Didn't quite see if he actually did get to that particular number. Hot and Cold was great, and I felt like just as a team overall, they looked far more in sync with the way that they were defending and attacking, whereas their opponents, unfortunately, weren't quite as in sync, and I think we might be seeing the last of Joel in that match against G2
Well, we'll go to a quick break before we're back to hear what the desk has to say.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
Starting with hot and cold after a 2-0 victory again. I mean, this is a great start to SI for you guys. 2-1 yesterday, 2-0 today. Must be feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better than we were in Manchester when we started 0-2. So there's improvements there, but I mean, it's not how you start, you know, it's how you finish.
That's definitely true. I think one thing we praised you guys for on the desk is the great communication in your team. Despite only being together since December after a few unfortunate events, do you agree? How is this helping you?
I mean, helping, I don't know yet. We'll see in the future, but I think our communication is definitely good. You know, me and Spirits were a lot of our communication before on the past team, and then Adam's a quiet guy, so nothing really changed there. And then Mitch is Mitch. You know, he always keeps the vibes up. Communication's great.
Cool, that's what we heard from our analysts as well. Really good call-outs coming out there. Now, you are familiar with being on the same team as Mint. You guys were on the same team together. How is it having him coaching you now in this event?
It's a lot different having him as a coach because, you know, I played with him for like, I don't even know how long, like 5-6 years of my career. He ended up cutting me. No, I'm just kidding. But it's honestly really good having him as a coach. It's nice having a lot more structure to the team. Before, we were a lot more loose and didn't really have a pure game plan going into the game. So it's been helpful.
On the subject of forgiving and forgetting, we have to talk about you guys' game tomorrow. There's been so much talking about playing against M80. A lot of things happen behind the scenes. We are aware of that. Still, things are good with the players you're going to play against, right? Do you want anything to say to them for your match tomorrow?
The only thing I have to say is, Sean, I know what you do, buddy. You better change it up. You better be changing things up, because I know what you do. No, I mean, there's no beef. I'm excited to play those guys. You know, we've scrimmed them a decent amount before we knew that we were in their group. So it's going to be a fun match.
Cool. Well, awesome. We'll look forward to that, and best of luck with prepping as well.
Thank you.
Some very clear words coming out from Hot and Cold there about the game tomorrow. But first, let's talk about their game today. 4 welcome points for Unwanted, especially after a good start on Cafe. Having to start on the difficult side. Attack is not easy, but a 4-2 split to end that. It's a dream start.
Yeah, I think we did expect this result, right? We did expect seeing Unwanted beating Liquid yesterday, seeing Joel struggle. We knew there was a difference in level between these two teams. I think it showed today overall, and you know they can be thankful for Gavini as well. These highlights literally look like, honestly, a frag movie. Let's be real. Everything was working his way, and yeah, overall super surprised with Unwanted. I feel like They, just like Beast Coast, after a quick roster change, they can be ready within a few weeks.
They're putting in performances that have a real level of maturity to them, I would say. It looks like a roster that's been together a long time, that's operating at a high level, and that's 2 performances now. One against Team Liquid yesterday that was maybe a little bit more unexpected, but one against Team Joel today that's a completely different opponent, and they had the pressure today of being the favorites, and they've passed that test as well. They're looking like a real roster and a real contender, certainly inside of this group so far.
Looking great for them. Definitely exciting stuff to see here. Now looking at the map summary as well. I feel like a player that has really stood out to us. We'll talk about him more in just a bit with a bit of highlights as well. But looking over on the side of Unwanted, Gaveni had a great game.
Yeah, and he's a terrific player, I mean, obviously on Dark Zero back in the day, probably, I would say, actually very unfairly dropped. Came back with that Beast Coast roster, won a major, and has carried on going from strength to strength inside of his career. He was actually at 100% cost for most of that game, and right towards the end of the game did drop down, but I'm sure he's not going to be too worried about 91% cost.
Yeah, overall, incredible performance, of course, for him. Across the board, also for his teammates. Hut and Cole, leading and playing on the flex support operators, still dropping great numbers. Dream didn't have the best game as a support, especially in the entry department. I know I praised this guy early on, but you know what? He was there for the vibes, and it still worked. A bit disappointed, right, on the side of Joel, especially in mentalities that keep struggling in terms of statistics right now.
Now let's zoom in on those attacking rounds a little bit more, because a 4-2 attacking split on Cafe is not very common, but there was a way how Unwanted were treating these rounds in regards to the pacing that really helped for them.
Yeah, so the first 3 rounds they played a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. And after winning the rounds 2-1, Corey took a timeout, and immediately, look at this, Mint and Hot and Cold talking about how they're going to change it up, because Corey in his timeout and Team Joel are going to be assessing based on the first 3 rounds. They change it up. They go rush strategy. They go a horrible attacking lineup of Lion, Dokkaebi, Blackbeard, Blitz, and Deimos. There's nothing worse. They rush, and they get this round over in 30 seconds. A complete change of pace in round 4. Joel will not have been expecting that whatsoever, and it just compounded the problems further and further, because suddenly, Joel have taken this time out. They're starting to think, hey, we can get a grip on how these guys are playing. Let's do this, this, and this. And suddenly Unwanted change it up immediately and drastically.
For anyone that wants to reproduce this at home with this very toxic lineup, all you have to do is have one guy rappel on dining window, because most of the vert will be on library side. You just bring everyone through the white stairs up from garage, and then you just have one guy waiting on the snow balcony and backstabbing the reading side. Very easy to reproduce in ranked if you want to try.
I felt like I was listening to an ad at the beginning of when you were explaining that, but hey, great idea.
Free hello ad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, very welcome, of course, for all of our viewers in the Twitch chat to try this out. Now, we talked about one player in specific to our fellow analysts as well on the Unwanted roster, and we knew the pressure was on his shoulders, not only for the entry, but also to perform. That player, Gaveni.
Yeah, Gaveni in the fragging department. He's the most important one with his new roster. Mind you, they lost Gunner and Diffuser, so he's the one that had to step up. Look at him covering the Diffuser.
This is nuts.
Hot and Cold loses the Diffuser. He gets the trade on the dining long angle, reloads, gets prone, back to Diffuser, and triple kill here with a 180 to then go back and defuse. Same different round here, round 2. Gets rid of the bulletproof and is actively, look how aggressive he is. He's trying to pick players before they can see the diffuser. As soon as the diffuser implanted, let's go safe, let's get ready, reload again, and now I'm gonna go aggressive one more time with my teammates' pressure from the window. And just another example of how confident he was. Look at Dream here, spotting a player outside on that snow roof. Look at Gaveni's incredible confidence. No one will do this at any level. He jumps out here, takes the gunfight, and injures the player on the roof. That was crazy to me, and if you need one example of the sheer confidence this player had in this map, that's this clip.
For me, those 3 clips are like the perfect blend of risk and reward, because in the second clip you see him, he could have very well swung when it's in the post plant. He didn't. He shot the proximity alarm, allowed his teammates to get out, and then played it from there. And in the third clip, obviously, he's feeling himself, and that's where he can take that little bit of risk, and he gets the reward back from that.
The third clip was the stupidest clip I've ever seen, and it like 99% of the players would have died there, and everybody would be mocking them. But when you're feeling it, nothing can stop you.
I mean, that's the scary thing, right? Once you get that confidence, it kind of starts to snowball. And if you have a player like one of those pillars on Unwanted, kind of enabling someone with the information from the Echo Drone, that's a really scary thing to go up against. The C4 surviving that, he was floating, I guess you could say, at one point with an insane KD in that game. But for our blacklight detail of this match, we'll go back to the first map. We talked about it in the host map for that one. But the Ela play that we saw on the Armory plans still was something very special.
Absolutely, and this is just a little token that you can take into your ranked games at home. Play Ela on this Archives Armory bomb site. You have the impacts to deny any kind of OTA plant attempt, as we see here, but the key thing is you also have the Ela mines, one, for whenever the attackers try to enter in to get that Archives push off, and two, you can actually hold Ela mines in pocket, as we saw there, to then deny and throw the Ela mines in if there's smokes and yings and all kinds of things going on. The Ela mines will deny the plant as well.
It's a sound cue. It's a stop for any blitz that would be rushing you when they try to rush the plant on Archive's balcony. And it's also a denial of plant, just like Jack said. So for all of these reasons, Ela, good takeaway from Armory bomb site when you play ranked on border.
I know how it is for you too, but like seeing this, hearing this, all these like tips and tricks you can do in your own ranked games just makes me want to play the game myself. But I feel like we should leave that to the professional players, and especially for our next match coming up, because this was our must-see, the game that you should have your eyes peeled open for. G2 and Liquid after the break.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
You know, I think a lot of time on this team, Liquefact gets a lot of the spotlight, so does Shaiko, but uses when he needs to. My God, is he insane.
Really excelling across the field, Uses with 12 kills through the first 6 rounds and now adding 4 kills as a defender. But the bigger story is how everybody else on BDS is showing up. Raza Company Academy continue to exceed our expectations, and they sit at the top of the group at the moment, but it was only a matter of time until BDS found their groove. You don't go to the grand finals of the most recent major, and I would argue be one of the best teams in the world over the last calendar year, and then just suddenly forget to play the game. The meta has not shifted enough for me to think that BDS are not among the favorites. Yeah, they had a rough go of it against DZ yesterday. Leaky Fact's frustration might have proved to be a motivating factor for this team, as while there have been hiccups so far, this looks like a rejuvenated BDS squad here against Raza Company Academy. And we could be only a couple minutes away from the first loss at SI for the Brazilian SI Last Chance Qualify winning team that once played under that E1 banner, now goes by Raza Company Academy.
An honorable team to lose to, though. I mean, BDS, you said you would call them one of the best. Many people call them the best, even though they lost that last major grand finals. Their
That's phase erasure. That is phase erasure.
Phase are great, too. I'm not saying that.
Phase erasure.
In any case, BDS have put up such an incredible season. Nobody would deny that. Back-to-back major grand finals, but I believe the BO5s are where they haven't been able to get it done.
Very curious if that Evil Eye spotted both of the players dropping outside on patio. It's hard to tell. I don't think they got that. I mean, when the Deimos hucked the nade in, that you know that at least one player's in the vicinity. Not the greatest start for Raza Company Academy. They seem to have so much control over this map. They've been in free fall since 4 consecutive rounds, 4 unanswered rounds from BDS, and the first kill in which could be a series-defining round for BDS. Things are going great for them, and they've taken care of Perez, who throughout all 3 matches that we've seen of Raza Company Academy, he's often been that standout performer.
And this is where, if you're Raza Company Academy, you cannot stall out. You cannot afford to sit still against match points. You know, this is exactly how teams die. If you fall apart now, if you can't get some other type of pick, and it seems like they're just sitting around, Parker. They got players on window, players on square. They've got to find an opening. There it is.
And it's live of all people. He struggled to find the scoreboard throughout this contest. You know that his potential is much higher. He finds another onto Leaky Fack inside of Janitor as the giant Frenchman again goes for an ego peek, maybe even for intel from that same spot. It allows Live to move up very cavalierly towards this bomb site. Uses wisely with 30 seconds left. Has removed himself from the vicinity. He's going to go onto those Evil Eye cams to try and deny the plant. Another kill comes in from BDS as uses guns down. Blastery, the flank from Shaiko will get 1. Live inside of Janitor's doing all the work himself, but the Turkish terror Solotov will send this map into the history books. A 2-0 for BDS as they seemingly are back in fine form. Raza Company Academy, it's their first defeat here in Boston.
BDS fans were praying for a comeback, and they got just that here in game number 2. Cleanly does it on 2 of their best maps, Nighthaven and Bank. It was a bold choice from Raza Company to choose this map into BDS, but they learned the hard way why BDS are considered to be the best Bank team in the world.
A New Year period, we went to Finland on a ski trip with the whole team. It was Uno's first time like snowboarding, so I had to teach him a few things around the ropes. Like, it was kind of difficult for him. He was sliding down the hill on his back, and like he was really struggling to get up and stuff, which is not accepted, I guess, for a normal first-time snowboarder. But for a veteran professional like myself on the slopes, I was helping the guys. I think they took a lot of inspiration from me. I'm much like in Siege, to be honest.
And you can literally make that answer completely opposite. Because it went the other way around.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't good at skiing. It was terrible. I almost died like 5 times.
No, but it was a fun experience all around.
Yeah. It was important to switch the IGL to Uno because our previous IGL, Alamau, just completely gave up and broke down when it mattered the most. He was terrible, we had to get a better one, and Uno's just better.
I think that's not the case. Carl was amazing IGL. It's just his role-wise, it's hard for him in the mid-rounds where he's also kind of a star player to focus on more of the team thing, so that's where I come into picture. I can focus more of the team thing and let Carl be more free in the server.
I'm only joking, like, Alamau was a really good IGL, but he was IGL from the front line because he was a kind of aggressive entry player, and Uno's just kind of playing support for us right now, so he has a more control over how the round goes, which is better for us because we can pace differently, like fast and slow. I mean, we have a brand new team. It's only me and Alamau that are still there from the team that like won the Hammer, so obviously a lot's changed on the big picture, but I think at the level we're playing at, we're definitely back there now. Maybe even better, like the culture we have in the team is better now, and I think we resolve problems better, so that's a big positive. So yeah, I just think it's about showing up on the server because the preparation we do and the practice we have is definitely enough, so Just gotta lock in, man.
Just gotta lock in.
Gotta lock in.
They are for sure locked in if you look at their very first game at SI so far. But what a great interview we had with Doki and Uno earlier on about the IGLing change, the big storyline for G2 coming into this event. Because for the longest time, it used to be LMAO's kind of role. It's given away to Uno now. They talk about it. Maybe some disagreements here and there on the regards to the performances from individual players, but it seems like it's a really big thing for G2.
It really was, and it wasn't without any bumps in the road as well. They mentioned that trip that they had over in Finland as well, and the situation around that is they changed IGL. They had people back in Brazil for various reasons in terms of their Brazilian contingent back over in Brazil. They went on the ski trip. They hadn't scrimmed for like 3.5 weeks by the time they hit the LCQs. And it did look a little bit wobbly at the first.
Yeah.
But I think we're seeing now, they really came to fruition. I think Uno provides a very good level of consistency. Alamel's that star player that we're saying he is, and it's really, really a good thing for G2.
I think that's the main point. Just mind you, like, they decide to make this big change in game, and 3 weeks before the biggest event of the year that they're not qualified to, they just go on a ski trip. So many people just went like, what's going on? But I actually think it did them justice. These guys had amazing talent in this team. What they needed to build was cohesion. Going there instead of a bootcamp is a great way for them to build synergies out of the game as well. And it showed in game, and I'll tell you why. Because Uno's what he's bringing here in terms of in-game leadership is giving them the fundamental base that they lacked before.
That's why teams do like trust exercises and things like that. If Doki can trust Uno to pull him out of the shit on a ski slope, he can trust him inside of the server as well, and it's literally as simple as that.
I was going to say, I mean, I guess sliding off the hill together on your back kind of does do something for team building for these teams. Very good for G2, but also there is something going on at the side of Liquid. We have seen these players at numerous events, and Nesk and Palu are both about to reach 1,000 kills at SI.
I'm Paulo, and I play for Team Liquid.
I am Nesk, and I am from Team Liquid.
In everything we do, like, I think we are having fun most of the time. We are enjoying the process, you know. Sometimes it's gonna be massive, it's gonna be exhausting, but we are having fun doing it.
We don't have a great tournament in Montreal. We practice more strategies, and we can talk about our maps, you know. We can fix a lot of mistakes. We work hard in Brazil, so that's the difference between the Montreal and here. Me and Paulo have the most kill in the 6th Invitational, but I will reach the first one.
I think I will reach the first 1,000 kills.
I want to do that first. I am an entry, so it's easy to me.
The one kill that I remember the most, it's not a specific kill, but it was maybe a moment that was at my first SI at 2019. We were playing Empire. So I was like maybe 1v4 or something like that, and I won the round and was like insane to like get up and watch the crowd going crazy. Yeah.
One specific kill that I remember in the Paris Invitational 2021, I think. The first kill I have in the clutch against MIBR in my mind, it's the kill I must remember, marked on my life.
I love these kind of pieces where we get to know more about the players and about their own history with Siege, the things they remember. But, I mean, 1,000 kills at this level of an event, that has to be an insane highlight. Who do you think might reach it first? Would it be Nesk? Would it be Paulo? Who do we think?
If we follow the current trend, it should be Palu, right? He's the main fragger, the one that has the best DPS. He's also the youngest one. I'm assuming that he has the most impact in game. But you know what? If Next makes me lie, it's always a beautiful story. Like, everybody loved these two guys anyway.
I was going to say, the longevity of these two in terms of this Rainbow 16 and in terms of the organization as well. The fact that they're both broaching 1,000 kills at the same time is honestly incredible. I just think, and I hope especially for the Brazilian fans and for their fans, that they can finally get over the line with an actual event win as well.
Yeah, it's very good to see that. Love this bit of interview from these two players. There is a lot we have to talk about for these two organizations because it is our must-see for today. G2 and Liquid. We'll talk more about them after this break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Take it back, take it back. back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Two of the biggest organizations in Rainbow Six Siege going up against each other for the top spots in their group. We're talking about Liquid, we're talking about G2. When it comes down to these two teams, I mean, everyone who says they don't like Liquid is lying. You have to have some kind of positive thing to say about Liquid, about them in this history of Siege. And something else that people just love to do is love to hate on G2 every now and then. It's kind of like the Angels versus the Devils for this matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Liquid, they're always the good guys. I mean, look at the interview piece we saw between Palu and Nesk. Even when they're trash talking each other, it's always kind, it's always very friendly. Look at Doki just messing around saying Alemao is a terrible IGL. Like, you know, you literally have, in terms of character, in terms of branding for these two organizations, you've got the good guys, the White Knights, and on the other hand, the villains of any esports. Well, in-game, it's the exact same story. Look at G2 abusing the trash talk, and on the other hand, look at Liquid. Everybody loves them. It's always a big classico to see them face each other, and it's a clash in terms of attitude as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've seen them face each other a lot through the years. Obviously, most recently, it goes top left down to bottom right here. Montreal Major, Manchester Major, 6th Invitational 2024, where G2 eliminated Team Liquid. Going back further than that, Copenhagen twice, Charlotte, and all the way back to 6th Invitational 2021, the Paris COVID SI in the group stages.
You know what this means? It means that they have faced each other in every S-tier event this year. It's crazy. I mean, they are magnets. They are polar opposites, and they always face each other.
Yeah, I mean, they're no strangers to playing against each other when we look at a graphic like that. And then, of course, at SI last year, at the 2 major events in 2024 as well, absolutely huge. But for Liquid, there is one side note. Yesterday, we have to talk about it. They cannot afford to lose against an orgless team in the most prestigious event of the year.
That organization is 25 years old. And what does Liquid mean? Liquid is that top, prestigious, highly performing organization. They're the ones that put team facilities in Brazil, in the US, in the Netherlands for all of the players. They can afford a psychologist, a performance coach, a huge staff. All of this to lose to Unwanted, an orgless organization, it's always hard for them because the expectations are really high. So it's tough for them to be losing against these guys. But it seems that they're in good spirits, as you can see here, having fun with Maya, the coach here, and our friend Lagonis.
Seems very good. Hopefully they'll keep that up for the game as well. I mean, every map counts from here on as well, right? We mentioned it is about the top spots in this group. If they do win, if they lose, they let G2 overtake them. If they win, that means they're all of a sudden at the top of the group. 9 points, a 5-point difference to the team below them. And now one thing that you've really noticed, Fresh, is something that Liquid does when it comes down to the operator bans.
Yeah, this has been a long-standing thing for Team Liquid, is that they will ban operators that aren't necessarily the meta operators right now. So look on the left-hand side of your screen, Maverick, Ying, and Flores. That's their most banned attackers in the last 6 months. Ying is, of course, meta, but Maverick enables breaches. Flores, obviously good with the explosive utility, but certainly not the most abused operators on the attack. And then move your eyes over to the right-hand side of your screen. Cade, Fenrir, Goyo. Fenrir's unreal. Cade, another one for breaching. Goyo, one for time denial. But again, not the most abused operators right now. Why do Liquid do this in my mind? It's because they're good at 2 things. Of course, 1, they're good at abusing the meta operators. And 2, they're great at playing against whichever meta operators their opponent brings. And it's a real strength of theirs that they can keep as many of them in the game, because very often their opponents aren't good at dealing with a variation of the meta operators that Liquid will play.
Let's talk about their opponents as well. G2 had a great start to this SI, a 2-0 versus M80 and a day off yesterday. It is actually looking pretty good for this roster, especially having made that IGL change so short before this event.
Yeah, I think we've seen the results so far. I just want to highlight once again, and we've spoken about him, Uno has been overperforming on a support role, taking the IGL at the same time and calling for his team, and actually met him just after their victory yesterday, and he was telling me, I told him, it looks like you're in your prime. I used to play with you. You were an Ash main 5 years ago. And right now you're on the Hibana and you're even better. What's going on? And he was actually agreeing. He even said to his teammate, guys, I think I'm in my prime. Like, he's feeling it. He's 29 years old and we've never seen him better.
Love to hear that. I mean, that means that I guess for me, my prime is still about to come up as well. Great to know that. Wonderful stuff. But let's talk about the numbers though, right? We talked about this IGLing change, what it means for these teams. If we put it in numbers, what does that mean for their attacking win rate?
Yeah, so again, attacking win rate, we said across the whole tournament so far, this is where we really judge our teams. So across the whole of 2024, G2 had a 46.8% attacking win rate. Now that's actually not that bad in context. I think that's actually pretty decent. You're expecting 50% plus is where we rate our great teams. SI 2025 so far, and I do appreciate that this is only one best of 3, 66.7%. That is 20 percentage points higher because of that change in IGL, because that's where your IGLing change will have the most impact and the most effect will be in your attacks.
Obviously here we're comparing hundreds of maps with only 3 maps, so you have to take into account the sample size. The real story here is that they're better. Can they keep on being better, and can they keep on improving that attacker win rate?
And it was a very dominant result against M80, right? I feel like this will definitely be a different kind of test for G2 coming in this. But the man we're seeing right here, Doki, was talking in the interview about how they love to talk to the opponents. They had heard on the side of W7M, now Furia, talk to them too in the SI final, and they noticed how much it did to them. Do we feel like potential G2 trash talk might affect a more emotional team of Liquid today?
I think G2 are great with the mentals and the trash talk. I do, however, think Liquid, being the utmost professionals they are, they will not have the text chat enabled
It's
whatsoever.
muted.
It'll be the first
100%
thing that
it's
happens.
muted.
As soon as they get in that lobby, get the text muted. We don't want G2 inside of our heads. Maybe that's already a win for G2, you could argue. But yeah, no, I don't think Liquid will be as affected by that as M82 were.
Let's talk about the map picks as well. A best of 3 once again for these two teams. Curious to see what kind of maps we'll be heading to. Our bands are rolling in.
So far, no big surprise. As you can see, Liquid removing Skyscraper and Bank, two amazing G2 maps. The pick from G2 is Lair. Not a big surprise. That's their second most preferred map here. And also a map that, if I'm not wrong, Team Liquid lost yesterday against Unwanted, against an Orgulous team. That's a recent VOD and also a show of failure for Liquid.
Yeah, Lair seems to be G2's map in recent times, certainly in the last 30 days. Liquid are going to pick into Chalet. It's an absolute favourite of theirs. They love the map as well. And G2 for them, it's I'd say a reasonably middle of the road map.
Yeah, Liquid are on a 5-win streak on Chalet. No big surprise here, but for G2, it's actually the map that they lost to Liquid in Manchester, and that sent them in the lower bracket. They've played it recently 3 times, all 3 times against Matchco, a tier 2 team that is playing very well though, and they lost it twice, so not a big map for them.
One of those maps they were running around with Rook and Vigil Boss G every single round. Great map, actually, in fairness for the spectator. As we move through, Consular is going to be the decider. Now, both teams, it's an absolute comfort map. It's an absolute staple map for them. So I think if we do get there, that's going to be good. It's a big technical map. It's a strategic map. And obviously, both of these teams are 2 of the best teams in the world at the theory side of it. And they have unbelievable players to back that up.
Yeah, 2 of the best teams in the world, of course, deserves 2 of the best voices we've got maybe at this tournament as well. I mean, we have a soft spot for them. They're from our region as well. We do have Ace and Des for G2 and Liquid.
Thank you very much, Anne. Very, very sweet of you. And a wonderful desk as well by the guys overall to break down this game. It is a storied one, Tim. You heard them speaking about it in Siege, 2 of our most storied organisations, but I'd actually say it transcends just Siege. I'd say across all of esports. These are 2 of the most well-known brands, so it's always great to see them go head-to-head, and Lair feels like a wonderful place to start it. I think in this V2 overall, G2 would probably come out on top, though, Lair being one of those maps that I look at and just think, you know what? This is theirs, and the reason why I say that, for any team that has played it at least once around the world, G2 have got the best win rate on this map. They played Lair when it first came out. They've rocked it ever since, and I think they're going to be really hard to beat here.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. You know, we spoke about this. We spoke about how E1 at the time, now Raza Company, how their performances on Lair had driven that map in Brazil a little bit because teams had to learn it quickly because otherwise they were losing to them. So I think Liquid are going to come out here. I wouldn't expect them to be slouchers on Lair.
Absolutely not. And just again to remind you, if blue team starts on defense, there is currently a little bug in the game visual, of course, where the bans are actually reversed. So what you're seeing here is that G2 have banned away the Monty and the Maverick ban has come out of Liquid instead. Monty ban, not at all surprising. Liquid with Lagonis especially, they absolutely love playing Monty. It's kind of considered his go-to crutch. You'll see him on Blitz a lot as a result of that still being available here, and of course Blackbeard is still an option available to them. On the other side of things, I think it's more about target bans for Liquid. Fresh himself said that you see sometimes some what you might call funky bands coming out from Team Liquid, Tim, but here with the Maverick and the Tuberal, one that you might look at and think, what's that all about? Again, more aiming in towards G2 here. The Maverick ban for me just screams that we're looking towards the Mask's wall being kept closed on that top floor defense. And Tuberal, Kaid, well, they go together like bread and butter, Tim. You want to make sure they're out there as a pairing. So, looking pretty good. I'm liking how things are setting up here. We'll see what they can bring to their attacking side of this map. It's Liquid starting on the attack, G2 on the defense. Let's get into it, Tim, and see who walks away with the lion's share of these points. I hope we get all 3 maps, but you never know what you're going to get coming into this. Not forgetting as well that G2 didn't play yesterday. They had the day off, so had a little bit more time to sit and watch Liquid, and maybe there's a few surprises in wait here for Liquid. The G2 on day 1 did play against M80, Tim, who I think it's pretty fair to say we're a little bit disappointed.
Yes, I think, you know, it's probably fair to say that.
They have warmed up, bear in mind, don't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's fair to say that of NA across the board on day 1. But they came back with vengeance on day 2, so that is certainly no slight at the region. They did fantastically well yesterday. And some of my favourite teams so far in the tournament to watch have been coming out of NA. Unwanted particularly, I'll give it out to. They look absolutely fantastic so far. Very, very entertaining to watch. And I think I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, I apologise if I'm wrong, I think it was a tweet from Mint who basically said like, oh, you know, we're just a bunch of guys who got together because we still enjoy playing together and we still want to do this. And, you know, look how well it's going. It's been fantastic for them.
Certainly no complaints on that side while things are underway. As you'd expect, it's more about the early stage, about getting these drones out. In this case, the Roteros, but also sniffing out exactly what the setup is coming out of the other side. You got Loira on that Bandit. As I mentioned, with the Maverick being taken away, I think you'll see a lot of denial coming in on towards this masked wall, and that is 100% going to be Loira's focus. You have got Alamau sniffing around on these back windows, which is why you're seeing here Lagona's constantly turning around, because if Alamau gets into position, he gets on the window, he can kill everyone on the outside here. But they have gone for both of their hard breaches to make sure this wall gets opened up. At least one part's opened up, Tim. They haven't got the whole thing opened up, so can't use it as an entry point, but there is a little bit of threat here, a little bit of a draft blowing through the site here for G2.
The entry battles, of course, as always, are going to be very important in this one. Who can come away with that early advantage? You're going to be looking towards, obviously we've spoken about those 1,000 kills, going to be looking towards people like Nesk on the side of Team Liquid to be coming in here on the attack and giving the Brazilians a little bit of a platform to work from. Palu as well, of course, you're always going to be looking towards for those big numbers. For the time being, it's the Twitch drone going in, just clearing out that utility. We always see it around the bathroom window, around that side of the map. Try and just create that little bit of a path on in. Nitro right at Palu's feet. Absolute beauty from his fellow Brazilian. Loira saying, hello, welcome to Lair, and goodbye, all in the same sentence.
Oh, great shot onto Blaz, though. Shows half ahead for, what, less than half a second, and Nesk has got his number. We spoke a lot about the numbers that him and Paolo are both racing to potentially throughout this series. Uno down with the shotgun, but this is it. Liquid have pulled the trigger and said it's time to march in towards site, but Uno, who cares about being an IGL team? He's fragging out so far. 2 kills in the round. Nest down to 1 HP to his name, and otherwise it's all up to Lagonis, who, as I mentioned, likes to play on these shields. Here, of course, is that to play on the hard breach. Has still found Doki, and now things are down to a 2 versus 2. Current IGL and former coming up against Liquid. 1 on his backside, and Nest has got it all to do against 2. A smoke coming out, and the problem here for Nestim, he gets even a single whiff of that gas, and he's down and out.
You know, if anybody can do it, it is potentially Next. Manages to find himself another one onto Uno. Leaves us now in a 1v1, but Alamau is there waiting. He knows exactly where he's going to push from. Doesn't take the kill onto Lagonis. More focused on the need to make sure he gets that one onto Nest. Closes it out. That's going to be round 1 going to G2.
They spoke about them being consummate professionals on the desk, and Liquid was straight away would be in there. Mute all. Do not listen to a single word that Alamau is going to throw in all chat. And sure enough, after that first round, there's already a question mark in all chat. What's going on, guys? You lost down to 1v2? What a shame. Anything he can do to try and get a bit of an advantage, you know, Alamau is going to be making best use of. So G2 taking the first round up on the top floor in, I wouldn't say 100% convincing fashion. It was a close round. I think both teams approached it really well. I look back at the game that we cast from Liquid over the first couple of days, and my big concern was it was a bit too slow and composed for them, and it became very predictable. In their game against Unwanted turtled up, were playing very, very well in the defense, really making sure they had layers that Liquid had to work through, and often saw that clock being starved down towards 0, and it gave them a good few rounds on this very map. So I think here at least Liquid have shown a bit more bite. They were willing to pull the trigger when there was plenty of time left on the clock, and they're not going to find themselves sweating as much as maybe previous. That said, it was top floor. There is not as much to clear. Now that we step down onto this first floor, they've got to work their way in across the top and then worry about site itself. If you ignore this top floor, well, G2 showed Amazing what happens if you ignore top floor. Doki with a wonderful shot onto a Maverick through a small sliver that had been opened up in the wall. It showed, hey, you've got to go and clear that top floor if you want to find a way through. And to help with that task, Lagonis, well, he's off thermite duty, Tim. He's across onto the Blackbeard here. Not the blitz that I thought we might see him stepping onto for now. It's going to be our most recently reworked operator, now with a pretty scary rifle to chuck on top of that shield and do some serious damage.
Straight away getting the external breach open. It's going to immediately apply a little bit of pressure to G2 inside of things here, but lots more work for Liquid to do, of course, before they can start thinking about that site, and that's going to be heading up towards the top floor particularly. We've got 3 G2 players up there for the time being, and we've also got Uno just sort of floating in between. Nade comes down, but it's going to be Alamau taking Maya down with an opener. Blackbeard right up in the face of Uno here. Can he come away with a win?
No.
Honest Palu managed to get a kill apiece, and all of a sudden things swing. It looked good for G2, but Liquid definitely on top of things right now.
Liquid were just so hell-bent on removing Uno off these stairs that they could push down in the fashion that you've seen Lagonis and Nest do, but because it was the Kiva barriers blocking off that longer angle, That was the main reason why there was constant grenades coming on down, but once that's been removed, it's a beautiful bit of team play coming out from Liquid to unsettle G2. They get 2 kills in a flurry, and now they've got, what, 2 players left to deal with the shield. Lagonis looking the wrong way, gets bitten off, and Alamau is in for another 2K in this round, Tim. He's up against his Brazilian brethren, he's giving nothing back, but Palu finds one, resets the close, and Liquid take round 2. One apiece.
That's exactly the start that we wanted here, Des. That is exactly the sort of start that we wanted. Both of them coming in, having their moments, getting themselves around a piece and fighting hard here on Lair. I've got a feeling that we've called this already. The analysts have called this one the El Clasico of S-tier Siege. It really is. When these two teams come together, last time we saw it only in Montreal, it went to overtime. There is always fireworks, and I'm hoping that we get plenty more where that came from today.
And I'm sure we will find plenty. As said, a really storied matchup between these two teams, but more than that, just the fact of what it means in this group. Dropping points yesterday is a bit of a stinger, I think, for Liquid, if nothing else. That reminder again, if you finish first in your group, you get that instant bye into the second round of the upper bracket. You get an extra life there. You get to skip out on potentially losing in round 1. You finish in second to third place, well, you start in the first round of the upper bracket. No extra life for you. You finish in 4th, it ain't pretty. You find yourself starting life in the lower bracket. You have no extra lives. If you lose, you are out and your run is done. Will only really come into effect once we hit phase 2 on Sunday. But it's all about farming as many points as you can here in the group stage, and every map contributes towards that. So constantly having close series is certainly not going to do you any favors, and losing, as Liquid experienced, is certainly not going to help either, especially when other teams around them are starting to warm up. I spoke about M18, how they looked better yesterday. That's where I start to get a little bit nervous for them. Into the base we go, though, Tim. Let's see how things shape up. You've got Alamau moving away from the smoke and instead now stepping onto the clash. Acknowledging, I think, that if there are shields being played on the other side, Lagonis has dropped away from the thermite, and now that he's playing on the shields, fair time to get some kind of response to that. And I think things like the smoke and the clash are certainly going to help there, as well as the 2 C4s that sit in back pocket. Also worth noting for Liquid yesterday, Tim, we didn't see a lot of shields out of them. It was something we were expected to see, but didn't get too much of. Saying that, Liquid have gone pretty fast here and found themselves at least losing 1, but have found 2 in the process. And they are in, Tim. They are inside 45 seconds. What is this transformed Liquid that we've seen compared to yesterday?
Doki's standing up to them well, though. He's managed to get a double. They've still got a shield to deal with. Lagonis on the blitz, just trying to push his way in. But look, G2 have got the vertical. They watch in the doorway. Blast cuts him down, leaving it now all up to Palu. 1 versus 3. He's got a clash in his face. There's surely no way. Blast cuts him down, round over. G2, they stood up really well to that. You've got to feel that they were prepared for that rush coming in.
They certainly looked it. I think when they spoke about the pace yesterday, when we saw them stacking up against Unwanted dealt with these kind of rushes from Liquid really, really well. It's what really impressed me about them. They weren't getting caught off guard by the sudden change from very slow and composed rounds to this much more breakneck speed style from Liquid. And G2 are showing the same. They've dealt with the slower play. They've dealt with the much quicker one as well. And although it's only 2-1, it's definitely a good start for G2. Looking cozy on the defense. And Liquid, they'll be the ones now scratching their heads thinking about what they can do. And already I'm looking at the operator lineup for round 4. That shield has been dropped away. We've got Maya stepping across onto the Old Faithful. The Deimos being brought along. I'm hoping we see some magic start to fly here for them, because that bottom site is where we've seen victory for teams that were able to crack the first 2. But with G2 winning 2 of the 3, it could turn out to be a pretty ugly half for Liquid if things carry on at the pace they are.
Look at the passion coming out of G2 there. You just know how much it means. Obviously, 6 Invitational, it means a lot to every one of these teams. But when you get a matchup like this that keeps happening over and over again, these are the ones that the players dream of. Intercontinental matchups, the ones you don't get to play every day, every stage, the ones that you've got to wait for the biggest tournaments for, and they are delivering a huge matchup right now. G2 going to take us up to the top floor in round 4. 2-1 so far. I think reasonably comfortable defense from G2. They've stood up to a number of different types of attack from Liquid. I like that Liquid are switching things up. They're doing things a little bit differently each time, but G2 certainly seem awake and alert to the danger.
For sure. Let's see how the second quarter goes. To speak about this breakdown of maps into quarters rather than halves. You see those first 3 rounds play out. You normally have a rotation of 3 sites. You then see that repeated again. It's always a good time for a coach to step in after the first 3 and correct anything that appears to be going wrong. But Hugsword didn't really thought they'd see much going on. And Loira there, I think, probably biting off more than he can more than he can chew. It's between rounds where actually we've seen a bit of the smack talk still coming out from Alamau, whereas Paolo now sees the chance to bite back a little bit. holding on a little bit too long on the wall is going to pay the price here and fall down. Not the dream start for G2, but for Liquid, it's an entry well earned. That mask wall is now opened up. I spoke about it before, being a bit of a point of contention. It has been re-blocked up by Doki on the Azami here as well. If nothing else, sure, they can get up close, they can destroy it, they can shoot it, whatever. It's more the indication that that is the intent coming in from Liquid. If they do hear it broken away, that they know what the step-in's going to be. For Liquid, quite a lot of focus coming in towards Ops at this point. Nesk's found one, found two. Blaz and Uno put into an early grave, and now Doki falls, challenging onto Ops at the same time. Liquid have just rolled over this round, Tim. It's pretty much guaranteed to be a 2 apiece unless Alamal can bring down Loira and then turn and bring down 4 more all by himself.
Certainly a big ask for Alamau here. He's not even going to find the first flawless round for Liquid as Resets manages to get him cut down. And again, it's just back and forward here. Back and forth, neither of them being able to find a real advantage in terms of layer 2-2. This is honestly edge of the seat already. This is absolutely what I was dreaming of when I woke up this morning that I would get between these two. So we continue on into round 5. G2 have 2 more rounds on the defense. They are going to be looking to get themselves an advantage here. They want to get that 4-2 half. They want to give themselves something before they go onto the attack because they know that nothing is going to come easily for them.
For neither team, no. And again, we knew it would be a battle. We said it coming in as well. And although we look back at the history, I think you looked into this before, right? The number of times these teams have faced off and who's got the record, I believe 9 times they've played, and it's G2 have only won 3 of those. In recent history, there was the best of 1 that was played back in Montreal. Liquid won on Chalet 8-6. That's where we're going to our next match. It'll be a great rematch to see things shaping up. All of the results from history, the rosters were quite different. Let's not forget, Liquid added in Maya on G2. It's a completely different team to 2 years ago that won SI back in 23. Obviously, they're trying to repeat that success once again. We've seen them throughout the year, constantly qualify through LCQs. That's a fun story for you to think about it. Every tournament this year, both majors and SI, G2 have had to battle in through the LCQs. Their stage play has not been pretty, but they've always found a way to make it to a major. Thing is, it doesn't always then go super well. Back in Manchester, they lost out to FearX, who around the world many consider to be consistently the weakest team at these tournaments. In fact, they're not even here for this one. Yet G2 lost out 2-1 to them. They fell in Phase 2 back in Montreal. Here they are in the Phase 1 start for 6th Invitational. How far will they go? If there's a trend going, you'd assume Phase 3, but nothing is guaranteed when it comes to a big international tournament like this. Liquid again now focused on getting these walls up. I mentioned without the Maverick on side, you see a lot of denial in this first half, only for the Bandit because Kaid is banned away. Liquid so far has shown very little problem, I think, in getting these walls opened up where it's necessary.
Loira then just having a little lurk around, but it's going to be Blaz doing the damage. Manages to take down Nesk with a Nitro. You always love those utility kills, squeezing every drop that you can out of your operator, and it's a freebie as well. Very rarely are you going to be challenged when you throw in that explosive out. So perfect start for G2 to the round, getting themselves another entry on the board. How about this though? Maya currently on the hunt. He knows that there's one ahead, but he doesn't know exactly where. It's Doki on the vigil with the Boss G. He's gonna have to hit that first shot, and he doesn't see Maya as he comes through the breach, through the rotation, and takes Doki down to level things up 4 versus 4.
Alrighty. Love it when things keep nice and tight between the two. Of course, with the round being off, it's not particularly ideal. I think we've had a bit of a game freeze there, so we'll get a re-host in. Not a bad time to do it when we're sat at 2 apiece. To show that the two teams have been pretty competitive all the way through so far. What I like is how it's felt like a classic heavyweight between both sides where multiple members are getting involved and punching back at each other time and time again. We've had a bit of smack talk, a little bit of rivalry. Alamau coming up against any Brazilian team, you just know what you're walking into, Tim. But once that's resolved, we'll get back underway with round 5.
It just adds to the tension, doesn't it? It just adds to the tension. Just a little sit down, a little tech pause, a little rest for both of the teams, and it's been such an even affair so far between the two of them that you don't know how this might affect. I think obviously Lagonis there looking like he's just having some sound issues. Headset is off and they're going to be having a look at that, and we will obviously get everybody back and sorted just as quickly as we can do.
Take long. Normally it's more about, again, breaking the fourth wall. It's normally about the lobby reconstruction that is the main barrier, I suppose. It's getting players in a certain order, so player cams are all nice and lined up, and it's also lined up with how they sit at their desks. It's an interesting one that I thought about, and it's really not like a big thing, obviously, but with the IGL swapping over on the side of G2, Uno now holds that middle seat, whereas previously it was Alamau. Of course, you can probably gather this one from a little bit of common sense, but if you're the leader of a team, it's always good to be sat in the middle, and the rest of it can be based on several factors. Do players particularly play quite close together? Do you see them playing first and second entry as a pairing? Is there someone droning for someone else? It can really be a mixture of factors to determine how players then order themselves, but it isn't just like they plunk themselves down and go, oh, cool, I like this seat, I'll stay here. There's always a reason why teams order themselves the way that they do on LAN. I can hear a lot of noise on the B stream, by the way. Sounds exciting.
It certainly does. The thing is, when you get towards day 3, you start getting into the games that really feel like, obviously every game matters, but these ones really start feeling like they're getting some teeth to them. You know, we've seen everybody now. We know what everybody's kind of doing, what they're about, so we get a much better chance to build those expectations of how results are maybe going to go. But we're also looking towards those groups as well, and we're looking and thinking, maybe we're getting a better idea about who's going to be sinking towards the bottom, that 5th place that nobody wants, maybe heading home early. And that's where it really starts to build the tension. That's where these group phase games really start to build day 3, day 4. You're getting towards those answers. Maybe teams that have lost a couple and you think, no, they've got wins in them, but time starts running out. They come towards the end of the road. They don't have forever to get those wins. And that's what we're sort of coming up against now. And also on the flip side of that, of course, in a game like this one, we're not necessarily talking about who's going to be going, but who's going to be taking those top spots, who's going to be getting the big advantages going into the second phase of the tournament. G2, of course, has only played once, but had 1 win. Liquid a win and a loss. So, you know, they're fighting for every point they can get now, knowing that they need to keep themselves up towards the top of that table.
You will, of course, get the update from the desk after this game is done, but just to recap on that, like, Liquid sit in second place on 5 points, G2 are in third on 4. But of course, that's like not ignoring that G2 have played only 1 series so far and Liquid have played 2. In case you're curious, Unwanted currently sit at the top with 2 wins. 1 that they won 2-0, 1 they won 2-1. They've got 7 points. And M80, after 2 series, sit on 4 points in 4th place. The blessing for them, I guess, is that Joel, well, currently they are way down and out of it, Tim. They are 0-3, have not won a single map. So by the grace of Joel, M80 may well be the ones making it through in 4th place. Of course, there's still today and tomorrow and the day after to get through in terms of group stages. A lot can change in that time. A single series win for Joel against one of these teams. And M80 are then starting to shake a little bit. It starts to get a bit worrisome for them. We'll see, of course, how things continue to build up on that side. But given M80 have already beaten Joel, it kind of feels like the risk or where the head-to-head between those 2 teams could exist, it's already been eliminated. And I don't mean to be horrible to Joel here, Tim, but you really fancy him going on to beat G2, for example? Probably not with how they've played so far.
You know, we've got to be realistic. I think, you know, again, we're getting towards that point where we've seen teams a few times now. You know, the benefit of the doubt is over. It's not necessarily a huge criticism of Joel. Obviously, you know, their situation being what it is. We know there's been a bit of illness there. They've kind of, you know, they've got Leader and Noodle have come in and they've had to try and build this roster, this team. You know, they've done fantastically well, to be fair, given the circumstances. But yes, you know, coming into that game, if you're G2, you're going to be expecting to pick up the win.
Whew, well, I'm sure it's sorted in just a moment. Still waiting for our lobby to get built back up. In fact, it just appeared on my left-hand screen, which is always a good sign. So players will be getting back in, and then we can get this game back underway. Tim, this is normally about the time where we go off topic because I'm aware that we can stand here as casters and go round for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes talking about the same points and talking about these teams. How are you enjoying Boston so far?
I'm loving it. It's great. Like I've said, we went out for a little walk last night. Got a little milkshake.
Good Shake Shack on the go.
It feels like a very chill city. You know, it's kind of, I've been to a lot of cities.
Yeah.
Traffic doesn't feel quite as crazy. It's
you know what I think? It almost feels, and it sounds weird to say, a little bit European with some of the architecture.
It's not crazy to say, though. If you think about, you know, a lot of the east coast of the US, obviously there was, you know, a lot of people from Europe sort of heading in this direction. And so, yeah, you do get that kind of European architecture here and stuff. It's obviously one of the older cities in the US as well. So, you know, compared to a lot of maybe the other cities that I've been to around the country, you know, all of which have been fantastic. But Boston's got a real kind of older vibe to it. It's really nice. I like it.
Well, mate, continue. I've enjoyed a few days walking around. I did take that real big risk of getting my hair cut in a new city. That always feels like a gamble, because you're used to having like a barber at home that you rely on for these things, and you go abroad, you're like, you want your haircut? And it's a bit of a chance to just kind of Google a place and be like, yeah, I got good reviews, I'll go there. To be fair, the guy did an all right job. I mean, you need a haircut, Tim. I'll take you around to that barber I went to the other day if you want. It's done me or eat.
I think I'll sort my own out.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You made me laugh the other day when you were saying, like, you've not clean shaved in age. We're talking about, like, you know, sometimes I'll shave down to nothing, sometimes I have a beard. And I was like, you use the same shaver the whole head over.
I shaved my head. I can't go to clean fish.
Why?
Because it's not a look.
Is it not?
It's not a look.
You got to show me a picture. I need to see it.
No.
Have you ever done, like, head and, like, facial hair completely shaved off? No.
I don't. No.
I really want to see it.
I quite enjoy being married. And
You think she'd leave you genuinely?
I'm not sure it'll continue if I did that. I'll be honest. I don't know if she's watching or not, but
You'll get a text
we'll see if I get
You'll get a text saying, no, it will not. You keep that small bit of hair that you've still got left on your head, Tim. Well, we are back in the game, which is the good news. Thank you for sticking with us for that little delay. We're back in on round 5. It's 2 apiece. If you are just tuning in, welcome. We've seen both teams really going at it so far, but a little bit of smack talk in all chat, all the kind of drama you want for a game just like this. Liquid have introduced Shields back into their lineup. We saw them really playing without it yesterday against Unwanted on this map, and I thought, are we going to see much more coming? The answer's been a bit mixed. We're still going this on it once or twice. The Blackbeard coming out to play. Otherwise, it's been mainly seeing him on things like the Thermite, but more for this top floor than anything else, because getting the mask wall open is a bit of a challenge when you haven't got a Maverick. That was one of our operator bans, where you can't see them at the top of your screen. But we saw the Monty band away, we saw the Maverick band away, and a mix of things. Honestly, Tim, I forget what the defender bans were at this point. I'll find out in a moment and remind you of that one, but the Maverick going away does mean that you need to make use of both of these hard breaches to get a wall opened up if a bandit is being played. But at least this time around, G2 have dropped away from playing the bandit, meaning this wall should get opened up that little bit easier.
We're going straight onto it. We've got the old Thermite one side, Ace on the other, so that it makes it very difficult to be able to do anything about it. There's no tricking going to be there anyway. There's no electricity, but good practice. Just get that breach completely open. Rotero drone will be locked in. I won't say that it's a waste. It was going to get shot. It's forced the player back up rocket stairs, but it's not taking any utility or anything. It got spotted out before it had the opportunity to do so. And gonna have a nice big jump from the Twitch drone of Ness there. I think just relocating himself, looking for something elsewhere. This time the Rotero finds its target, just going to be taking down that barbed wire. So very much in that early phase still from Liquid. First half of the round, clear out as much of that utility as you can. Ness is doing great work there. Takes down an FNAT, takes down a Goo Man. We've got barbed wire out of the way. Liquid are really clearing a path for themselves here.
Little heads up to a bit of a back and forth like discussion about this as well. It's also worth raising as the Des spoke about it. Neska Palu nearing 1,000 kills at SI throughout their careers. That would be one hell of an achievement. Almost a little bit bittersweet in a way, because we've said for years now, Tim, if not now, when do Liquid win a big tournament? And it's still looking for that elusive SI win, despite being arguably two of the best players that the game will ever see. I think they're pretty close at this point. Palu nearing 900. Neski's about 939 coming into the competition. And more on that in a moment after this news break. Here we go in, though. But already, we've seen Liquid falling down. A 5v4, a 5v3. Loira into a second, getting rid of one of the two players I was just speaking about. And G2 looking pretty in control of this round. And look who's waiting. It's Blaz on the corner. And I'm not sure they have any idea that he's here, Tim.
No, I don't think they do. Lagonis manages to find Loira. This could be make or break for the round. If Liquid are aware of his position and get the kill onto Blaz, then they're going to really create themselves some space to play into. But if they haven't been able to get one of those few remaining drones in and find him, which they didn't, he's going to pay the price. Nest taken down. Blaz gets a kill, 4v2, and surely that breaks the back of the attack. But no, Recess, he's got something to say. Lagonis, he's getting the plant down here. They've found a bit of space, but surely it's over. Lagonis has to go guns up. 3 in the round for Blaz. Well held by G2.
So patient from G2. I think is the key thing I want to remark on there. Normally, well, I say normally. I think back to games that I've seen throughout the tournament so far, and W7M is the one that really jumps to mind back on day one. When they knew any kind of pressure was building up, they would swing. And in fact, it was on this exact map they were doing that. They didn't care, knowing that 2 or 3 players are pushing in towards ops. They would happily swing and take a gunfight. Sometimes it worked out because they kept the other side on their toes. They weren't quite sure when pressure would come or not. It actually worked pretty well for W7M back on day one. But I think what you're seeing here is a lot of patience being shown by G2, which I really, really appreciate. It was only after Blaz had been sat here for, what, 60 seconds as they danced around in this bathroom hallway that he finally made his move, and here you can see him picking up the 2 kills. Just really good patience, really good discipline, not getting too ahead of themselves, and playing the man advantage that they had from early on in that round.
Here we go then. Final defensive round for G2 as they try to get that elusive 4-2 half. They've been having Liquid battle back at them repeatedly so far. They're going to go down to the basement. Now, when it comes to the basement, we've seen this site defensively lost quite a few times so far at SI Des. It's been a tricky one for people to hold on to. We've seen different attacks working. We've seen people taking top and mid floor. We've seen people going laterally. The one that I remember, though, particularly is Liquid against Unwanted. They were 3 versus 2. This was the site that Hot and Cold went on the score pass up to the second floor, came down and just ruined all of Liquid's plans. So they're going to need to make sure that they're paying full attention to the map. That's why I bring that up. Use those drones, use that intel, make sure you know where every single G2 player is. There's no score pass on side this time, they'll be glad to know, but you've still got to be cautious over those flanks. Have we accounted for everything?
Just to come back to that earlier point as well about the 1,000 kills at SI, in case you're really keen on the numbers and want to follow along with us here, coming into this game, Nesk, I believe, was on 976 kills. He gets 24 in this series. He's over 1,000 kills, and I believe Tim would be the only player to have achieved that accolade throughout their career. It would be ludicrously impressive. Parlo, as you said, isn't far behind. I would back him to get it at this tournament. He needs 103 kills, of which he's already got 40. So there are 2 players to meet it at the same tournament. It just feels a little bit special, given we've seen these guys, like I say, as bread and butter, that pairing that are inseparable.
Yeah, I think needing 20, it's definitely going to happen today for Nest. Needing 24, you know, even if he only gets 2 maps. Well, I say definitely, maybe not, but he's got a few so far, and I think, yeah, I think we see 3 maps, and I think we pretty much are going to see that milestone for him. And it'll be a moment to behold, certainly, like you say, you know, what a contribution, not just to the game, but to 6 Invitational as a tournament as well. 1,000 kills across all of those 6 Invitationals is, you know, absolutely phenomenal going. But it's interesting to note, Paolo, of course, is close, but with 1 less SI, he wasn't at SI 2018. Nesk had 73 kills at SI 2018, so, you know, he had a little bit of a head start, and Paolo
the question of who's the
very
GOAT,
nearly caught him up.
Who's the GOAT is still going to go back and forth for a long, long time. The GOAT of Brazil, maybe, at least. I think there's plenty of others around the world that will challenge for that accolade, but here we go. Paolo stepping forwards. Oh, just hit the smoke there, putting him off for a slight second. Otherwise, that probably was a kill coming his way. Blaz, a little bit of a panic attack on his screen, but finds Maya off the back of it. Lagona's getting out Uno's while these verticals are in G2's favour. Tim, we spoke about these so many times, but Nesk has got in the right spot to go for a plant. Problem is there are G2 players on either side of him here, and it's not looking pretty when one of them is a clash. There's 1 left standing, and Doki collects both. G2 with a really solid first half here on Lair.
Yeah, that was really nice from G2. Like I said, we've seen them struggle to, we've seen everybody sort of struggle a little bit to defend that basement at times, but G2 locked it down, and it was recognising the importance of that vertical play. As I said, coming in, Liquid needed to make sure that they were fully in control of the map and fully understanding exactly where everybody G2 was and where they were playing and what their intention was. Blaz has slipped through the net there, and he's done them some real damage. He's got up above. That's the important kill. When he gets the kill onto Maya, and the reason that I sort of say that he slipped through the net is because Maya just ran headlong into him. Liquid weren't fully aware of his position, so Blaz gets the kill, completely secures that mid-floor, and can then just rain fire down upon Liquid from above. And you can see, I think, the frustration on Lagonis' face there. They know that they've kind of let that one get away from them a bit.
Just feel it. And looking at there as a map, I mean, I said it earlier on for G2, if you look at any team that's played this map more than once, Dark Zero, for example, have played it once, won it once. They haven't yet lost on this map since it came into the map pool. Or really came out overall, to be fair. It's quite a new map that we've got overall. G2 have played it 5 times, won it 4 of those. They have got the best win rate on this map of any team around the world that has played it more than once, excluding some of our more minor regions. Look across the major regions where you tend to see a high level of competition. G2 are currently, I'd say undisputedly, the best team on this map, bar none. One thing that really did impress me, and I think it was Leo who asked me for this stat at the previous event, was Death's trade. How often are G2 trading back Deaths when one of their teammates die? How often is someone there to respond? I think they're like the 2nd best team over the last 6 months at this on Lair. 21% of their deaths that they lose are then traded back the other way. The only team, interesting, that is better is Oxygen. Now, that surprised me a little bit to see that stat line, but of course there's a reason why you should keep a very close eye on them throughout this competition as well. We saw the use of the fuse like this yesterday, actually one of the games that we saw, and what I love about this, they're being baited out a little bit, Tim, by the fact that there are Stelmas on the wall. However, that fuse charge really could have done some damage to Reset if he wasn't careful. He does manage to keep one side of the wall closed, but that fuse does scare him away. That now means G2 have got a point of ingress into this site.
I was absolutely terrified for Resets for a second there. I thought, so him putting that battery down, I thought, you're going to bite the dust here when those pucks start coming through, but he did manage to get away with it. How about that for a challenge? Nesk aggressive onto the door, but Alamai prepped and ready. Manages to cut him down. Entry goes in the direction of G2. They've got control of ops. This is good. They can start applying that pressure from multiple sides now. That's something that we've seen important on this top side of Lair, is getting a couple of angles of aggression going on. Try to push in one dimension, it can be a tough one.
All right, well, yet again, G2 have walked away with the entry is the key one. And not forgetting Tim, of course, we've had that side swap now. We get to see what they can do on the attack. That's going down, all the rechargeables gone. Leisure still on side with his still ticking on through, so it's not the end of the world, but still a key bit of utility to have taken away from the team. Setting themselves set up more than anything else. A few players scattered around ops here and droning in towards Mask. Uno actually is outside the breach with the diffuser in hand, which again just screams that this is going to be their point of execution. It's about the backstab you've now got to watch out for, but Uno is dead. Like I said to him, he had the diffuser. Without that, they're in trouble. G2 have pushed in. It's gone all wrong. Reset has broke the back of this team, and it doesn't matter about the backstab from Blaz. That's also been handled. G2 have crumbled when they looked about set to pull this off. Alamau with 2 more left to find, but surely, Tim, Lagonis and Paolo don't give him this one.
You'd really have to think that they can lock it down, but this is winnable for Alamau. He brings it back to a 1v1. He's against Lagonis, who's super low health. There's G2 might just rescue this from the jaws of defeat. I'm not sure Alamau knows exactly where he is, but he's just hedging his bets here. He heard a bit of movement. He knows he's going to come one side or the other. The question is, who sees who first? 15 seconds. Alamau needs to find him. Lagonis just needs to survive. He's trying to avoid this gunfight. He's running away, and he catches him. Alamau goes in without being guns up, and Lagonis takes advantage, wins the fight. Liquid clinging on. I think Resets would have had every right to be frustrated if that round wasn't won. He had a huge play in the middle of it, stepping out, getting the kill onto it. It was a risk. Looking out of the breach is always a risk. Takes Uno down, flips 180 and hits Doki coming in through Ops Corridor as well. Brilliant stuff from Resets.
I've been heaping quite a lot of praise. In fact, we both have over the last few days. We've heaped a lot of praise onto Resets.
I think it's. I don't think he's underrated, but he's kind of overlooked sometimes because you've got Paolo Meyer. It's
underappreciated is the word.
It's so easy to overlook, but he does such important work.
A big part for Resets, I think, is he came in at the same time when Ash joined, if you remember, like way back when for Liquid. It feels like at this point, and. It wasn't quite the same Liquid. It's always a problem when you change players on a big organization. You know, Liquid being one of them. G2 a great example as well. There's always doubt. There's a lot of judgment on players. I look back at Uno as a wonderful example. Like, there was a lot of kind of pressure put onto him, a lot of criticism levied his way. We're seeing the same thing now about Blaz and to a degree Loira, but I think Loira's definitely stepped up and rose to the occasion and above the criticism that's came his way. But Resets, I think so far this competition, for me, I mentioned it on Twitter earlier, but I was looking at our top 20 players. Resets is in that top 20, and for me, even without looking at numbers, you know, I've included a couple of players that weren't on that list. I said Resets for me is just impressing every time I watch him play. And yes, of course, we're talking about him off the back of a really nice play. There's rounds where he'll do nothing, of course, 100%. But in that moment, he has basically won it for his team because he found out those 3 players that were trying to work on the west side. He's got rid of the diffuser. He's got rid of Doki on the entry. Beautiful stuff.
The other thing it's showing us there, Des, whilst we've got a little bit of downtime, you know, we can break that down a little bit further. The other thing that it's showing us is this position. We're seeing it now. This is the double from Resets. He gets Uno, he gets Doki. It's the position, though, if you look at it. It's showing how critical that position is proving to be for that top floor defense. That is not the only time that we have seen attackers completely foiled by somebody in that position at this 6 Invitational. Remember Hot and Cold on the Clash? Just absolutely dominated that position, would not be moved, and they just couldn't get in against him. And it was, again, Liquid that had that same problem. You know, they've used it then, they've reversed it, and they've said, you know, we can recognize the importance of that position in and around Desk, playing in and around Masks, and just making it so difficult for the attackers to move. And Resets has done a brilliant job there to win the round for them.
Alrighty, well, back into the game again in just a moment. Again, aware that these rehosts, these technical pauses can be a bit of a nuisance, but we are halfway there. G2 all back in lobby, just waiting on Liquid. What you got planned while you're out? In fact, we've already booked to go and watch a game, haven't we, this weekend?
A sports game.
Yeah, a little sports game.
We do like to catch a sports game whilst we're
when we're in
very
North
lucky
America.
and we get to visit all these different places and, you know, wonderful places around the world, and Boston is certainly right up there at the top, along with some of the other great places that we've seen. But yes, we do quite often take the opportunity to go and see.
We went to an NBA game in Atlanta.
And
I was like, wow, I love American sports. It's great because it's like just. The game
something all the time.
The game stops and there is an assault on the senses. So for me, who's so easily distracted and gets bored, I was like, this is incredible. And then we went to Montreal, watched Canadians play there, and I was like, oh, wow, this is even better than NBA. I'm sorry if you're a real diehard NBA fan, by the way.
We had some lifetime luck at the hockey game.
There's a story we can tell here while we get back into games. So we just got tickets on a whim. We were trying to find like tickets as a group of 3.
Well, we didn't think we'd be able to make it, but the game's finished early.
They did, yeah. And we just thought, you know, we'll try and get tickets, me, Tim, and Ian. And we were trying to find tickets as a block of 3, and we couldn't really find any. So at one point, I was like, you know what? You boys go without me. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But we were like, no.
And we were like, no. We will have worse seats. We all go together in worse seats, or we don't go at all.
Absolutely. And so we bought.
So we thought that they were worse.
Yeah, we thought they'd be really crap tickets, to be honest. Like up in the rafters somewhere. I thought, whatever, we'll enjoy it. It'll be a good night out with the boys. It'll be fine. And we get there, and there's these 2 massive queues coming out the building, and we're just like, oh, which queue's ours? Then we'll be here forever. Oh. Asked someone at the front of the gate, and they were like, oh, you got to go down the side, down the stairs. There's a door on the right. And I thought, oh, no, it'd be even worse down there. Like, low down's never a good thing, it feels like. And we go through this airport scanner into a door that has, like, is it like Lodge written on the side? And I was like, what does that even mean? Airport scanners.
At this point, we're kind of like, no.
This ain't right. This ain't right. This ain't right. We go through these airport scanners, we get our ticket scanned, and I thought it'll go ready because we're in the wrong place. It feels a bit too upmarket for us. But it goes through. We get in the elevator, and there's an attendant in there like, oh, sir, what floor? I was like, we've been told to go to 5. They're like, yes, sir. They announce when you get to the floor. We walk out, and we're surrounded by, like, executive boxes, and we were like, boys, I'm pretty sure we should not be here.
We've paid, like, a very normal price for these tickets as well. This is not like, you know, we haven't dropped a ton of cash on this.
It was mad.
Like, this is a very
And then we get directed round to our box, sit down on these 4 seats just for us, and like share with like 12 other people. Big comfy seats. You get someone serving you drinks, and we were just like,
it was like we won the lottery. It was amazing. It was amazing.
I don't think we'll get away with that this weekend.
We will never have luck like that again, Des. We will never have luck like that again.
Pretty magic.
But
pretty magic.
You know what goes around comes around. You know, that was the reward for saying we all go or we don't go.
That's
that
very
was
true,
the reward.
Stick together, die together. That was the way to go. Onwards in March then. So in case you are rejoining us once again, hello. G2 did win their first attacking round. Liquid are the ones trying to bounce their way back in. That'll be the important thing to look out for here. So Liquid won the previous round, G2 were 4-2 off the back of the first half, So Liquid won their first defensive round. Did come down to a 1 versus 1 between Alamau and, forget who it was, Tim, who was it? Lagonis, who was running away. Clock, I think, worked against Alamau.
Beautifully.
He did. He played it incredibly well. Bit of a bait going on there. Now here we're going to see the same thing again. Where's that fuse charge? Reset your best. Get running, my friends. Doesn't find himself taken out by it. However, the wall should get opened up here. A C4 is ready. And at least he gets rid of these 2 Selmas, so the wall isn't fully opened up. Not bad from Resets.
The C4 toss wasn't really the best. It's not cleared off the Selmas. It doesn't go through the breach. So it clears, you know, half clears one of the Selmas. They've still got a workable breach going through. Resets, it was a good effort, but it's always difficult, really. You know, if you're going to have fuse charges, you're going to have EMPs, you're going to have everything coming in at you as a bandit, it's going to be very, very difficult to really do much on that breach. But if nothing else, it's certainly given G2 something to think about at the beginning of the round, but they're going to be pretty happy with the outcome. And a minute in, they can now start thinking about getting into the map.
What are they cooking here, Tim? So I'm not going to say it's like a full set piece, but there's some consideration here, I think. More trying to wait for the information to gather up, but the way they're lined up, they're charging in this door, and Parlu is going to get run over by a steam train. That steam train is called Alamau, and Nesk is the first go. They need to make this happen. In they come, but he's gone the wrong way! Hasn't been droned out, was holding in the perfect spot to not get seen from the door to his right, but at least the trade is secured. Problem now, Tim, is they've lost the shield. Doki securing Maya as he tries to take his fallen teammate's place, and now it's looking good for G2, a 4 versus 2.
G2 are playing together really well. They're quite often influencing the, you know, in the deaths of their teammates. They're there ready to have their say, to get that refrag, to, you know, just pick it up and not lose that numbers advantage. So really good. Again, Blaz is having a good game today. He's right on top of things, and He's certainly kept G2 in the driving seat for this round. 4 versus 2 then as the Fuse charges. If you're going to bring them to clear off the Bandit, you might as well rain some from above as well. He's going to start softening up sight. There's 2 things that the Fuse is looking to do, and you might, I don't know, maybe new to the game, you might be surprised to hear that getting kills is not one of them. The 2 things Fuse is looking to do is to move players around, force them out of position into the lines of fire of your teammates, hopefully, and to clear utility. Those are the 2 big functions of the Fuse.
We've seen it used really creatively on some maps for soft destruction as well. It could be really impressive for that. However, Diffuser is now going down, and Liquid, I think, are a little bit forced away by those charges. But let's, just step inside, try and get this plant down, and it has been achieved. 4v2 in a post plant for Liquid, outside of something magic out of Resets or Lagonis. This one's cooked.
Yeah, perfect example of what I was saying about the Fuse there. The last couple of kills come in, Uno and Lawyer close it out. But a perfect example for you to take away at home if you're, thinking of implementing a little bit of Fuse play. What they've done there is use those charges to create the space, clear the utility, force the players out, and then bang, straight away, Uno's going in and getting that diffuser down. No surprises to see that tack timeout called by Team Liquid here. Hugzord needed to have something to say.
I was going to say now is the time to call in this tack timeout, because you're down at 5-3. You leave it another round, you lose that one, you're at 6-3. You've got 3 rounds to win back. I don't think a coach can help you win 3 rounds when you've been getting rolled the way you have so far. So it's the right time to step in. For Liquid, that was a difficult round, I think, because even though they got that early kill onto Alamau once he burst in, they're losing players early in these rounds in little silly ways that they really shouldn't be, or just getting caught off guard by G2. And yes, G2 is their map pick. Yes, they've got intel on how Liquid have played this map. Yes, they're the most successful team on this map around the world. There's a lot stacked up against you here, but I think even Hugzord is saying, we're losing members in silly ways here. It needs to stop.
Yeah, exactly that. They need to, I think, the key difference over the last couple of rounds that I've noticed, like I say, is G2 are working together. They're getting those trades. They're, making sure that they at least keep the man count level where it feels like Liquid are being picked off as individuals a little bit more. Quite often G2 will get the kill and then they'll cement the advantage by not losing somebody on the back of it. So I think if Liquid can maybe play a little bit closer together, more in positions to be able to impact. Like there, Paolo's completely on his own there. So once he dies, there's nobody in a position to be able to do anything about that. And maybe that's something that Liquid can look towards, especially on the defense. They're the ones that are choosing their locations here. Maya, again, dies. Is there any trade? No. Lagonis, there's nothing to come back from it. So I think, play a little bit closer together, just a little bit more in touch, and make sure that you've kind of got each other's backs a little bit.
I think it's just a really good set-piece play from G2.
It was very good. Don't get me wrong, it was very good from G2.
They identified what they wanted to achieve as well, and Doki being where he was, perfect spot one to get the first kill, which I don't think they anticipated finding, to be fair. They didn't realise there was a player still tucked in the wall, which is why you saw Alamau just get gunned down as soon as he tried to step forwards. I'm already looking at this round, Tim, and I'm seeing 2 shields and just thinking, oh my god, what are the boys cooking now? You've got the Oster on side, you've got that Blitz here once again, the ramp for the vertical, and Doki to make sure there's no funny business coming out of Liquid playing on that Nomad. On the other side, it's a pretty dug-in comp. It's got 2 of those Architect operators in the Castle and the Mirror to transform how the site is played a little bit. So it's very much unstoppable force, immovable object for me with the way this is going to get set up. Who breaks who first?
Just as a little update for you on the 1,000 SI kills as well. Nesk is currently, I know we've had a couple of rehosts, so we've lost some of the stats on the screen for you there, but we'll keep you updated. Nesk is currently on 6 kills, which leaves him on 982 total. He needs another 18. Dez is unhappy. We've lost Palu, we've lost the smoke.
This is what we were saying a second ago. You've seen it happen so often across these rounds, where there's no trade and a player's just going down early. I don't know if they're trying to catch G2 off guard with this, but is a smoke really the one to be losing there? You want a Goyo really in that spot. Maybe a Castle would be better. Heck, even the Mirror to some level. I think you really want this smoke for the late round, especially on this site as well, when there's so many little tucked away plant spots where a C4 or smokes can really help you. I'd rather have 3 smokes than 1 C4. It's just frustrating because Liquid are constantly now playing in a 5 versus 4.
I'm not sure if G2 are aware of Nesk's position upstairs. You can see his silhouette off in the distance there as the Castle. And there's Lawyer up above at the minute, and there's also Blaz is looking in that direction now, so I think they might be... They're not perfectly aware, but they do know somebody's up there with them. You can see from the way they're moving. This is going to be really important. If they don't find Nesk and he manages to get onto the flank and hit him for a couple of kills, it's a big mistake from G2. That's the information that they needed. Barely any damage really done to Doki. He's fine, and it tells them where Nesk is, so now they're going to be laser focused on dealing with that. G2 have kind of got away with one a little bit there.
We're quite blessed that we can see this, but I'm watching Alamau on the top left corner of the screen off to my left because he's the one with the shield. When he starts moving like like he's doing now. The play begins. Yes, he's caught out, but the mirror window is gone. And Loira has traded him. I said G2, one of the best teams in the world for trading teammate deaths, and they're showing it again here. Blaz in for another, and yet again, G2 are in a 4 versus 2. They are in full control of their tip, and there is nothing that Liquid can do to stop them.
Yeah, they're absolutely steamrolling the Brazilians at the minute. Nesk manages to find one onto Loira, but at this point you just feel that they're likely to be impactless kills. 1v4 becomes 1v3. Can he get it down to 1v2? He knows exactly where they are coming from. He's pinched, the diffuser goes down. He's now not only fighting G2, he's fighting the clock as well, coming around the corner. Surely there's one more, but no. Blaz, he seems unstoppable today. He just dips, he ducks, he dodges, he dives into that last encounter and cuts down Nesk to take the round and put G2 onto map point.
I think that's Blaz up to 11 kills across the map as
playing
well.
really
11
well.
and 4. I'll touch on this as well. It's worth addressing the bull head on. Like, again, Blaz is the player that I think a few people have been leveraging a bit of criticism against and saying, oh, he's not quite the guy these guys need. Where I feel bad for him is in certain rounds, I've seen him be the guy that's left in the bad position for his team, and it's like, you can't do much in that position. But even with that, whenever I've spoken to anyone on G2, they've been like, no, Blaz is the guy. Like, trust me, he is the guy. And with the way that he's been performing throughout this tournament, today, most definitely, certainly can't complain. In fact, it'll be 12 and 4 at this point. If I got it wrong, he got 4 kills in that round, not just 3.
You can see, again, it was another round of great examples of, you know, what I keep highlighting, and I will continue to highlight it because it is a defining factor at the minute. It's really important that Liquid are just not having impacts on each other's deaths. The trades are not coming through, and it's allowing G2 repeatedly to get these 4v2, 4v1 situations where they have strong man advantage. By contrast, every time somebody dies on G2, bang, there's a trade there, and there's somebody in a position. They are working together fantastically well. We'll see whether Liquid can get themselves any more defenses locked down here on Leia, or whether it will be all she wrote, as G2 just needs one more round here to take the first map and give themselves the advantage in this best of 3.
We'll see so far, though, it's looking good. That second map will be the real teller for me, as that reminder they played this back at the last major. That 8-6 scoreline to Liquid will probably hang in G2's heads a little bit. And they'll be wanting to work a bit of magic here to turn that one around. But I think momentum off the back of this will be the key one. They don't look like they've really slowed down the result of having a day off yesterday, Tim. They look fresh, they look really, really good, and Liquid have got a lot to fight back here if they want a way back into this game.
Interestingly, just looking at the entry stats as well, through the first half, it was dead level, 3-3, whereas when G2 have got on the attack, we've seen them sort of take it up a notch. They've gone up a gear here, and with that, they are getting more of the entries. That's something Liquid need to address. Resets has done that again from that position, almost got that opening kill. As it is, Uno is going to survive, but the breach isn't open, the mirror window's down, and that is going to make it very tricky potentially to go into that position and get that wall open. It may be that we have to look at G2 now and say, how well can you adapt here? Are you going to completely, commit to getting this wall open and keep banging your head against it? Or are you going to say, we need to go for plan B? As it is, they're going to use the Hibana instead to make it difficult for Resets to play around that corner. So again, good from G2. They've adapted from the original plan. The Thermite's not working. We've got the backup of the Hibana. And the important point, and the reason I mentioned that, is that Loira was in the right place. Again, working well, supporting his other hard breach. I'm there if it goes wrong. I've got you covered. And G2, don't waste much time. Great stuff.
You could probably mistake this for the official G2 broadcast. I know we've been glazing them a lot, but you can't ignore how well they've been playing so far. And Liquid haven't given too much to kind of go off of yet. I hope it does start to change as the series wears on. We want to see all 3 maps between these 2 titans of Rainbow Six Siege. But still yet to find a way through to keep G2 at bay. Doki's just holding down left mouse button, but Lagonis stepped out, getting the old 1-2 strafe and brought him down. Uno, though, onto Resets, who you were praising a second ago, Tim. It's looking rough.
That's really important as well, because Resets is the one playing that position that I spoke about on desk. That's now going to give G2 an opportunity to get into the side, and we can see Uno doing a bit of work. Blaz manages to get one as well. It's Lagonis just trying to hold things down from underneath with a nitro potentially. Nesk, he's upstairs on site, but they are separated. They can't really help each other too much. As soon as G2 recognize that, they can just push them in numbers.
There's one for himself, and then clear him out, then suddenly things start to look better. In fact, they've regrouped here. He's no longer alone, and Nesk, he can't find Blaz, who steps in, gets himself a 2 in the round. Lagonis one back, Tim. We've been here before. Round in the corner's not enough time. Lagonis holds on.
How many times is Lagonis going to save
Stop the
them?
music! Stop the music! There you go, carry on. Production a bit too excited there, I think.
I think we all are. This is great. How many times is Lagonis going to save them in those situations? 1v1 against Alamau, wins it out. 1v2 there, gets his kill, recognises. The thing is, don't underestimate what Lagonis has done there. He's got into a high-pressure situation. He was low health himself. He manages to get the opening kill to bring it back to 1v1. But it would be so easy, Des, so easy to get sucked into that second fight, to just keep going. But he doesn't. He has the mindset there to think, to recognise this clock is low. There are seconds remaining. I just need to hit the deck here. I just need to keep myself alive. Here it is. He not only gets flashed, he finds his first kill, recognises that there's 3 seconds left to go. I'm just going to hit the deck and I'm going to spray to the only point that they can come around that corner. Brilliant stuff from Lagonis.
Couple of rounds now where he's kept his team in it. The 1v1 against Alamau, and now Uno has fallen short too. And even with that, Tim, still got 2 rounds they need to fight back. I don't think you can rely on Lagonis to do it a 3rd time.
It's difficult. It's not really a criticism of G2 here, and I kind of said it at the time. The point was, if they recognised, and there's a lot going on at that point. It's not a point in the round where you're going to get on drones and things like that. G2, if they just recognised that Lagonis was downstairs and Nesk was on his side, on his own, they could have gone straight in there, 3v1, and maybe got that control. Lost one of them, maybe. Lagonis has to fight his way back in. But Liquid, they did really well to recognise that danger and get Lagonis back to site as quickly as possible.
The Old Faithful in the fuse alongside the hard breach to get these walls guaranteed opened up. Of course, you wouldn't come in and banning away a Maverick, for example. In fact, it wasn't G2 that banned the Maverick, it was Liquid that banned it away. But G2 came prepared, maybe expecting something like this to come out on Lair. And they found a very good answer. I think both teams dealing with these, electrified walls quite effectively, I'd wager. Nest didn't even bother to try and trick that one out, knowing exactly what would happen. I think Resets has given him a few heads up, Tim, on what to expect when trying to actively trick a wall against G2. So this time round, just not even bothering. So 60 seconds in, that top floor, see quite a lot of pressure coming on through. Alamau is in and brought down the clutch master on the Liquid side.
And as I've said previously, I don't want to keep banging the same drum, but there is no trade there. There is no real response. Alamau takes a little bit of damage in the fight, but the entry is cemented. He's got the kill. Lagonis is gone. Resets low health. Nest taken down. This is not looking good for Liquid. It is looking a lot like the beginning of the end of Lair.
It is. Resets. Slither of HP to his name. Myron Palu maybe sat here with full HP bars, but G2 has still got a full roster. And that's the problem. They start to wade on forward. Now they've got this top floor, let's not forget as well. Uno, of course, is the one who's on plant responsibilities, but they've got all the time in the world to play with, Tim. A solid 70 seconds here. And if he wanted to, he could make use of this gadget. Don't think he will, given he's now playing laterally and looking for the plant. Hard-breach gadget coming out to get this wall opened up. Alamau, I imagine, trying to find some more chaos that he can cause. The last smoke from Palu being burnt here as well. There's not really much more denial except for a C4 available to them. The end is on its way, Tim.
So G2 have pinched site here. They're on both sides of it. They're just basically forgetting about top floor. G2 are completely going for site. Liquid are completely trying to hold on from above. Palu manages to take down Uno. Liquid at this point have really got to hope they've got all the angles they need, because having to relocate, having to open up a new vertical might just take them too long. As it stands, G2 are heading upstairs. Blaz, he's on the sky bridge and potentially looking to go and challenge these two up above. They know that they might have to. They're working from underneath at the same time. They don't want to start putting the diffuser down just yet.
Alamau's in. He recovered the diffuser and has rotated away. But no, it's the caught by another angle. No, not again. 2 kills coming out for Liquid. And how many times have teams got to experience death from above to know that you've got to deal with these verticals? Plan is going down. Laura, the one holding it down, could be seen from above. Will they see him? Yes, they can. And Palu gets the down. Liquid Real are raining on this death from above, and G2 do not do anything about it. They've left the door open. Liquid are back in, 1 round away from overtime.
G2, I've got to ask some questions there. I've got to ask some questions.
Oh dear.
You had numbers. You had a numbers advantage, and you just sent 1 upstairs. You've just seen why it was critical that you got those kills on the top floor. At least one, if not both. You probably should have just won the round on kills there. Nothing wrong with trying to put the diffuser down, but I honestly think they needed to commit more numbers to the top floor. Sending Blaz up on his own into a 1v2 was always potentially going to be a problem, and especially against Maya and Palu. They just had a great command of that top floor. Palu, you know, he's been playing smoke for most of the game. You know he's going to have the shotgun in hand. You know he's going to be able to open up new holes if he needs to. So for me, there was nowhere safe inside of that site whilst those two were up above, and G2 had the numbers to deal with it, and I think they should have just committed. It's easy in hindsight, of course, but I think you commit to that top floor, you send at least 2, if not 3 up there, leave the diffuser down with one person near site, ready to go in and plant, but get 3 of you up top and take those fights.
Whew. They've got to be so careful here because it feels like this one really could run away from G2. And a reminder, when you're getting towards overtime, you get to pick what side you started on. I haven't double-checked where G2 opted to start. I would expect on defense. So we've seen a little bit more comfort coming through for both teams so far. G2 having a 4-2 half and Liquid about to secure the same unless G2 can really put out something special. Speaking of special, Tim, you've got that Oscar on side again. We didn't really see it used to great effect earlier, but I'm more looking towards Blaz on the line as well as Doki on the Deimos. That's a lot of ability to hunt down any players that are in hard-to-break positions, and they could punish any roamers or anyone left a bit too far away from the rest of the team. Look at this, though, Doki. He's in, Tim. He's completely slipped the net.
Classic Dokies, he just wanders on inside, but Palu is ready and waiting. It was a big risk. It was a roll of the dice from G2, and the trade isn't there because of the position that it was in. Something that G2 have done so well. They've actually played outside of this that time by going into site, by taking themselves out of that comfort zone of having the opportunity to trade. Lawyer manages to find Palu or Blaz onto Nest. Somehow G2 have got themselves back into this, but Lagonis again there, that stalwart for his team, just finding answers, keeping them in it. Blaz, he keeps on fighting for G2, takes down Maya, 3v2 Des.
There's still half a round to play. There's another Dokkaebi call available here for Lawyer, but there's one left standing. It's resets, and guess what, Tim? He's the only one getting called on this team right now. He is done for, and G2, they almost let Liquid back in, but just when needed, they close it out 7-5.
It was a close finish, like you say. G2 definitely left the door open a little bit there for Liquid to have the opportunity to keep themselves fighting, but they managed to knuckle down in that last round, round 12, get it done, 7-5, a close game so far, and I don't see that changing through the rest of this. What a matchup we are witnessing.
See a bit of bounce back from Liquid, which I'm excited to see. I thought after that first half it could just roll to be a comfortable G2 win, but there is still fight in Liquid. We'll see just how much on Chalet. Back with you in just a few minutes.
G2 takes the first map in this big matchup, what is going to determine the top spot in the group for now, and they seemed in control for the majority of the rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they were genuinely excellent on their defense now. You know, their teamwork, their team play togetherness, maybe not in this individual clip, I'll be honest, but across the whole defensive half, I thought their teamwork was excellent, and it's really crazy to say that about G2 because I think, you know, we're building this storyline about Alamel previous IGLing, Uno now IGLing, and a common characteristic of G2's play whilst Alamel was IGLing was chaos, was absolute 1v1s, reliant on gunfights, inconsistencies. And with this Uno-led G2, we're now seeing a G2 that's really good at team play, that has a baseline level of consistency, and that absolutely control rounds, and it's kind of a weird feeling. They then got onto the attack. They did troll a couple. This round in particular that you see in here, this was a 5 versus 3 where they took a couple of wrong decisions, lost it right on the hooter there, but they got the job done 7-5. And I think in this format, in this group, that is the most important thing because maps matter so much.
Yeah, it's going to be every single point that really matters for these teams, especially in regards to the top position in the group. The bye in the upper bracket is what we're fighting for here, what these teams want to do. And we're looking at the map summary. Something we mentioned at the beginning of this series is that both Nesk and Palu are so close to breaching 1,000 kills at SI.
Yep.
Do we have an update on how close Nesk is? Because he was running ahead.
We do. So Nesk is a little bit in front of Palu, so we're just going to focus on Nesk because he could breach 1,000 kills in this best of 3. He had 976 before we'd played around. You can see on the scoreboard there, he's got 8. That puts him at 984, so he needs 16 more to get 1,000 kills across every 6 Invitational. That could well happen in the next map or the next 2 maps, especially if you're a Liquid fan. You're hoping it will be 2 maps. Then just focusing on the left-hand side there, Blaz, 16-5. I think he's really starting to find his place inside of this G2 roster. And I think what's impressive for Blaz there actually isn't just the KD, it's the cost percentage. Because Blaz's cost has been a little bit low. He's been a little bit inconsistent whether he's impactful in a round or not. And he's bringing that up this tournament. He's really finding his place and settling into this G2 roster.
The LMAO cost as well, over 90%, absolutely huge for him. Something we'll be keeping our eyes on for sure, but that's something that we have talked about when it comes to this IGLing change. And something that G2 has been showing us very well so far in this map is great teamwork, and we have Leo over at the Telestrator to give us a great example of that.
Yeah, I actually think round 6 is a perfect example. Just like you said, we're taking a look at the basement defense on layer right now, and I want you to pay attention to what Maya is doing. Maya is hiding over there in that corner, and it's Ram. He's done a lot of work actually. He's opened up all the vertical play to open up the site for his teammates. One thing that is the key win condition for these guys, Blaz. Blaz is roaming upstairs and he's ready to retake that vertical play onto Maya, and this will be important later. When we move to downstairs, we're gonna see here what's the setup for G2. As you can see, Doki here is preventing the backstab, and at the same time, you check the rest of the lineup. Uno is there with smoke, burning time onto lab, and Alemao with the Goyo as well coming off is burning more time towards me still. So they've got this really big wall with lots of utility to burn time. And it's exactly what the guys are doing. They're buying time for Blaz to go and retake upstairs. As Blaz goes and retake upstairs, he's gonna kill Maya, and now with the vertical pressure, it turns on his advantage to get a second pick. So we went from a 4v5, and now Alemao here can go and play aggressive, so effectively that 4v5 goes into a 3v2. At this point, I want you to pay attention to Alemao's decision making. He's alone versus 2 players, and the clash is not extended. He has his gun up right now. So right now, as you can see, he's almost gonna go and pick these guys. What he needs to do is play passive. Play passive to play with his teammates. And that's exactly what he will do. He does not take the engagement, brings back his shield. To what? To burn more time for his teammates. And as you can see here, we're noticing a beautiful 3-way pinch on everyone as Blaz backstabs here towards Lab. The 2 others are taking onto Nesk, and as you will see, Doki gets 2 free pick of that, supported by Clash. This is the new G2 for you, playing together in every single scenario. Now stick with us. Team Liquid's map pick is coming after a short break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Chalet is the map that is coming up next whilst we're looking at G2 have a bit of a talk after this first map. I mean, we mentioned how they were very much in control, trolled a few of their rounds near the end, but they still managed to get it over the line. Now, speaking of the map that is coming up, Chalet, what are our expectations going to be for this map? What do we need to see from Liquid to make sure they bring it back in a 1-1?
I've been a little bit blindsided here, and I'll be honest. We can go into the map, and I'm sure Leo will do that. Do you not think G2 look like a cricket team? They've got like the cream overalls on, and it's the trousers as well. They look very much like a cricket team. I do dig the vibe, though.
I'll be honest, I will share one anecdote. One time we were flying with United to Las Vegas, and a hostess came to us asking us, we were wearing the United gear, and she's asking us what professional, sports are we doing? And I said cricket. I had no idea. And then she praised us in front of everyone saying, oh, we have professional cricket players over there in the plane. And we stayed like stars. I had no idea what cricket is. I've never watched a single match of it.
And then have to go and defend yourself. I appreciate, by the way, that I asked you a question and neither of you answered the question. What's going to need to happen on Chalet for Liquid to bring this back, please?
Let's be real. It's their comfort map, highest preference, 5-win streak. If there's one map where they can strike back, it's there. What I like to see about G2 here is that G2 has looked better and better. This is, for me, the real first test for G2. They're facing a great team on their best map. How much have they improved on that map is what I'm looking for right now.
I think we said in this group that Liquid will give us a consistent level of performance that is good, and I think maybe Liquid are dropping below that at the minute. Obviously, you know, losing, dropping maps, etc. as at the minute. But we expect Liquid to be good on this map. It is their map pick. They absolutely love this map, and like you said, they've been on a long win streak on it. However, that's it for me as well, Leo, for me, it's about G2. Can they rise to the challenge now? Can they go on a map that isn't necessarily that comfortable on? They lost to a tier 2 team twice on it. As much as one of them maps was a little bit troll-fest, they did lose to them twice on it, and as such, they need to rise to that challenge.
There are so many questions that we have going into this match. I mean, can Liquid come back? Can Ness get 16 kills to make sure that he reaches that 1,000 kills at an SI level? Will G2 rise to the challenge and prove that they can play Chalet and have improved? So many questions, and we'll find the answers on Chalet with Ace and Dez.
My head's hurting from all those questions, Tim. That was a lot.
It was. You know, it's we're touching on some cricket. A little bit of... I didn't expect any cricket in the break, I'll be honest with you, Des. You know, throwing in a few overs there, maybe a little leg before wicket.
What
I didn't expect it.
What question would you ask to expose Leo as not a cricket player?
I'd ask something around that. I'd say, can you explain leg before wicket for me? I think that'd be the one.
I can't.
There you go.
I feel like a failed British person not being able to talk about cricket, but it's just never interested me. It's not like...
Well, there's a rule in cricket to prevent you just putting your legs in front of the wickets.
Yeah.
So that the ball hits them. So if the ball hits your leg, they'll have it. They've got camera technology that does it now. It's really cool. So it'll come through and it'll say what was the path of the ball. And if the path of the ball was going to hit the wickets, but it hit your leg, then it's leg before wicket and you're still out. There you go, you see? Okay. I like lots of
learning
sports.
something, I guess.
Operator bands coming through.
Again, a reminder, operator bans will be flipped here. This is actually a Liquid ban. Striker was a Liquid ban. Monty was a G2 ban, again against Lagonis.
Yep, and Liquid will take Tubarão out of the mix as well. Just continuing with, you know, it's basically what Jack brought down on the desk before the game started about these Liquid bans, and now they do it a little bit differently to everybody else. You know, they're not going in necessarily just with those meta bans all the time, with the Azami, with the Mirror, for example. You know, they're coming out and they're bringing a Tubarão ban, so that's going to mix things up a little bit.
And all that talk about Chalet and it being a Liquid staple, I was looking over at the numbers, to be fair, and the one thing that I noted, they've only picked to play it once. Otherwise, it's been a decided. They played it in best of ones, for example. So it's kind of left as that mid-ground map where it's like, we'll play it, but we're not going to pick it. It's not something we'll actively go out there and say, yeah, that's our #1 map for us, except in this series, apparently. And for G2, it's actually their most played map over the last 6 months. They've played it 9 times. The next closest map is down there at 5. They also love this map, but similar sort of story. They'll leave it in best of ones until the very end, as you come to expect. Both teams sort of settle on it. So I wouldn't quite call it their favorite map, but it is one they are very, very happy playing, even if their record is 5-4 on it over that 6-month window. I honestly think from when I looked at this ban phase coming into the series, I thought G2 had actually won it just on the bans alone. I think Lair, a go-to map for them, they had so much going for them, as we saw. Did almost let Team Liquid back into it, which is a little bit of worry. And Chalet, I think G2 have just played it that often. They are that comfortable on it. They don't care that they've lost it 4 times. It's a map they want to go and play. And it's something a few teams have said. It doesn't really matter if you get 5 wins and 0 losses on a map. You can be 3-2, but you still back yourself as a team to deliver on that map. It could just be this against different teams or something on the day. There's always an excuse why a team didn't win a map. I'm sure someone could think of many reasons as to why for G2. But either way, I think both teams are happy here. I still back G2, I think, to get this one done and over in 2. So Nesk may have to wait just that little bit longer to break the kill record here at SI. Well, kill record, to break 1,000 kills, sorry, here at SI. Now, to start things up, we've got the Lion and the Dokkaebi on side for Liquid. Love seeing that as a combo. Everyone remembers the horror days where Jackal was also in the mix. Yesterday, we had Dokkaebi, Lion, Jackal, and Deimos all coming along together. The 5th operator was Ace, in case you're wondering. And it's just a torturous composition of operators. These two in themselves are quite impressive. I think Dokkaebi is already absolutely nuts just by herself. Hence why she seems to constantly keep on getting these nerfs that don't actually stop her. But I think paired up with Nesk on the line at the same time, it is going to make things a bit more difficult for G2. They won't have the level of freedom that they may be used to on this map.
Of course, these two did play last time in Montreal, best of one on Chalet. Liquid won it in overtime, 8-6. Just having a look back on that day, it was Alamau and Blaz who went particularly big for G2. Palu and Maya on the side of Liquid really pushing them forward. So we'll see whether maybe that holds true. Blaz has already been going fantastically well today. I'm sure G2 would love to see him continue in that form that he managed to hit on Leia. But for the time being, let's get into the task at hand. A minute and a half gone. Liquid are attacking onto Bar and Gaming. G2 trying to hold what's Reset's doing here. He's just going to walk in, Des. He's going to find Blast, take him down, and all of a sudden, G2 are going to have to scramble. Lagonis, he's getting the diffuser down. Liquid are everywhere. They're coming out of the walls, Des. Alamo manages to find Maya, but it's too little too late.
G2 have retaken the ground that Liquid took to get in, mind you, so it's not an easy out here for the side of Liquid, but they've got the numbers, right? They've got this 4 versus 3. Uno's on his backside, will get recovered. G2 have got about 20 seconds to recover this, and Liquid, now that they've got this diffuser exposed to the outside, they've got players on the rappel, this is not going to be easy for them. Alamau bringing down Resets, who really should have done better there, but I'm afraid, Tim, it looks like too little too late. 10 seconds to go. Uno is on, should get tagged from the window here. They're still going with it. Will they be able to stop him? Yes, they will. Ness with a 3K, and Tim, that's definitely a good way to get towards that 1,000 kill mark.
Who's counting? We are. 3 goes down for that. Interestingly as well, so obviously we've talked about this quite a lot, but it is a huge achievement, so of course we're going to be keeping right on top of it. But 1,000 kills at SI, there's a world where Nesk could be the first to do it, but Palu could be the fastest to do it.
Yes.
Because he has 1 SI less than Nesk.
That'll be a flex. Oh, congratulations on the record, by the way, but...
I did it quick.
Yeah, just saying.
So we'd have to, don't get me wrong, there's more maths that need to be done, particularly how many games there were involved in that 2018 invite for Nesk, and then how many extra games it takes Palu to... So we'll have to have a look. I'll be doing it in the downtime. We'll be having a look. But yeah, when I've been reviewing the stats this morning, it became apparent that it was a possibility, yeah, for Ness to do it first and Palu to do it fastest. So, we will head into round 2 then. G2 going to change the position, not go into Bar and Gaming again. It's one of the beauties of Chalet. It's one of the reasons I really like this map, is that there are 4 viable sites.
Well, let me get the numbers, Tim.
You can go absolutely anywhere. You hit me with the numbers, Des. But everywhere is playable. We don't have, like Clubhouse, you've got Bar and Stage where you look at it and if somebody goes there, it's a little bit weird. You've got to have a real plan before you go into Bar and Stage. Whereas on Chalet, we see all 4 played. And Down in Kitchen at the minute, your stats might tell me otherwise, but I would say Down in Kitchen is probably the least played, if I had to make a guess.
I'll tell you yourself, it's right in front of your face. Master Bedroom's actually the least played, believe it or not.
There we go.
Kitchen Dining is the second least played, so granted.
So, but it's still a very viable site. We're going to have an immediate breach onto that main garage. So, Liquid are wanting to get in underneath, make sure they've got nobody lurking down there to come up West Main, to come up main stairs and hit them on the flank. They're likely going to want to get some top floor control, particularly of office. Try and breach that office wall from balcony. You breach from fireplace into dining, and then you should have some free reign to go in and plant behind the B-bomb chassis.
It's actually the most defender-sided site in the map, believe it or not, Kitchen and Dining. Only by 1% or 2. The map itself actually is very well balanced at about 50% globally. I think in Tier 1 play it is more attacker-leaning, but you look across all the regions that we've had over the last 6 months, well, it's pretty bang down the middle. At least as things start, we've got that Sense on side. I love the use of the Sense seen so far, the light wall going up and down, a lot of control it gives the attack to be able to make better use of that gadget and that operator. More a case of DeLuca getting a chance to use it. They've already done quite a few in, and one thing I'll come back to again, Tim, is losing these players early in the round. It's continuing onto this map, the same as we saw back on Lair. That early round discipline, getting caught out by G2. What on earth is going on here? It's a dance back and forth, but they have stepped in and found the kills they need. Tokyo one from behind, Reset's falling down 2, and Palu has got to do it all. Can he do it against 3? Not so sure he can. Already taken a lot of damage, shot in the back. And G2 take round 2.
Yeah, G2 are in much better control of things there. Dorky particularly just getting slippy. Wasn't ever really pinned down by Liquid. We saw him just coming round through fireplace at the end to take Resets down. Really got onto the flank. It was well played from G2, and it was really the final nail in the coffin for Liquid on that attack. I feel like Liquid weren't really prepared for that attack. You know, I spoke about several things that they needed to be doing, getting control of Office, getting control of Fireplace, opening up those walls. None of that was done by the end. We had Nest wandering in towards Kitchen and getting caught up in an FNAT for, you know, they hadn't dealt with any of the utility. They didn't know what was ahead of them. And I feel like they were just a little bit off the pace, that attack, Liquid, to be honest.
They were a little bit. I think we saw it back in round 1, though, where a lot of G2 was sort of left floating around the map. And I think the difference is in round 1, they took a bit too long to kind of scramble and reconvene on where Liquid had gathered and where they pushed inside of site for a retake. There, Liquid were a little bit slower. And G2, like we saw from Doki, were able to get in a good spot and put down these fringe players that were actually supporting those who had gone charging in towards site. So a good balance down the middle, both teams being separated by very fine margins. G2 now really doubling down here with the Mute and the Mozzie coming along. One of my favorite pairings of operators in the game. You can imagine why. It's the fact that it blocks away so much of that intel from the other side. If you're not on it and really hyper-aware as a team, it can punish you. And when Liquid have been really slow across the last couple of days of play, I think slowing them down even further, Tim, by denying the value of those drones could actually really work in the favor of G2.
Down onto the basement defense this time then. We can just see Lagonis getting to work with the breaching of the X-Kairos pellets. In goes the Boogie drone towards Fireplace just to get that vertical one. It's really hard to shoot. I'm going to sympathise with Lyra
From below,
there.
it's horrible.
Especially when you're on like the Mark 14, you're on DMR and you're on a one-shot. It's really quite tricky to shoot out those gas canisters on the back of the Boogie drones. So the RAM gadget doing the majority of its work, and this time Liquid just taking a little bit more time, I think. They're looking to get the drones in. They want to get that full map clearance. They want to get proper control. They've got the gridlock on side with Palu is there. He's going to be down to try and lock out those flanks and prevent something like Doki slipping through the net and getting kills onto them. That's going to be the plan this time for Liquid.
I'm having to play Hunter for all these players of G2 that are scattered around the map. There's 4 of them essentially just dancing around and causing a bit of bother. You've got Doki and Uno wandering up towards this north side. They've managed to get control of Mez and Library for now, but once you don't worry about these players, you'll see the same as the last couple of rounds where they, again, swamp you in. They close off the access routes that you're taking before. They're shooting you in the back and really putting a lot of pressure and breaking Liquid apart in the back line. So I feel like being conscious of Doki and Uno is absolutely key for Liquid here. And just how slippy he can get, Doki in particular, up on this top floor, is one to watch out for.
Yeah, he's recognising that they're getting towards that minute mark, and that's when he's probably going to start hassling them a little bit. He's not going to stay out in Office forever, because if he does, kind of the round's wasted. He needs to be there to have an impact. But for the time being, he's just biding his time, waiting until he makes that move. He doesn't want to do it too early, because right now, Liquid have to keep one eye on that. As you can see, Palu's going to put out the tracks thing as Doki's got himself stuck here. He can't really go left, and they've got somebody on the bathroom window now. That's really good from Team Liquid. They knew where he was. If you remember, I said they needed to be more aware of what was going on in the map. They've done that. They've found Doki, they've cut him off, they've killed him, but have they taken too long, Des?
That's what I was going to say. It's taken 2 minutes and 10 seconds to deal with that, but getting rid of Blaz at the same time, that's really critical for them. If they don't get the second kill anytime soon, it really comes to sting them. In comes the drop as well. Maya just dropping on Alamau's skull here. Nest taking one away as well. Liquid. The answer is, Tim, yes, you can take as long as you like to clear out Doki, because you can still get the job done. Diffuser's going to go down, and Uno left 1 versus 4. This round feels pretty unrecoverable, but Liquid, I think, really showing a lot of discipline here, Tim, in knowing to go after those roamers, stop G2 being able to bite them in the backside again. They've learned from what cost them the previous round. Really good stuff.
Yeah, what a great attack from Team Liquid. That one for me is, I know they won the first round as well pretty comfortably, but that round I look at and I feel like this is a little bit men against boys on Chalet here. Like Liquid, and that may well change as we go on. G2 may get more up to speed, but I'm looking at this and thinking, we're starting to see exactly why this is Liquid's map pick, because they are running rampant in these couple of rounds that they have won. Maya had a great round there. The play onto Doki, just everything clicked for Team Liquid, and they were electric in round 3. We'll see if they can continue that forward. Round 4, we're going to be moving into it. G2 are just continuing their rotation, Des. They're going to be going back to Bar and Gaming. So again, it's going to be a top floor hold. Last time around, Liquid did a great job of just creating that space, but only as much as they needed to. Just that little bit inside of sight. Resets, wanders in, finds a kill, and then they take the opportunity and get the diffuser down. So they won't get away with that again. G2 aren't going to allow Resets to just walk into sight again. So I'm interested to see what Liquid do this time. Is it going to be a top floor clearance, or do they again just try and go route 1 into sight?
pretty direct overall, and it's been on G2 to try and collapse the net around them, but now that they've realised that's been figured out, looking here towards the Mira being a bit more dug in, the Mute still being here but dropping away from, of course, playing on the Mozzie. Instead, you've got Alamau coming along on the Solus. Remember when Solus was like super dominant? It was all we ever see getting picked up, and it made the game quite stale because attackers couldn't get an awful lot done. But through the nerfs that Solus has now had, not quite as oppressive, but still valuable in the right situations, it's worth stressing.
Yeah, I think the changes were really good to Solus for that reason. Like you said,
more situational than a must pick.
Just put her in a very good spot. Still, you know, super useful in certain circumstances, but not just an insta pick or insta ban. So yeah, really good changes to Solus. But Alamau, like I said, just playing up on that office balcony for the time being, going to try and help protect Mezzanine. We've got a number of G2 up on that top floor. Doki joins him, Lyra as well. So there's going to be work to be done. Alamau has actually dropped away now. He's gone under. I was going to say he's gone underneath the fireplace. He's gone back up to top.
He knew a shot drone was coming through at some point, so he was there to try and pick that up on the hope that Parla would then march in and Laura would follow through with the C4. And the play almost worked out. You see Laura's uses C4. You can see Parla's down to about 20 HP. Very, very close. A second earlier, and they'll probably get rid of a player there for free.
Team Liquid are starting their push across the top floor from Solarium, so that answers my question. It's not going to be direct to site. They're going to try and play in behind the blitz of Lagonis to get this clearance going on. They might need a little bit of breaching, but they are potentially going to be lacking it. Myra's got the hard breach, but it depends where the Deimos is. They could, I was going to say, do with it on that wall, and they've done that very well so far throughout the game, where they've needed somebody, they've had them in the right position. So Maya gets that wall open. That's going to force Doki out of office. He was in there earlier with the Valkyrie. That's pushed him back, and now they can start pushing up towards Ivy. They can start taking a little bit of ground, but with 2 minutes in, it's still quite slow. It's going to have to be an explosive finish from Liquid, but Uno, he's just left himself completely exposed there, and Reset says, thanks for the freebie.
I think they expected everyone to be coming down from that solar side, as we remarked, but again, it's another case of Liquid where they spend 2 minutes sorting out the map and then go fast at the end. Maybe a little bit out of sync here because Lagonis got caught up for a second, gets himself punished, sure finds a kill, but there's been 4 here in the last 5 seconds for G2. You heard Leo speaking about this new G2 team play, and it's really been on show here in this round. A good close in round 4. Really trading blows here between both teams. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's great. Lagonis was a little bit unfortunate there. He's kind of taken an off-the-beaten-track route to getting in towards the plant spot, but he does get there. He finds his kill. Doki coming around the corner there. It was essential that he took that blitz out, because otherwise, if he gets flashed and loses his life, that plant is going down because they've got resets on the window to cover. So, essential kill there from Doki to get it over the line for G2. I like what G2 have done on the defense there. They've not overcommitted. They've held the top floor, but when the pressure came through to office, for example, Doki dropped away. They knew when to give up ground, and they knew where to watch the alternative avenues. When they got to that 2-minute mark and they're thinking, we still haven't been pushed on top mezzanine here, something's not right, they knew exactly where the push was going to come from in that case, and they adjusted for it. So really well played from G2.
You want to stress again, because again, I think it's quite a bit of flack on this. Blaz currently top of the chops, top of the chops.
Top of the chops.
Top of the pops, also got top chops, it turns out. 18 and 7, he is master of the chop shop. Looking really good so far in the series. Alamau, we heard him speak about this on the desk before we even got started in this series. He's a real big fragging force. Those people saying on the interview along with Uno, you know, look, it's hard for him when he's a frontline player to also be an IGL. It does distract him away. We want to unleash him. He's absolutely flying here at 17 and 10 himself. 4-0 on the entry. He is dominating this game against Liquid.
We've also not actually mentioned there's an interesting, you know, other layer to this. Of course, we know Romalia is the coach.
Another layer?
Another layer. There's not another layer. We've played that, but
that's a new one from you, Tim. It's on this map where we find the interesting things that you say.
There's another layer.
You know what you said a lot this week? Fussed.
What?
Fussed.
Fussed?
Rather than first. You say fussed.
I don't say fussed.
You do. You've said it all week and it's really bothered me.
I definitely don't. So, the first thing that we need to... I knew that was coming! I knew you were going to do it! No, let me make my point! Romalia, obviously a Brazilian coach, he knows these guys well, but you know who knows them probably better? Cameraman. He's played for years and years against these Team Liquid players. He's played alongside them, he's played against them. He will know them inside and out. He's come into G2. He is going to potentially be having an effect. He's going to really help G2 in this sort of matchup as that assistant coach to be able to help them prepare for it. I say the Brazilian Brazilian players across all the teams, they know each other really well. You know, they're always very, very familiar with each other's gameplay. So, yes, Romalia, of course, will be very familiar with that. Having Cameraman come in is going to be nothing other than a positive for a matchup like this.
For sure, for sure. And you guys can see, I ain't going to tell you about this. We've had a bit of a tech pause. Everyone froze up in the server. I think the server died. We'll get it rehosted. We'll get back in game in just a moment, which is kind of a shame because momentum was really starting to build there. We've seen them literally trading back and forth across those rounds. G2 shows something, Liquid shows something in round 1. G2 respond in round 2. Liquid come back with a haymaker. And the next round, G2 are back and they've got a better answer to it. It's just really tight between the two. And this is why I thought we would see a really good map here on Chalet. Given how close it was last time they played, that it did require overtime, it's more of the same. What?
I really didn't. I didn't realise that I said first.
Have you never noticed it? So now you've thought about it, you acknowledge that you do say it. You do say. I don't know why, because you haven't said it at previous events.
Never noticed it. No, that's how I've always said it. I think you've probably just not picked up on it.
No, definitely not.
That is just definitely my accent.
I don't know why. I thought. You know what? I won't.
I'll tell you what it might be. So there are certain things I'm very aware that I've got. It might come as a surprise to everybody watching, quite a strong northern accent.
Oh, really?
I know. It's a shock, I know. But it's not as strong as it would normally be. I will tell you that. For the grace of everybody's ears, I do try to soften it. It's something that I've always acknowledged, kind of...
Try being the key word, I think.
It's impossible for me to do it completely. But maybe it's potentially that I have said first, generally... And it's just kind of slipped through because another one that I say, I wouldn't normally say it again, but I always on broadcast say it again. But if I were to say that normally, you'd have been like, again, all over me for that one.
Again or again?
Again, I'd normally say. But
it sounds weird hearing you speak like a normal, educated person from the UK. It is so strange.
Normally, when I'm working,
I've definitely heard you say.
I think first is probably one of the ones that I normally change, but...
No, I've definitely heard you say it before, but I'll tell you what, we'll talk more about it in a second. Here's a quick break while we get this one sorted out.
Well, like I said, it's just...
No, the thing is, I've definitely heard you say, he gets the first kill before. I've heard you, like, when you're really in flow of a play-by-play moment, you've definitely said first. Yeah. It's this week where I've noticed you saying bust all the time.
Okay.
Just say first.
First.
Yeah.
Like first place.
Right?
First place.
You say it fine.
I can play
First.
You're going back to it again. That's not how this works.
Like I said, when I'm in work mode, I say a few things differently. And
like
it's
layers
obviously one that's just slipping through the net.
The one that always really got us historically, and it was actually on this exact map, was Laser Gates, the first time we had a Rooney on, because you really lent into it when you said it. And you're just like, she's got these gadgets called Laser Gates. And I was just in bits for the next 60 seconds.
Because I elongate my A's.
You do? Elongate them, mate.
I put about 3 extras in.
Well, that's long enough that the tournament will finish by the time you get a sentence out of the way.
Generous, what can I say?
Generous. Come on, man.
I think we are going to be getting back into the lobby now, so there we go.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Round 5, we're going to be going to dining and kitchen for G2's next defense. A very even affair so far between these two. If you're only just joining us...
You're inserting syllables now, affair, and you go affair.
Leave me alone. So, if you're just joining us, G2 won the first map, 7-5 on Leia, and... Stop it, man! And they are... so far embroiled in a real brawl between these two here on Chalet 2-2. And the thing is, all the rounds that have been won, I feel like they've been really won. Do you know what I mean? It's like nobody's lost a round yet. Liquid have had some great attacks. G2 have had some great defenses, and they're both absolutely wailing on each other at the minute. So we're really being treated in this one, especially inside of Chalet. I'm not, you know, at the end of the day, whoever wins, wins. I don't really mind, but I'm kind of hoping for a third map here. I'd love to see some more of this already.
Given how tight this has been and how Lair was that almost comeback despite G2 dominating it in the first, half, two-thirds of that map, I do want it to go 3 as well. I'd love to see Constant to settle things out, but let's see if we even get there first. Now for that little break, we'll see how the teams have adapted, what they've got in their mind. Uno has gunned Palu there. Despite there being the yellow ping on his feet, he still wins out that 1 versus 1.
It's big for G2 because the entry up to that point was 3-1 in favour of Liquid. They'd been getting in there and getting those early kills, so G2 just bringing 1 back at least. And again, no trade for Liquid. Something that I mentioned on Lair, something I will continue to mention, something to watch with this team. Not always the best at making sure that they impact on each other's deaths, and it can be problematic. The Bravo drone, though, is going to go in and start stealing a couple of things.
For those keeping count, by the way, Nest is on 12 kills now, so he's halfway to where he needs to be.
He's 24.
Probably will require the third map, I think, for him to get there, unless we see a lights-out performance getting him towards 16 kills on this map alone. Still, as you say, a little bit of utility rolling on through, and once again, Liquid has still lost that early player. It's been quite a recurrent theme through these last 2 maps where they're taking these early engagements or just stepping a foot wrong and being caught out by G2. Lagonis now really starting to ask the question, knocking on the door. That is so cheeky! Loira, you naughty boy, straight on the doorway, knocks the shield out the way and brings down his man. G2 have once again absolutely clapped Liquid here in round 5, a flawless round, and they're up 3-2. I love that from Loira.
I was just going to say, that was brilliant from Loira. Just the timing of it. He knows that it's a shield hit in the barricade, so I'm just going to come and smack that shield as the barricade opens. Absolutely brilliant stuff. How do you deal with a blitz? That's how you deal with a blitz. Wonderful stuff. G2, I don't want to over-egg the pudding, Des, but G2...
I've never heard that expression in my life.
Have you not? Oh, that's a common one.
I've heard over-egg it. I've never heard over-egg the pudding.
I think that's where it comes from, over-egg the pudding.
Fair enough. I mean, it makes sense, like a cake or something.
Absolutely, you don't want to put too many eggs in.
All right, granted.
I don't want to over-egg the pudding, Des, but between G2 on day 1 and G2 today, genuinely, they are looking really good.
They look great on day 1 for sure, and yeah, we said it back then. It's not a disrespectful thing towards M80, but M80 weren't at the races on that day. G2 just, they made it like they were still like a scrim or in practice mode. It wasn't a real test of their abilities, and we were saying coming into today, this is a really good chance for G2 to experience a little bit of a test. And yeah, Liquid are certainly putting up some real great rounds here, but G2 when required, they're turning it on. And I mentioned earlier on that stat about them being one of the best teams around the world for trading back teammate deaths. They play as a team is the key part, as well as being excellent individuals like we saw from Uno. Again, loads of criticism on him last year, not quite the level of player that they need as an IGL, clearly fantastic, and it feels since he's taken on that role, he's got even better, Tim. Like, he's playing really well today. I love seeing it.
You know, let's not forget, when I say that G2 are looking really good, and I don't sound surprised, I hope, but it's like they've been LCQ merchants through the year. That's how they've had to qualify to every tournament. They've not done well in Manchester or in Montreal. They've gone out at the first possible opportunity for them at both tournaments. They've not done fantastically well. The consistency has been up and down. They've made these changes and they are working. They've come in here, and like I say, over the first 2 days so far, this game may go either way, and I wouldn't criticise them now if it did, because I think that they've played really, really well so far. Liquid, like you said, are up there, and they're going to continue challenging. I'm hoping that we get much more of this matchup, but I just thought, I need to say that G2 look really good.
Is it their year? I mean, I joked earlier on and said back in Manchester they went out in phase 3. In Montreal it was phase 2. All the way around. It's phase 3, phase 2, phase 1. This is phase 1. All the way around. Went out in phase 1 back in Manchester. Phase 2 in Montreal. Will they make it to phase 3 here and at least get to quarters? Well, if there's a pattern building, then that's certainly a way to go about it. How far they get there is another question in itself. But now, though, they're going to start their way forwards. We've got half that round down, and thank God, Tim, they haven't lost a player super early on. It has been a big sticking point for me throughout this series, that they've let players get a little bit over-aggressive. Admittedly, in the previous round, I think for Uno, he should have been dead to rights. There was a yellow ping at his feet. Palu still lost the 1 versus 1. Similar sort of story again. It's Blaz now dancing around West Main, looking to cause a spot of bother. Liquid has still got a lot of clearing to do. We just saw Doki, for example, holding up on that top floor around Piano. You've got Blaz around Solar. You've got Loira downstairs. There's still players here they've got to be conscious of on the G2 side.
Yeah, it's pretty much all coming from the Fireplace and Library side. The one exception is Palu, who's moving out towards bathroom window as we speak. He's probably going to be working on that balcony at some point, or maybe a little West Main push. We'll see as the round goes on. But for the time being, it is is all about that side. Resets is just actually moving over and maybe going to join Palu on this side so they can create a little bit of extra pressure. But again, Des, the question is that rotation too late here? There's only 35 seconds left to go. Resets, though, proves me wrong. A big double. Maya finds 2, make it 3, and within a matter of heartbeats, Liquid have got themselves completely surrounding G2. They've made that rotation to join Palu. Resets heads over. They push in at the same time then from 2 sides, and it goes fantastically well. Good attack from Liquid. Yet another round won rather than lost by anybody.
They got so sucked into Resets, who did so well getting that 2K to start, but the real difference maker was Maya playing on that office door, and you'll see it on the replay here in a moment, I imagine. The response that he has, we look, again, Resets being a nuisance, they were drawn towards the breach, it's here, gets the first kill, doesn't back out immediately, swings round for the second and the third kill. Nothing really that G2 can do about it. It's just got himself in a perfect place at the perfect time and completely cleared them out while they're so distracted what's going on the breach. Great stuff. As we know, Maya's got some big performances in him. That round is certainly a way to get the gears turning and start seeing what else he can deliver throughout Chalet.
Got a big voice in him as well.
Well, we know that. The thing is, he's quite a assuming guy, the one.
He is. That's what I mean. Generally, he's like you say, quite quiet, and then as soon as he gets the 3K, him and Hugzor are going absolutely crazy there, loving it. Love the passion. The thing is, like we've said, you know, these are 2 of the most storied teams inside of Siege. This matchup has been played so many times. It's a real El Clasico of Siege in terms of organisations, particularly G2 versus Liquid. Every game matters to these players, of course, but when they come into these are the big matchups. These are the ones that you dream of. Liquid at SI, G2 at SI, and they get to face off against each other, so it means an awful lot to these players. And you can really see it in the server at the minute, not just in terms of the play, but in terms of the passion coming out of the players. But let's get into round 7. We move on to our second half. 3-3 at the split. It could not be any closer than it is right now. We're going to see a defense of Barring Gaming coming out from Liquid. They are trying to hold on to that mezzanine area. Nesk is there at the top of the fireplace stairs. He's going to start being pressured by nades. Uno sending it in, not quite deep enough, and they haven't got him moved just yet.
For sure. I mean, the new Nest has been up here for a while. This is one way to try and force the issue. Is a shield coming on through, but the cover is there, and the thing is, G2 know about these positions, and they've somewhat paid the price. Blast has collected a couple, so it has evened things out at 3 apiece, but I thought Liquid there were in a really good spot to completely shut down that G2 aggression. I wouldn't quite call it luck, but Blaz has definitely handed this one to G2 to say, right, all things are equal, we go again.
Yeah, they've definitely got the chance now to be able to build something. There's a lot of time left as well. 1 minute 45 left on the clock. They can start working from above. They don't have a lot of vertical destruction in their hands at the minute. That might be a slight bit of a problem. They can use, as they are doing, the ammunition to try and just, you know, burst open a couple of little holes that are going to get them something, but maybe not much as they would like. They're going to have to move down and work in behind that other utility to try and get themselves into a plant spot.
Well, the Gonus is falling down here, and you can hear the Grimbees coming up. We've got smokes, EE1Ds, we've got fire. Really dumbing all the utility in, and I'm pretty sure Liquid anticipated that there would be a plant coming in. But that's the last smoke that's come off it as well, and I think Uno has missed his man. Palu's managed to get his way back inside, and do they know about this? He could be a real party spoiler if they aren't anticipating it.
Yeah, exactly. The asphyxiation bolts went in there to prevent the play from Resets coming out of that area, but I'm not sure how aware they are of the remaining locations. But there's 45 seconds left. They've got plenty of time. They don't need to rush this. However, Resets gets aggressive. That's a big kill. 2v2. Diffuser is still in the hands of Uno, but can they find space? Probably not, as Resets and Palu go huge. And look what it means to Team Liquid. They find themselves in the lead again, 4-3.
Resets continues to impress, Tim. We spoke about him a lot. Looks absolutely fantastic there. I think we've got another rehost coming in, unfortunately, but Resets again, just massive in the moment required. Palu as well, can't ignore it and say that Resets did it all by himself, but really solid. And they start off the half with a round win. Good stuff.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Again, it was, you know, that 3v3, they'd lost top floor, and Liquid, just the movement there, like you say, was great. Just moving around that utility, preventing G2 from executing maybe when they wanted to. Didn't give up those kills that would have opened things up for G2. And then just got themselves, it was just that Resets play onto the double window. Once you've got that closed down, it creates so much more freedom for Liquid to be able to move around. It was beautiful stuff and really well played.
All right, well, where did G2 go from here? That's where the attention will turn. I mentioned that when they had this burst coming in on that top floor, I was a bit concerned that they hadn't dealt with all the necessary angles. And that was a little bit unlike G2. I thought there'd be some utility dumped at the top of Library Stairs, for example, to stop the shield player. But this kill that came from Nesky was Nesky found out Alamal there really concerned me. When Maya got the second, I thought, this is screwed, it's over. But I think if Blaz getting into a great spot then to be able to get a 2K back, did even things up. They just couldn't hold on against Resets, who was a little bit of a beast. And this, again, is what I spoke about back on day one, was what I loved about W7M was the willingness to take these risky plays and go for a swing when you wouldn't normally anticipate it. Most teams I'd expect would sit there, wait for a Volt to come in through that double window because there's frost mats on the floor, and then you just hold the angle and wait. But instead, he does the unexpected, goes up nice and close. G2 weren't ready for it, gets one kill and converts into a second. Really good play, even if it was a little bit risky in the moment.
One thing I will say about Team Liquid as well, historically, you know, from all the many, many times that I've seen them and had the pleasure of covering their games at events now, I will say they always play better when the vibes are up.
Yeah.
And that's true of a lot of teams. You know, it's not revelational information, I understand that. It's true of a lot of teams. But there's a lot of teams that, you know, can still play when things are a little bit down and they can dig deep. And I don't think that's always something that Liquid have had in their locker. We see those days sometimes where things are a little bit flat, and that tends to be when they have that real struggle of a performance and they don't always manage to turn it around. When they are looking like this, and you've got Ness screaming and gassing Resets open, like, you know, really hyping everybody, and Maya's there, Hugzord's getting involved, and there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of laughs, there's a lot of smiling, there's a lot of fun going on in the team. And that, for me, whenever I've seen Liquid at tournaments, is a real dangerous prospect for whoever is against them. G2 are bringing their best, and are going to have to continue bringing their best if they want anything out of this matchup, because Liquid is certainly testing them.
Yeah. So if these to be addressed. Apologies, a bit of fuse during this series as well. I know we've had a few re-hosts have had to work our way through. It does break that momentum a little bit as well, but again, for Liquid, I imagine they're feeling pretty cozy about the fact that they are now in the lead on their map pick in this second half. It definitely sets the tone for how the half may play out. G2 are the ones who've got to figure things out. It's a little coffee break in the middle, Tim. I haven't got any coffee. I've only got water, actually. Oh, and an unnamed dark fizzy pop.
Yeah, generally, a little behind the scenes, but I generally try to limit myself to water throughout the time, particularly while we're actively working.
Yeah.
But a little bit broader than that as well, generally through working days. I'll have the odd fizzy drink maybe, or I had a milkshake last night.
Oh, load me up, Tim, is what I say.
But I've tried to avoid it too much because I find it can affect my throat a little bit sometimes. Air conditioning and things that aren't
Did you try the trick I told you about to get your room a bit fresher yesterday?
No, I forgot, but I will.
So, because we're in this building, we're in the hotel that we're in, it's all very recycled air. I don't want to do a quick break production. Can we carry on? We'll happily keep on chatting. They're nearly all back in. But I hope, like I said yesterday, it's all a lot of stale air throughout the building. So opening up that, because we're quite high up as well, I think I'm on like the 12th floor or something. If you open the window, the draft that then runs through your room, it feels like you're in the middle of a storm. But my room felt absolutely great afterwards. Yeah, I was like, I didn't want to be in the room, but I was also really conscious that someone might knock and just say, is everything okay in there? Because I've never felt a draft like it coming under the door. I don't know if someone else had done the same thing in one of their rooms, but it was some gale force wind, Tim, I'm telling you.
I'll give it a whirl. Obviously.
Give it a spin and tell me your experience.
I will do. I'll give it a spin. Maybe it'll give me a spin if the draft is strong enough. It might spin me off my feet in my room. But no, yeah, I think those are the two things that I find tend to affect. I try to avoid affecting my throat. Is I tend to just stick to water, and I try not to have the air conditioning on in my room too much.
It's a reminder for those at home to hydrate. Take a drink of water, it's good for you.
Drink of water is very good for you.
Get some fresh air at some point today, maybe between the games, during the break. Step outside for a few and touch some grass.
I try to do that as well, because as I said the other day, it's very, very easy for us to just kind of end up inside when the tournament kicks off, because it's just game after game after game and we want to watch them all.
It doesn't help that it's like -6 outside when we finish casting.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, we are...
you were like either freezing or getting blown away.
Coming from Northern England, we kind of built for it. So, I mean, you're not, but...
You were moaning about it yesterday on the water to get a shake.
I know, it was cold, but...
I wasn't moaning.
Still built for it, it's fine.
Well, you weren't, though, because you were moaning about it.
That's what we do in the North, Des.
what we do in the UK, mate. We love a good moan.
We moan about it and we get on with it. It's fine.
That's very true.
But yeah, I quite often I'll get up early and go for a little. I like an early morning walk around the city. You know, you kind of get that vibe of like people going to work, maybe stopping in at a bakery, something to eat, and I like that vibe around the city. So I'll maybe try and get out early in the morning, like because I'm usually awake anyway. So at 7:30, 8 o'clock, get out for a little walk for an hour and just get some fresh air before the day kicks off. I think it's always good. And it's very beautiful, I've already said, but it's very beautiful walking around Boston. It is a very architecturally pretty city. It's very, very nice.
I do agree. I believe all our players are back in lobby, so not far off being ready now. Again, thank you for the patience. Yes, we waffle on. That's not about the game sometimes, but we could talk. Yay.
Thank you,
Huxor. I love that Huxor. He's my kind of guy. In fact, I saw a picture of Parker on our socials yesterday. He was doing that.
Was it?
And I was like, it's spreading.
You realise that nobody at home has any idea what you're talking about?
Absolutely not. They're doing the
Des hands, as we call it.
The surfer hands. That's what
I, in my head, call it Des hands.
Des hands.
Yeah.
I know Stokes does it
because
quite
you
a lot.
always do it.
And now Parker's doing it. I always do it. There's always a picture of me somewhere doing it at an event because it just feels like a thing I have to do. So it will spread.
We found a bar once. Do you remember? We found a bar. I can't remember what city it was in, but there was a bar that had that hand as like their logo.
Oh yeah.
And they had a big sign up, so we got a picture with you underneath it doing the same sign.
I can't
remember where it was. I cannot remember for the life of me. It was one of the cities that we've been to.
It'll be in the archive somewhere.
It'll be somewhere. I'm a little bit of my brain is scratching to say. No, it won't have been Yevla because we didn't go out very much in Yevla.
Nope.
No, I can't remember, but yeah, we definitely saw it somewhere. It was a bar that had that.
Well, while you scratch your head on where that was, Tim, we'll get the game back underway again. All players are in, the game has begun, and we are ready to resume with round 8. Thank you very much for your patience. If you are just joining us, I haven't caught the first half of the series. G2 very narrowly won at Lair 7-5. It looked like it'd be a much more dominant victory than that, but Liquid did battle their way back in. And now we're on Chalet. We had a perfect 3-3 split, and Liquid have just won the first defensive round. Now we get to see how the second one shapes out with Master and Office. You love that little bit of like,
I keep doing it.
You do. You walk around and just go,
I love it for the transition. It's great. Right, up to the top floor we go then. It's going to be another defence for Liquid. They will, of course, see... They'll see the rest... You've distracted me now. They're going to see the rest of the game out on the defensive side, of course, and they're looking pretty comfortable. It was a really good round from them in the last one. Able to hold on. It could have been tough, but 2v3, Resets and Palu managed to get it done. So up to, as we found out earlier, the least played defensive side here on Charlie. They're all fairly even, but Master is, at the moment, the least played. And we'll see whether Liquid can hold on to it. Just having a quick look across their setup. They've got the mirror set up. They're mostly in and around site. I'm just sort of scanning my top-down screen because I can't find Nest at the minute. Where is it? Nest is...
He's at the bottom of your screen.
He's at the bottom of the screen. Just near Fireplace. So they're kind of looking at the entirety of top floor at the minute. So G2 are going to have to do a little bit of work because Lagonis and Nest are over on the library side. They're going to need to clear them out if they want to get in and get some control from there. Now, this could be an absolutely disgusting C4 coming out of Reset. Nobody at the minute is lining up for the solar repel. But if they do, if they do, Resets could have really punished them. But it doesn't look like the stars are going to align for it.
Myers gagging to find something on this office door. He's still stood there on this frost and has been now for like, what, 45 seconds or so? Barely moved, just hoping to catch someone, but no one's giving him anything to bite on. Nesk also holding onto this window, so already quite a lot of early aggression from Liquid in terms of holding onto like the solar windows, as we said, on towards the office balcony. Palu has been punished, though, by Loira. Not a dream start. And I need to go and look at these numbers, to be fair, because it feels like Palu has gone down as the entry a lot this map.
And with no response coming out of Liquid. Too many deaths they take where they don't get a response for it and they just have to play on at a man disadvantage. 5 versus 4 as G2 start to send in a little bit of utility, start to jump kind of in and out of the map. Just trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. Bullets raining in from the rooftop towards Piano and Liquid just getting less and less comfortable. Nesk, I'm not sure if they are aware of his position in library box or not. Drone goes past. They will be now. Two drones see him water. They are aware, and
he's
Nesk
gone.
is stuck. Blast takes him out. Beautiful stuff from G2. They reacted so quickly to that information. Love to see it.
Doki and Blaz were there, and there was one coming from Fireplace Stairs. They were just ready basically the whole way through. It's beautiful to see when they work as a team like this, and even discovering someone they didn't know was going to be there. Just having the ability to have two players ready to respond at a given moment's notice is really good stuff to see. We are down to that last 50 seconds or so, Tim. They've got rid of two. It's a good spot for G2 to be in, but like Liquid back in that first half, now you've got to start getting yourself ready for an execute, and they've not done too much prep on the site itself.
No, the problem for G2 at the minute is it's all kind of one-dimensional, but it doesn't matter when they're just going to go in and find kill after kill from that dimension. Liquid maybe could have held out a little bit better there. They had themselves a line defensively inside of the site, across Office, Piano. They were kind of locked in, and then they started peeking out towards Ivy, and that's the only place that G2 were coming from, was the breach and Ivy. And they start giving them those opportunities. They just maybe needed to play that a little bit deeper, but they were in a tough spot. G2 were applying pressure. That's a good attack from G2 to get the round up.
It was really, really solid. I think more than anything else, it was the ability to isolate gunfights though, right? And not get themselves caught up in these big trade battles with Liquid. That's where they lost a couple of players at the start of the prior round. That one, much more finding isolated gunfights and punishing Liquid, who, as we remarked early on in the round, were looking to challenge on to Office Doorway, on towards Solar. They were really trying to be aggressive early on and hopefully catch G2 out. But G2 were just nice and slow and composed, getting on those drones and really giving Liquid no time or space to be able to capitalise on any aggression. Things are once again all square, Tim. Are we heading towards another overtime chalet between these teams? Because it sure feels like it.
Oh, surely we couldn't be treated to overtime already in map 2. I mean, for me, as a neutral, I'm thinking, let's have some overtime. Let's go to map 3. Let's just have the whole lot. Let's have as much entertainment out of this one as we can. I'd love to tick off Fresher's bingo card for him with a little ace and there's map 3 overtime, because it's been, aside from anything else, it's very, very entertaining, but it's just been good siege as well. It's just been very enjoyable to watch. They've been problem solving well. We've had some great kills, big moments, you know, walking into sight or just great team play. It's been fantastic so far. Look at this aggression from Alamo, going straight for that top floor clearance, looking to get straight on in towards Piano, towards Office, really prevent Liquid from holding on to too much of this top floor. He's waiting for Uno to get up there and join him. Uno will open the Office wall most likely, I would expect, and then they can continue pushing across. And there we go. Uno's going to do exactly that, and it means that Maya is going to have to relocate, but at the minute he's just got himself right up against that wall. Needs to be careful, because if he detonates that thermite charge, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. He's nearly accidentally in a bit of trouble there as Blaz just looks underneath with the IQ to take out the mute jammer. Maya has now been forced away from the wall, but does keep himself inside of Office. So Liquid, as I say that, he kind of dips back to the rotate, but Liquid are holding this top floor still quite aggressively.
They've sent a couple of drones in at Maya, so they're very aware that he's sat in Office. They probably need to get rid of him before they can even think about looking at the site in any more depth. For sure. And having Uno drop away, main goal there is to then get the actual site wall itself opened up. It's easy. Put one on top floor, drop over the balcony, open up the second one at the same time. See his man, and he's also down on the deck. Will they get a second, though? Because there's another player here looking to swing in for a little bit of a trade out. If they'll find the man for free, in which case Alamau dies for free. But no, they've not bothered at this point. There is a lot of challenge coming on through, though. They really want Maya finished off, but he will get picked up.
Yeah, that's well played from Liquid. It would have been easy for Ness to over-aggress there and try to go for the kills, and he likely loses his life. How about this, though? Alamau, he's just walking in, doesn't care. Don't think he knows about the one to the left. No, he doesn't. And there's a shotgun to the face. Maya takes him down. Doki, however, with a double. Uno finds Maya, and G2 back in the driving seat on this attack. They can smell blood in the water. They know that this one is potentially theirs for the taking. They've got the time to take a pause here, Des. They can just think about it. They can reset. They can go back to that plan of getting the diffuser down.
They've got all these drones available to them as well. They are certainly in no rush is the key thing. And this is the real test of a team now. When you've got this man advantage, you've got a bit of time to play with. How do you react? We've seen a lot of teams slow things down, get back on the drones, push forward as a team and get things closed out. But when you've got Blaz on side, who's having a wonderful day so far, just send him in and go and kill. It's a classic G2 strat. Blaz, go kill, and it seems to be working every time. Lagonis has had a good couple of clutches back on Lair. On Chalet, I don't think he's had quite the same joy. It'd be a great time to start that trend now.
Yeah, I kind of feel for Lagonis here. I'm not really sure what the plan is from the bottom of West Main. Maybe he finds one, but they know exactly where he's coming from. Blaz cuts him down. It was always going to be a big ask in a 1v3 to go up the stairs and managed to get a couple as well. So tough from them. G2 once again in the lead and now just 2 rounds away from beating Liquid inside of 2 maps.
In case you're wondering what Doki said, he said, hello, he said, ha ha ha, hello, Solar Stairs. That's where he got his 2K from. I believe it was Palu who was actually sat on those stairs looking to hold the angle, stop any window push coming through and support the backline of the team. And Doki's just basically tore them apart at that point. I won't repeat what he's actually said in the chat this time around. We have got a tap timeout coming in, though, for Team Liquid. No surprise, as they really are on the back foot here and can see that game slipping away.
Yeah, definitely needing something, I think, to try and turn this one over because, like you say, they're on a little bit of a slippery slope now towards losing this one completely to G2. And they've had a good defense, but then, you know, G2 have had the answer. They've had a couple of attacks. We expect Chalet to potentially favour the attackers from time to time. So right now, Liquid definitely on the back foot. And I don't really know what to suggest because it's just really about G2 playing well together as a team, still getting those trades, but also they're just doing so well at kind of massaging the positions of where Liquid can play, forcing them out of position and into the line of fire of teammates that it's very difficult for Liquid right now. You know, maybe getting aggressive might help, maybe just getting right up in their faces, I don't know, but they've kind of tried that with Nesk in the last round and he got caught out in library box, he just got cut down. So no matter what Nesk and the rest of Liquid are trying at the minute, G2 have just kind of got the answers.
They look very composed to put together.
Yeah, they do.
It's an exciting time if you're a G2 fan or an EU fan seeing them play this. While it feels like a long time since we've seen a highly functional G2, there's always been something that's been missing.
Yeah.
Now it feels like the formula might really be coming together, and given the wagon sort of came off BDS yesterday, it somewhat got righted today. It could end up being the hope for EU if they keep on playing as well as they have done so far.
Maybe we could do it as we could do it for the transition between you and I as well.
We could, that's true.
There you go.
Oh, you broke it.
Damn it!
It would be awful, let's not. All right, G2 in the lead. Liquid have had that tack timeout. They've got a chance to try and figure out their way back into this game. They've lost 2 of those 3 rounds in that first quarter. Like you see, 3 of those sides now replayed out, and things will need to be course corrected. Doki is on this Blackbeard. Look towards Laura on that round once again, though. Of course, that vertical destruction being used to open up a lot of that basement. That means getting control of lobby, which likely starts with making sure all the top floor is clear. Given Maya is lurking up towards this top end of the map, they need to get him removed away.
That's just going to be playing it inside of Office for the time being, looking to get aggressive potentially onto Piano Window. We've got Doki inside of the map elsewhere on the Blackbeard, just looking to get aggressive, but a lot of work being done here by Alamine. Gets the mirror window and then swings onto Palu. Doki elsewhere on the Blackbeard, as I commented, gets himself into the map, picks up Lagonis. It's 5 versus 3, and G2, they are starting to punish Liquid. They are running away with it. Loira gets one for free onto the flash resets, and Nesk, he starts battling, doing anything he can, but he can do no more than one, and it is G2 on the trade, playing as a team once again to close it out, and they go not only to map, but to series point.
Liquid have folded like a deck chair in the wind, unfortunately. It's not looking good for them. Things are going very wrong, and yes, G2 are back in all chat again, talking some smack, suggesting that the Lagonis gets into map training. Pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But as we said at the very start, we're pretty sure, for the most part, Liquid would have muted all of G2. They don't want to deal with that Martin game when it starts breaking out.
Not a chance they'll be looking at that. Absolutely not a chance. 6-4 then to G2. We just see the replay. This is beautiful. I mean, he's got a little bit lucky there, really, and he's punished Palu. Palu's got to be getting that kill. I know that sounds harsh.
Reaction.
It's easy to kind of say, you know, but he does. He has to win that. He's stood fully in double door at the bottom of sort of fireplace, and you can't just stand there if you're not going to win the challenge when somebody runs in to get the mirror window. He needs to be punishing Alamau at that point, and it's going to be little mistakes, little incidents like that that ultimately cost Liquid this matchup. And right now, they've got to dig deep, they've got to find 2 consecutive defences. They are now going to Bar and Gaming. They won it back in round 7, so at least it is the site that Team Liquid have won.
I feel that was pretty chaotic execute from G2 last time on this site, if you recall. It's when they went charging in. Blaz sort of recovered it and made it a 3 versus 3, but they got blindsided by the player at top library. Didn't expect they'd get shot by him, and they lost, but I think it was Alamau and Doki incredibly early on. I think G2 will course correct here. They won't try and play as aggressive this time round or this fast-paced. They'll take their time with this one, wear Liquid down, because that has been working so well for them across this half. Why not keep on doing what's working rather than risking it on something like a more aggressive, fast-paced rush?
That's just going to be holding the position that he's been playing throughout top mezzanine. He's not going to hold it for very long as Uno manages to find the headshot onto him, and it's another entry going in the direction of G2. That's the last couple of rounds. They've been able to get that opening kill, and I tell you what, it's not going to get any easier. 5 versus 4. If Doki starts finding these tracks and just, again, making life difficult from above with this Deimos, Liquid could be in big trouble. It gets harder as well. The more you see the numbers like disappearing, the stronger that Deimos becomes. There's not really too many other threats to worry about. The supposed weakness of Deimos is he can only track one, and other players can then use that player as bait. When there's only one left on side, well, it's a free track onto the only guy that can do anything about it, and it is not a fun time. G2 getting to work on the vertical as well. Got plenty of time to work with here, and all the utility in the world to make it happen. Yeah, Liquid have pretty much set up their stall for this. Whether it's win or lose, it is going to be by turtling inside of sight. Echo Drone does give them a little bit of intel. G2 obviously not aware of that, so that's at least a point for the positive in the terms of Team Liquid. 1 minute 10 left to go. G2 have just slowed down a little bit here. Not unexpectedly, they're getting the drones out, they're looking for the intel, they're just trying to get a clear picture of what's going on ahead of them. They need to make sure that they don't waste too much of that time, though. They don't want to give away this round by stalling out and not knowing when to push.
Surely they know about this, though. They've got rid of the 1, tried to get the 2nd, but so far, Liquid hold out well. But here comes Alamau, 1 for himself, Uno another. Paolo bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. We've got single smoke left in the back pocket of resets, but G2 Tim have got all the time in the world to work with.
Blaz manages to find 1, however, resets once again fighting back, but it's that man Blaz. What a day he has had today, Des. Absolutely reigning supreme for G2, who beat Team Liquid 2-0 here at the 6th Invitational.
I'm really looking at G2 and saying, can you expect anything less than a group-topping performance from them moving forwards? They've looked dominant in the first 2 shows. Liquid, sure, a 7-5 and a 7-4, the score looks close, but I'd argue in terms of team play and the real depth of the game behind it, G2 to me looked far superior.
Yeah, they really did. Like we've commented a number of times, the trade game particularly, they always had an answer when they lost somebody. They were on top in terms of man count quite often, and it ground Liquid down throughout the course of that matchup. Liquid, don't get me wrong, they played their part and they played it well. So for me, that is a really good test of G2. And now I'm looking towards them as being one of the top EU sides in the tournament and looking really strong going forward.
Really excited to see what more comes from them indeed. A big shout out to Blaz with a massive performance today. 27, 28, 29 kills I think he ended on. Absolutely ludicrous. And Alamau, I think a 92% cost come the end of things. Not a single player on Liquid going positive. It was a bad day for them. But we'll go to a break, and when we come back, there's an interview waiting for you. See you in a few.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'aiguisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça
Speaking to LMAO after the 2-0 against Liquid. Impressive result. How are you feeling after this game?
Feeling pretty good. We prepare a lot for this game and completely counter them. So yeah, feeling good.
About the countering you did, I mean, you two played against each other a lot in the last year. In Montreal as well, you lost against Liquid. What was the main takeaway from that one that brought you into this game today?
I mean, we lost them the whole year, to be honest. We also lost in Manchester, but last SI we beat them. So seems like we let them win the major matches, and we always win the SI matches. That's what's matter. But yeah, we learn a lot. I think like the way they play, so it helped us to prepare for this match on SI. So.
All right, you keep your eye on the most important matches after all. Now, we talked to a lot of players in your team about the IGL change. That means you are no longer IGLing. Uno is now doing that. Does it give you more freedom? What is it like for you to be no longer IGLing after so many years of leading a team?
I mean, for me it's fine because I used to do the same when I used to play with Lagones back in T1. Like, he's the main IGL, so he has like the responsibility to call, and I can call whenever I want. Like, whenever I see something, I can still call and help the team. But I don't have like the whole responsibility behind my back, so it helps. Like, sometimes I just wanted to play more quiet, do my role, and then when I want to help the team, when I see something, I can still communicate and help the team. So it takes like the weight over my shoulders, so it's better for me.
So you're definitely noticing that less responsibility. Is that allowing you to play more loose then as well?
Yeah, especially on my role. Like, sometimes we realize in this team that when I used to do my role, I tried to IGL at the same time. In some moments, I wasn't even seeing what was happening around, and I was trying to say something, but it's not good, you know. So Uno is way better on this because he's always like on the execute when I'm like lurking some around the map. So, and it's been a great job, so I guess it's working for us.
Cool, well, I wanted to ask you about that because it was an interview we did with Doki and Uno about who was the best IGL in G2. There was a bit of a, discussion about it. How do you feel about being IGL by Uno?
It's pretty good. I mean, like, we share the same ideas because he's been playing with us for like 1 year. And the whole idea of bringing Uno at the beginning, like last year, was like to help with being IGL, but I never wanted to be the IGL. So I guess after 1 year with us, he just learned how we think, how we play, and then like he can IGL perfectly right now. So he's doing a great job and very good.
All right, awesome. Some great insights. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the next game. We got a lot of different insights about the IGLing change in this roster, but it seems like it's been working wonders for them. Another 4 points for G2. Very welcome, standing strong at the top of their group right now. And again, just an impressive performance on Chalet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Liquid, giving a good fight on this, honestly. At some point, I even thought they were gonna, take it. They were in the lead. I think their attack side especially was strong, but there was an issue, I think, consistently with time. I mean, you can see it at many moments here, but these first 2 kills, they happened at 30 seconds left in the round, and that was a very consistent pattern. And even here, they managed to win it because G2 plays the Frag Fest, but I think it was way too consistent that Liquid were attacking very, very late into the round, and very often losing 1 or 2 minutes just doing the basic fundamentals on this map.
Yeah, Liquid looked like they weren't fully committed to the plan. Like, they were slow on their executes, on their attacks, and ultimately a 3-3 split. Chalet is quite, in my mind, quite attacker-sided. I think the pros feel very, very comfortable attacking onto this map. And as soon as G2 achieved that 3-3 split on their defenses, they were always going to kick on. And I think, I will just say it again, it feels like G2 have so much control in the games that they play. That was a challenge that we asked G2 to rise to. They not only rose to that challenge and got the map over the line, but they basically controlled the whole game and the whole fixture against a rival to them that is on par. In terms of being a real contender for this title is, Liquid, and G2 have absolutely dominated them 2-0. So I think for G2, they keep rising to the challenges that we keep setting them.
And I want to praise Blaz for this as well. I know he was one of the players that we spoke a bit less of, compared to the rest of the players on that roster.
That's 2 MVPs now.
And that's 2 MVPs in a row on these 2 maps. So if we look at the overall match summary, you will see that Blaz has overperformed overall throughout the match. And yes, I'm not surprised to see him with the highest DPS. 28 kills for 10 deaths only. That's amazing for him. And very often playing on his own, playing as a flex support, or playing as a roamer. And it suits his playstyle very well. Overall, I feel like this lineup has such great roles, fitting every player on the lineup, and it's paying off so far.
Definitely is paying off. I mean, when we're looking at this, when I'm listening to you two, we might be influenced by a bit of EU copium here, but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like G2's just going to win SI again.
I think G2, I'm not going to go that far, and I'll be honest. I think G2 went through the hard yards this year. They went through the hard yards of changing out some of their legacy players that they'd won 6 invitationals with. They went through the hard yards of changing out their established IGL in Alamo, who's on your screen. And they went through the hard yards of having to go through the LCQ. Let's not forget, they arguably shouldn't have been here in the LCQ, but for a magnificent turnaround against Fnatic in the best of 3, the way they did that. Now, they've been through that hard yards. They've built that team synergy. They've added in more staff. All of the signs are heading in the right direction, and G2 are elevating themselves throughout this tournament. So they're definitely much more dangerous than I thought they were going to be, and I think a lot of people thought they were going to be heading into this.
What was the keyword, Jack, that we mentioned for the first G2 game? It was redemption. Redemption because they need it after such a year, and I think they're on the path of redemption, really. I think that all the adjustments that they've made in the offseason were paying off. I know everybody doubted this pickup, but I think that the pickups of Laura and Blaz, plus the new role changes, plus cameraman as a coach, all of these changes are lined up perfectly to overperform at this SI.
Of course, we still also have our black light detail. Now, you're gonna really have to keep your eyes peeled for this one, because this really is a detail. It's difficult to see it just with the bare eye, but I'll let you two have a go at it.
Yeah, these are going to be 2 bulletproof cameras out there on Chalet. The first one is going to be hidden. You've got to look for it. It's inside the plant pot in the dining room. Now, we're not going to show you what this camera sees. You're going to have to go into a ranked game and try it yourself. But trust me when I say that one's a round winner.
And now if you look at this Noble one, well, you can already guess where it's aiming at. Obviously, Snowmobile Garage, but I will let you try it as well. Very efficient, especially for this execution on the side of that snowball stairs.
And both of those bulletproof cameras are almost impossible to shoot straight up. The only way the attackers are going to get rid of them is by destroying them with explosives or by punching them, but then they would have to be in the middle of sight already.
And they have to find them before, because they're really well hidden.
Yeah, especially that first one is super well hidden. And the second one, I mean, when you go down the stairs and plant right next to the shelf, that's going to be giving you a great view on it. But I won't be spoiling too much. It's up for the viewers to try it out themselves in the ranked games. Now, of course, this is a great game here so far. We should talk about what this means for the standings in Group A in general. I mean, this means G2 are on top. 8 points for them, around difference of 12 as well. Joel at the top. At the bottom, sorry, this is not looking good for them.
Well, it's not good for them. They are eliminated. They are statistically eliminated from this tournament as soon as G2 picked up one map in this best of 3, and that's exactly what happened. So congratulations to all 4 teams, G2, Unwanted, Liquid, and M80, for making it through to the bracket. Obviously, top spot is still to play for. G2 currently occupy that. And a quick fact about G2, a quick question from me to both of you. When was the last time G2 lost a 6 Invitational group game?
That was a long time ago. That was SI 2022?
2023.
2023.
They lost to W7M. Almost 2 years to the day was the last time they lost a 6 Invitational group game. That's how good they are at this stage of the tournament. Obviously, Unwanted coming in, they got themselves a win as well today. So I think this group's shaping up really, really well between G2, Unwanted, and Liquid. Even M80 are in that mix. Everybody still has a shot for that first place that gets you the bye in the upper bracket.
So let's be real here. I think G2 with their performance today are likely to be the first seed. I think they're going to continue that trend. The real question is that triangle between Unwanted, M80, and Liquid, right? Because everyone is beating everyone. So it all depends on Unwanted's performance for the rest of the tournament. And then sadly, goodbye to Joel. I think that's a sad end to what has been a sad year for these guys. I think these players have a lot of potential. I would be happy to see them stick together, but that's a big question mark, obviously, after this event.
Maybe bring the fish next time when they go play some games. I mean, it's very unfortunate to see Joel be one of the very first teams really to be statistically eliminated from the tournament. Of course, we hope that this maybe frees them up a little bit and lets them at least get that good showing for the potential pickups that they are still playing for. That concludes it for us, though, for the A stream here in the morning shift, at least. We'll have a lot, actually, to keep your eyes peeled open for after this break, because in the B stream at the moment, we still have Dark Zero and Falcons going on. That group in general, but that game as well is extremely close. So definitely recommend go to give that a watch. And then when we get back here, it'll be the evening shift crew. And when they start, they're gonna make a tier list of some of the best players of all time. So I'm sure you've got some opinions about it as well. So definitely stick around to watch for that.
I won't be in it. We already know it.
No.
Nice.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back. It's time for the halftime show. That's right. We've got some new faces here to the broadcast today. It's got Fox. But I'm more importantly happy to be back with Lax once again. Usually I give the love to Fox. I have for the first 2 days, but I got to give it to you. Lax, how you doing, man? It's been a nice little day.
I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm holding a bowl full of thumbtacks. So
I'm really happy you're here.
It's great. I'm happy you're here too. It's always good for you to be here. But yeah, I'm super excited for this halftime show. We haven't had it for the past 2 days, so I'm glad we're actually able to have it now.
We're having a bit of fun today as well. We've got our tier board. Yes, it's premium creme de la crop tier board. Now, we've got the best IGLs of all time in my hands. The way this is going to work, we'll pull them out, we'll give them to the boys. These guys are going to rank them based, I mean, if you don't know what a tier board is at this point, you may as well not be doing anything in esports, but S tier, phenomenal. D tier, probably someone like Lax. I don't know.
Yeah, that's messed up.
That's
messed up.
It's a little bit. Hey, I never played, so I can say whatever I want and get away with it.
You would be D tier. Okay.
Right,
First off, I'm not an IGL, so, you know.
There's no place for me to be on here. It's just, that's just how it works. All right, how about we kickstart this one? I'll let you boys discuss why you want to do this as well, yeah?
All right.
Got Naif up first.
First things first, Naif, current IGL for Dark Zero.
God, they picked the most, like, he looks like a baby here.
Yeah. In my opinion, I don't know how much I buy into the Naif yet. I'd probably put him B. Are we going to do like all-time IGLs, like all history, or just currently?
I think it
has to be all.
Okay, if we're doing all time, I'd agree with B. If we weren't doing all time, I'd say A.
I'd put Naif B right now. I think he needs to be. Oh, I need a thumbtack.
You need a couple of these.
This could go pretty bad. I'm gonna put it.
Sorry, it's my job. I'm supposed to be doing this for him.
Could you hold the?
I got you. Let's do this. This is teamwork makes the dream work. Go on, push it in. Go on, push.
Do you need another one?
That's about. I think that's as good as it's gonna get.
That's pretty rigid.
We're figuring this out as we go on the fly.
I like it. Next one.
Current BDS, Leaky Fack.
Ooh.
Well, if you're going all time, he has to be S.
I'd say I'd say
he has to be S.
I'd say he's like fairly young, so it's like hard to put him so high. But I would say,
given the consistency of BDS, yeah, and the time that he's been IGL, has to be
talk the other day
has to be S.
Divisive, apparently.
I'll put him at S.
Let's go.
Hey,
I'll hold
as a player, as a former player, you got to have people like this that gets everyone in the right mindset. And again, for being as young of an IGL as he is and as little like time in the league compared to some, 100% deserves to.
Does that ups his ranking?
Absolutely.
Being so young, being so
and he's holding a trophy right there.
To be
I mean, you can't not.
To be a young player and to have that amount of confidence in a field with people that are older than you, I mean, you have to be good at what you do.
All right, next up, big bad Shaiko.
Shike.
Oh, I got two. I'm sorry, that's my bad. You know what? Who do you want?
We'll take Shaiko. Shaiko, not an IGL.
Shaiko certainly
one of the best players in the world, though.
Well, if he's not an IGL, plain and simple, he has to be D.
He's got to be DT.
He's just not an IGL. I mean, personally, I don't even know for you guys back at home. I don't hear Shaiko talk a lot.
I'll let you guys do
So I couldn't imagine being an IGL. I think everyone in the Twitch chat is probably saying if we're going off a.
I
feel like I would at least, as IGLs.
We're listing off of IGLs. That would
I feel like I would probably put him at least C, but he's already down there, so we'll leave him down there.
Might as well be all the way down at D.
No, this is IGL. This isn't as a player. As a player, he's definitely S. We're talking IGL. So
Clip it out of context. It's out of context.
Lax said Shaiko is a D tier
player. What it's
player.
going to turn into. Yeah, that's not true.
I'm not the one that makes the rules here. You got Volps up next. What do you reckon?
Volps just won a major. I'd say S tier.
You'd have to say S tier,
I'd say
especially
S
after
tier.
just winning the major, after going through the different roster changes and experiences he's gone through, especially with that Liquid roster where he is wearing that jersey. I would definitely have to say that he's been leading the charge here and deserves that S tier.
Now, I'm going to make a new rule because...
No one cares.
I think there's a couple... What, no one cares about my rule or no one cares about Volps being up top?
No, your rules.
Yeah, okay, fair. But I'm going to make a new rule. We've only got this much space left.
Oh, we got to limit it.
I'm going to limit the way you can put in S tier because I feel
That's
like there's
fine.
a couple
Okay.
in here.
No.
So you've really got to have a think about
I
it.
think there's maybe 2 more. 2 more that could be S tier.
You reckon only 2?
Yeah, I think so.
It's almost like you've seen the list before we did this.
Never done it before. Let's get the next one.
All right, the next one of the GOATs. He's literally next door.
Once
I can
again,
hear him.
just not an IGL. I don't production. Like, we're just throwing random people in here that aren't IGLs, so...
Well, Pengu like did 50-50. He used to say that Fabian never really IGL'd and that he would IGL for Fabian, but Fabian took all the fame. That's what he used to say.
Do you reckon that's true?
I think
Can you
so.
quote that? Like,
I
can
feel
you
like
100% quote that? Because I feel like
the
that's going to be a Twitter
stress.
thing after this.
Pengu stressing to IGL his team in his prime like made him lose his hair. So I think like now.
Put him in B.
B?
B.
No, I think Pengu's A.
Oh,
Pengu's A.
As an IGL, when we
least.
think of old Penta G2,
Yeah.
Fabian was the leader of that.
Okay, let me.
And you're making up these fake scenarios.
Let me put it like this.
Okay.
You think Nafe and Pengu are in the same class?
In terms of IGL?
He got real quiet real
That's
quick.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
In terms of IGL?
No offense
All
to
right,
Nafe.
put him in A. Just
I
put him
think
in A.
Pengu's at least A. He's earned that.
I mean, like, we could literally run next door and find out what he thinks. That could be...
That's
a bit-
true. We could do that.
We do
But we
have
don't want to
a-
interrupt the broadcast.
Well, I mean, we could. It could be a little bit of fun. I really don't want to do that.
I'm getting good at putting them in the board. I'm getting good at it.
Well done. Congratulations.
That's
for-
why you're here on the
you.
desk now and not playing.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
speaking of being on the desk and not playing, we have a former player here alongside Nick. I don't know how you rate yourself,
Now,
honestly. That's awkward.
I think it's fair for me to rate this.
I think that's
Now,
let
I'm
him
going to be
know.
completely honest. I'm going to speak
Let
from
him
the
know.
heart here because
Let
a
him
lot
know.
of my career was with Fox. I think in the beginning, he started out horrible. Like, he wasn't that good. We had to mix people around. We had to have Sky step in and actually be the IGL, and then he would, kind of micromanage. But as time continued on, he did start to get better. So not only did he go from a D tier placing.
Wow, I was D tier, huh? Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
He wasn't D. But I would definitely, personally, I would have to say, just with the roster and everything that we've gone through and experienced, and just my experience with you as a whole, I would put you at an S. Truthfully.
Really?
I'd put you as an S.
That's really
absolutely.
nice. I'd probably put
Fox does a
myself
really
A.
good job at just understanding the game, and like when we're calling, he could quickly dissect around and understand where things needed to be pivoted, what needed to happen. I would say S. Not even like a bias. That's
Thank
like
you.
just personal experience of playing with Fox. I would put you in S. Even if
Humbly-
you haven't won anything, really.
Whoa, Montreal DreamHack. We won that one. Let's get it.
The stars aligned.
We won that one.
for us.
All right.
I'll put you in S. Just,
Thank you.
Just
Well,
for personal experience.
I'll put it, since Rob's going to rank me D, you rank me S, I'll put it like A.
Okay.
Because I feel like I wouldn't put myself
Well,
at
I can tell you, looking at some of the names left in this list, it's going to be hard
Now,
to compete
now
against.
for my little 2 cents, if you guys want a hot take clickbait, I think the only better IGL in North America than me is Canadian. That's it. I think I could probably take any IGL spot right now in the current
Okay,
league
you know
and be
what? Then
better.
how about I make this easy for you? We've only got 2 minutes left, so you're going to have to
Canadian
speed run
S
this.
tier without a
I don't
doubt.
think you can't put it.
Without a doubt, Canadian's definitely S tier.
100%.
Next
Like
up,
pulling out the strap book out of his pocket in that.
let's go fast. Rapid fire.
I mean, this one again.
Do
It's,
it.
it's a no-brainer.
Fabian.
S tier.
But have you seen his aim though? Even in
D.
his prime?
D.
I think, nah, we got to put Fabian S tier. All right, so that's the
We're
that's-
talking aim, but yeah.
That's the max
Yeah.
we can put in S, right? I'm happy with that S.
Yeah, I think that's the most
happy
I would,
with
I
that
would
S.
allow to put in the S.
I'm happy
Next
with
up,
that. Hot and
Manchester
cold.
major winner.
Yeah,
I would say you'd have to.
A.
I'd say A. I'd say A.
I would definitely put him at A.
He led the
Would
team
you
to
would
win
you
their first.
potentially go S if there was more room?
No, I think
Not
he still
yet,
has a
not
lot.
yet.
This event could change that.
Absolutely. His
Okay.
performance with Unwanted could absolutely rise him to the S status.
100%.
Okay, interesting. We got the next big dog, Lagonis.
Lagonis.
Ah,
What are you thinking?
jeez. I would have put him S, but
I
think A. We got like they won.
I would
they
have
won-
to say B. Just given the performance right here, right now, what's currently going on, I would have to say B. I don't think they're living up to their expectations, and I think a
But
lot
he
of that.
did win a major with Team One. So does that change anything? Because they had the breakout stage, but since he's been on
I'm looking at consistency. And if you look at S tier, that is consistent. A tier, consistent. B, left undecided.
All right.
I'd go with B.
I don't think Brazil's gonna like this one, but
they're really not gonna like that one.
Hey, I was a huge supporter of Liquid, but so far in the event, we aren't seeing anything too crazy.
Could potentially give him a bounce back here. Alamau, what do you think?
I think Alamau deserves
goal.
A.
Yeah,
consistent,
for sure.
A?
Always a really good player.
So that will take up all of your A slots with only one player left.
I'd even rank him S tier, but we don't have a spot for it.
I would put him S tier.
All right. Well, how about we get the last player out here?
Oh, let's do it. All right, you dropped it on the floor. Like, you're really going to make me bend over on the camera?
It's a picture, just so everyone is
You
aware.
could have left it there.
But again,
you could have left it there.
So, similar situation.
But not even here.
I'm not an IGL. I'm just not an IGL, and nor am I, like, not 19 anymore. Realistically, I never really spoke. I mean, Fox can attest to that. I didn't really talk that much, so I couldn't have
Lax
been an
was always
IGL.
our, like, flank watch. Like, we'd be like, Lax, do your thing.
Yeah,
And then
and
we would
I
just
just-
go about the strat as if he wasn't a part of it.
Yeah.
So he's basically,
Absolutely.
he's not
So
on the board.
I
Is
shouldn't
that what
even be
you're telling
on
me?
the board. Like, put me
Like where it was originally.
put me like
Just hang you up on the bottom. I don't think that's gonna work.
We're just gonna wrap it around, and then it's gonna slide
Oh wait, we
down.
could put you in the corner right here with one little tack.
What's possibly going to go wrong?
Yeah, let's just
here?
put me right in that corner. I'm not even in D tier at this.
No.
I don't even exist on this board. Realistically,
I think you had a really good understanding of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why your individual play
if I'm
style
rating,
was good.
I'm gonna get cocky. If I'm rating my brain and how I function, I'm putting myself at S. Plain and simple. But in terms of an IGL role, absolutely not. I wouldn't even be on the board.
I think the only reason you couldn't do it is because you wouldn't want to deal with like the people like
So
not listening. or
this is
something
how I
like
look
that.
at it. I think I could realistically IGL. It's just if I feel that someone is better at it, such as yourself or Skies, I'm 100% going to let you guys take that and just follow suit. Plain and simple.
I'm jumping in now because otherwise you guys.
Some
are
of
not
the
gonna
best
stop talking
leaders
on this.
let others lead.
That's how we do it. We delegate down. And so
Wow.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to delegate the throw to break to my friend Fox here.
Thank you guys for watching the halftime show. Let us know what you think about our ranking, and we'll be back right after the break with another intense matchup.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils médisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Let's rock and roll back into the second half of today. Halftime show's done and dusted. The fun now leaves and we get to the serious portion.
Yes.
Although you've still got that cheeky smile on your face. You know what?
I'm
Congratulations
excited.
on that throw. That was a good throw.
Thank you. I tried my best. I feel like you tried to throw me under the bus a little bit, but I caught up.
I was
ready.
delegating. I was delegating as a host, as I always do, to the people who know more than I do. Speaking of which, Lax, it's been an interesting day so far. The last game that we watched, G2 absolutely, I mean, I'm not going to say they dominated Liquid, but it was a really good showing from them.
Yeah, no, I think Jack and Fresh talked about it towards the end of just, you know, they made that roster change, they made an IGL swap change, and it's really doing dividends for this team. I mean, that was a great performance, winning 2-0, putting themselves, I believe, in first right now in their bracket, if I'm not, I mean, in their group, if I'm not wrong. But on the other side, Liquid, you know, watching them transition from the team that they were post-Manchester, post-Montreal, post-even stage, they were looking great. I really felt that they were going to really bring something here. So for me, it's a little devastating that we aren't seeing the Liquid that we were seeing in their regular stage.
Sure.
But again, there's still some games left. There is still a little bit for them to bounce back. But I mean, yeah, G2, you got to give it to them.
Certainly do. And then when you look at the B stream as well, Fox, it's an interesting... It's unfortunate for Raza Company because I thought that they were maybe going to have a bit more leg in that game, but BDS showing what they're like. However, Falcons is making a very interesting game out of DZ.
Absolutely. I mean, we ended yesterday thinking all these games would be close, and we're seeing 2-0s across the board besides DZ Falcons. So Falcons is putting up a fight. I'm happy that BDS is getting some points on the board today because obviously yesterday didn't go as they would have wanted to with their loss, but it's always nice to see the other regions, teams that you don't expect to be winning, get some points under their belt. And especially how Falcons have been playing and how DZ have looked. It's a really good matchup. I'm excited to see what the outcome will be on that third map.
Speaking of really good matchup, we've got one here on the A stream, that's right. Virtus Pro come into this with a pretty prosperous year, all things considered. They've slowly been progressing throughout, but Lax, realistically, I mean, how good are they of a shot of making like the final portions of main stage here?
I think they have a really good run, and a big reason for that is it is the man with the plan, and that is going to be their IGL always. He has been doing such a great job in his role, and then also on that flex role, getting those entry kills, getting in there, creating space, just catching the teams and the opportunity to be able to make something happen that allows players like Dan, that allows players like Pasha or Joystick to really step up. And these are his stats so far. He's leading in 3 out of the 6 stats. He is the #1 highest rated player here at the event so far. He's the 2nd highest rated in KD. He is tied with Shepard in overall clutches. So again, when you're thinking and looking at those stats, that is an IGL. That is a person that is setting up everyone, making sure everyone's on the same page, and still not only doing his job in that end of the department, but also performing from a stat side.
Fox, as a former IGL, an A-tier IGL almost, what are your thoughts on the ability to not only lead your team, but also perform when it matters?
It's very difficult. A lot of people don't understand the amount of pressure you have to have when being an IGL, because you feel like the outcome of the whole game is on your shoulders. Whether you win a round or lose a round, you're not going to blame anybody else but yourself. And it's something that you don't really realize because you can't see it on the board. But it's almost like using both sides of your brain. Half of your brain has to be dedicated to actually playing the game yourself. The other half has to be able to dissect what the other team is doing and slowly figure out how to counter it. And it's very difficult to do both sometimes. But when you can have it click the way Always is clicking right now, and your IGL is the top fragger, top player on your team, it makes everything that much easier because his shooting is on point and his calls are on point. And that's what we've been seeing so far.
I mean, speaking of IGLs, we can't go any further without mentioning the former Montreal Major champions, Volps and Always, 2 phenomenal IGLs.
Yes, this is the head-to-head that I wanted to show here, given so far. These matches are going to be a little skewed, or these stats, because Volps and W7M only played 1 game, where VP has played 2. So you kind of got to just look more so on Always, and that he's leading currently in EPS. He's leading in that cost. Obviously, the attack win rate, that could vary today. That could easily change today for both of these teams, depending how it is. But nonetheless, both teams are looking very solid. But on VP's end, they are over that 50% on both sides. And again, that has a lot to do with Always just setting his team up. And again, this for everyone also, this is their rematch of the semifinals at Montreal, where W7M would beat out VP 2-1 and send W7M to that grand finals to win it all. So I'm sure it's a little bit of a revenge match, a little bit of a grudge match, and they want to prove that they've taken the time, that they've learned, and that they know exactly what they want to do going against W7M in this matchup.
I mean, it's a super important matchup when you look at, again, the past that you're reiterating to there, and the fact that this is now into a new limelight. W7M are going to look to double down in here.
Absolutely, and they didn't get to play yesterday. They were able to sit back, watch the games unfold, and they needed that because after their first matchup against OXG, it definitely caught them off guard. I don't think they were expecting to come into the tournament against a team that shouldn't have really put up a fight, but did. And some of the players on the team, specifically Dotas, was one of the biggest clutchers for the game to be able to pull them out. And the reason why W7M was so dominant in the later half against OXG wasn't because of their shooting, but it was because of their IGLing and the strategy behind what OXG was doing. They were able to completely blow it apart. They were able to read exactly what the other team was doing, respond accordingly, which was rushes. There was 6 rushes in that best of 3 series that they were able to successfully win. They constantly were hitting the site. They're able to dissect what the other team does. So if a team plays very slow, like Virtus Pro does, W7M knows exactly what to bring to the table.
Now, if you're a visual learner like I am, we have a clip to showcase exactly what Fox is talking about, helping us to break down their former match against Oxygen yesterday.
This was map 2 on Border. This was the last round where W7M is attacking Bathroom for the 3rd time this map. And they just realize that the site is completely empty. They throw a Ying through the drone hole and they just rush the site. And this is what we saw consistently. It also broke the spirits of Oxygen, which made the 3rd map that much easier to win. As the blitz goes through and gets Bathroom control, they know it's completely open. They get the case down at the window, and then they just hold from the repels. They have everybody outside the building. They don't have to do anything, and it just really stumped OXG. They couldn't get outside the map to clear those guys on the repels, and it's just good readability from W7M to understand, hey, if OXG is not changing anything, if they're not playing in the site, why not take advantage of it? And that's confidence that only a major champion can have.
Well, every great game needs a stage to be set on. Let's have a look where we're going for this one. VP and W7M, it's a former rematch of a semi-final here. Fox, we're going to kickstart on Clubhouse here.
Ooh, I love these 3 maps in general as a whole, just because it looks like a bloodbath of a matchup. Every single map is based on aggressive attacks, which is a change for Virtus Pro, because Virtus Pro likes to leave in a chalet, they like to leave in a bank here and there, but when it comes to having 3 aggressive-sided maps, I think we're going to see a whole different Virtus Pro in this matchup. The aggressive Virtus Pro that we saw in Montreal, I don't think they want to just sit back and play against W7M with a slow, methodical play. They want to match them head on, especially on Clubhouse.
Yeah, when you look at that Skyscraper, this is a really interesting one for me on VP's end because this is their permaban. They do not touch Skyscraper. They don't even like the newer maps whenever they get introduced. So the fact that they're allowing this to go through, letting W7M take this, just leaves me to question, okay, you have something prepped for this. You know how you want to approach this. Goes back to what I was saying with always doing his research, doing his prep, making sure that what happened in Montreal is not going to happen here, but it does go to question. You know, if you aren't playing these maps, you aren't touching these maps too often, and scrims are only so much. Game day is where it really matters most. That's where you're really going to be tested to the limit. That's where you're really going to need to have that understanding. I am confident in them, but I also asked Dan about what this map decision was, and he kind of gave me a face expression, you'll see, and also it kind of, and on one end it also was like, we don't know what's going to happen. So, again, I am curious to see what the second map is going to look like. And then Border, I think that's just going to come down to a slugfest of what these first two maps are going to look like.
An air of mystery in the air is always an exciting thing. And Virtus.pro, look, if they go to Skyscraper and they've got something, it makes things even more interesting as we get further into this tournament. But looking back for W7M at this point, how much pressure do you think's on them now that they've won the Montreal Major? We spoke to Loban yesterday. You know, he's feeling good. He feels as though the respect that's being given to him for being a major world champion is something that is highly regarded around the world. Do you think that adds to the pressure coming into these games?
Usually it does, but the way that W7M is going about this tournament is almost as if the hammer is the next step, and getting that major wasn't really winning an event to them. Yes, it was nice to accomplish that, but that wasn't the end goal. The end goal is coming to an invitational, lifting up that hammer. So the pressure should be there, but we haven't seen that affect them so far.
They had a little bit of a wake-up call yesterday, and Loban he admitted it. He was like, hey, you know, we didn't expect to have to push as far as we did. Does that now kickstart them even in a, maybe with like a stronger stepping stone for the rest of this tournament? Does it give them that leeway?
Yeah, I think it also gives them the perspective of, okay, you can't take anyone for granted, as you shouldn't. You are at the 6th Invitational. This is the best of the best from all regions here, so you shouldn't be sleeping on anyone, because a lot of the teams that people have slept on have gone past expectations for everyone here. So I think it was definitely a little bit of a wake-up call. They got the day off, they got to watch, they got to prep, so now everything needs to come down and be executed in these maps.
Looking back to, I guess, maybe the conversation we were having at the start of this, Lax, just about Virtus.pro, their play style. Speaking to Dan yesterday, really interesting insight about the fact that, like, the way that they play aggressive is only when they're confident, when they're feeling committed to that plan. Do you think that that is something that they might just fall back into? Is the passive play style, sorry, because it is SI. This is a huge tournament, and they have stakes in this. They really want to make that main stage and push that hammer.
Yeah, I mean, so far they're making it work. They're leading in their group right now. So realistically, if they can just keep playing the game that they're playing, they don't need to reveal any secret cards that are in their sleeves yet, unless they want to just push them into that phase 2. So they can rely on their play style. But again, it is going to be important that they are coming into these games confident, that they are ready to be able to adapt and switch on the fly when they do need to get aggressive. But again, their dynamic and their static style of siege is what continues to allow this team to find success, because some teams that we're playing so far can't counteract it or understand the proper way to approach it.
And I'm glad we're seeing the switch up here going up against an aggressive team, because we saw it against SSG. They tried to match the slow against the fast. It didn't work map 1. They ended up winning out the series, but obviously they're going from the start now against W7M with aggressive to aggressive playstyles.
All right, well, it is time for us to get underway, so let's welcome in our two incredible casters. Hi, friends. How are we doing? How are you doing, Fluke? Are you enjoying your day?
I'm having a wonderful day. You know, we had a very early start. I have one of the earliest starts. Me and Anna and hair and makeup at 7 in the morning. And then since then, we're still going on. How about your day, Rob?
You asked me how I'm doing? I'm doing fantastic. I'm living the dream. You guys did the Joel game earlier, didn't you?
We did.
We did.
Oh,
we have bad news, right?
You guys did the IGL game as well, right? I was watching that. I thought Fox should have easily been in the S tier.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what
I'm
tier
really glad he said that.
I will say, I was in the green
humble.
room. I'm just going to throw somebody else under the bus right now. I was in the green room when that was happening. Leo saw that you'd been put in A tier and was like, what is this? Why is Fox in A tier?
Okay, you know what? I'm so sick of hearing that.
I'm
sick
Leo,
of
I'm
hearing
coming
about
for
this
you.
guy.
I know where you are.
It's time for us to get underway. Enjoy the matchup. This should be a banger.
It will be. I really hope so, because on paper, this game has everything that we want from this, right? W7M, you know, Hammerlifters, major champions, on a hot streak, battling. Virtus Pro, a team with huge history that was the furthest distance last SI. Here to see if they can get even further this time and this time and this time. You know, everything is potentially magic. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it might.
And of course, the semi-final for the Montreal Major between these two teams went to 3 maps. One of those kind of games, though, where the individual maps themselves, they weren't the most competitive. Like, they were relatively one-sided, 7-3, 7-4, 7-3. It was one of those kind of series, right, where, like, you knew who was going to win each map, but it went to all 3 maps, and I felt like it was a really good series, especially the cafe performance we got from Virtus Pro was sensational, but W7M were just clearly better. We get 3 new maps, though, for this particular matchup, though. Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Border, if required. Virtus Pro defending first up on Clubhouse. It is their map pick as well, Emmy. I was looking at the map veto bans as well, and I'm not going to lie, I really like it for W7M. I think they've actually done quite well out of this. I mean, the fact alone that they've got the Skyscraper in here, which is the hard ban of Virtus Pro. Been a long time since they played that. We'll touch on it more in the second map when we get there. But even Clubhouse, I mean, VP's only like a 2-2, 50% win rate record on this particular map. W7M, 4-1 record on this map. Although admittedly they do ban it quite a lot, but when they do get to play on this, they are quite successful. So I'm very curious to see if the map veto process is going to work out for VP, because I do feel like it has swung in favor of W7M.
In terms of the bans, obviously we find ourselves sort of breaking things down. Capital pretty frequently removed against Virtus Pro. I think it's like the second highest ban percentage of operators that are put into their...
It's also strong on club.
It's strong on club for sure, but maybe it's just the map pool that they sort of play themselves in terms of the sort of depth and the stretch of it. You're looking at heavy play on towards the hard walls itself, the Thatcher versus the Tuberel. They want to try and keep it a little bit classic, a little bit mavericky, a little bit burning their way through, seeing if they can make the usage there, but yeah, instantly dots. I love it. It's one of those little side things, although it's slightly different now. It always looks like the horse logo of Dots currently is like holding the kit like in its mouth. That's just a little fun fact for everybody at home. But it's one of the situational moments, right? Of it takes us back to a classic form of Siege on a classic map.
Yeah.
You have a team that really enjoys that. For Virtus Pro, coming into this sort of game style with these bans, it sort of elevates their history play, their style of play, how they get themselves into it, and it, you know, whether it's something that W7M, obviously they'll be prepared for it, they'll be happy to go to it, everybody knows it, but let's see if it's something that Virtus Pro know just a little better.
The other overarching storyline into this matchup in terms of this group, or Group D, Virtus Pro currently atop the group, 7 points. I mean, if you win this, you're not guaranteed for first, but you're probably 1 foot in the door, because they only play 1 more series after this, which will be tomorrow against Scars. And they would definitely go into that as favorites, win that in any kind of fashion, and you will secure first in the group for VP. That would be a significant start to their campaign at 6 Invitational, but they've got to get through W7M, and by no means is that going to be an easy task.
No.
This is a roster fresh off of winning the Montreal Major. Hasn't quite been a super fast start for them. They've only played the 1 series against Oxygen, got over the line 2-1. After losing out on Lair, they responded, 7-5 on Border, 7-3 on Cafe, and they return after their day off yesterday, attacking first up here on Club.
Ooh, there was something that just got taken out on there. I'm not sure if it was sat ready. They obviously burnt the line and got rid of the first Bandit battery. They've reapplied the second. It's taken some of the utility. I think it was an exothermic.
Well, you got
in the pocket of Dash.
3 hard breaches.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, you know, it's limitation. It's pulling things away. Shepard going for the bandit trick as well. In that sort of situation, it's a bit of a risk, but this is what I mean about the classic playstyle, about how it might be able to operate at some of a sort of cost-spend basis. Now, as the pressure comes around on towards CC, they've been able to clear out some of these spaces. Jacuzzi walls open, but you still have to force the players to move. And the Clash of Always is going to make that a little bit stickier.
Yeah, and speaking of Always, the highest rated player in the tournament so far, 133 EPS, despite being a pretty heavy Clash user as well. So he's still getting frags, despite spending a lot of time with the shield in his face. Minutes ago, Deathmark goes out. Loben onto Dan. The opening kill though for Joystick, but Dots and Dash find 2 at the exact same moment, and within the span of about 5 seconds, we lose quite a lot of players within the server, and it's all going the way of W7M on the attack. VP's defense just gets absolutely shredded, and the only one left is always on that Clash. Tries to go for the little 180 flick, but a great start for W7M.
Nice guys, caralho! Vamos, porra!
Strong start and a great take as well. I sort of proposed the question of, right, they've done all the starting work, how do they start getting control? And the answer was, let's just shut it down. That was so quick. They threw themselves in on towards Khan. I think there might have been a drop onto Logi Hatch that didn't quite go their way, but because they had all these options, because they had the gym windows prepped, they had themselves obviously putting pressure on towards Jacuzzi as well, it was just a flood in, and it was something where you could see VP were trying to sort of get themselves a position where there might be a back to a player, but here's the perfect example. They're right in the middle, the core of the hold itself. There's the hop in from the gym window I talked about before as well, and the down player from Logi Hatch, but my word. Is there anything more terrifying than having an entire W7M just charging towards you?
Yeah, I think W7M have done a tremendous job there, but you have to question VP's defense. I mean, you're playing Clubhouse, Gym Bedroom, and you've just been absolutely slaughtered without much of a contest. The Clash as well, backed in towards Logistics is, I mean, intriguing because you kind of want the Clash on the front line. You want it blocking doorways and positions. Of course, it's in Logi because it can block technically 2 entry points, the Hatch drop, and then, of course, push through from Con. Great start for W7M. And again, in terms of, like, touched on what this particular matchup means for VP and that first place in the group, well, it's just as important, if not even more important, for W7M. You win this, not only it's first, then still a realistic possibility, but you're probably then all but avoiding the bottom 2, which is featuring Oxygen and Scars right now. So that would put a bit of that comfort blanket on them. It's in a Montang this time for Volps. No Clash in response for Virtus Pro. Of course, they head down to the basement. Church at Arsenal for the second round as VP scurry on down. All 5 members at the basement level, although Dan on the Warden does go drone hunting. Finds a couple, 5 drones remain. Really Nitrocell pre-placed by Dan. And blows it.
Up as well, yeah. I mean, it was a very quick breakthrough here, and you're thinking about how some teams will take ages to get the full control here. And Virtus Pro are a team that often, you know, they can play that stressed on the top floor game, rotate back down, but they know W7M are just going to try and cut that in half. Loben starts the stuffer from the fight up against them, but otherwise they're not quite internal yet. You can see some of the motions of the Virtus Pro players, again, just angling themselves, trying to see where the front of the push is. They've got keen eyes on towards Dash, who's holding onto Blue on the back end. Loben wants to get themselves above the hatch, but it's this prep work from W7M. It keeps Virtus Pro rotating, changing places, getting. You can see Shepard is now the one that's moving up in towards Dirt. They're pulling themselves maybe the chance at C4 is a bit closer towards the fight itself, where they can do exactly this, as always, has taken up this mantle, this power position, down towards the bottom of main stairs. But W7M, they're giving themselves options. The kitchen hatch is maybe the last point of ingress they haven't got from this angle that's pretty easily solved here. The Kai to Pasha not trying to trick against it because...
Well, he's in a position to more so throw the Nitro, I think, for an eventual drop if it comes through. They've actually double stacked in towards Church for that double Nitro. Always can throw bot main. Pasha can, of course, throw towards the default if there is a kitchen drop. And they've also then got just good position. If they go for, say, a moto drop, then they can contest that pretty nicely. At 45 seconds, W7M have still got that Montang, which I think is going to be a threat through Dirt. Volps can get some information. The idea here is, can they clear out Shepard over towards the back of Arsenal? He's going to get the block, of course, with the keeper barrier. That's where the Montang can be quite strong. Volps needs to be aggressive here on the Montang.
Behind him, though, the pinch is coming through. It's going to be pressure over the shoulder. There's Dash and Volps, able to break their way into the site itself, but he's quickly traded out by Joystick, and Pasha kills himself in the chaos. Disaster is struck, so now Always and Joystick have to try and bite their way through to the planter, but the cover is so good. W7M once again encircle and surround Virtus Pro, and they just could not find a route that wasn't contested.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Montang through Dirt was probably their best option. They take it, and they do it well, successfully. Good play from behind the shield of Volps, who, again, has to be aggressive. He's got to be clearing out the keeper barriers and then push through the doorway. He obviously wants to get the plant down. Does actually end up dying. Good recovery mission, though, for W7M to get the kit, get the kills. Don't know what happened with Pasha. Just blew himself up in the midst of all the chaos, which is not ideal.
I mean, there were flashes. Maybe they were flashed. Maybe it bounced off of the shield.
We didn't get to see it, so it's hard to comment. But
yeah.
I felt like Virtus Pro were well positioned, but that opening kill from Dash really just changed things up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That probably makes a bit more sense. It's just, again, that chaos, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot going on. It's all fast-paced, but that's exactly what W7M want to do. As we've seen through now 2 rounds of action, when they hit the site, they do so in sync. All 5 players have a goal, have a mission, and they all execute it very nicely. They all understand what they've got to do. Volp's pushing in on the Monty, Dash playing in from behind, and they get kills, they clear out backside. And to be honest, it's not even like they played into a lot of the conventional tropes of basement on Clubhouse. There wasn't moto pressure. There wasn't even really bot main pressure. It was kind of like kitchen dirt, and that was really about it, but the power of the Montang facilitates that.
W7M off to a bit of a flying start here. Everything has felt active. The motions towards just clearing utility, getting themselves these options as well. You can see them consistently and constantly whirring, and they're playing like a team that's won a major and taken out their opponents in that journey here. The Talon Shields with a slightly deeper deployment so they can play against the wall that they're not going to mess around in. The quick break onto CC is not put against it, but the first and a very early smoke canister, maybe expecting a rush to come through.
Yeah, I love this lineup. So the Volps sends ROU can block off a lot of the sight lines in towards CCTV, both ways, of course, because of the ROUs. You can block off Rafters, you can block off Cash, Red, and you've got the Blitz that can kind of just then send it in. They've got smokes, they'll look for a plant. I'm actually genuinely curious as to see how they're going to execute this, because if it's done correctly, I mean, I don't know if VP's got enough firepower to disrupt it. Only the one Nitrocell on joystick, that's going to be a big factor. One of the ROUs has gone up right now. Here's the push in towards Garage, but up close and without realizing it, was always. Does go for the run out though, looking to compound more onto that kill. Ended up losing his life anyway. In towards the site, Volps will go down. VP have actually been able to do a decent job in finding these kills at the moment where W7M wanted to attack into the site. VP pounced. They actually got moving at the right time, and Loben's by himself. He's not really going to have much of an opportunity to close this one out. And over towards Cash and CCTV, Virtus Pro are going to find their first round.
They were very close to getting the plant secured as well. They had the coverage of, as you said, the ROU. They had the smokes popped off. They were drawing attention elsewhere. There was the coverage on the run out the door, but it was just one VP player paying keen enough attention to be able to remove the player, stop the plant, put the kid in, and suddenly you have to sort of make the decision. Do we pull back, try and reevaluate the take, or do we full send it? It's sunk cost fallacy, and unfortunately the only thing that was sunk was W7M's round. 48 seconds. So, I mean, it's not impossible, but Loben would need a fair few gifts here from Virtus Pro, and it doesn't feel like they're in a very, let's say, charitable mood with their lives. They're happy to let this one play out, and we find ourselves 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I love the strategy and the idea of W7M. You have to give them credit. They've cooked up something very nice. I do wonder if maybe they should have put more pressure on the Garage side, clear out Rafters first, and then go for the execute. They kind of left too many pieces on the board for VP to still deal with it. And I love that always got aggressive over towards Garage, got a really big kill at the moment when W7M probably was starting to push in towards Garage to clear out Rafters, to help with that push into sight. They lose that battle. VP then have the numbers, and yeah, there's the push from always. Talk about timing. Dash is the one that needed to push into Garage. He tried to do that, always meets him at the doorway. And yeah, at that point, it becomes a disjointed attack. You no longer have the Garage control if you're W7M, and you have to still worry about all that cash and top red pressure, for instance. So yeah, really well defended from Virtus Pro. And so far, we're seeing between these two teams, no surprise, Emmy, some really high-quality siege.
Oh, it's all you want, right? As I said, you know, we've had teams overperform, underperform. We've had a lot of mix, but these two teams on a decent day of Siege that they can play is going to be competitive. It's going to be quick, it's going to be fast, it's going to be exciting, and that is all we've got. And I really hope it's able to continue the distance because, well, to be honest, why wouldn't it? Both these teams very experienced at playing these sort of longer games on the big stages.
If you had a bag of names of teams at this event that could
shaking the bag up,
win the hammer,
yep,
these two names are in there.
Reach 10.
I'm not putting like an order on anything, but I'm just saying that if you were to say, who do you think could win it? They're both in that contention. They're both in that sort of bracket. I think VP coming into this event is maybe slightly underrated too. Obviously, for W7M having recently taken out the Montreal Major, no such expectations at a similar level to VP. There are high expectations for this roster. They get the kill onto Dan, which is straight into the Izami. Take it off the board. They follow it up with the kill onto Always, who highest rated player of 6 Invitational so far coming into this game, begins at a 1-4 stat line. And a start to this 4th round that has W7M licking their lips because they're in a very good position to find a 3rd attacking round here on Clubhouse.
Well, probably not going to go for the trick again. At this point, it'll get itself popped open, but even when it was an even man count, you still had W7M scream their way into the side at this point. There's a couple of positions to delay. Obviously, you've got the Fenrir mines around, you've got yourself with the Goyo canisters, so you can try and rebuff whatever the approach is, but remember how W7M have been playing this. So systematic. We saw them going for the Logi control, the CC pressure, then they instantly pull themselves off. Here they're onto Jacuzzi. They give themselves all these options. Then they're just going to recheck in, realize where the 3 remaining people are. If they get the read that one of them is hanging around in CC, they then get the choice. Okay, do we just try and cut our way through onto the 2 players, or do we force out Shepard, find this fight elsewhere? You can see them actively droning it, working it out and running the numbers right now. It's so well played and placed and shows why a team like this is so good and so dominant, because they are reading what their opponents are doing and then working out how to shut it down.
And most importantly for W7M, it's not as if they get a little bit blood hungry. Yeah, you got 2 kills, but we still got a checklist to go through, get the fundamentals down pat, and they do that. Shepard knows he has to get aggressive now towards CCTV. Does swing, gets 1. Had he got that kill out onto the balcony exterior of Con, it would have made it a 2 versus 2. Pasha caught, top Logi hatch. That is a wonderful 1-tap headshot from Pasha. Changes the complexion of this round now with 40 seconds left from what looked like a potential comfortable round for W7M. It has completely fallen apart. Shepard and Pasha on the site have been able to manage this round perfectly. 30 seconds left and Dash brings it back to a 1 versus 1 as Shepard lies waiting Con and makes the push into Logistic. Dash has to stick to plant and Shepard will have to play off of this noise.
Rotating his way around towards the fire, but it's going to get stuck, so he might just move into it. Pre-fires Jim, thinking he's on the other side, and the flashes will come out. The power has now entirely flipped into Dash's side, but he's stuck in the middle of the fight, and the pings are on their side. Pulls himself back round. He knows he needs to be a bit aggressive here. He needs to force and hope that his first tracer is the one that makes the connection as Shepard goes in deep, gets the drop. Unbelievable play and hold on to there for the 2 VP players that really stuck it out. I said they had some options of delay, and we saw them work as best as they can. The Goyo canisters caught in the Fenrir mines, just those little points, those little executes of pressure that forced W7M to have to second guess, reevaluate. It brought them pockets that only world-class players can then exploit. But as you said, this whole server is truly world-class.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fundamental siege from Virtus Pro on the defense. You lost 2 very early. We didn't quite get to see those kills. We will now. Okay, so a long-range sight. Cheeky peek from Dash. Gets 1 nice and early. They get a second pretty quickly after that. It's a 5v2 at that point when they get the kill in towards Logi. So an incredible job from Pasha and Shepard to be able to hold down the fort, considering how outnumbered they were, and yet still, by bringing it back, it became 1v1 post-plant. W7M still almost had a good opportunity to finalize the round that they arguably should have won, but that is a huge swing of momentum towards Virtus Pro to win a round in that fashion, really highlighting the quality of the players in this server.
And a break. A brief moment here as whatever tech problem will be resolved as quick as possible, but it's almost like we've just hit a bell. This is a boxing match. They've traded a few blows, they've started to work each other's bodies, and now they're in each other's corners, and they're just staring each other down right now. And that is almost everything that I want from this showdown, right? You want these 2 teams to excel, regardless of which one you're a fan of, who you want to win the whole tournament. If you want to watch a performance, you want to watch the top teams play to a top team level.
Well, that's why I love Club as well. I mean, it's at the moment at 6 Invitational, 39 rounds played for a 51-48 split. So it's just very much even as you go, depending on the sites, of course, yes, but it is pretty 50-50 when it comes to defense or attack. And I think you're seeing that firsthand in this particular game to showcase that 2-2 after 4 rounds. I mean, sure, W7M probably should have won that last round, but I mean, credit to VP, especially Pasha and Shepard, for what they were able to do as a duo. In theory, it was a 2v5, and that is the kind of round I probably was not anticipating for W7M to throw away, because they actually played that well. They got the first 2 kills, and then it's not as if they went hunting.
Exactly.
They still went back. They still went through the game plan. We've got to get Jacuzzi. We've got to get com pressure. We've got to do this, 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 and this. And they did so in a pretty timely fashion. I mean, it's just some amazing shooting, though, from VP. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. That one tap from Pasha. I mean, that's
I'm still thinking about it.
I mean, that
still
is
thinking about it.
the
Still
kind
there.
of play that is required to stop that push from W7M. They had to rise and elevate to a high level. It wasn't necessarily that W7M, dropped off in level. It was just VP and those two specifically found a way to pull that one back. So it was more to do with them than it was for W7M. That is just a great round of Siege. I want more. Can we resolve this issue?
It's being resolved. The issue is being resolved.
Well, actually, it's been worked on.
Okay, listen. I only go by everything that is on screen. Okay? I have one rule.
Well, I mean, we've got a second monitor here.
We do have a second monitor. I have one rule.
They've all just got back into the lobby, so I don't think we will be too far away.
I'm one of the people, you know?
You are a person.
I'm a person. And we'll hopefully be back in. But, the players want to get back in as well because it's not that either of them want to break right now. Sure, it's been 2 traded pairs of rounds, but it's not that anyone is lacking.
I don't know. I feel like if I was them, I wouldn't mind a little 5-minute breather, to be honest, because the first 4 rounds have been quite hectic. These two are playing at a very high level.
It's going to continue.
Like, this is groups, and this is, though, what these two teams are capable of and why there's expectations.
It's groups, but you could imagine this being a final.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it was a final a couple of months ago.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah, well, yeah, another one. For SI. Yeah.
I mean, hey, you've got, technically, the org of the previous Hammer, obviously very different roster, entirely different roster even. But then you've also got Virtus Pro, who were one of the only teams to actually make any segue? No, that's just transitioning from one side to the other. Make any headway in towards the actual live stages at Brazil, surrounded by 11,000 Brazilians pulling out wins.
Yeah. Back underway. Basement we go. 5th round, 2 more to go in the first half here for what's been a very enjoyable half of Siege. Clubhouse can provide that. I mean, Club sometimes gets a bit of a bad rap because it's quite defaulty. All of the teams know how Club is going to be played, but every now and then you do see adaptation and teams looking to implement new styles as to how they want to attack it or defend it. I think this particular round is shaping up to be rather conventional, especially from the defensive approach for Virtus Pro. Depends on how aggressive they may want to get if they go for a roam with the castle barricades, block off bar, get main stairs control. I can't imagine it'll be too aggressive. Double hard breach. That's an early push in towards dirt from Dash, and that's a Vulcan canister popped early, incredibly early.
It seems like this is one of the slower approaches, but there's actually pressure being put against them. And is it going to be shut down? No, around the side of the bar, Dan pops his head up, gets those, and is able to almost escape.
God, no
way. Oh, that is a gift. And he has not wasted it, Monty. He was applying some breach on towards it. If he'd have been a step a half second later, he would have lived. But, hey,
It's the power of the castle barricade still being up. He has the information that he knows he's safe. He can play left side bar coming in from stage, and he knows that if someone pushes it, he's going to probably have them dead to rights. And then when he sees Volps just on the other side of the castle barricade, it's a free kill. Just a free kill. He knows he's got the position in the map that it's safe. Now that you've got those 2 kills, the beauty of Church Arsenal is you can just send all 5 back down below. It is incredibly difficult for the 3 attackers to pull this round off. I mean, we saw, I know, a 2v5 in the last round, but that's a different story.
I mean, and that being impacted off as well now, by the sounds of it, that's a hatch that's going to stay solid because what do they have? You know, they've got a man who can try and burn through it, but it's so risky, that hatch. If they just try and peek up, your legs, your body, everything is on display. They're still having to face check the top floor. This round has really tragically fallen away, and again, the cost of the buck as well. All of the soft here to try and get control of the corridor, the connection between the 2 sites, the route down the bottom of main, it's all gone. It's all these positions now that they cannot put the pressure on the same way, and at the same time on the other side, the utility that's still in the pocket here. Shepard, 3 smoke canisters, they have the C4 always ready, ripped and lined up and dropped out. Dash survives.
He may as well be dead.
But yeah, 1 breath. And that is the last bit of hard breach they have that is range. Otherwise, Dots has got a lot to do.
Yeah, very difficult prospect. And you can see the hesitation for W7M. They know they don't really have a lot of prep done towards the site. They've already found themselves 2 players down. It's going to take something quite miraculous.
Oh, a team kill.
And a team kill's not going to help. Nice kill onto Dan, but Logan got more than he bargained for. Kit down over towards Generator. Dash now with a slow push through dirt. Not a lot of time remaining. Maybe good for 1 here, and it's a bit of a stat pad ending for W7M because they're not really going to be able to win this round. Shepherd and Always are the ones stat padding at the end with the double kill to close it out, and a well-worked round in the end from Virtus Pro, but it was Dan, as we had him on the screen, who really set that round up with the double kill to begin with. The castle barricade, the little roam up above, works out perfectly. Get the 2 kills, you fall back to site, and it's a rather comfortable round, and Virtus Pro take the lead for the first time.
They get themselves in, they get themselves off to a little bit more of the control. Obviously, it is their map. It's the position they want to be, but based on the fact that it is W7M starting on their attack, and, you know, how much did they want out of it? Moments like that, it was... I mean, the round was a frustration from the sort of off, especially with the mana that operators were lost, but experienced teams, they'll brush that one off. They'll keep themselves going. They'll sort of...
You know Volbs will be kicking himself too.
Oh, 100%.
So after a fast start from W7M, taking the opening 2 rounds, a response from Virtus Pro has been rather swift. 3 in a row have been found across 3 different sites as well, which is good news for them. Last time defending in the half. And it will be Cash and CCTV. Always will go back onto the clash. We haven't seen it since the opening round. Brings it back, maybe in response to the shield play from W7M, as they've got, of course, the Montang, which we've been seeing, and now in this round, the Blackbeard as well, which I think is the first time we will see Blackbeard in the half.
Will the Blackbeard be the difference maker at this point? They've obviously doubled down with the shields as well. It's not the most uncommon thing in the current meta and the current capabilities of them. A C4 is actually recollected. They weren't happy with how it got thrown in, and they want to maybe try again. But with the pings on the player that you said they should have gone through first, I'm wondering if we're going to get that this time. Obviously, without a Capitao, the take on towards the rafter is a little bit more awkward to pull together, but you can still try and make it happen. And even though it is clash, it's an Always, it means them sort of getting themselves back in towards the side. It's going to be a little bit awkward depending on the opening on the holes itself. It's going to have to be some force, some pressure, and when you have 2 shields, that's actually sort of what they're perfect for.
Yeah, I just wonder if that was like a phantom pressure Nitro, you know, opting to burn it early. You just want to keep the Maverick honest, keep him a bit wary. Clash towards Rafters. Again, Capitao has been banned out because of the rehost. You can't see the ban.
So many grenades.
That's a lot of grenades thrown towards Always, and does get some damage, which is, I mean, handy, but he does stay alive, and that means the shield is still blocking the push up towards Rafters. Here comes, well, 2 more shields in front of Always, the Blackbeard and the Montang.
Well, there it is, really. I mean, there was no support that was coming through. If they did, they probably would have lost their life. They know it's a power position, but it doesn't make or break the round itself. There's a long-range fight there towards a Blackbeard that wants to get themselves set up as the cover, the wall behind the attempt at the plant with Dots, who can just sort of turn around and turtle. Now, there is some pressure underneath them as well. Lobin, as the Buck, might try and cut them off if they go for the cutoff, but as the juggle of utilities starts here, the first smoke will force the players further around. Now, they do have a fair bit to work with here, but obviously, there's always still the danger of that C4. If Shepherd can get that connection, they drop the shield, well, then that's the kit isolated as it was before. And, well, there's the next smoke thrown out. They'd already moved off, but there is the cover of the Blackbeard. We said the power of the player, and still have 1 more smoke, 30 seconds, a C4 in a single moment could be the meaning that they've got to push and break.
Yeah, but Shepherd's inside a con, so I don't know if that Nitrocell is going to be able to get over to stop the plant. That's the final gas babe thrown out from Pasha, no more, 20 seconds, and Shepherd goes for a rotate. Has anyone got the watch? I don't think so, so he might be able to get into a position where that Nitro could still have an impact. Drop from Pasha, trying to clear out the player below in Lobin, and does so successfully. Shepherd goes for the vault over. He actually might make his way in towards CCTV. There is that Nitrocell, but the plant has gone down successfully. Joystick with a double kill, and only Dash is left now in a 1 versus 2.
Dash is so far away. He's got to try and get himself up there as quick as he can, and he just makes it and finds the kill. 1 more. A 1 versus 1 with 29 seconds. Shepherd scratched Dash. He suffered a bit as well. Neither of them really have the cost of utility, but there is so much pressure here on Shepard because, oh, is that within range? He's got to bait the play. He's got to bait the player. And, I mean, Dash is playing this perfectly. He's sending himself out, and he sees it. Does he make it in time? I'm holding my breath.
0.7.
Closest one of the tournament so far, I believe, but what an explosion that turned into.
Oh, I mean, what a round. I think that was incredibly well played from W7M with Volps on that Montaigne. They baited out a lot of utility, tried to eventually then get the plant down, 20 seconds to go. They get it successfully. Yes, they lost some bodies and players for it. Good responses from Virtus Pro. It's really par for the course when it comes to the matchup that we've had between these two so far. Some really good movement from both teams. Shepard inside of Con eventually gets himself out onto the balcony, throws the Nitrocell from CC window inside. He gets a big kill as that plant had just gone down. And then dashing around the map to put himself back into a position where he can salvage the 1v2. Good headshot onto Joystick, and at that point he knows he can just kind of wait and hold, probably not anticipating Shepard to go for the Volt out there, and he does so in just the nick of time. 4-2 lead for Virtus Pro, 4 rounds in a row as well. And now we switch halves. W7M onto the defense, straight away to basement, but some great momentum that has been gained for Virtus Pro.
As close as it could get. But now, it's a game of 2 halves, and we'll see if that's something that can start to be pressed upon them. Obviously, the choice of the splits was W7M's, and now they've maybe got the defense to work with, depending on what they sort of find more comfortable, sort of more palatable towards their approach. And, you know, it's one of those sort of setups where even if statistically a team is having a great time attacking or defending, and, well, to be fair, both these teams, their stats across this tournament, because we don't have the biggest data pool yet, they're convincing. Something that starts to push itself in here. They've got themselves the full extension towards the top floor. Jacuzzi, reinforced, locked in. They're sort of saying, look, come and chase us, come and find us, Virtus Pro. They're pushing VP into that slow, long, wide game that they've sort of, you know, been known to play a fair few times here. They're making them have to work for the timer rather than focusing down towards it. Compare it with the pace of W7M's ability to take over the top floors, but there wasn't so much as a sort of contest around here. Other the time than Dan got a 2K and slipped his way out, there's almost the first fight, but down through the hatch and they're back to the site.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I love the most about this Virtus Pro roster is that they've got so much star power across the board. Yes, Always has really started well at 6 Invitational, but he is struggling in this game. 2-5, of course, the rehost that we had earlier, messing a little bit with the KDAs, but it's Shepard, 7-2 at the moment. And 1-0 entry as well for Joystick, the only one that is positive. So they're not quite winning the entry battles as much, and, well, further confirmed with Dash getting the kill onto Joystick. Dash is actually the one really fragging now for W7M. With that kill, he goes to 10-4.
At this point, with the 2 players stuck towards the top, and you have the option of a minute of what do we start to focus on, we still have heavy bits of sort of woodwork and utility to clear our way through here. The reinforcements and the extension, the play with the keeper barricades, how mobile those 3 can be in the pockets of Lobin, who can start to restructure the defense. Here's another Virtus Pro player that might be about to get trapped and encircled. Always is checking corners where the Jackal died. They're having to, again, face check them because of the first loss. Always takes a shoulder of damage. They know where the player is, but confirming the fight. But someone's coming up behind him as well. There's Volps, who set himself up on the main stairs, holding the pressure. Look at how W7M are moving and manipulating the space. They're still refusing to give it up because there's 30 seconds left. At this point, even just now hunting down Lobin becomes, well, we don't have time. We have to hit the site. Where do we go at this point? Pasha's above Moto Hatch. There might be some presence inside Dirt. Volps finds Pasha, so now they only have Dirt presence. They're just going to have to send themselves through a single door.
Gave up too much map control, too much spacing. Good retake from Lobin. This round's done as Shepard is the solo coming out of Dirt. He eventually loses his life. Yeah, solid round from W7M. I thought that the ability for Loben to just hang around that sort of lounge stock area, he's able to kind of control that bar push, eventually get some help from Volps pushing up main stairs. He then gets that kill onto a Pasha who looked a little bit hesitant. Do I drop Moto? But if I drop Moto, then Loben's going to come in from behind me. So do I wait for Loben to potentially push in? And it's just the aggression. 30 seconds left, bam. Yeah, Loben gets a huge kill because he's still lingering around that lounge side. And then they just went for a double push dirt, which was really never going to be that successful.
It was all they had. I had a quick look over towards the stats there, and to be fair, you know, it makes things a little bit more visible of why W7M opted to start on their attack the second best at the start of this game, 61% across the games that they've played. Their defense, 42%. On the side of Virtus Pro, 56% on their attack, but 64 on their defense. So they're actually positive either side of the scale. So this could be the part where they can try and pressure and press that stat. But
I mean, those numbers you threw up, Emmy, kind of, you know, the 4-2 that we got, probably about right. So, I mean, I think this game is trending in the expected direction. 4-3 scoreline, the W7M on defense. Again, to be fair, Clubhouse at SI so far has been rather 50-50, but when you kind of talk about the teams individually, well, then it gets us back to that 4-2 territory in favor of the defense. I think W7M, the bigger thing for me is they actually got the 2 attacking rounds to begin with, 2 in a row to start, and they couldn't then get any more. Credit to VP. Of course, that round streak now has been broken. It was 4 in a row for VP prior to the 7th round.
Well, bit of work done there with the Maverick. Volps is waiting for somebody to be on the rappel. Dots is watching the other side, but Dan, I'm not sure if he's entirely contesting this. That's not great artisanal work there by Shepard. Oh, no. And he's gonna suffer for the end of it. I mean, couldn't quite get the connection. For the compliments I paid to the fact that they're pushing themselves into a classic Maverick game, maybe that isn't the best example of how we start, but can they try and rebuild? It's even tougher now. Dash catches out Joystick, who is on the rappel.
Well, W7M are just doing a better job at the moment in the early portion of the rounds. In the last, 5 rounds that we've played, they've got 4 of the opening kills. So that's becoming a bit of a trend that's going against VP after they were the ones that started in that particular area of the game better in the first 2 to 3 rounds. So W7M have been able to get that grasp, and doing so now onto the defense, again, just it makes these rounds rather conventional from here on out. You know, it's 5v3, the 3 for Virtus Pro all have to basically play utterly perfect and always not being able to win that battle, and we're on the verge of almost a flawless. Indeed, we do get there, and deservedly so. W7M not putting a foot wrong and punishing mistakes and errors and sloppiness with the Mav tricking and all of that going on. If VP aren't going to be perfect in that facet of the game, W7M are going to punish that. They're going to pounce on that. 2 rounds for them now in a row, all tied up, 4-4.
Fechou? Eu vou fazer a frost pra você na garagem, careca, se vier ao montanha, tá? Ô Dots, eu vou precisar que o seu ferreiro da caveira esteja...
What's your Portuguese like?
I understood the word garage because it sounded pretty much exactly the same as it is in English.
Garage.
It's just, as he said it perfectly, mistakes are being made there. It's, of the 2 teams throughout this game so far, probably the sloppiest round approach there, but there was also the time where we saw the Monty, so both teams have made these mistakes, right? Both teams have had these moments, and Virtus Pro were punished just as much there as W7M were punished when it happened to them, but that is the part of the course. We're back tied up 4-4. You know both teams are now going to step themselves back up, but you have to give compliments to how W7M are doing this defense. It's so aggressively mobile. I love it. Every single opportunity that they can step themselves into, they have full faith, full confidence, and full support from their team. There's always another W7M player within sort of arm's reach, within the chance of getting a trade and a cover. They are making sure that although it's a very fluid hold, with his armies, with sort of the setups that they can move and manipulate, there is always still a support structure around it.
I genuinely don't believe there's that much separation between these 2 teams. And honestly, the Montreal semi-final probably highlights that, having gone to 3 maps.
You were there?
Yeah, and I did cast that game.
Oh my word.
I think it was, what's his name? Guns?
It's been so long since you've seen him.
I gotta check in on him.
Same with me and
Parker.
Parker. Oh no, that's
You're
the
yelling in the other room, by the way.
Yeah,
Of course, the
that's the
beat
other
stream
talent
happening
guy.
at the moment. 4-4. Shepard back onto the Maverick and hoping that this time he doesn't lose his life.
Oh, they got the wall open with the trick this time round, so the setup there was much quicker, much cleaner. It's again an aggressive wide hold here. Now, Dodes is in a bit of a tricky position. Obviously, he cannot really cross his way. He's almost playing this for a sort of life position and drawing the focus, and he has a lot of support to do it with. There's obviously the stress of Volts, but he's also easier to isolate. And remember, it's not CC. They've still got to clear their way across the site itself. At this point, will this full dedication be something that's punished? There goes his escape route. Volts is gone. The compliments paid are shut down, but as he gets joystick, he's at least been able to trade one into the position and a lot of utility. So, is that the trade that they want? What's the win condition of this position? Well, they hope he's been paid onto it. There's Lobin, though. Gets Pasha. Here's that support structure. I said how mobile it is. You've got Dots moves in above. Lobin moved in underneath and got the crossfire, I think, all the way from the side of a window. Brilliantly put together there from W7M.
Yeah, it's like a little battle here within the war that we've got. Still a minute left. You know, Shepard's just still sitting on the rappel outside of CC Breach, so I think we're going to get a bit of a reset moment here. Things are going to cool down, slow down. 3v3, everyone's resetting. So for W7M, it's a fallback. They've still got Jacuzzi Breach. That's solidified. That's probably not going to get opened up. So a big battle that they can hold over towards 90, main stairs. They've got a lot of that backside that has still been solidified for the defense. For the VP, of course, they've only got 3 defenders that they have to deal with. Couple of flashes on the side of Shepard. I still like, honestly, W7M in this position because of the fact that Jacuzzi has not been opened up and Dash still has a Nitro Cell.
Dan takes a lot of damage. Lobin is barely clinging to life just as much, but the fact that it's still a 3 versus 3 is the main part of this. Nobody's able to get that full bite because nobody is sure that the motion isn't the one that's going to have the coverage. Escaping the flashes right back towards the bed, but it's 2. Dots and Dash are able to put themselves on it, with Dots getting the final one. W7M.
I mean, just perfect play from Dots there because you're getting so much information. You know there's only 3 players left. One of them's Logi. He's just thrown the flash. It's going to be aggressive. I'm going to rotate back into sight, and we're going to have a 3-on-2. Swings the window immediately because you don't want to just run back into the site and then just sit in the corner and hide. You need to be aggressive at that point because you know one's coming in from behind you. The logistics hat drop is going to happen. So I need to swing, get the kill. He does that, and then he can, of course, turn around. And then if, you know, that Logi Hatch does then come through on the push, he's ready for it. So that was just really precise, quick movement from Dots. He finds the double kill at the end, of course, by getting the final kill on the con push. Really well played from W7M, and just a really good understanding that, hey, they haven't got Jacuzzi opened up. Yes, there was a bit of a battle, a scrappy one, over towards the CCTV side, but that means that VP haven't got site objective 1 in terms of opening Jacuzzi, getting pressure, dealing with utility, all of those kind of things were still in favor of W7M, and that's why that push was always still going to be quite difficult for Virtus Pro, and W7M retake the lead for the first time in a while.
It's been just big blocks of rounds, right? It was 2, then it was 4, and now it's back to 3. And, you know, at some point, this momentum has to sort of break. There has to be a bit of a change of face here. And to be honest, you sort of look at the KD spread. Obviously, the numbers you've got at the bottom of the screen aren't the true ones because we had a rehost, but
12-5 for Dash.
Yeah, and it's 9-5 for Shepard, but every other member of Virtus Pro is currently, unfortunately, in the negative.
And it's actually a single kill every round for Shepard. He's got a 1.0 KPR. So that'll be very efficient.
Man's consistent, but I think that's the sort of spread of it right now, is just that gun game is operating so well for W7M, and I'm still going to sort of highlight how well they set themselves up for trades, for pressure. They're not letting any of these sort of kills go unanswered. We've had moments, at least when there was on the defense of Virtus Pro, they would have maybe Dan loose, who suffered a bit on the entry and was able to get one of himself. It was traded back and forth, but they didn't play themselves to have reinforcements and to waste time and to stretch the opponents. Again, here, you're looking at a W7M that thrives in that environment. And the pressure is on Virtus Pro. What do? Do we go up to the top? Do we try and clear these players out? Do we try and force them down and catch them? Well, Dash doesn't want to be caught. He actually just wants the fight onto stock here. Now, there is the main door open. Legion has been targeted, so the focus is on Dodes inside rafters. And and he's hoping this will just drift them in. But again, because they are in these positions, they can support that Legion, and it just slows Virtus.pro down even more. 1:30, and what do they have other than vague ideas? People are up top and nearby.
Logic Bomb immediately popped by Always as soon as he got that charge. Shot above, a chance, courtesy of the Inox scanner from the Jackal of Joystick, and Logan does go down, finished off by Dan. He'll happily claim that. You know, a lot of pressure that can certainly be applied by the Deimos and the Jackal, and the ability to track a lot of the members of W7M. Dotus is going to get death marked and actually just lost half of his health, pushing him behind the generator. 60 seconds left. Virtus.pro certainly with the best opportunity they've had in the half to find an attacking round.
Do they know about Dash? That's going to be the fun game that we all get to play from home right now, as it doesn't seem like they do. They're full setting up and sending themselves on towards the break. There is maybe a player watching Joystick, but Dan is caught even with the cover, and now what do? Because Dash is up there up top. There's 30 seconds. You have the track, but he's happy to sit at the top of red and sort of say, yeah, come and get me.
If Joystick does stay there, then it's a 3v3 on site. So I think you're better off just leaving Dash at this point. Top floor, push in, have a 4-on-3 on site, and get chaotic here for Virtus.pro, because there's only 20 seconds left. I mean, they need to make the push.
Well, the push is starting to come, and behind Joystick, turn around. He didn't. Dash is able to pick up the kill now, and it's the 3 versus 4, 2 versus 4, all of them on site itself. W7M, they just shut it down. Virtus.pro, too much to do, not enough time, and they'll find themselves staring down match point.
Yeah, Virtus.pro just delayed their attack entirely because of Dash's pressure. As soon as he gets that kill over towards storage, it's like, well, we've got to deal with this, and so they all kind of stand still. They call off the attack, and then when I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm seeing 20 seconds left, and I'm thinking, he's top red, he's top floor. Why don't you just push through Secret into blue? Everyone else pushes main side, and you have the 4-on-3. It may not work, very well may not work, but you will have the numbers advantage temporarily until Dash can rotate back to site. Instead, they kind of just stand around, they hesitate, they take their time. Dash ends up then actually rotating to site anyway, and from there, W7M just clean house, and Virtus.pro, sorry to say, but with, 2 rounds to go, they call a tactical timeout, and the last time that we have seen an attacking round win here on Clubhouse in this match, you have to go all the way back to the second round. It's been defense ever since from both sides.
Time to talk, time to work thing out, and time to see if they can try and...
And don't forget, it's VP's map pick.
It is. And that's the sort of stress of it, because it's also a VP map. Famously, they adore Clubhouse. They always have, and they've always brought a very solid game. But at the same time, there's sort of a bravado around Club.
Yeah, that kill there, that's where the hesitation then came from, and I think they were just a little bit too slow in opting then to go for the push. Well played, though. I mean, Dash has been just absolutely far and away the best player in the server, and it's not even close. In fact, 164 EPS Emmy.
Wow.
+9 KD, 14 and 5, and more importantly, 3-0 on the entry, 1.4 KPR, 90% cost. He is putting on an absolute clinic right now for W7M. One of the better performed individual performances we've had in a singular map at the tournament so far. Absolutely. He has been outstanding. Unfortunately for Virtus.pro now, 4 players in the red when it comes to KD. Only Shepard positive, 9 and 6.
Well, this half is showing itself all red balls currently. W7M, they have stormed their way back in to Clubhouse, and we've got to see if the team talk is one that can pull Virtus.pro back. Just the 2 rounds. It's not the biggest divide, but the pressure.
It's not, but it would go against the grain right now because, as I said, it's been 8 rounds in a row where the defensive side has won.
Oh, yeah. Statistically, optimist, pessimist, a C4 that doesn't quite
I'm a realist.
Anybody. A realist.
I know stats and facts. And sometimes hopium for the O's teams. Well, always gets one onto Dots, who went for a little peek underwards. Of course, he called back a couple of rounds ago. Somewhat similar, where they got the kill onto Shepard. Maybe the thought process there is, I might try and go for that surprise factor, but credit to VP. They learn from their mistakes. They're able to punish that. Dots goes down. Great start to the round. But it is now the third round in a row where they've got that opening kill.
Yep.
Can they actually convert it, though? Because they're unable to do so in the last two.
Well, the long-range pressure on towards the watch here on CC. I mean, it's obviously a site that is very familiar. We've talked about the importance of getting yourself in control of the rafters, and the Brava drone is doing a lot of daylight robbery of some of the utility that is otherwise
nothing else to get
up. They've left, and you've got Volps obviously playing top red, and Dodes is playing his life inside rafters, but there's no one else directly here right now. Volps is actually aggressively trying to make friends outside of a breach with a slug shotgun. Nobody has decided they want to respond. Instead, actually, it's Loben with a double. Swings his way in from construction, right to top red, pulls off a 2K, and suddenly this round has entirely flipped itself in. Volps stacked up, staring at Virtus Pro players who just have nothing but open space in front of them.
And they've done this as well without Dash. He was in gym for the last 30 seconds, only just now makes his way back in towards construction. Dodes still low over towards rafters, but the peak is successful. Quick headshot onto Joystick, sitting under a bundle of nades though. Pasha converts the kill, giving themselves still just enough time if they can force the issue. Volps goes for the peak. Pasha's ready for it though. Takes his head clean off and makes it a 2 versus 2. Shot through the drone hole, little tag onto Loben, but they've got to now collect that kit and send it into sight and make no errors. They must be clean in the last 15 seconds.
But in the pocket of Loben, maybe the end of the round sits a C4 ripped and ready. They've got to be aware of it. If they go for the default plant spot, they can play it from over the shoulder or underneath. They're currently pushing deeper and deeper.
Pasha,
he's going and changing place, but Loben's underneath. There it is. And as I said it has come true, unfortunately for Virtus Pro, a tightly contested map, and you could see that they were running the numbers on it as well. They just weren't sure. W7M, they went down, but they sure picked themselves back up there.
Yeah, I mean, a tremendous match overall. I do want to give credit still to both teams, as much as in the end, W7M ran away with it, picking up the last 5 rounds in a row to close out this game 7-4. And there are some similarities to probably the last time they met in Montreal, where a lot of the maps were that 7-4, 7-3 kind of scoreline. It happens again here. W7M also taking the map pick of Virtus Pro.
Well, we've had a couple of mysteries solved, but there's still the big one about Skyscraper after we listen to the analysts break down this one.
Available now.
W7M have kickstarted this series with a statement. A 4-2 first half from Virtus Pro gave us a lot of hope, and I'm sure all of you at home a lot of hope. The second it changed over, it was not a good look for them, and now the Brazilian teams are running off with this one. Lax, W7M are in prime position.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, I was hoping VP, especially this being their map pick, and they obviously enjoy Clubhouse, but the performance, once that side swap happened, it was just a night and day difference in terms of what we were seeing from VP.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about, are they going to come into confidence with this? Are we going to see aggressive plays? Can they rely on their static gameplay? Absolutely not. We didn't see any of that, and the trade games for them just absolutely were not there, and W7M was running amok with those.
I mean, Clubhouse is all about the attacks. W7M only got 2, but what did Virtus Pro get? They got 0. So, I mean, W7M was fairly matched. They knew all we have to do is just get a couple of rounds. Once we go to defense, we can slow these guys out. I like what I saw from Virtus Pro. They tried different looks. They tried to split up, play the 1v1 trade game. Yeah. It wasn't working. Then they tried back to revert. 5 people on one side. It wasn't working. W7M was just tasked so well on every single look of Virtus Pro gave at them. They were constantly getting that opening kill, and obviously they were making it very frustrating for Virtus Pro to even get in the map, constantly pestering the map on the CCTV wall, constantly holding all of the entrances for Virtus Pro. So it was just a very difficult position for Virtus Pro to be in.
Where does that change really come from, Lax? I mean, like like the night and day difference just feels very stark. Is it just the complete polar opposite when it comes to attacking and defending? Is it just such a hard thing to grasp?
I mean, you could say yes and no to that, but when you're on a map like Clubhouse, this isn't a crazy map. There isn't going to be something that you're going to see that is going to be like, oh, wow, I can't believe they did that. That's so shocking. It's just as simple as not making these small mistakes and capitalizing off of mistakes that are happening. And again, for VP, you know, I talked about always being able to lead this team, be able to set them up for success. Obviously not having the best showing today, but that still goes for a team dynamic on Clubhouse. Everyone should know the ins and outs, what can happen and what can't happen. And again, what we weren't seeing was them being able to transition and adopt something that was actually making things work through and through to try to push this to an overtime, to try to get this to go in their favor.
And it's so difficult to play against W7M because they never really give you a moment to set up. The only way that you can respond to W7M is bringing some type of a shield, trying to get information, just making sure that you can guarantee that first pick. And that'll be absolutely what Virtus Pro needs to do, or else they're still going to have that problem going into map 2. They won't be able to get in the map if they can't guarantee that first pick.
And when you're looking at W7M, they were transitioning in all fronts. They were always getting aggressive. They were knowing when to play passive. They were playing the perfect game of Siege, of the passive aggressiveness and the style that works for Clubhouse.
It's something that we talked about beforehand. W7M, they're an absolute handful when it comes to any map. They are a dangerous team, and VP are struggling right now. We usually say they've got to climb a hill, but this time they're going to have to scale a building. We go to Skyscraper after this. Tooth and nail is all that they're going to have to do to get through this one. VP go on to Skyscraper. Like you said at the start, you were super worried about this map pick.
I mean, I'm even more skeptical of everything as a whole, just due to the fact that they didn't get their map, and now they're going to a map that they don't play, that is their permaban. You're allowing it to go through. So, I mean, I want to say that I have faith that they have prepped something, they have something, cooked something up in the lab for this map. But if your performance is going to be the way it was on Clubhouse, when Clubhouse is such a default map, and now you're finding yourself on Skyscraper, where it's going to be similar in some senses, but it is going to be very defender-sided, and you need to be able to make things work on attack, they are going to struggle.
This map pick is obviously a risk, the fact that Virtus.pro just left it up. But this is the perfect moment for you to try something out like this. Obviously, they've practiced it enough to feel comfortable to leave it up. If it goes well, maybe it's something we see more of going into playoffs, going into the main stage, if they can make it that far. If it doesn't, then they know they can put it to rest. It's a great team to test it up against. Virtus.pro's in a good position in their group. I think it's the perfect time to pull it out. And the one difference that Skyscraper is to Clubhouse is it's a lot more defender-sided. Yes, your attacks matter, but you can win 5-1, 6-0 sometimes on a half. So Virtus.pro being a very good structured team, it'll play into that play style a little bit. But W7M so good at getting those opening picks, so good at stopping you at the door, at the gauntlet from getting inside the building. Virtus.pro is still going to have to figure out that task, which is just getting inside the building.
Well, their backs are up against the wall. There is no two ways about it. They're going to have to fight their way out of this one. They're going to have to do a lot of damage. Usually I'd say the bears are the strongest animal, but I think a tiger might be. They're going to have to do damage as if they've got tiger claws. It's time for us to get across to our incredible casters, Xenox and Fluke.
Thank you very much. We're looking...
Do I have tiger claws?
I think the cultural definition for you is a bear.
Rob is a bear.
Rob is a bear. Yes, Rob is a bear. But these are the Babulls versus the bears, and to be fair, the Babulls have been a bit better. We are going into Skyscraper next, and
dangerous territory for Virtus.pro.
For bears and for bulls, really. But at this point, I guess we'll see. You know, it's been a bit of a while. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Virtus.pro on Skyscraper.
How long has it been, Emmy?
It's been roughly 350 days.
Very specific?
It's a bit specific. In fact, I think, do you think
that would have been 6 Invitational 24.
Yeah, it might have even been the 25th of February, a day that I think you might have been working.
Yeah, I think I might have been. Ringing...
Right, yes,
Bringing
that's
back
it.
some
The
memory.
last time...
Dark Zeros versus VP.
Yep, that is...
Upper bracket, 8-7 Skyscraper, and a massive clutch for VP, and they go on and win it. And there might have been some swearing.
Yes, that is, it's all come back to me. Yes, funnily enough, the last time this was played was cast by you and Guz back in the previous SI, and obviously it was one of those huge games, pushed past Dark Zero, it went all the way 8-7. It was crazy, and at the time, we talked about it being a ban as well.
And VP were like, this was so stressful, we're never playing this again. And they've banned it ever since. There is no data of this map for Virtus.pro since that moment. In fact, they just banned it out. I am surprised they've let this through, and I understand what Fox was saying on the analyst desk about, oh, this might be a good time to sort of bring it back and get a bit of an opportunity on it. I guess they've got no choice now.
I mean,
the good news is they at least begin defense.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things about Virtus Pro. If you are highlighting things where they've had gaps in their play and their sort of pool, it was their pool. It was always the limitations of their maps. They had a very stringent set that they would play on. They were a little bit slower to adapt to new maps at points, and they wouldn't quite have that same sort of aggressive pace that others like to apply. So let's see if there have been lessons learned. The Monty gone off the board alongside the Azami, but...
You want a Xenox fun fact?
Always.
As much as it's been a long time since we've seen this map for Virtus Pro, it's also the first time we're going to see it at 6 Invitational 25.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
It has been the decider map, but it hasn't then got played. So this is the first time we're actually going to get it for SI 25, which does also then mean every map has now been played in the map pool. Virtus Pro on defense, of course. W7M winning out on Clubhouse 7-4. Doing so by winning the final 5 rounds in a row. Of course, Skyscraper always leaning itself towards the defense. So first up, W7M step up to the plate on attack to see if they can break down Virtus Pro's defense. And we also will get some answers as to whether or not VP have been workshopping this behind the scenes. It's been their absolute insta-ban map numero uno. They get rid of it all the time. But maybe this is where they've tried to spring a trap and say, yeah, we've actually been working on this. It's ready to go.
Well, the pressure here will start as it did before now. Can this be W7M continuing the pressure that they were able to apply so adeptly? They spend time building, cooking, proposing assault, and then from that point onwards, they're able to snap it down from the multiple options they set themselves up. But Sky handles itself a bit more difficultly. You've got to try and go for these heavy rotates over the top. You can already see some exploration outside the building from Pasha, who I think threw himself outside the double door just to have a peek. But it's Dan that almost stepped immediately up against a Deimos that's just sitting, waiting, ready. The hard breach wall towards the top of the house stairs is still stood. Volps, however, is not. And that is the Nomad gone. They better hope the air jabs are in place because they're inside the side anyway, so anything that comes back is in towards the pressure. There's the flood all the way across. VP have to try and execute their way back from Drum, but Dots has the cover. A 2 versus 3 now. Pasha and Dan taken entirely surprised, had to try and peel themselves back from the Samurai side towards where the site is. A great read on a gap in the hold, a bit bloodier than they maybe wanted, but swinging the glass isn't quite able to net themselves the result. Up, down the stairs, and it's just towards the end of it, traded out. Technically a 1 versus 1. Gonna throw the goo mine down. If Pasha can get out, they'll definitely try and play for the pickup.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to. I mean, unless Loban gets super aggressive, super aggro here and times it right, of which he starts to make his play, but the pickup for Pasha has already come through successfully. Nate's not thrown, honestly, all that correctly. Missing out on the drum, got banked off to the left side of the mezzanine. There is time, but I love this prone play for Pasha. Loban has to be wary of this. He should know full well that there are 2 players, and he should have spotted him. Prone, close right. Lovely tap with the Vendetta. Keeps it up against Dan, takes the fight, but he ended up shooting the drum. 30 seconds still time. If he wants to go back for the diffuser, he can.
Reload, retract, replayed, no kit, but he does not want that right now. He wants to fight. He's able to find it on the other side of the dragon statue. It's a solid for either of them. There's a big chunk of health taken out of each other. Who will be the one to get that final scrape, that final bite? 10 seconds, has to push the fight. No other option at this, and it's Dan! Clutches out that round for VP.
I don't want to be too critical, but there was so much space and time to at least grab the kit. I'm not saying you had to then play the plan, but what it does is it provides you with another option. And by providing you with another option, it means that for VP, they have to respect that option, right? So then they have to be a little bit more wary. If he starts running back to site, I have to follow.
Yep. Great read from W7M as well to see that they could try and explode their way on towards the site. It became a heavy trade game. We'll see the sort of breakdown here. That's it. Dash saw the opportunity. There was coverage from Joystick here, but at the same time, they moved their way towards the top of the black stairs. And then the glass just shut out. The perfect placement. The fact that that was a down, not a death. It would have put it into an earlier 1 versus 1. A brilliant take around the side. And I mean, at that point, it is just a showdown. They know where each other are. They're playing with similar sort of guns and power and that. And, well, it goes the favor of Virtus Pro. But a massively explosive start there from W7M.
A much more important start, though, for Virtus Pro. I mean, it'll do their confidence a world of good because it was 5 rounds on the board straight from W7M to close out Clubhouse. You are beginning on Skyscraper as well. You need those defensive rounds. They could not ill afford for W7M to start this second map, your insta-ban map, with an attacking round. It just puts the mental in the bin to begin with, and then you have to claw back that momentum and hope and belief to just win a round in that fashion as well. Not only do you win it, but you also win it in a bit of a scrappy, clutch affair. That's a good start for VP. They can reset now coming into the second round, try and be a little bit more fortified on the defense, not allow W7M to just push in oh so aggressively.
Well, the final strand of the hold is shot out, and they have themselves to rotate. The pressure here on towards Samurai window, seeing if anyone's holding on towards the other side of the armor, but currently not. They pull themselves, reposition, and Pasha explores the outside once again as Dash wants to clear his way here, cutting the map in half. Now, the line that you have to cross is the one along Drum that sort of sets yourself up. Danish and Shrine, he's keeping the eyes on one side, joysticks towards Drum itself, and that's what they're going to try and steady across. Force those players out of position rather than just strike the site, because it's a little, always awkward to pull yourself in towards Skyscraper with how it gets compartmentalized into all these different small boxy rooms and spaces. It's easier to just sort of structure it, have the Nomad air jab behind you, and then push forward from the top of the 2 stair sets. Here it is. The start of that pressure, a Flores drone that wants to remove the shield. Hopefully, this will be Lobin that catches it, but Volps is actually the one that gets down, always gets Dodes, and Joystick's able to find 2 in the mix of it. Goes to the pistol, drops himself down, and Lobin goes down in a Frostmat as he hops in towards the window as well on Shrine. Suddenly, they've sort of taken the bait here, W7M, but Virtus Pro, they're able to come out on top. There's a little bit of a swap to the other side, but with 2 goo mines in pocket, the damage will tick a bit.
Yeah, they've really played into a pretty default defense of Exhibition and Office, where you just go for the horizontal across. Dots does get one. To be fair, Joystick very low. Still a lot of time. Lobin's probably the issue. I mean, Dots doesn't really have the biggest ult right now.
Oh.
Get anything? No, they both fall at the exact same moment, and it is a round win confirmed for Virtus Pro. Well deserved. Really good battle in the middle portion of the round. That's something going back to Clubhouse, and even in the opening round where W7M have been trying to go for this like mid-round rush a lot of the times when they're attacking. And this time, Virtus Pro were the aggressors. They were the ones actually happy to take that fight, and then they can just kind of sweep back over towards Office and Exhibition, hold strong defensively. There's only 2 players left pushing. They're both wounded and not really in a good way, and they've just got the numbers. Really well executed round, but yeah, 90 seconds on the clock. Volps does get the opening pick, but this is where Virtus Pro push back. They keep the battle going. Look at the push from Joystick to go and get these kills. He's pushing through Drum. He's going towards the mezzanine. He's not just falling back to site, looking to play defense. So they got aggressive on the defense, and that's how Virtus Pro go and win that round. Really good start. 2 rounds already, again, on a map that we haven't seen from them since SI last year.
How much do they need on this half?
And they did win that map.
They did win that map.
On a 1-0 streak.
And back then, what they needed on the half was they were able to get themselves 2 sort of attacks across the entire thing, all the way on towards OT. It was 4-2 half, 4-2 half, and then 2 in all the way across defense. Truly was the maker of the kings of that showdown. Will it be the same here? Obviously, we saw a bit of a split on the previous map. We saw heavy blocks of rounds traded, and that sort of became the problem because VP just could not crack the holds on the second half.
Unfortunately, it looks like we will get a rehost here for Skyscraper, as we did on Clubhouse 2.
Similar time. Oh, it
was a 2-2 rehost.
Yeah, it was the 4th round. So it's just every time we hit the number 2.
It's just the evil number 2.
Dang.
Do we get a pit stop here? I think we might. It could be potentially monitor issue. Man, they roughhousing on those monitors. He's just...
Get it out of there.
They don't mess around. We need to get like you know what? We need like in Formula 1 where they got like the pit stop timer. We need to get one of those.
Can we make like what? Well,
who's got the fastest monitor change-out time
of the refs?
of the refs.
If they're listening right now, if you were to say who the fastest monitor change-out, maybe it's like a list. It's like different events, right?
Yeah.
Fastest monitor change.
Depends on the track.
Yeah, we find ourselves here. They'll get themselves sorted. 2 rounds up, and you know, you sort of have to look at, I guess, what happened in that last round. Because the first was very aggressive, and it was a clutch out, right? They're in a 2 versus, I think, a 3, maybe even a 4 situation. Might have been a 3 versus 3 to a 2 versus 3. And then picking up the player, being in the positions that they were, the 2 of them locking in, W7M making the sort of choice of, let's try and go for the kills, let's go for the watching to come back instead of going for the plant, potentially. These are decisions they made. It's how it played out. The second round, though, they maybe just didn't have the full read. There was a lot of laser focus on towards Dan. We saw the Flores drone, the Rotero rolling in. Dan actually was the first to go down on the sort of engagement. The pressure came across in towards his face, but then from then on, Joystick cuts his way across from the drum position. They didn't seem fully aware of him, at least to that level. There was
probably even expecting it, to be honest.
Yeah. And, you know, you're sort of wondering if maybe this is a moment where W7M can go back to checking and rechecking those sort of corners and positions. As I said at the time,
they can slow it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Their pacing right now, especially for Skyscraper, is quite fast. I think if you were to compare it to the more default-orientated setups that we see from teams on this map, like W7M are pretty clearly trying to be aggressive in the middle portion of the round. So when it gets to about that, let's say minute-and-a-half mark, that's when you're seeing W7M really ramp up the pressure. They did it on Clubhouse. They did it successfully on Clubhouse. But a Skyscraper, it can be a little bit more difficult because you've got so many choke points that you still need to deal with. And then if you've got, you know, players like Joystick that just want to then push forward and take those fights and you're not ready for it, 2 kills just like that makes it really easy for the defense. What's concerning as well for W7M is to open up the 2 rounds. And let's be honest, they probably should have won the first round, but they've got the opening kills in the first 2 rounds on the attack of Skyscraper and unable to then take that advantage and convert it into a round win is probably disappointing, but it's good news for Virtus Pro because they're winning these rounds when they haven't necessarily had the perfect start in the rounds.
Yeah.
Again, on a map that we don't really have high expectations of for VP. And to be fair, it wouldn't really be too surprising if VP win this map because it then would be similar to Montreal in the semi-final. First map goes the way of W7M, rather convincingly. 7-3 on Labs, it wasn't a contest. And then it was VP that answered back on Cafe, 7-4. Again, rather convincingly, not big contest. And then the Chalet was a 3-3 half, and then 4 in a row to W7M to close out and book their place obviously in the grand final. But yeah, I think that for Virtus Pro, this is a good confidence builder. And also, if they can win this map, I think it was Fox that mentioned it, then it's like, hey, suddenly you got a map that you can throw back into the map pool.
Yeah.
So it widens that map pool as the tournament goes on.
And it was always one of those things. I said before that there were question marks on the depth of the map pool that Virtus Pro had as well, how many different places they could take themselves into. And
that was the issue in the semi-final.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the biggest thing for me, was that their Cafe was great and they got their Cafe. But on the other maps, just like Chalet didn't seem to vibe with them. Labs didn't seem to vibe with them. So there's a couple of maps already. Then you throw in Skyscraper, Instaban, etc. as we're getting back into the game now. But if they can add the Skyscraper in, I didn't think their Clubhouse was by any means awful. I think against lesser teams they could have, they can be more than fine on a map like that. So I think VP's map pool can certainly be improved, but it's not completely awful by any means. We're talking about the very high level, right? Like that's the difference.
With that little jazzy stinger, we're back in. We find out, honestly, I keep doing like a little piano hand gesture every single time. I wasn't hearing it a lot. And then Tim, Ace of Pyrite, started singing it. And now
Does anyone actually call Tim Ace of Pyrite? It's either Tim or Ace.
It's Tim or Ace. Yeah. Listen, I want to use this full legal name.
Full legal name?
Ace of Pyrite.
Ace of Pyrite.
Where else do you think he gets the name from?
It's like Des. Does anyone say Desert Shoot?
I say Derrent, and I picked that up. Yeah, I picked that up from Parker. He just started going Derrent, Dare Bear. They are very close, those two. I think they live together. Anyway, 2-0. we find ourselves here back in towards a game with a quiet bit of a break on towards the tertiary site. Now, Skyscraper loves having this one be the attacker's site. Usually you're, very accustomed to 4-2 halves in this sort of setup, in this sort of situation. There's going to be, as I said, the data that we have from the last time that they played Skyscraper for Virtus Pro was 4-2 halves and was only overtime defensive round wins.
Oh,
this
there's one.
Quick fight. You said you wanted them to slow down, but, well, they pulled apart
Well, I mean, in
then
fairness,
pulled back.
that's Pasha just being probably overly aggressive. So, I mean, W7M aren't necessarily the ones doing too much wrong. Dodes is playing the Jackal. That's his role. Horizontal entry, push across from Office and Exhibition, try and sweep through Drum Mezzanine. You want to eventually clear out Tea Room and Karaoke for that vert above the site. I don't know why Pasha is contesting over there.
From this point onwards, let's see if they can try and capitalize on the fact. I like that they got the kill, they got the take, and they pulled themselves back out. We've often seen them on this map just sort of keep sending and keep pushing and keep trying to pull that trade in. Here, they realize that let's not give them that option. Let's not try and give them the chance at leveling this off. They've been able to pull the trades before. We'll slow everything down. Looking to try and get the drone that was tucked up in towards the top of Karaoke. In the meantime, it's still proposing yourself. This long line that cuts through the middle of the map, across the side of Drum, back towards the top of Shrine. That is going to be their next point of attention as they slip their way in. It's the verticality above the site itself. Now, will they try and overstay their welcome? The track is going to pull one player as Dash pulls Joystick, removes them, and at this point, they're just getting out of there quickly down the black stairs. Not going to see what happens after the end of those flashes because, well, with a minute, you're not going to try and find the trade situation.
What? How was that just transpired? Poor Volks cops one in the back of the head from a teammate. He always wanted to get on the move with the shotgun. There was one up close. Shepard losing his life. There's Dodes and Dots. Both able to combine. Only one left for Virtus Pro, Dan. Well, he is the man. He was in Montreal, especially on Cafe, where he was exciting. So many clutch plays from Dan on that map. And he will need to do something similar now in this third round if VP to find a third round. A 1v3. But he is also getting tracked by the IDOX scanner of Dodes. Safely into Barbecue goes Dots to get the diffuser on the ground, and Dash is always just covering nicely, and W7M will find themselves an attacking round on Skyscraper.
Let's see what happened with that team kill. I'm assuming it'll be paid up at some point.
Probably the classic case of like someone's just walked in front of you at the very moment that you shoot, and it's not really your fault. It's probably more your teammate's fault. That's a guess. I mean, we didn't see it.
Accidents happen.
Accidents do happen, yeah, to everyone.
It was a great close down there.
I was more so confused because it's not like they were fighting. Like no one was fighting.
I think that's why I'm a little bit.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, that's super unlucky. That's probably better than actually like someone walking in front of you. That's no one's fault at that point. Like
that
no
was
one's done
through
anything
like
wrong.
Too soft.
That's just hilarious.
Too soft, and you accidentally headshot your teammate. That's just funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
2-1, and as I said, that's sort of not the precious side. It's gonna be the primary of the tertiary defensive, Virtus Pro, and W7M weren't a million miles away last time they were here. So I'm super curious to see what they decide to change up about it, really. Last time there was obviously the play with the Glaz, the pressure to try and get themselves in on the Deimos, which is still sticking around, and otherwise, actually, it's only really the Glaz to the Bs and the Twitch that's been brought in. They'll see if rather than playing on the hard destruction side of the ace that they had and get inside those smokes, let's just slow this down, bring it back to a gun game, get control of the opposite side, get VIP stairs, air jabbed off, keep the control here. The Deimos to try and force the players out to make things not uncomfortable. And then we're being caught in the chance of a frost mat as well, bouncing grenades and removing what else is on the other side of it. So as soon as they go for the hop, the fight is going to be a bit cleaner. In fact, actually, it was a Goyo canister that was otherwise prepped up right against that window.
Pasha just had a run out just for information.
Yeah.
And can just double back in. They've got a pretty big horizontal stretch of their defense right now, trying to just cover as much of that top floor of Skyscraper as possible. Pretty much a default looking setup, and then they'll fall back. Dodes has snuck in though, but Pasha ready for it. So So 2 rounds in a row, the Pashas opted to try and be aggressive for VP. Didn't work in the previous round, but it does work here. Gets rid of the Deimos.
He is still on cam, though. We saw they had a fair few that was locked around that area, and Dodes can keep his eyes on that. But with the man disadvantage, how are they going to start to try and push themselves here? Will they cut their way up towards the stair sets as they went for the sort of rushy, quickie play before? Or let's see if they can maybe try and cut the map in half, find their way to get some control over towards the players that are wanting to rotate from the bar side. There's Shepard getting Volp, so it's not going to be the swinger towards the side as Dan and Lobin does pop in towards Shepard and gets one, but now he is all that is left. They went for plan A that I listed, which is a quick punch in towards the site and on towards the window on the back of the Bees, but, oh, well, there's one, but nothing much more than then. 3-1.
You think that's really plan A?
It was plan A when they'd lost friends.
So that's plan B.
Yeah.
I think that the issue in that round for W7M, I mean, Pasha aside, like if you, so Dodes goes for the solo push on the office side, right?
Yep.
What happens if you have an extra player there? Your trade potential is increased, from 0 to something, right?
Yeah.
So it's already an exponential increase. So I don't know why they're not just sweeping across as a team, taking the battles towards the drum side of the map. Pasha's already shown he's aggressive, he's pushing out, and they're always going to have that horizontal extension to the office and exhibition side. It's a pretty normal setup when you're defending Tea Room and Karaoke. So why are you solo pushing? And that's not Dodes' fault. You know, he's playing Deimos, he's sneaking in, yada, yada, yada. It's more the team dynamic. Why are we not pushing as a team there to clear that out, push them back, and then you can go and spread around the balcony and put pressure around the site like that? Instead, the solo push gets punished, no trade potential. VP have numbers, W7M just start sending it into site and rappelling in and dying, and it's all a bit of a mess. Really well played from VP. 4 rounds for them would be, you know, that par for the course. I think.
Yeah.
It's like it's typically Tea Room Karaoke, Office and Exhibition. You win those twice, you probably lose the Tertiary, Barbecue Kitchen twice.
And then you go to OT.
Do we even need to play the game?
No, I think we can just fast forward. I mean, that's the sort of risk, right? But, you know, I'm not entirely sure if W7M will be starting on the defense. Obviously, you would assume in the overtime, obviously, you would assume that they would if it's entirely their choice, but they also chose to attack on the previous map, so they are.
So they got double defense on OT if it does go that way for W7M.
Well, we'll see if they can maybe get themselves the foot up and even half, and they're in such a good position, and it's going to come down to obviously this site, the growth from this point onwards. The burn, Poppin, unfortunately, needs a little bit of cleanup work, but it's not the end of the world. The pressure, again, on towards the exhibition window, down towards the Samurai Armor, that little tucked rotate that can play between the sides itself, where Shepard has got himself holed up and holding on, but, you know, the work has to begin further out, and this is what I said before. What happened and what went wrong here, and what did they not know, and how have they improved that? Last time they got all the pressure onto Dan, but then Joystick bit back with a 2K, maybe even a third.
This is better though. They're actually respecting Virtus Pro and their extension defensively. Although Dan just finds a kill onto Lobin outside the window from Dragon, and so that's a good start to the round again for Virtus Pro. 2 rounds in a row now that they've got those opening kills. They're doing well in the conversions. This is a bit sloppy and a bit messy right now on the attack from W7M. This might be one of the worst rounds we've seen from them in the series. VP are punishing W7M's sloppiness. They are getting shredded here in the 5th round. Joystick as well with 3. And only Dodes left. It will be a 4-1 lead for Virtus Pro, comfortably taking out the primary sites. Of course, the Tertiary to follow after this will be a good opportunity for W7M, but this is a very concerning round.
They've just been shut down. Entirely shut down. Entirely shut down.
Sloppy. Lobin gets caught. Window looking in towards Statue and just gets his head taken off. Everyone else starts to then rush around. Sort of dots on the floor as just the way that his movement through the doorway was just awful. Gets killed comfortably. VP are good enough, very good enough, that they will punish errors and mistakes just as much as W7M will do. 4-1 lead for Virtus Pro here on the second map of the series. I don't know, why is this an insta-ban for them? They're playing it fine.
Surprise. Saving strats. Hiding the map. There's a list. Do you want the list of the usual excuses for moments like this. I mean, it's well played together, but it's also, if you look at Clubhouse, and maybe this is part of the story, maybe not, you know, for all the conversations about teams, what maps they love, what maps they play, everybody will technically play every single map in the pool. You've got to learn it. It's your job.
So 4 for Joystick in that round.
He had a great round, but at the same time, it also means that W7M on Clubhouse, they had a lot of preparation against them. Look at how they played against it, and why they were so good at shutting it down is because they had all the answers towards the holds. It was on the sort of flip side of it that they knew how to slow down Virtus.pro. They knew how Virtus.pro liked to clear. They had all the data. Here they don't. And that's the sort of thing that might be stressing them out here. They're having to learn and sightsee and sort of get a taste of all of Virtus.pro's holds for the first time, firsthand, inside the game. And it's obviously not quite netting them the same confidence that they had before. And you were right, Joystick did great in that position, but look at how much they tried to shut him down. They had the Selmas that had broken open the connecting wall in towards Geisha and T-Room backside, or even the pressure on towards T-Room, sorry. From that deep angle, they were trying to contest it and force out Joystick first instead, and they just could not remove him from that position. Here, their final chance, and it is so much quicker. 30 seconds are gone. They are already pressed up against the door of gold here. They really want to break their way in towards T-Room. Now, there is some of the pressure, the double pair of drones on, and they're able to net one. They're looking for the second on the main stairs, but nothing is quite offered to them. They peel their way back, and Pasha's just going to hold the angle for a second. Doesn't want to entirely give the position, slips his way up towards Geisha.
Good little drone here onto Dan's position, top of Black Stairs. A little bit slower in their approach this round for W7M. Definitely responding to the way that VP have been playing defensively, which is a really good measure for Virtus.pro, because they're the ones that are, or at least have been, really setting the pace of the round. When they're aggressive, they're forcing the fights. When they're falling back to side, W7M have to respect that, slow to push in. They were sloppy in the previous round because VP were holding up good power positions, didn't back down. And this is the kind of culmination of it all, where W7M are just a little slower in their approach, but they're going to pick up that pace. Again, it's around that minute 20, minute 30. This is when W7M want to get going, so there's a lot of time left on the clock to reevaluate after this aggression. They find the kills, though, in quick succession, and this is all too comfortable and easy right now for W7M, as always. Does get one back, needs another one quickly, he does find it. Low on health, eventually taken down. He took a couple with him, but unfortunately still 3 up for W7M. Only Shepard remains for Virtus.pro, and it seems as if that tertiary site once again is going to go the way of the attacking team, unless Shepard pulls off a huge 1v3.
I mean, it's another 1v3 in this position as well. Obviously, it's how the last one came down. They're about to cut him in half from his left shoulder. Or they don't know, but there's a second in that position. He does down dots. Now they know where he is. They're circling around either side. He's going to pop up, but he can't quite find the single engagement. I was sure the Grim knew where he was, and then suddenly he's crouching around the corner. But they secure themselves the 2. We said it was all that they would sort of aim for. It's what most teams do at this point. They now have their defense to build themselves back in. If it plays out exactly how it did before, I mean, within 2 rounds, we'll be quickly locked back in a deadlock. Remember as well, in the map before, what happened? When we started to cook ourselves on the second half of the game, a flawless defensive half for W7M on club.
Yeah, it was a 4-2 half of Virtus.pro in the first half defense, and then 5 in a row to W7M. And look, the same could very well happen here, but unfortunately, Shepard just never really had the room to be able to stand up there because of that pressure coming in towards Sushi. And I just wonder if maybe he opted for the right fight. I feel like maybe he should have gone the inverse, but he was always in a very difficult position.
Yeah.
This is where I'm going to be very curious. It's one thing to play Skyscraper defense well, it's another thing to be able to attack.
Oh, 100%.
And because Virtus.pro, we haven't really seen them play this map for a very, very long time, this is where my curiosity is spiked, because I need to see how VP are going to really attack the objectives here. Are they going to be slow-paced? Are they going to respect W7M's sort of mobility? We saw a lot of that on Clubhouse. I imagine they will play in a pretty similar fashion as well on Skyscraper. And so they're going to be very, very careful when they're making these pushes. For Virtus Pro, the first step is you've just got to have good, solid entries, get into the map, get as much map control as possible, and take your fights on your terms, and that'll set you up for success. But again, I'm not surprised already to see Dash over towards Geisha. We haven't actually seen a lot of fights towards Geisha in this first half that has transpired. They'll go for jump outs, they'll go for run outs, they'll be aggressive, they will push positions like Drum, and Dodas gets the first kill. And hey, the beauty of the dock, the stim pistol to back to full health, you get rid of joystick, no bees will be buzzing in this round.
Joystick gun, a classic gun, and one who's obviously had his big impact rounds throughout this game so far. The halves that he's been able to take some wrested control over, no longer gonna be seen. The pressure of this conversations of man advantage have now fallen in. The Selma unfortunately catches the top of the door. The second, well, that one will make its way across and open up a bit of an angle. They're trying to catch that player in the middle, and it's a little bit too late. Pasha does find Dash from the cross. Geisha is theirs, but it's come at the cost of a couple of bits of utility and a lot of the health of your buck. So if they're trying to get some of this clarity across, they might find themselves suddenly under a bit of damage. Now, though, with 1:30 gone, with the first boots inside the building on the opposite side, you've still got to cross the power position that you played so well. Volps is in that joystick drum roll. He's going to be the one trying to bang the heads of anyone that gets a bit close, and you can see the pings in the roll with the dock on support as well. They have so much they can work with here.
It's a stack now. Black Stairs, Karaoke, Shepard droning to get some information onto Vault. Battle, Dodes, of course, can heal back up, and will do so with the stim pistol. They don't fall well, though. Double stack over towards Statue. Dan, Pasha, both low, always as well, not particularly healthy. And so this is looking like a very difficult ask now of Virtus Pro with little time. They still have to push through so many choke points. And if W7M want, there's enough time in the round now, or not enough time in the round, they can easily push back to side.
He knows he's there. They're around each other. They were 4 feet away, and Pasha pops the kill because all the attention was being driven underneath. Dan darted his way across, but 20 seconds, and it's going to have to turn into this final sprint. They're putting the pressure on, and Lobin knocks them out. Wasn't the man with the kit, so it's not the biggest end of the world, but here comes the charge and the play. Shepard, he's droning the gunners in at this point. He needs to make his way in towards Terrace, but he is alone with the kit, and he's got a player on the minibar. Dan gets the control of the back-end player on the A side, but it's 2 fights, too close, too much of a charge. There's the drop. He just has to sit and wait for the minibar.
Wow, well played from Lobin. I mean, under a lot of pressure there. He was losing teammates left and right. Shepard was by himself with the diffuser, as you pointed out, Emmy. Didn't really have a lot of help, so he had to just get aggressive, start pushing in, dump those flashes, see if he can go through minibar, and ultimately Lobin was just able to stand strong. He was half white. He still then had to make a decision. Do I hide, avoid the flashes, or take the fight? He opts to take the fight, gets the kill, kit onto the floor, no time left, and W7M able to collect the round to begin the second half. But it was a close one. I mean, in fairness to Virtus Pro, I thought that they managed that round pretty well, all things considered. After losing one really early, they did not have the grim whatsoever.
4-3. And it was close. Obviously, the difference could have been 10 seconds, maybe even less than that. If you think about the push, the charge towards it, they played it brilliantly. As you said, they pointed themselves out. They were very direct when they needed to try and isolate 1 versus 1's opportunity knocked. And W7M were there to answer the door and say, why, yes, I would like to kill a Virtus Pro player whilst I have the opportunity for a 1 versus 1. Whether it was the run out and the swing on towards Pasha trying to make their way round, whether it was there, the fight onto minibar, and then just sitting and resting and waiting, it was something we saw them do on the previous map. It was a little bit tighter here, but a round win's a round win, a point is a point, and it's 1 point closer towards pulling themselves level. As I said, you're going to have these fights back and forth. The top floor is always going to be a brawl. If Virtus Pro can find a way to just pull one of these top floor sites into their control, I mean, then suddenly you've got a terrifying rest of this map.
So you've got double clear out utility, Capitao, Grim. You can send the Kuan Hive Launcher Bees in. You've got, of course, the bolts from the Capitao, and then double shield sends to kind of round it all off with the light screens of the ROU to block off a lot of vision. At some point in this round, VP will execute based on the operators that they have. It needs to all be in sync. Everyone has to know their job and when to go. And if you lose any member here, it's going to then put a bit of a chink into that game plan where you're going to lose a big significant piece, whether it's the Capital or the Grim. They do get the opening kill on the Volt, which is quite handy. Volt struggling a little bit since the rehost 1 and 6 overall on this particular map, 2 and 7. And I like this lineup for Virtus Pro. They've got a lot of win conditions in this lineup.
And as you said, Volp's gone. There's a C4 that's been utilized there from Dash as well, so those shields will feel themselves a little bit stronger, and well, the vertical is what they want to get the lockdown here. Dan makes his way in via the pantry, slow and steady, but joystick.
You lose the Sens now.
I mean, that's a big, big part as well. If you've got a Sens, you've got a very Sens-driven plan, and at this point, you might not have the same coverage, but you do still have, obviously, the smokes, canisters in the pocket of Pasha. You've got the smoke bolts in Always. They have plan Bs for the sort of, you know, dissolving of vision that they want to get across. It might not be as direct and as flat as they wanted, or as controlled. The motion up towards the break that nobody's watching currently. Shields either side, and there's that coverage of the vision. There's a bit of a spray, but a shield's the perfect one to make their way through. But they've actually proposed themselves here. Titan with the wall reinforced.
Kit's not in sight though, so yeah, they're starting to get in towards Karaoke. They've just dropped their handle and juggled over the Kit towards Always. Now still on the exterior, still needs to make his way into the building, and they lose Pasha taking the fight, but they still don't have that diffuser in a good position. Always is just making his way into the building now. Push up Black Stairs, unsuccessful for Dots though. 3 from Dan, and he's making good use of the Blackbeard. Finally, Always now towards Black Stairs. Can make his way into the site. It's a quad though from Dan. Shepard to finish it all off, and Virtus Pro from out of nowhere steal this round away from W7M. They lost the Sens. They probably didn't have the best look into the round until they just waltzed into sight. The shields ended up being a big part of their win condition. Dan on the Blackbeard was just immovable. Gets 4 kills. They couldn't clear him out of Karaoke. And the irony in all of that is I was watching on the second monitor. That diffuser gets juggled over, and then it's being ran around the map. At no point did it ever even get into the site.
I think they didn't expect to have the reinforced wall between the two sides. Obviously, the angle where they moved the shield into, you could see him sort of be like, oh, this is a bit open. If we just secured this kill inside the site and we watch the top of the Black Stairs, then we've certainly got this opportunity. Obviously, Dan with a 4K, great. A great demonstration of what new Blackbeard is. We saw the slow, sort of steady, methodical checking underneath, clearing their way up towards it. They kept themselves safe. They did some intel gathering, but then 2 of those kills, the last 2 that we got to watch, they were flank watching. They had to read someone was going to try and push their way up the stairs. They were more than ready for it. They had to watch on the player that was inside, waiting for support to come through. Great take onto the blitz there, and here, there's the one on towards the flank watch. This one as well. I mean, it's Blackbeard's traditional role is to make sure that nobody sneaks up behind you, and Dan rocked it pretty well. Only got the 4K, so Fresh doesn't have to sort of keep... the players have been popping off. He's donating.
I wish he had got the 5K.
I mean, yeah, right?
Yeah. Charity.
We love charity.
We do. Very, you know, reminds me, and a little bit reminiscent of the semi-final in Montreal. Dan was very instrumental on Cafe, second map of that series, and I recall when he had a big clutch, I think it was Fireplace playing behind the bomb chassis, he got a 3K, and that really set the tone for VP to go on and win that particular map. Well, deja vu here now coming in. I know it's Skyscraper, but a similar point in the map. You know, it's 4-3, now 5-3. Because of a very instrumental round from Dan. 9-3 since the rehost, 10-4 overall, so he has got to double digits. Only one inside of the Surfer with those numbers.
Being able to take Karaoke, especially in a manner like that, that's going to be the moment where you start to thinking, okay, how much longer are we going to be on this map right now? There's a slightly different approach, but a slightly different defense as well. You've still got Dan on the Blackbeard, the man of the moment of the previous round here, and the Sense is back on the board as well. But
a sweep across that they might opt for. That's slower paced throughout this round for Virtus Pro, although W7M want to be the ones to pick up that pace by forcing pressure over towards Exhibition. Dodes, you got Loban as well, holding currently inside of Office. But I would imagine the next 10-15 seconds, W7M will try and bring reinforcements back. They really will want to lock down that drum mezzanine position.
C4 being shot out as it got thrown out of exhibition window was a huge moment. It could have potentially been a kill or two there. So now instead they've just sort of holding themselves with guns. They're more than capable, but the rotate comes around the other side. Now, one of the things that they don't really have is a direct watch on towards the chance at a flank. We saw a couple of those motions, and yeah, it was shut down by the combination of being in the right place with the right attention. But from what the dependence of the Nomad was for W7M to Virtus Pro not feeling like they wanted, it does mean that they're playing a bit of a risk here on a map that does support big, wide rotations across the vast space.
I mean, what's interesting is the way that W7M is still setting up defensively. Loban is just hanging around Lounge. Dota's still over towards Statue, so they've still got this big extension. They've still also not really had that battle towards the drum and the mezzanine. Virtus Pro are all over the place. I mean, Always is looking like he's going to go and maybe come back through VIP. No, he's just going up onto the roof. So, I mean, I don't know really what VP want to do right now, but they do have the down onto Dots. That is significant. That has also been finished off by Dan. No gas babes for the final 40 seconds, and just like that, despite a little bit of a stall out, we are seeing VP now make their way towards the site. ROU goes up from joystick, Dan has gone and got himself the diffuser, and they're going to go for the hit.
I mean, he's still got a bit of a distance to run. By the time he gets there, he's maybe just going to have time to get this attempted once. Back up the stairs themselves. Obviously, the gadget you can turn on and off, and they've left Pasha and Joystick keeping an overwatch so they know the position's clear, and there's the room for the hop-in, but it's sprayed across. Now he's in the room. He's got the shield on his back. It's traded back and forth. Dash is about to be caught by Always, and there it is, sneaking their way up the stairs itself, but it's a post-plant situation. Joystick takes a lot of damage, but Dan is out of there with the shield, and there goes the trade again. Dan! I think he's got 7 kills. I'm choking almost as much as the hold was there. 7 kills on the top of the black stairs just from letting them hit against him, pushing his way up, pulling down. That Blackbeard is haunting that position and that hold.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a case of W7M just wondering whether or not they need to just change things up, because they're playing pretty much default conventional siege. They've got the extension towards Office at Exhibition. They want to deny that horizontal take. They do so successfully, and then they try to opt to fall back, but they're just losing players to that rush from VP. They've got so much pressure in terms of utility. The ROUs annoying, blocking so much sightline, but it's this early kill onto Dots. Like, you need the gas bait. That's what's going to help you alleviate that pressure from Virtus Pro, which is coming hard and fast towards the end of the round. The ROUs annoying, blocking a lot of vision. What's helpful against that? Things like gas babes, the smokes. It opts to put it back then onto VP, where it does the same to them. Annoying, obscures the vision, all of those kind of things. That smoke can be so handy, along with keeping Black Stairs control. So getting that kill onto Dots opened up so many pathways for Virtus Pro in that round, and so much so, a pathway for the kit itself to eventually make its way up to the site. So for W7M, they probably just didn't have enough pressure for that Black Stairs kit, which has happened now twice in a row, and they were too focused on denying the horizontal, too focused on that drum mezzanine side, because Virtus Pro were just never playing into it. They just avoided it completely.
Again, 7 kills Dan has got within about 5 square meters.
13 and 4 now.
Great play with a plant in the middle of it as well. Gonna stick on the Blackbeard and see if they can make it happen on the site that they did lose. W7M had this, but the worry now for W7M is if they want to get this one on OT, if they want to pull the full 4 points from taking this series, not only do they have to win this, they then have to go and win the site they've just lost twice in a row quite convincingly, and then they have to go and win a new tertiary untested site.
Yeah, and if they lose this map, it becomes a lot harder for W7M to chase down Virtus Pro for that top spot, so that's something else that needs to be considered. Virtus Pro, if they get this map, they play Scars tomorrow, it's going to push them a lot closer to being comfortable in that #1 position in the group and giving them, you know, the best starting position going into phase 2. So 3 rounds required of W7M, but I hate to tell you, Amy, I'm getting again that deja vu of the semi-final in Montreal, where it was one-sided first map, VP responds second map, one-sided. That's the same way that this series is playing out. These two teams are evenly matched, but the maps themselves aren't that even.
Blackbeard is back in the position where he has taken so many W7M players. Now he's moved away from it. Will he be as strong here? He's about to find a close fight, but there is support on the swing, on Shrine. The first is actually taken him. It was scrappier than I think either of them wanted. Dotes does suffer, but most importantly, Dan is dead. Dan can die. Joystick gets the end of Doda's, trades it out, but I'm pretty sure they'd be much happier having
It's a win for W7M.
But also look at W7M's kill. Dodes, he's 11-6. He was the one that's sort of putting in the same sort of numbers since the rehost as Dan.
Yeah, but from a utility perspective, the operator perspective, I would rather trade the Aruni for the Blackbeard.
Oh, yeah.
And also, Dan is just, well, the man, so...
Dan is the man. 40 seconds, though.
3 nitros, 2 impacts. I mean, a lot of utility for W7M, and as you mentioned, not a lot of time.
No, barely any. They've still got to try and find their way through what looks like a gauntlet. He's actually not going to try and iron mode it. The shotgun pops into the head of one, looks for the transfer onto the second. They're sort of stuck now. They're going to burn through the flash canisters. Will he try and make the dive past it as Joystick creeps his way up? Do they know about the Nook? They're about to find out. They're ready, watching and waiting. He's going to go for the swing. Can he get the first? He sees the side of it. There goes the second on the round. The pressure on towards Terrace. Holding off with a revolver dash. He wants to go for the swing as Volps gets some support. Big bits of damage. But with the grenades, where can he go? The Afterlife and map 3. Virtus Pro. What a clean growth onto Skyscraper. Dan, a bit shocked and a bit surprised, but a fantastic map for him to play. All smiles as they pull themselves a guaranteed point, and then they will pull us into a third map.
Final. You think back, it was, what, a 7-3 victory for W7M on Labs, and then that response on Cafe was really, really solid from VP. They do so again here on Skyscraper this time, though, and in a very similar fashion. A 7-3 win, a third map now required, another point gain for VP that makes that top spot oh so much more difficult for W7M to acquire. And if VP go on and win that third map to come, well, that makes it pretty much almost impossible probably for W7M.
Well, let's take a breather and be back after the break.
We had so many questions going into Skyscraper about what to expect. Virtus Pro haven't played that for nearly a year, if not maybe a little over it.
The last SI.
It was crazy. I mean, this, for me, Fox, just goes to show how much effort has been put coming into SI between Montreal and now.
Absolutely. I mean, I love when teams hide something until the right moment, and we talked about it. This is the perfect time for them to pull it out, especially against the opponent of W7M. Who better as a test than the previous major champions? And I think Virtus Pro obviously looked really good. This angle right here, I mean, this was beautiful. And it was really a border that I guess Virtus Pro set up. That middle part of the map, dragon to drum, constantly, they were always getting their picks there. They were always slowing W7M down. There was no real moment for them to walk into the map, get that opening kill. As soon as they'd walk in, they got shut down. And I really loved how Virtus Pro was constantly being a wall for W7M.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing that round right there. Back-to-back rounds for Dan on Blackbeard. How pivotal was that operator on that player?
I mean, extremely pivotal. I mean, one round he gets a 4K on, and then the next round he immediately gets a 3K. I mean, that was the big question of coming into Skyscraper was we couldn't see them do anything on their attack on Clubhouse. They were being shut down by W7M, literally on all fronts, where they were looking decent on their defenses. But that was the question here. Skyscraper is heavily defender-sided. We knew that they could get it done on defense. We knew that they could have a successful side. It was the question, what are you going to do on attack? And what did they do? They adapted. They conquered. They brought in a meta of using that Blackbeard, and specifically Dan on that Blackbeard was creating so much space. And Fox even said in the beginning, you know, they need to bring something for intel, and Dan was doing it on that Blackbeard and gaining that information and making it work through and through.
Yeah, and he obviously topped the charts for his team, and it was really good Blackbeard play. W7M was so aggressive, so they needed that shield. They needed a little bit more information to get into the map. And how Skyscraper's set up is just really tight hallways. It's always going to be a 1v1 when you get in. And I think that gave them the confidence that when they got on defense, they just played the classic Virtus Pro, slowing W7M down. W7M did not have a response for it.
So you think that this is a map that particularly favors Virtus Pro's playstyle in this, Fox?
Absolutely. I think when you think of Virtus Pro, it's consistency, it's slow, covering all the angles. They've run it 1,000 times, and they know exactly what they need to do. Skyscraper's a map we haven't seen them play in a long time. So they're going to try different things, and we've seen nothing but different things from Virtus Pro at this event. I'm happy they went back to the basics on a map that they haven't really played, and they looked really good on it.
Well, each team have taken their opponent's map pick. We now head to Border to decide this best of three.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
This match is heating up, and I tell you what, it's heating up so much. The Virtus Pro had to send away the cameraman in the break. I know.
Oh my God.
It's heated.
That's
I mean, it's a
crazy.
close match. Do you feel that pressure? When you used to play, did you feel that pressure coming off the back of like
We always
close
told the
series?
camera guy to leave us alone.
I mean, it's just a moment.
You're a
of, like,
diva.
They're a really serious team. You're locked into the full best of 3 series. It's 1-1 each way. I wouldn't say it's pressure, but it's more of you want to stay focused in the moment, and you're hot off of a win. So that momentum, honestly, sometimes will carry teams to win a whole best of 3 series. So they don't want anything to affect them, get in their way, and stop them.
Getting away from the conversation of, I guess, team morale, all those things, we head to Border. This turns back to a best of 1. You can wipe clean the slate of Clubhouse. You don't have to worry about Skyscraper anymore. It's done and dusted. Where do your allegiances lie here, Lax?
If they can use the Blackbeard or any shield efficiently to get into the map, because again, that was a big question that Fox threw out, is how are they going to get into the map against a W7M setup? And we figured it out. They were using Blackbeard. So the question is, are they going to do that here when they reach that attacking half? Will they be using the Blackbeard? Will they be using a Monty? Will they be using a Blitz just to entry in and then play around that shield and information?
I agree. That'll be the biggest challenge because W7M doesn't need to change too much up. We talked about Skyscraper working in Virtus Pro's favor as a map. Border, on the other hand, is a map that heavily favors W7M. They love to play that map. It's a very aggressive map. So, and if there's anything Virtus Pro can do, it's bring those shields, get into the building. Don't let those opening picks stop them. And of course, work on the fundamentals of the aggression that Virtus Pro has been practicing for this event.
I think whether they're bringing shields or even banning out the shields and forcing more of their style of play could really benefit this Border matchup.
All right, well, let's not waste any more time. Let's get underway with our third and final map of the series. Xenox and Flute to run you through all of the action.
Thank you very much, Rob. And yeah, we're here enjoying the jazzy grooves. We were not quite on the TikTok levels that I think Anne and the other analysts were, but to be honest, could you imagine Rob doing one?
Yeah, I actually could. I think Rob's got some good moves. He's honestly quite flexible.
Well, that's the challenge. We'll let production set him, because when they tell him to do it, he's got to do it.
He has to.
Ooh, that's an even split. 51-49. VP just edges over the line there, but still couldn't be closer unless it was dead on. And do you think the data backs that up, or do you think that's more just feeling and support?
I mean, honestly, the data said that Virtus Pro should never have won Skyscraper, yet they did. So you know what? You can throw the numbers out the window and just play off vibes. When it comes to 6 Invitational, anything can happen. We are all aware of it. Day 3, and W7M Virtus Pro putting on a banger. We've had a lot of really good matches, Emmy, where we've got all 3 maps. But I feel like every time that happens, the third map does sometimes fizzle out a little bit. And I kind of like W7M coming into Border for myself personally. They're 2-0 on it since September, so they haven't actually lost on it. And it's statistically their best attacking map, 62% attacker win rate. But it is also statistically their worst when it comes to defense, albeit that is tied with 2 other maps being Lair and Consulate. So when it comes to W7M, first half, do want to go back to the numbers and put some trust in them, W7M should probably need 4 to 5 rounds on the attack. Probably not the 5, but at least 4. 5 would be great. 4 is probably required.
Well, obviously we had almost the perfect barometer for this map, actually, because it was played by W7M against OXG the other day, and, well, it was won out by W7M. On the flip side of it, it would have been the decider in the VP OXG game, but they didn't actually reach it. VP, they were able to close it out within 2 maps. They did not see the third map, so now's the time to demonstrate it. They're obviously comfortable with it, comfortable in having it in this competition. Let's see if they can try and go toe-to-toe. A little bit of a lack of intel on Skyscraper was one of those things that seemed like it cost W7M from how precise and well played and put together their approaches were on club to actually throwing yourself in the deep end against a team that reveals a map but once a year and then hides it away for another 12 months. It sort of showed, and they'll be frustrated. They didn't get the full 4 points from that showdown, but now's the chance to at least secure the 3.
It's a strange one, isn't it? So it's like a win streak of Skyscraper, 2 from 2 over the last 350 days.
It's like, yeah, we're undefeated on this map for a year. How often have you played it? Twice. But we won both of them.
Hey, and that's all that really matters. And honestly, I'm really happy for VP because I was worried for them going into Skyscraper. Clubhouse is such a weird map for Virtus Pro, where I think they think that they're better on it than they actually are, especially against some of these like really high caliber teams. But Border, I agree with the social prediction. This one's a bit of a coin flip. I think both teams have shown enough. If you do kind of want to look at Montreal a little bit, when they did meet, it went into that same fashion that we've had so far. W7M first map, VP second map, and then it was W7M on the third map.
In terms of the operator bans, 4 of the most common, as you're looking at not only what they do in the generic game space, but also what they would apply to Border here. Obviously, Monty, being that sort of step back in, didn't have it before and have it again. The Kivas to control some of the open space, and the Fenrir to do exactly the same thing in a slightly different manner, and the Deimos. You're looking at all the soft and the play against it. Great for duelists, and the first duel is nobody's won. As of yet, Torres was keeping a keen eye over the walkway, but always is able to slip himself away. He was obviously the top-rated player before, but Dan, with another kill to an already impressive tally after the last map, is looking to see if he can scream up the rankings himself.
Yeah, +3 on the entry throughout the series now for Dan with that kill, so he's been super impactful, and there's a second one too. He has been...
That's 3!
Oh my goodness. But Dan, you've got to stop. It's only round 1. You've got an entire map still to get some kills. 3 on the board for Dan. And this round's done already. I mean, what a strong defensive start for Virtus Pro here on Border to be able to just clean sweep W7M's attack before it even really got going. They never really even got into that position where they could really formulate the attack that they wanted to. Virtus Pro just on the get-go. And yeah, finish it off with the ace, says Joystick, and that is a wonderful start for Virtus Pro on this decisive map of the series. A flawless start. Dan just setting a fire under his team and says, I'll carry you, come with me. He's leading the way in terms of kills for this roster throughout this entire series. Shepard being the other one with a good amount of frags, Joystick as well. So Virtus Pro have been very, very strong, and it all starts with Dan. That is a wonderful shot.
There, I mean, leaning into the firefight, Volts, a lot of faith. The change to the second pre-fight, it's a straight door. They sort of walked into the angles, and it's a big false start there for W7M. They kind of sacrificed themselves upon the altar of Dan in Fountain, and they'll scratch that one off and move along, dropping down towards Vent, rather than taking themselves on towards Bathroom instead. A lot of teams generally prefer to rotate themselves here, but Virtus Pro, often the traditionalists, will get themselves a similar sort of hold. The Skopos, though, on the board for Pasha. I think the first time this whole showdown.
Yeah, don't see the Skopos too often, let alone even on Border. Poor old Volp's having a rough series though, Emmy. 7 and 19, -2 on the entry. Make it, sorry, 7 and 20 now, of course, as we just had the last round. So that's a little bit rough at the individual level.
I'm curious to see where W7M want to try and make their first point, their first route in. They've been very sort of sharp and snappy on their approach on previous sites, and here, well, for a map that doesn't always lend itself to entire hard destruction.
But bye-bye.
Bye-bye one of the shells, whether it was Atlas or Colossus. There is only now one left. No swapping, but as I was sort of saying, it's a very heavy, hard breach take here. They've obviously got the Thatcher, they've got themselves the ability to utilize this. They don't have to use it on the hard walls. They could if they didn't have the Flores, you know, crack open castles from range. It's getting yourself these angles, but they're just trying to break their way through, and Joystick sat watching, waiting. You can see that obviously Always is on a cam. Not sure who he's feeding the intel to, but well, it's just anything that might be trying to find its way up. There's the ping on the player. There's the pressure that's just being surmounted across Office. Instead, a new route, and they're making sure they keep themselves sprinting. The C4 a little premature as they stop themselves from the mad dash across. Joystick really wants to take this engagement. They've double stacked, and there's a player behind them. In fact, they're just going to get out of there. Great read. And now they get themselves to hold on to a 5-4 body balance before they got surrounded and burnt out.
90 seconds remaining in the round, and again for W7M, they need to find these attacking rounds, as I alluded to prior to this match. It's their best map when it comes to an attacker win rate, and it's their worst when it comes to defense. So Virtus.pro can get themselves, you know, 3 to 4 defensive rounds. It's really going to make it quite difficult for W7M. They'll have to do something that doesn't quite get backed up by the numbers. Sudden open up the hatch over towards top metal for Dot, seeing if anyone wants to go for that flank back up the stairs. But right now, Virtus.pro are happy to just hold over towards the site down in Bathroom, covering horizontally. Shepard as well over towards Supply, so they've got a lot of this first floor under control, but they have given up that third to W7M.
50 seconds, getting the hatches open, probably 30 when they go for the drop, and the drop is going to be hard to land. You're in the body disadvantage, and, well, now you're not. Get even keel through the bars. Pasha is caught out, joins his other robot, in Robot Heaven, and it leaves them 30 seconds to try and get themselves round and formulated.
They're offside completely right now for Virtus.pro because they're expecting W7M to want to rush in so they can cover off all of those angles into the site. They've got so much lobby pressure. Shepard as well towards Supply. No nitro cells remaining though.
They're in. They're planting. They took the hatch drop and now they're operating. Joystick inside the bathroom and rotate round to the top. There's a trade out, but it's a post plant. Shepard, he's fighting his way in towards Vent. He's holding either side of Dots, who's going to be surrounded, but there's cover from Dodes, and Dan gets Dodes. It is just Dots left who gets himself into the 1 versus 1. Dan drops. He's looking for the engagement, but Dots secures the round. Huge, huge play when they needed it most. We're back to that territory of trading rounds out.
I mean, it's a curious decision for Virtus.pro. I kind of understand why they did what they did, probably expecting the drop, maybe expecting a run-through from front entrance, which there was one player that was stationed there for W7M, but by everyone evacuating the site, when that drop did come through and the plant was coming through, no one was close enough to actually stop it in time, and so the plan is successful. Now, if they had nitro cells, maybe a different story, then maybe it's the correct play. But you're giving up site, plan is successful, and you don't have top floor control.
That's the moment as well, obviously. Dan went above by himself, I believe, towards the end and reclaimed the verticality. There might have been somebody else that took the longer route through behind that we didn't see that engagement from, but still, it almost felt like when they did try that flood back in, it was a bit too spread out. You obviously had Joystick in the bathroom position. You had, I think it was Always trying to force his way towards the main door and the main way in towards the site itself, and via potentially detention or jail pressure. You had Dan going above. And
I mean, to be fair, I guess because they did lose top floor, you can't really sit site because of the vertical pressure. So I understand from that reasoning, but there was also no one that was super close to the site.
Yeah.
Like holding on the doorways and playing quick contact. They were all really far back, like Supply, back of main lobby. And so therefore, when W7M did get into the site, no one's close enough to contest.
One apiece. And, well, let's see if they can be the next to sort of set themselves back in, or actually, really, for the first time this series, we have truly traded rounds. Before it was, you know, they've wrested control from each other. They've cut each other's momentum off, but It's been good tying bits together or just grabbing control and having it back in towards their favor. Border loves to be a brawl, though. Border is brutal when you break it down, especially with teams that are more than happy to find themselves in towards gunfights. The hot pings on a player that's not going to sit around too long. Pasha is obviously on that armory position. He can try and cut himself back, but always is the one that cuts him out as Dan gets Dodez, gets a bit of revenge, even revealed on the camera, but it doesn't really matter. Seemingly the fight happened whilst players were trying to pick up and rotate towards sandwich window to cut off somebody else entirely.
Yeah, I just love the way that Virtus.pro are playing Border right now. They're not looking afraid. They're moving around the map quite well. They're taking these spawn peak battles. They're swinging, taking fights, always understanding with the shotgun up close. He's always just going to be able to find a quick kill. He does it again. 2 found in the same round from the same position. W7M not learning from their mistake prior in this round. Only mere seconds ago. 3 kills for Always. And it seems as if on the verge of a second round being found now for Virtus.pro. Don't tell me it's going to happen again.
He really wants it to, but it's Shepard that finds the back.
Probably going to bolt it at this point because it's 5v1.
Why not? He actually threw the C4, but too far away. Dan does get the end of it. I love that. It's like he was aggressively fishing. He followed the reel in, saying he's going to turn his back and run away from it, or he's going to aim down and try and shoot it. It didn't work. But if he had his secondary out, it probably would have. I mean, there's the timeout. An early call here from W7M.
Well, I mean, not much is working for them, is it? I mean, the one round that they did win came down to a dots 1v1. And even in that round, Virtus.pro honestly looked probably in a better shape for the vast majority of it.
Clarity coming through.
We need a translator.
No, but I think you know, with the gestures, you can get some.
You can get the body language for sure.
You can get some body language. Feels like he sort of.
They don't look stressed.
And,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not as if this is like a do or die elimination game, bottom of the group or anything like that. But
it's a sort of conversation that you can have with teams that are expected to win. Look at, for example, BDS, another tournament favorite apart from these other two who had a rough opening day. They bounce back later on.
Yeah.
If you're going to lose a game, it may as well be in the early stages where you could have conversations like this. It was very calm. It was learning from it. And, you know, different teams react in different ways, but still, the best teams are going to want to take these losses now so they can improve upon them, learn from them, and push it. Maybe, you know, in a few rounds, it might get a little bit more intense. But for now, you can see that they sort of have a little bit of clarity. And I don't speak Portuguese.
No.
But it felt like they were saying, do this, sort of get yourself here. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I wonder if they were talking about maybe playing more as a team, because a lot of that last round especially just kind of looked like a ranked game where everyone just runs around, tries to get their solo entry, and then they die, and it just completely falls apart in terms of the round. Whereas for W7M, typically they play as that sort of team-orientated style so often on a lot of different maps. Right now on Border, they look a little disjointed in their approach, the way they're running around the map or trying to hit certain positions or clear out certain positions. You know, you think about, like, if you want East stairs, you've got top East stairs pressure, you can get passport control, push through from lobby, you can do all these kind of things as a team. They're not really doing that right now. It's a lot of this kind of like, I'm going to peek the window. I'm going to take on Always, who's got a shotgun up close. I'm going to do it by myself. It's like, they're not looking to me as if they've got a set plan in dealing with some of these power positions. That may change now out of the timeout.
I mean, that's the thing, right? But look at Dan. He's obviously pulled off a bit of a blinder in this area last time round. He's much more aggressive. And they realized it. Dan dashes himself back towards Fountain, where he pulled up 3 kills last time. There is some of the sort of depth in the shoulders of support as a full team push here comes through. You said you wanted it. It's starting to happen, but they're not quite able to pull the body out of the end of it. They've got to try and make something happen, and it's Dan under pressure, but underneath.
Yeah.
There's a bit of danger there from the Nook.
More importantly, though, it's W7M with, you know, 3-4 bodies all around the same area of the map, so they're playing more like a team, and then you can allow Loban on the Nook to go for that lurk, go for that roam, and he's found 2 on it as well. A successfully well-set play from W7M in this round as Dots also gets involved. Dan is very low inside of Fountain, so the trade was always going to happen as Joystick now by himself at a 1v4. A far better round from W7 on the attack. They had a set plan, a set play, and they've executed it perfectly as a set team. Much, much better.
And again, can't speak Portuguese, but if you can read body language, the gestures there from the whole team, to be honest, actually, was there you go.
It's a pretty
that is how
classical
it
sort
goes.
of round. 3-4 bodies, same sort of area. We're going to hit the site. We know what we're going to do. And then Loban, go do your thing. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. They could have easily won that round, even if Loban had died by himself and it's a 5v4. But instead, the Nook lurk is perfect. He's putting... And it's also that kill onto Shepard. That is the Nook from Loban that's putting pressure onto an area where his 3 teammates are trying to hit.
Yeah.
So again, it's all still much more connected, and they flowed a lot better in that round because of it. Whereas the previous rounds, they're all just off doing their own thing. It's clearly not working. It's disjointed. That is a good example as to what W7M really opt to be doing for the remainder of this first half.
2-2. Hey, that thing that I said hadn't really happened to start to 2. We're trading rounds, it's back and forth, but also look at the nature of the rounds. Armory now, back and forth to either team at this point in very different ways. The last time was a flawless, with Dan getting a 3K. It's an entirely different resurgence there from W7M. Now on towards Vent, where it did come down to the 1 versus 1 and the plant situation as well. But surely there's lessons learned there. Obviously during the timeout, Virtus Pro got just as much time to talk. We'll see if that's something where they're able to piece together maybe a way that they can feel more confident. They gave up the territory because they didn't trust being underneath the danger of what was lurking above on the verticality, but from this point onwards, a quick read through here of the Flores drones. They're sort of realizing that, well, maybe there isn't a huge amount in the way. Let's get rid of this castle barricade and we might be able to get a bit of a direct route on towards the site itself. They have the shield, and you can try and get yourself a bit of a reverse plant as the bees come out, the coverage of the smoke. Dots is in, the shield's on his back, and he's going to try and stick a plant. They're going fast, and Shepard does get one, but this should be a confirmed post plant right underneath the window, which is going to be so tough to retake. They move their way across and keep a body balance, but it's traded back and forth inside of 4 versus 2, but always is caught out deep on the run and the rotate to get 1 kill. But as I said, it's so awkward. They're going to have to try and play themselves up. The bees will give some of the game away. The castle on the window! Keep it in your pocket. They've got to rotate their way round and punch it. But at this point, Xenox, it's just hold on, keep your nerve, and keep the round!
Castle barricade just won you the round. They had no answer for it. And as you said, the rotate had to come through, but it was always going to be far too late. As soon as that castle barricade goes up, the round is done. An incredible, genius play from Dan. 3-2 lead for Virtus Pro. Another defensive round acquired on Border is setting them up absolutely perfectly. Dan has been sensational in this series. And yeah, the plant did go down, but to the credit of VP, they were the ones finding the kills. Dots tried to get himself out of that position on the blitz, but he then made his side vulnerable, and he gets taken down straight away. And yeah, I mean, I think even Dan, he had no panic. He realized straight away, as soon as that castle barricade is up, we've won. He had someone to cover the single doorway on the long rotate.
I mean, to be fair, Shepard's cover, massive.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he pulled a triple kill.
By the time he got the kill, it was almost diffused anyway.
Oh, 100%. But I mean, I always have a soft spot for a castle play like that. There's something just so karmic about it that it's hard to put words in. It's a play that you can only really get in Siege, and it's so fundamentally Rainbow Six. It's great moment, and you know, cool as you like. He knew the game, he knew the play. He's 8-2, Dan, across this map so far as well. He started strong, and that has just continued. 3-2. Will this be a deadlock half of back and forth? Or for the first time on Border, can a team tie 2 rounds together? That's sort of the main question we have right now, because at this point, no one is really stepping down. Slight adaptation, not so much as a drive on towards the hard breach as it was last time. They've got themselves more in the chance at the aggression. They're not gone back to the Nook. It sort of worked well once, but they don't really want to double down on trying it.
Pasha pretty early into the round. That's better for W7M. And kind of going back to what you were talking about, whether this ends up being a bit back and forth. Border 56% defensive win rate at the tournament so far. Nice kill from Dots onto Always. Gets rid of the mute. And even though W7M's defense on this map isn't necessarily that great, I think 3-3 is going to be fine for both teams and really sets us up for hopefully a standstill finish for this series, but this is an absolute slaughter in the 6th round. W7M, they just look pissed off. They look like they were so mad with the way that last round played out, losing it to a castle barricade. Talk about a swift response from W7M, flawless to close out the half. 3-3, all tied up. And dare I say, I know I've referenced that semi-final of Montreal between these two teams, but the similarities are striking. We were in this very position on the 3rd map at 3-3, and then was W7M that went and won the next 4 rounds straight. That was on Chalet.
Wow.
Another tech.
Another tech.
Pause and another pit stop. Oh, I mean, it's in the midst of the battle as well. I mean, I feel like this is the kind of technical pause neither of the two teams would want.
No.
Halftime, final map, 3-3 scoreline, all tied up. A winner will be determined very shortly, but we hold for a pause now, unfortunately. And look, honestly, it's been back and forth, quite literally. No team has actually won 2 rounds in a row so far in that opening half.
Opened with a flawless for one team, ended with a flawless for the other as well. And it was just brilliant. I mean, we're obviously getting the full dissection of the kills there, but I think you put it very well. They were angry. The way they were just clearing and pushing and pushing and pushing, they followed down to the ends of the earth. It's a 5 versus 1, and they wanted it to be done.
Yeah.
They wanted to move on, and as you said, it's why it's probably frustrating for both teams having to take this moment to pause. It gives everybody a moment to pause at this point.
I don't want to pause, though. I want the game to continue.
I think
I'm loving it. This is a really, really good series. I mean, I wouldn't go as far to say that obviously it's not the best series that we've had so far. I think there's been some maybe better ones, but maybe even less quality in those. I think the quality in the series between these two teams has been a pretty high level. Yes, there's been mistakes and errors. That's always going to happen when you play 3 maps of Siege.
Yep.
But overall, if you look at the body of work, these two have put on an absolute show, and it's been a very enjoyable experience. I don't actually even know who deserves to win. You go back to the social prediction for this match, it was 51-49.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip right down to the end.
I mean, everybody at home who voted on that, yeah, you're pretty spot on right now. It is entirely even-handed. It's equal plays. It's equal amounts of successful plants to successful plant defuse.
Let's go. We're getting back in.
At this point, though, it's, you know, anyone's game. Who's going to be the first to wrest control? Will it be perfectly mirrored? We are not starting upstairs in Armory. We're actually down in Vent here. Dan is back on the Blackbeard. They have the Nomad this time to try and control the space. They sort of made comment about it on the previous map that it wasn't something that Virtus Pro were truly putting themselves behind. That direct sort of objective play of an operator set up to try and control it. Nomad is brilliant on border. You're looking at a very isolated rotate. There's only the 2 stairs unless you sort of bring in the man who Dodez is that can shake up some of the momentum with the jumping up of hatches, but just having some extra control, because the amount of times, to be fair, that we saw throughout this entire series, Virtus Pro being surprised by a W7M player coming up behind them, getting a kill, getting a moment, getting a knife all the way back to the beginning of Clubhouse, well, yeah, they have that within their arsenal now, and they have that within that controlled space. The solace of Dash. We've seen some great Solace play on this map. I wouldn't say I've seen any this tournament. We've only cast this map, I think, once before, and there are a couple of moments you can have them, but I think it's just going to be a bit of this aggressive drive.
So it comes down to a final couple of rounds now to determine which of these two teams will claim the majority of the points from what's been an epic duel. If VP can close this map out, first place is just going to be almost all but assured with a victory tomorrow against Scars. It will assure it. That's how close they are to topping this group.
I'm not entirely sure why the 2 smoke canisters were already deployed here. They didn't really catch anybody out, and almost close enough. There is a bit of damage done to Dan from the side on the left, and there's some run out of tension around the corner. The blinds come across. Dan wants to be the difference, but look, there's the motions I talked about. They're so good at this. W7M, they try and manipulate themselves into these little tricky positions on towards the door of Passport here. Get in underneath, get the angle up. Volps has the crossfire, and Virtus Pro, all of them pretty much, they're trying to force this problem, but it's not a problem that can be solved. Even amongst the Bees, Volps and Lobin are able to find 1 head each. You lose Dan, you lose Joystick.
Yeah, third opening kill as well for Loban in only 4 rounds. So he's been able to be the entry for W7M. I know they're on the defense now, but he did it on the attack. Now also, you know, finding those early battles to go his way, even to begin on the defensive side in the second half. Sets them up nicely, 2-player advantage. 60 seconds for VP to try and get themselves back into this round, but it's going to be a difficult task in doing so. Loban's low, has no gas baits though, so it doesn't even really matter too much if he does die on the smoke, as he's already expended those canisters.
At this point, 2 bodies missing, one of them being the Blackbeard and the sort of star player of that play. What are you going to try and get your drive through? Always. The initial top-rated player is able to find one underneath, but underneath what? He's inside the site. The rest of the players are above him, and he's going to see if he can make an opportunity. This is when the Solace should show up and do something, but nobody is close. We're suddenly in a post-plant situation, and at this point, W7M, they still have the man advantage. They can try and clear it. They have lots of time. It doesn't feel like it, but now with one more body gone, well, it feels pretty good. Will they be able to hold on to this? Will there be a response here? There's the shot through. Huge play there from Pasha, who gets himself out, concerned about the damage above, but Shepard has suddenly won vertical control. They're above it. They're around it. They've got to try and lock down Pasha, who's doing his best to find a fight, but he buys time. But a 1 versus 2. The vertical control is in their power. One of them's holding onto it. One of them's going for the coverage. They're spraying through. He just has to wait another 4 seconds. He can't find the angle. He's missing the player. He could not get the threaded needle. A difference of inches. And before a ref tells him to sit down, he's up and celebrating. Virtus Pro, they're not able to get it, but it was so much closer than it should have been.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely tense round. We'd hate to probably be a fan of either of the 2 teams watching that one, because it really was the kind of round can go either way. Felt like Shepard was still in a really good position to find the kill, at the very least to stop that initial counter defuse towards the end. If he does that, at that point, even if he dies, they probably don't have the time. But this is such a messy round after the 5v3. The 5v3 at the start is clean from W7M, but it's like, how does always just walk into the site? Like, how does that even happen in the first place? And then Dash, I mean, I understand you get on the plant, you've got certainly a lot of bodies that can throw, but he just does it so early. They're not even worried about where are the remaining members of Virtus Pro. He then dies because of that bathroom pressure, that hold. Yeah, there's like 6 seconds left on the clock. That was so close. Shepard really was in a solid position to clutch that round for Virtus Pro. But W7M, for the first time on this map, and will be the first team to do so, get 2 rounds in a row.
Couldn't have been closer. And, you know, it's not the first from nothing. Here's something that we've seen from either of these teams too far. But, you know, if you're still going to sort of nitpick, you're still going to look at the problems that might have occurred there, the long fight that was, the heavy need to try and pull attention towards the top of East Stairs, and it didn't quite net anything. It was some early usage of the smoke canisters as well, but they did get the kill, so I'm not going to sort of eye on that too much. The Blackbeard darting across, being caught by the player on towards Break, and you can see that W7M, they're making sure that there's always this idea of pressure. They're so happy to take a couple of steps to the side, put some attention on towards it, and keep the presence out, but there's more width coming through here from the approach of Virtus Pro. Sure, Dan and Joystick, the first 2 bodies gone last time, are once again trying to surmount the problem that is East, but it's Pasha. Actually, they gets caught by Dash, traded back, at least in body count, and there's always finding dots. Suddenly, that has flipped over, and there's not a kill over the gap next, so instead, they're just going to pull themselves back out. Loban and Dodes, they've doubled themselves up here towards 90, with Dash not too far away, but always, he's starting to eye up the site on the far side, making his way towards AC.
Yeah, VP get those trades because they're stacked on the same side, on this eastern side. Again, first couple of rounds on the attack from W7M, they weren't playing in that fashion. When they started to do that, that's when they started to get some results, but VP doing it from the get-go helps them out in this scenario. 4v3. Dash is just going to jump out of archives and see if he can find something, but doesn't initially. He knows there is obviously one close by. Dan on the balcony with the kit. But playing the Blackbeard, he's not going to be an easy one to shoot out anyway.
Now, the fact that Volps is gone means they don't really have any throwables to stop this. Maybe the Pocket Goyo canister will come into play at some point. Doubt it, though. I'd be surprised. Can't quite throw that, but you might be able to throw a fight. Shepard does. Caught out by Dash on the window he's been hopping in and out of, and suddenly it's an even man count. And, well, they have 47 seconds, and Always is on a crouch walk towards the back end of the site. But at this point, you're thinking, well, I think you try and just eke in a bit of coverage here. Dodas gets joystick as well. A 4-2 balance now is just the two very separated Virtus Pro players. They've pieced themselves back in here. Punch a small hole and an angle, but you have to give credit to the coverage because there's another Dash with a triple. And
well, they know he's top metal now. The barbed wire gives away the position. You can see Dodas inside a fountain just immediately turns his attention. The pressure just comes towards him straight away, and Dodas will finish him off. And W7M clinical when they were under a little bit of pressure. It was a 4v3 in favor of Virtus Pro. But VP just hesitated. It's almost as if they didn't really know how to finish off the round.
I mean, I think that's it, right? We obviously have everything. We can see everything. But Virtus Pro, they'd got that body advantage. They'd put the pressure on towards Office, and the structure that W7M had taken there was, right, well, we'll keep one here around the CC90 swing, we'll keep one here on the back of Fountain, and we'll put one in towards Archives. That way, it's sort of a line fight. We know if they're going to come from either way, but I mean, what the approach was there from Virtus Pro was they separated themselves out. They gave W7M in these sort of defended positions, individual 1 versus 1s, rather than moving on the back. And I guess my biggest query of that is what the feel was onto entering the site itself. When you open up the office wall, you know that there's a player in Archives because they have actively been jumping out of the window itself. It seemed like they wanted to be a focus, but I don't know. We're not in their comms. We don't have the full clarity. And as you said, just a bit of a failure to land.
Well, it's just off of what we can kind of see, especially on the top-down view. And, you know, so it's a minute 50 when it's a 4v3. And then a full minute passes by and it's still a 4v3. At that point, you haven't played. What have you actually accomplished within those 60 seconds to put yourself in an even better position to then go on and win that round? I don't think they did enough in that time frame. Then the final 40-50 seconds arrives, the first push comes through, bam, kill for W7M. Now it's all tied up. Now you don't have map control. Now you don't have good sight, execution, position. W7M go and win the round, and it's now their 3rd round in a row. And dare I say, it's again shaping up to be that similar nature to Montreal, where when it comes down to the end of a series, a long series, you question the stamina of Virtus Pro because it's happening again where they're just letting their opponent get away on that 3rd and final map.
W7M, only 2 rounds separate them from being able to pull at least the win here today, pull themselves the 3 points and make more of a statement towards their chance at getting towards the top of the group and getting in towards that bye position. But Virtus Pro on a million miles away. It was traded on opening half, but now on the other side of their timeout, all we have ahead of us is the game to be played. Some pressure on towards the bottom of East Stairs across waiting as they're eyeing up what is a wider hold here from the side of W7M. We've complimented their mobility before, and there's probably going to be the same sort of setup here at this point. They'll pull themselves back after the attention of CC. They're trying to bait them into the player tucked behind the monitors in the corner, maybe draw some attention away from Break, but, well, there's a player that slips by that they don't quite get the grasp on. A minute and a Blackbeard saying hello means that the 2 players stuck in this situation, well, they're actually going to give themselves just a tiny bit more width. But look at this, all 5 Virtus Pro players trying to encircle and catch Dodas, who's about to be under a bit of damage. There's at least 3 players from W7M offering some support and offering some coverage here at this point, but everybody seems to be wanting to show up to this violent party.
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly bringing numbers over to help. Vobs, of course, can drop if he really feels the pressure, but I think he wanted to stay to help Dodas, but by staying, he loses his life. Opening kill goes away. Pasha, who then gets the second. Dodas went for the swing. And that's a lovely double, and Dan to triple it down for Virtus Pro in terms of their advantage. It's been a couple of rounds of quietness from Virtus Pro, but they are noisy in this one. Flawless, great response, and certainly needed it at this point in the series. It was just starting to feel like it was getting away from them. 3 in a row to W7M, all the momentum. And VP at least get a very quick round back. 4-5. It almost doesn't even feel like we played the 9th round, now heading into the 10th very quickly after.
It's the fun thing about it that it was a bathroom round. You couldn't have been further away from where the site is for what was at least 4 bodies that were taken in exchange in that situation. The long watch there over the top of East as well, and it sort of shows what Border is like. It shows how the game can be played, and you know,
I mean, the idea is you're just kind of gravitating the defense as to where the attackers are. If you've got like 4 attackers outside security, you have that information, and you know when it comes to bathroom, you want to kind of keep that top floor control to deny the vert. You're going to bring bodies over to stop that entry, force them to go elsewhere. And where else do you really want to then go? Because you kind of want that top floor entry. So I don't think there was anything wrong with the way that W7M positioned. Virtus.pro just hit their shots.
4-5. The divide, only the single round now, and obviously with being able to tie 3 rounds in a row, W7M, that streak broken. Virtus.pro just as able at this point. They've kind of got to get this one nailed onto it. Vent, where always pulled off the magic trick, got the kit down inside the site, and the difference was a couple of seconds towards the end of it being flipped round the other way. And as the drone rolls in and gets itself its own pockets of information, you assume he's not going to be able to make a walk from Passport, as it happened before, but hey, may as well open the option. You can come back to it later. Gets the angle on towards the bottom of East Stairs in case somebody tries to flee. There's a chance at pressure being in that situation, whether they get caught out or not. There's the top pressure. Again, forcing out. And remember last time we were here, there was a heavy dedication towards East Stairs. This time, Virtus.pro, it seems the conversation is widen the net a little. Let's see if we can try and force them out into the back of somebody else. Dan really wants an engagement that Dodes keeps offering to people nearby. And if an Oryx wants to go up against the shield, there's often not a lot that stops them.
Dash is the only one that's basically playing site. 4 hold up above for W7M, so it's a 4-1 split. In theory, not too much different to pretty much the previous round in a lot of the posturing and the positioning setup, security, 90 control. W7M, 90 seconds left in the round, so not a lot has really necessarily taken place inside of this 10th round.
Solis doesn't know, always gets the down, and then once again, he snuck his way into a power position and made use of it, but he instantly pulls himself out, hops out the window and rotates. They have a lot of time, and this gives them the go-ahead as Dan screams his way into the top of the stairs and starts to open and get rid of the utility nearby. Now, eyes on towards Office. The verticality that was almost the cost in the play later on, the breach is put in, and they can start to play themselves against it. A smoke canister will force them, but, well, they've done the work they need to. They've made it uncomfortable. Smashes his way in towards the site. They're eyeing up that shield on the back. The chance at the plant tucked in, and yeah, the verticality isn't entirely theirs, but can they get the coverage to make it happen? Last time, well, they weren't really paying keen enough attention.
Yeah, but they haven't cleared out enough on the top floor with 40 seconds remaining. If Dan pushes in towards the site, there's no vert hold at all from the attacker, and Loban gets rid of Shepard, one of the only members that was actually looking to contest up above. This is not going to be an easy round for Virtus.pro. 4v4, you haven't got top floor control. How are you going to plan into site safely? He finds a spot into workshop. So far, no response from W7M. Despite the fact that there's so many players up above, they find no way in which to be able to deny Dan the ability to get that diffuser onto the floor. Becomes a 3 versus 1 with 2 quick kills from Dan, and always Volts needs to find 2 more after that kill onto Dan. The Nitrocell desperately thrown, tries to maybe draw them out by getting onto that kid. Can he find a way to open up this wall, stick it long arm of the law? Always is watching. 2 in a row for Virtus.pro.
Well, they didn't miss that shutdown there. They took their time. You said, you know, they're opening the vertical, but they didn't stick around to find out. A bit of an easy take there as Loban looked like he started to want to strike back in, but Dan made sure that they pushed amongst that. The little pocket, that little corner where they got the plant. As I said, when you've got the shield, you can utilize that to give yourself some coverage. And this first take, again, always sneaking in, finding a first engagement, removing a Solace to read that across. Pasha having the coverage again on that vertical. There's the trade down, the doubling up. We haven't always seen Dan making that coverage work. We're tied up.
They had no one above, and yet they go and find, I say they, I mean, Dan goes and finds a spot inside a workshop where there was...
Twice they've had no one above and been able to get a plant on that site.
I mean, mean, maybe W7M have to really look at their strategy when it comes to defending. Vent Workshop 5-5, all tied up, and this is definitely what I would consider improved Virtus Pro now compared to Montreal, because last time out they just let W7M run over them to close it out. It was 3-3, then all of a sudden it was 3-7. W7M moved on to the grand final. Well, now here is that response from Virtus Pro. They haven't given up. They still have enough firepower to be able to continue keeping this pressure on W7M. Again, if VP win this map, well, it doesn't confirm them first, it all but sets them up with a huge chance to claim first in the group. They play Scars tomorrow, and they will definitely go into that as heavy favor. Swing from Loban, though, shuts down Dan. Trade towards top waiting from Always is quick. With the entry towards top east stairs complete, at the very least, Loban does not get away, but arguably a huge kill, not just onto the player who beat Dan, but the Blackbeard operator too, taken off the board for this 11th round.
How will they operate without the Blackbeard that's been so instrumental as a just solution to the problems being posed at them here by W7M? It will be the attempt at the Nomad, get the air jabs out, control some of the space behind them. To be honest, W7M have been more than happy to charge their way through. The ex-Kairos being shot off by the player inside office. So those, a little bit of wasted utility. They're gonna have to try and clear out that position first. Scraps of damage done. Dodes slips his way on out. There's crossing paths, and pings at least towards the presence of the players down on Passport. But otherwise, it's the situation of Virtus Pro. Where you're going to go at this point, maybe leave, but Dots does have some of the cover. Always gets caught out. He's as close as he could possibly be, and it only takes a second to slip your way over. It might also bait them into the other player tucked in the corner, but here comes Joystick, getting the cover on that motion. They know, though, Dodes opens up the angle, making a lot of noise. Can Joystick get this first?
Oh, Dodes has no idea. He looks away. The timing is just paramount. 3-on-2. A little bit of drone information here for Pasha. But the diffuser's in a bad spot. And certainly time as well on the side of W7M being on the defense, and 2 Nitrocell Zemi. That's a powerful amount of utility remaining for the defenders heading into the final stages of this 11th round. Huge shot from Dash, no chance for Pasha, and arguably little chance for Shepard.
They pulled themselves back to the site as soon as they got themselves into the 3 versus 2. They did not risk anything. W7M, they headed home and they said, come and find us here. Dash gets the final kill secured, 6-5. They are 1 round away from confirming themselves the winners of this showdown, confirming themselves some precious points. But at the same time, as we have been for most of this, their opponents are not that far away. We are just as close to overtime.
Oh, it's been a fantastic series, and I think overtime would actually be just reward. Yeah, Dodes, I mean, that's just unfortunate timing. He was watching that on and off for a long period of time, and as that creep up did come through eventually, that's when he looks away. Match point, W7M. 7-4 on Club, 7-3 on Skyscraper to Virtus Pro. And 6-5 now here on Border. VP looking to send this one to overtime. Bathroom and Towers for the final round of regulation. My takeaway, though, again from this series is there's really not a lot separating these two teams.
Not at all.
There's not much in it. On your given day, 5-10% on or off. And that's probably going to be your difference. You know, VP, if these two were to play again, and VP on that day are like maybe 10-15% off their game, W7M will win, and vice versa.
It's the kind of game where you're like, I need to see this again on a stage. And even though we've seen it on a stage not too long ago, I want to see it again on a stage. The level is the same. You want to see these two teams, and we probably will, let's be honest, see these two teams fighting each other on another stage, because they just improve and improve and improve. The performance and the stress and the sort of excitement and the energy and how edge of your seat you are continues to grow. At this point, the approach round on the other side, they've gone back to their sort of classic roots here with the You know, the Sense played alongside the Blackbeard. It was similar to their approaches on the previous map that worked out well for them. But I think a lot of the pressure, unfortunately, is on the shoulders of Dan, because he's just been so instrumental in driving VP into this showdown.
And it didn't help in the previous round that he lost his life early again, losing Dan, losing the Blackbeard. Straight in towards top east stairs. They've brought the Sens this round as well with Pasha. Well, there is one that's just crept up east stairs. Dash has timed Dan perfectly. He gave it a little bit of a glimpse. He looked at it temporarily, then looked back away, and with that shield no longer then protecting him, he loses his life. Always, though, in towards Talons. They're going for the fast hit. This could be a quick finish to this series as Dots will shut down Always. The kit's in a bad way, and so is Virtus Pro, with just over a minute left to try and salvage this round. It's down to Shepard, Pasha, and Joystick. There's one more required. But with that kill, you could look to slow things down just a little bit. Joystick up above, top floor. But obviously, again, the defuse is already within the site. W7M now can play off of that entirely. Their focus will be towards the site. Loben in Archives, the only one top floor for W7M. There's another through Joystick, but Loben gets the trade. He was lurking inside of Archives the entire time. Advantage once again to W7M. Loben still from above. Shuts down Shepard and Pasha. Now in that 1 versus 3 to see if he can make a moment here at SI. And make it his moment. It will have to be a huge one. 25 seconds. As the ROU goes out, his chances are slim, marginal. Drop down inside a bathroom, the peak from Loben. Collects all 3 at the end to wrap it up for W7M. They've done it again. They take down Virtus Pro in 3 maps.
Great adaptations there. You saw how much it meant. We were talking the importance of the Blackbeard and the take. Though it was perfect from the single player, 2 more screamed in as soon as they heard that pressure. Then, quick response to a planter, the things we said that they were struggling with before. They locked it in and locked Virtus Pro out. You said it. Once again, they are falling to W7M, but brilliant play from both. Let's go to a break and give ourselves a breather.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
We're here with Loban once again. Feels like just yesterday I was talking to you. In fact, it was, speaking of kind of, I guess, talking to you yesterday, wasn't that long ago since you played Virtus Pro, in fact, a semi-final back at the Montreal Major. What is it like playing this team? Because it always goes to 3.
It's pretty annoying. Like, there's a lot of rounds that seems like it's pretty easy to win, and they always do something to win it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it's always tough to play against them. The experience, the decision they make, and they tend to do little mistakes to like the finish of the round. They make you play the late rounds with 10 seconds remaining. So, it's pretty annoying. If you're not experienced team, you're going to fall for them.
Now, Clubhouse looked like a lock, but obviously we went to Skyscraper. They haven't played it in an official in over a year. They were super competitive. They obviously won the map. How did you feel about that?
I think it was a little bit of both. Like they played really good, especially the attack. But we did play a little bad on the map. We didn't like train it or practice on the map for a little while. So it was a pretty annoying map to play. Like we saw the rounds they were losing. Guys, how we are losing that? Like they didn't have the control of Geisha and winning karaoke rounds, so it didn't make really sense for us. But still, like they did really good choices in the attack side, and the mistakes that we made, they punished it. So I think it was a pretty good map.
Now, one operator that seemed to shine among most, yeah, you already know who I'm talking about, Blackbeard, a very frustrating operator, the new meta, the new changes that have come in. How do you deal with that? How does it feel when you see that Blackbeard come on?
The Blackbeard for me is less annoying than the Blitz, but still today Dan was making use of it like really good. Like he was shooting first, and he was shooting pretty good. And I don't know, they were using pretty good of the Blackbeard. And what you do, you just need to have some good crossfires, use a lot of gadgets on him, so he's like low on health. So when you get to shoot his feet, just down him pretty easy. Or you just swing on the wind like I did in the last round.
There's always one way of beating him. You know what, Logan, we'll leave it there, mate. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
With that win, one thing I will say is Virtus Pro look like they might have just slipped up on first place. W7M Charge, full steam ahead here in Group D. It's a really close matchup, but ultimately the revenge arc for Virtus Pro is going to have to wait, Lax.
Yeah, the revenge arc is definitely going to have to wait. Maybe, you know, they somehow meet in a semifinal again, and maybe that's where they take the throne from there, but just not happening here. W7M, yeah, they did a really good job. Loban said it best. You know, they did acknowledge they were using the shields beautifully, obviously coming out from Dan, but they found a way to counter that. They found a way to just use the crossfires, to waste util on him, make sure that he was as low as HP as he possibly can, so when they shoot those toes, Dan's going to be crawling his way and try to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, see how many rounds came down to the wire as well, Fox.
No,
it's actually
so
very
many
close.
of them. Absolutely, and that's why you got to give credit to Virtus Pro. That's what we heard him give credit to. They really are the whole new team at this event. They're playing very aggressive. They're playing on the fly. They're going to maps that you wouldn't normally expect it. And the Blackbeard, they're using the meta so well. I mean, Dan was doing it even without the BB, but obviously he was making it that much easier with his team. And it was a really nice look for Virtus Pro. You can't be upset with that performance. It didn't go their way in the end, but obviously W7M is the major champs. So.
You always know that they're going to be upset. You can't not be when it's a series this close, no matter how well you played. Obviously not getting the points. Look, it's a little jarring. They still take a point away from it, and I'll talk about that just a little bit later. But looking at the series overall, I mean, I've got to say, Dan just continues to shine for Virtus Pro Lax.
You know, we've talked about joystick, we've talked about always, but these past series, these past games, Dan has really been coming into fruition. And if he can continue this, he can continue to keep making this happen, and the players behind him can find that success as well. VP, I mean, they're looking good overall, regardless of losing this series.
Yeah, to commend W7M, though, the triple Ds on their team, they've been doing really good. Dash almost with the 30. He's topping everybody in this leaderboard. And they're just players that we're talking about players that we haven't talked about so far. We're always talking about Volps, talking about Loban.
Yeah.
But Dash was the main player today that was able to clutch up for W7M.
Now, Lax, I know you've got a clip to help highlight how this game played out.
Yeah, so this was a clip that I was originally going to use for VP, but I can demonstrate it for W7M. This is an Archives bathroom hold. As you can see, they are holding CCTV as you normally should, but these aren't the power positions that you don't need to risk your life for. And the issue for W7M, they could have ended this in a lot cleaner game. It didn't have to be so close if they didn't put everybody to save the people in CCTV, save those players. They easily could have fell back into Dome. They easily could have played those crossfires. Instead, they forced everyone in to try to help this team, and it's just looking back at a bot like this, so it's okay, we played this improperly. We let VP be able to run away with this round because we gave them every single pick. Leave those two players there, play safer, play it into your strengths of having those crossfires, but they got it done. That's all that matters, but it is something to take away that they easily could play some of these situations a lot better, a lot tighter, and be a lot more convincing on those rounds.
I guess opening up the conversation on Group D a little bit here, and maybe for future reference for the rest of this tournament, do you put Virtus Pro in the top 4, top 8 discussion now for stage? They've showed up twice in really big games.
I mean, I think you have to have that conversation. Virtus Pro, when you look at Europe as a whole, most people always look at, oh, BDS is going to make top.
Yeah.
But I feel like Virtus Pro, even with the inconsistencies throughout the year, they've really found out what the issues are on taking their game to the next level. They've been a lot more aggressive. They've been a lot more sporadic, and they made that game that much harder.
Yeah.
Yes, W7M could have won it that much cleaner, but Virtus Pro, they're problem solving.
Yeah.
They've been focusing on it, and it's not just a team that relies on the same old. Now they're adding new elements, and that's what we've been seeing for Virtus Pro. So absolutely, I think they're a main stage contender for sure.
It's exciting to see an old team bring new innovations and slowly start to, I guess, transform into the team that they are going to be. And who knows where this could end up taking them at SI25. But on that note, we're going to go to a short break. But on the other side, OXG, go ahead and take on, I've already forgotten them. I feel so bad because it's Japan, but it's my homies from Japan. It's Scars. We'll see you after this.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
How's it going? Do you want a blanket? It looks kind of cold in the ground.
It looks cozy.
It does,
Surf
I mean-
and Rex and having a little bit of a cuddle in bunks.
So
the bed is right there, by the way, guys. Like, why are you? It's nasty. You're sitting on the floor. That's nasty.
Nasty.
Bed's right there. There's even 2 pillows.
They're
you guys
trying
could
to
just
get
cuddle
low
up.
for the drones, James.
Who do you think is the big spoon?
I mean, clearly right now it's Rex. No? Oh, hold up.
What are we doing here? Are we
What
allowed to
is
show
this?
this on
And
broadcast?
they're out.
I don't think we're allowed to show that on live broadcast.
So, of course, the people that are watching at home, why are they doing that? They're not trolling. They're not disrespecting CFG.
They're hiding.
They're trying to hide their operators from any potential drones in the drone phase, so they won't see the Kaid and Tupra operators. This means that when the round starts, then they might get surprised that, oh, they got Walt and I.
They haven't brought the right
They haven't brought
operators.
the right operators. There is secondary MPs on the Grim. That's hard to deal with against this operator. There's no Twitch. Maverick is banned. Again, excellent foresight from Rebellion on how they want to approach things.
Yeah, you can see from Rebellion, this was a game plan from the get-go.
Yes.
Ban out Maverick and then lean into wall denial. We've, like you said last round, had Kaid, Bandit, and Tuber out.
Yep.
Now we've got the Kaid and Tuber out. It's all about keeping those walls closed, keeping Lair a fortress.
Fortress is actually a different map.
Oh, sorry, is
Yeah.
that? No. When's that coming to Pro League?
I don't want to talk about that because I hope never. Honestly, get some major changes. But Lair does give me Fortress vibes in terms of it's a lot of 90-degree hallways followed by other 90-degree hallways, long lines of sight in that regard.
No, Pengu, this is Lair, not Fortress.
We're not on camera, so I could slap you, but I won't do it. I won't do it.
Ow!
No! That was you
Ow,
clapping your
Nick!
hands. I swear, I'm not a violent person.
Nick, you just slapped me in the face! Ow!
Nah. We don't get down like that here, okay? We're good people. We're happy. Ampy's on the ground, unhappy, taking down Bashir and Nico. As a surf, a double aggressive play, crawl back into hiding, my friend. I think you're dead. There it is. A good trade from Rexon, though.
I don't get it, man. Like, they're leaning into this hard breach, and then they're
And they're
spawn
swinging.
peeking and playing aggressively outside. Like, Black Ray took all of his damage off of a spawn peek,
Yep.
somehow survived. Now they've overextended and lost 2 players. Fortunately, for Rebellion, Anaton is down and Black Ray's low HP, so it doesn't take much to get to an equality here for numbers in terms of Rebellion bringing this back, but it's still a long way to go, and you can see Grixer on a 1-speed Malusi feels the pressure to make a move. Canadian as well, looking to get aggressive. Is this unnecessary? I think it might be.
I'm not sure. I think right now you're just so committed. You have no C4s left. I do see that angle you can play on side with 50 seconds left, but I think Grixer has to commit to the flank here. He's in a good spot. 50-50 gunfight.
Oh,
Sharon!
How on earth do you win that, buddy? Grixer.
Terrible.
He's usually a bit of a demon, but he lost that fight. Got deleted. Shurip's taking a hell of a lot of damage, though. 4v2 for CAG as they look to even up this half with 30 seconds left on the clock.
2 attackers on health. They can't breach the side walls. Canadian as well as Rexon. A
Flashed.
couple of bullets can make a hell of a difference right now.
Doesn't know where they're coming from.
Landing.
The plant is going down. Black Ray's
Oh, it's
finished
over.
off Rexon. Canadian taken out. Easy as you like. No, Nick, I don't think they will be happy with 2. They'll go for the full 3 rounds as we move into the second half, even.
It's very impressive, actually. CAG definitely on a surprise factor, dealing good at... I want to say they did good at adapting with their operator pickup, but it does come down to, I think, Shepard Rebellion, as you said, kind of throwing their bodies at the problem in the wrong way. You're playing into the wall deny, you're playing for time deny, Then they start swinging. Maybe something happened in the run that we didn't pick up on, like they got a certain map control, or they got verticality done on the bomb site like we see right now, and therefore, Shepard Rebellion said, guys, we gotta get active, try and play for pigs, and they just lost the gunfights. That's entirely possible. We don't always, as casters, have the full picture or full knowledge of the intent of the round, but it did look a bit odd to us for sure.
I'm amazed, honestly. Like, when did CAG get so good? Like,
I'll tell you when. We cast them in stage 2 a few months ago, and you and I both made points that they look so good.
Yeah, but still,
when did it happen?
They went to the Montreal Major, right? And they still bailed out early. Like, they were losing to Chiefs.
I know it happened, some interim.
And then what happened? It was like we went off-season, Montreal Major ended. We had a bunch of T2 competitions around the world, and in APAC, we had the APAC Cup.
Yeah.
And CAG flew to Melbourne in Australia for that, and no one was regarding them highly. A lot of people were expecting other Chiefs, even Direwolves who done really well, or the X-Bleed, now Joel roster.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, totally. I think a lot of people were expecting Joel to win that tournament. CAG beat them pretty handily.
Oh, they were dominating that tournament.
They did, and then coming to the 6 Invitational qualifiers, again, like, everyone was expecting it to be Chiefs or one of these other teams. No, CAG took it. And out of nowhere, these guys have just flipped. Something changed after the Montreal Major.
I want to say during stage 2, we saw the glimpse of the early stage of the change with less practice. And I think they just kept honing that same play style because there used to be this, you know, chaotic, seemingly it makes no sense, super risky game style. And it was fun to watch, but they always kept losing, right? And now they're playing older style Siege and slowing things down and playing more methodically. And they've spent now like a good 6 months, 5 months honing that. And I think this is the result. They've come into their own, they got a new shared understanding, and they're all buying into the same system. Plus, they go through like no roster changes. They have incredible synergy.
Almost a year, by the way, since Shiraneko and Shureep joined the roster. And that's the biggest roster revamp we've seen from CAG for a hell of a long time. In contrast, it was only about 2 months ago that Shopify brought on Surf and Canadian and moved Seth as well to coach away from general manager.
Yeah. So communication, synergy, the fundamentals, they are all there for CAG. What they needed was an upgrade in stylistic choices, gameplay, and just much like Rebellion, they also are playing Walt and I. Oh, that's close.
Cheeky.
Wait, hello?
Nice little swing there from Rexon. I'm really loving this from Rebellion on the attack. Utilizing that sends to perfection. Grixa on that operator at the moment. And it's enabled a great entry here from Rebellion. They've got that advantage. Shibusu wants to go for an aggressive swing here. It would be ill-advised as Surf has jumped inside. Rebellion are poised.
Yeah, can they get the walls though? Here's Selma going off, so I guess they are. Amos tracker out, Monty alive still. This staircase gunfight can get very tricky very quickly.
Shoddy
does have the shotgun in hand though. And we can just hold this ground. 2 nades to stall as well. 35 seconds. Plenty of time for Rebellion. They need Canadian on the Monty to get intel. Rixa finds one. That's a really good start.
Rebellion are doing so well not to overextend here, to play patiently. And it may bait out a good shot. Chibisu, the last one standing. He'll find one. Nice shot on the Grixa. Shotgun comes out. Spots the player.
That's risky.
Against Surf. But he does best him. And Rebellion have retaken the lead.
You see how close it is. Comes down to a 2v1. Monty halfway across the bomb site can't quite help. So effectively a 1v1. If Monty's last alive, I don't see how that's going to go well for Shopify Rebellion. That's wild. That's with CAG losing the early manpower. Playing that 4v5 round, essentially. We're in for a competitive match. Mind you, CAG picked this map. They were very well prepared. Rebellion, they showed us the defense of the Walden Eye. CAG, they matched in the first round. They're playing Bandit and Two Brow. In the end, Shopify Rebellion, they broke apart the entries instead of the walls, and that got them back into that round.
We're going to see potentially the shield come out for Canadian as well. Clash ban against CAG means that that's one key tool out of their arsenal they won't be able to utilize in this second half. I wouldn't have been surprised if we did see Anaton pick it if it was left open.
Oh, for sure. I could see that.
Even if you combo it with things like that Echo, we're not actually going to see the shield from Canadian in the end. A bit of a swip around. The Rams come through, the Jackal, so a lot of good ingredients to go for a map clear and then play Vert.
Almost no hop reach. Same for CAG, like they're just bringing the Selma and no can openers.
Can opens on Grixa.
I literally checked for it and I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's
You're a bit of
okay.
an old man now, so
Yeah, I guess I am.
you
at
have
this point.
glasses.
You can see my.
Yeah,
You can see
I don't know why I looked at you and I didn't see your glasses.
Thing is, even without them, I can see everything the same as usual, except it's hard to see the player names.
So what if you can see really well right now with your glasses off? What's Grix's secondary gadget?
Grixer, gotta find the name. So he has grenades and can opener in one drone in pocket.
Oh, so he does have can openers.
Oh my!
So they do.
Gotcha. Okay.
Got it in 4K, mate.
Nice, nice. Well, in my case, it was 480p, but yeah, I had to squint my eyes like crazy. Okay, so I stand corrected. If you have can openers, this makes a lot more sense to me now because they can get the hatches
Still, it's not
and
a
the
ton
walls.
a hard breach, especially considering, like you said, like Mav, Ban, Bandit's present. The
like
CIG aren't leaning into it as much as Rebellion did.
No, you're right. I do like the Hibana here. I guess the only thing that I didn't think of like early is if you EMP a wall and just like throw a Selma charge, it's very quick. You can't bend trigger it as easily. With the X-Kairos, it takes a good while.
Yeah, it's
I
easy
think
to
that's
trick
the
those.
thinking here for Canadian. It's risky, it's slow, it's inconsistent.
Even the can openers are quicker than Hibana.
They buffed it extra faster now than they were a year ago.
Gemini spotted, taken down. Oh, Canadians hated. That's the primary hard breacher. Yeah, taken down by Shurif on the Legion. Here comes the vertical game, though, with the Ram opening up the floor. It's, I believe that was on the top floor, though. No, sorry, it is the first floor security. I don't know. Maybe I need glasses. So this is not a great start for Rebellion, let's be real. You lost your hard breacher. Yeah, you've done a bit of a map clear, but you've not found any kills on the back of it, and Shiraneko is still on the first floor.
Yeah, this is,
He's got like
definitely not
5
ideal.
players in the room next to him.
They're coming.
It's the final game here of the day. And I gotta say, Oxygen and Scars, this is an interesting one. I will... No.
Is that interesting?
Interesting just because I will say I'm a little disappointed with how Scars have been performing. And Oxygen, on the flip side, they've been doing some damage here, Lax.
For me, how I look at this matchup for both these teams, I think this is the best case scenario for both teams to acquire a 2-0. Compared to everyone else in the groups, this is their best chance to grab a solid 4 points for the day.
Yeah, both teams are in a situation where they just need to get over that mental hurdle of beating a team. I mean, OXG's been playing a little bit better. They've been playing pretty good. Both teams, whichever one comes out on top, is going to be faced a little bit with some more confidence going into the rest of the games.
Scars are a little slow out of the gates, but they might be able to do something better. However, Oxygen, again, like we said, we've seen them do the damage already. We know that they've got the roster that can push this the distance. It's going to be a little difficult. Even against Scars, it's never an easy game. But honestly, right now, Oxygen have set a decent tone for themselves, Fox.
Yeah, even though they've been losing, they've been improving. And that's what we need to commend them for, because if you would have put the 06, 07 Oxygen from the NAL in this tournament, they would not even be standing a chance, but they're going toe-to-toe with other teams in the bracket. And the biggest two issues was always the communication and the playing off of each other. But this clip is going to show that even though they're losing, they're always looking forward to what the next step is into the round. So as you can see, Gomez is inside of Customs. He's holding for the player to walk into the bathroom. He gets the pick. Now he's isolated in a 1v1, but look at the time. Where's Yogg going? Yogg's gonna leave his teammate in a 1v1 because by the time that Gomez can actually get taken down, there's not enough time for you to get Case to go to plant. So Yogg takes top floor control to make sure that he can stop the diffuser, even if it's going down, regardless of the situation. So yes, he left his teammate in a 1v1, but that's problem solving that they're thinking ahead. Time's dwindling down. They can't get the Case down. Top floor control is free. They take it. And that's something that we haven't seen from OXG before. Usually, they all play individually. They all play alone. But even now, if they're playing alone, at least they're looking at the big picture.
Absolutely.
One team that's going to need to look at the bigger picture here, it's Scars. They are slow off the mark, but it doesn't mean that they won't do damage. It doesn't mean that they can't come back. We've seen them do it before. They've been the Titans of Japan. Can they turn up at SI25 and cause a ruckus?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that they can. They are the Titans of Japan. In their own region, they are the absolute best. Where you look at Keg, they aren't the best. But Keg here so far has been putting up a far better performance than these guys. So whatever they're doing in their own region, they need to be doing it here. Because a long time ago, we did see them have success at a major event. But that was Copenhagen. That was back in 2023, where they finally had made a stage. Look at it. That's the Scars we all want to see. That's the Scars that the community, everyone was getting behind. And then you look at their roadmap of just what every season looked like, what every stage looked like, what every major looked like. And it has been nothing but bombing out pretty much the second they get there, the same second they're leaving. They need to be better. There is no excuse. Because, again, when you look, this is all S-tier major events. They literally bomb out. It is yet to be determined. Will history continue to repeat itself? For me, I don't want to see that happen. I want to see improvement. I don't like to be harsh on a team, but you have to be harsh on Scars because of the performance that we even just saw yesterday.
I'm not going to lie, it's pretty consistent. So, I mean, that's one thing to take away.
Well, the wrong kind of consistency.
The wrong kind of consistency. But the one thing that set their Copenhagen run aside was the confidence. Nobody expected them. It's the same situation that's happening with CAG right now. Nobody expects them to come out the gate swinging. But if they just have that confidence that leads the gun play, that's one of their strongest features in APAC that the APAC teams bring to majors.
But for me is, what are you doing to replicate that same success? Yeah. I don't want to call it luck. I want to call it they put in the work. So start doing that now.
Right. But for some of these teams that just constantly go to events and get smacked down, a game like this is so important because you get that first win under your belt.
Absolutely.
And your confidence goes up, and that sets you off at a better pace going forward.
Changes the mentality. And as an APAC man, I can tell you when they got that close at Copenhagen, I got excited. I thought, hey, we're finally going to see an APAC team do the damage, make main stage consistently. And it just hasn't been the case. However, in this matchup in particular, Oxygen and Scars, they're not evenly matched. They're not, like, even the regions, not evenly matched. It's really difficult to sell a great story for Japan here.
Yeah, I mean...
I was just going to say, you can go right after me. I was just going to say, it was really impressive that OXG looks that good in this situation because, hey, they were towards the bottom of the leaderboard consistently throughout stage 1 and 2. So to see them look like the giants here is, you know, just goes to show how rough Scars' interregional performance has been.
And this is why I was saying, you know, this is the best case scenario for both Oxygen and Scars to walk away with 2 points here. You don't want to go to a best of 3 here. You want to use this to get a step up, to save yourself, allow yourself in your group to sit in a better position. Because me personally, I think these are going to be the 2 teams that are going to possibly exit.
I can't disagree with you. As much as I would love to make a statement otherwise, it's just not going to happen, Fox.
No, this game is exactly that. It really is going to be the battle for who gets eliminated. Because of course, anything could happen, but when you look at how all the teams are performing in their group, it's going to be the winner of this game that stays alive.
All right, let's have a look at the maps. Hopefully that will tell us the story. Give us a good insight into what to expect. We start here on Borderlax.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. This really isn't going to be a big breakdown of what I think Border is going to look for them. For me, I'm going as a whole for Scars. I don't care what map they're playing on, because at the end of the day, if your fundamentals aren't there, you aren't working together, the players aren't showing up, they aren't communicating, we could play every single map in the pool and you're still going to lose. So for me, when I see this map pool, what I'm going to focus on from Scars is, am I seeing adaptations happen? Am I seeing teamwork? Am I seeing everything that the basic fundamentals of Siege are being displayed in every single map that we're going to be seeing here?
Yeah, now OXG picking Bank, and obviously the last map being Club, it looks like a good full map rotation for OXG. What I'm happy to see is Border being left up that Scars gets to pick it out. It is a good map for Scars. Again, I agree, regardless of the situation of whatever map they play, they need to play together. But for OXG, showing that they can be comfortable on Border. They didn't play it at all in stage 2. So now this is the second time that Border's let up, that they're going to have a chance to play it. And I'm just happy that OXG is adding some new maps to the rotation. They're trying to get comfortable, have a deeper map pool. So I think as a full 3 maps, it looks really good for OXG. as
Yeah,
well.
absolutely. I agree with that. And I think Bank, them trying to play Bank here, we know even through history of us together, and then even through the history of the rest of Oxygen, Bank has never been a dominant map for Oxygen. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring once we do get to that second map. Obviously deciding what this first map is going to look like, but I do feel that Oxygen, with what we've been seeing, the improvements that are being made, I am very excited to see what that map could possibly.
I want to see the confidence just swinging right out the gate. I want to see a little bit of
confidence from both teams.
That's it, right? Like both teams have nothing to lose at this point. They've only got things to gain. Like you said, this is a super important match because right now, if you look at this group, it does feel like both of these teams are the ones on the chopping block. And not only that, Lax, but moving forward, we need to see life from both of these teams. We need to see Oxygen get back to former glory.
Again, and a win can absolutely do that for either of these teams. Sometimes you just need that boost. You know that you can do it. You know that you can get past an obstacle, get over a hurdle, but it starts now. It starts with this first map and how you are going to approach it and what you are going to keep taking from, learning from, and applying.
I love how the OXG guys are trying to be serious, but like the whole time, like Yogg and Newers and Redeem are just giggling in the corner.
I don't think we were ever serious.
Nah, like they're not thinking that. They're listening to the coaches like, okay, this is what we need to do. Let's stay locked in. And they're just laughing the whole time. Like, they're good energy. I mean, but that's what I want to see out of OXG because during the NAL, when they lose a round or two here and there, they get real quiet. So we haven't seen that so far. They've been staying in it all throughout their previous matches. They just got to keep it going.
Well, I know you boys love NA and I know you love Oxygen. But my other two homies right now, Ace and Dez, I know Scars has a special place in your heart. And Japan, look, you've covered it for such a long time at this point. Has it been a little disappointing?
Don't get Tim started. He ain't sure for the last 24 hours about this, have you, Tim?
It's fair to say I was slightly frustrated yesterday with what I saw.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's a fresh slate today. We go again. I'm hoping Scars can at least show us the best Siege they can play. Win or lose, whatever that looks like, at least come out and show us your best.
All right, I'm going to go around and do the predictions. What do we got?
I'm just going to have to say Oxygen because they've actually, I think, proven to everyone here that they are staying competitive, whereas Scars just hasn't yet.
Yeah, I'm going to go with OXG 2-0.
Boys?
I can't back Scars until they show us a better performance, so OXG, yeah. If it looked like yesterday, then OXG.
Vanilla ice cream.
The default. No ice cream.
The good stuff, though.
I'll go Scars, honestly.
Yeah.
I was saying to Tim earlier, the last few rounds yesterday, actually after the tap timeout, a lot of glimmers of improvement. I do think overnight, and given that bit of hype, because we were saying about the lack of energy yesterday.
There
now
was definite lack of energy.
I'll back them. I think they can actually do this, you know.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I forgot their name at the start, so I can't not go for Scars at this point. I got to back in the Japanese crew, but I know you boys will do this game justice. Please enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rob and the boys. Over on the desk, indeed. Welcome to the last game of the day here on the A stream. Tim, look. There's a lot of doubt about Scars right now, and you couldn't be blamed based on how yesterday went, but again, I think after that tack timeout, I saw a few glimmers there that said to me, this could actually be something a little bit special. We could see a very different Scars turning up today.
I'll say what I said to me and Laxin were talking before we came on the broadcast, and I'll say the same thing that I said, and that is, at least at the beginning of this game, I feel like Scars are actually, it doesn't matter who they're playing against, like Lax said, it doesn't matter what map they're on. For me, they're playing against themselves at the beginning of this, because yesterday they didn't show us the best that they can bring into a Siege server. So job one is playing against themselves and making sure that they deliver their best. And once they get that box checked off, then we can start worrying about, can they beat OXG? Is this the right map for them? They've got to come out and just show us that ability that they've got. We know it's there, and hopefully yesterday was a blip, whatever it was, jet lag, you know, I don't know, whatever. Let's hope that it's done, it's gone, and we get a better performance today. OXG, honestly, they just need to keep walking the same direction they're in, because they've been looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I think we were all pleasantly surprised by their performance the first day when we cast it. I was like, there were expectations coming in from themselves saying, you know, we battled through LCQs, they were really revved up and ready to go, and I was like, that's all well and good, but I've seen so many teams crumble when they get onto the international stage, but they looked absolutely fab. Two of these bans real quickly though, Tim, had both of our shield operators taken away. Monty being left up against Scars is an interesting choice by OXG. They do love playing that operator, but also may have plans for it themselves. And a Mozzie final ban is most definitely the interesting ban that I've seen so far at this tournament. We've seen things like a mute ban every now and then, but that's a new one.
Yeah, I mean, there may well be a target element to it. I'm sure you'll dig through your stats in a second.
Oh, yeah.
You'll find it if it's there. But I'm looking at a map like Border. I'm thinking, how much value is Mozzie going to have realistically? What are you usually using Mozzie for? You're using Mozzie to create sort of blackout areas whereby the drones are not going to get in there and you can play in your little bubble of safety without any intel. That's not really going to be the case on Border. If anything, it's not really a big enough map for it, to be honest. There's, you know, I'm not being funny. If you're defending top floor, you're going to be in one of three places. If you've got somebody roaming downstairs, they're probably going to be in one of three places. There's not like a huge job to do where the Mozzie's going to, you know, be able to really create this big safe space. So not too sure. I think maybe there could have been a bit more value to be found.
I'm quite surprised again that they've left it to have the Monty come through. I mentioned earlier on about the propensity of Scars to go towards this operator. The Mozzie, most definitely the biggest surprise out of those bans. I can't see any real discernible reason why, unless I've looked back at yesterday and seen a couple of rounds from which it makes sense. However, let's see how things play on. Let's start things off with Oxygen, as mentioned, not banning away that Monty has suggested we might see them play it. Yogg straight onto it here in round one. Got a lot of vertical destruction coming out of Gomez, playing on that Deimos, and on the other side, it's a bit of a mixed bag overall, Tim, but quite dug in by the looks of it, things like the smoke, the castle, and that Goyo.
So with that Mozzie ban, I'm looking, you know, at Scars' sort of drone game there. Going to be looking at it on both sides. They've banned Mozzie for themselves, but they've done a great job of taking out those drones. So they're not really going to worry too much about, you know, having created a situation whereby they've got loads of intel raining against them. That's a nice smoke coming up onto the top of East Stairs. And like I say, OXG at the minute, down to 4 drones, getting pushed back from East Stairs. The Monty just being forced away, taking some damage there. Nice smoke again. Doesn't quite get any damage done this time, but I like this from Fishlight, that hard hold.
I love this.
There we go. This is way better from Scars already. We're a minute in.
They just knew what was coming from OXG as well, because you had these two players pushing on the balcony to try and get rid of Fishlight. But then downstairs below, and there was 2 players on Scars waiting to join in and push onto the player that was trying to backstab him from below. Really good reaction to get rid of Gomez, take that Deimos offline. Brilliant start. They have, however, Tim, lost Rek, who has had a terrible time so far.
I always say the same thing about Border. You don't want to let attackers get established inside of the map, and Scars understood the assignment so far. They've gone a minute and a half, and OXG are yet to step foot inside of the building properly. The one who has is dead. Otherwise, they're still moving around. They're not inside a CCTV. They're not comfortably pushing into Armory. They are being held at bay. Nearly 2 minutes in, they can start progressing forward a little bit into Armory, but look at how low health Yogg is because of Fishlight's work on the smoke. Needs to be very careful, but a big double from Newers might just open things up a little bit for OXG.
And they've got 2 through the soft wall here as well, despite Scars being the ones arguably with the advantage. Well, he's really donning it here. Tim is looking like a trilby. He's absolutely flying Newers with the close. And although I like the start of that round from Scars, even with getting rid of the Monty with the C4, Oxygen just had it all put together when it was needed most.
And I think that's what you're seeing there is the problem that Scars are going to face. And if you're, you know, basically what I said at the beginning of round 1, first game they're playing is against themselves. They need to bring their best. I feel like they did play much better in that round. Border's a map that they like. They had a good understanding a lot of the time. We saw Border the other day, and I was complaining that the team had basically allowed East Stairs to be taken for free over and over again. They hadn't put anybody out there, and they just kept going in there. It might have been W7M. Just kept walking in there, taking all that ground, sweeping across the top floor, and it was where they were getting themselves established. Scars had a great understanding of that. Fishlight was out there. He was doing a good job. He forced the Monty away. Yoga had to rethink. They had to go elsewhere, but that is where we flip across to talk about OXG. They adapted fantastically. They wanted East Stairs. Make no mistake. They couldn't get it, and they lost the body trying, but they went to plan B. They moved and went direct into Armory. New was on a little backstab, and they got the job done. Really nice attack from OXG, and that moves on to the new problem for Scars. First game is against themselves and delivering their best, which I feel like they were at least closer to in that round. The next thing is, can they still beat OXG? That might suggest that that's going to be a difficulty.
For sure. Give it a few more rounds to see how things pan out from here, though. It's been a good start for Hat, absolutely. Scars now taking things down to Vents and Workshop with the mirror set up on side of Small Office. Quite an interesting one. Don't see that all too often. You will see upstairs defenses coming in, but I wouldn't say quite committing this much utility up there, but they really are throwing the kitchen sink at it to try and impede OXG.
Diaz this time rapidly taking east stairs here, not wanting to allow anybody like Fishlight to be getting out there and preventing them going in. They don't have the Monty to play in behind this time, but Yoga is already inside of CCTV as well. So I talk about this, keep the attackers out of the building. They haven't done it. 40 seconds in, OXG are established. They've got east stairs, they've got office locked down, 2 very important locations, and now they can go back to the drones, they can go back to looking at what's on site, and the next step is going to be softening things up. Try and get a pick or 2 and try and clear some utility. And there we go. The utility starts to be cleared.
Cleared away in the sense it's destroyed and can't be used, but it doesn't really do much to actually move their progress through the map. Of course, the wall's still fully reinforced. Fountain, therefore, is in control of Scars. And I think for Oxford, it's more a case of sniffing out exactly what's going on here and what it is they need to be dealing with. They've got these 2 mirror windows that I mentioned that need to be cleared away. Well, half a round in, and Scars haven't largely moved away yet. Still a couple of players playing on the upstairs. In fact, I think it's 3 overall. So a good hold that is causing a couple of issues initially for Oxygen. I do think they'll crack it at the end, and we'll see how many players walk away alive. Yog can't miss that shot.
OXG are aware that Tayo is underneath now because he was picked up on a Deimos scan, so they will be monitoring the staircases, no doubt. But like you say, they're just kind of trying to brute force their way in towards Fountain here, and it's not working. Fishlight manages to pick up a double. Where's the adaptation that we saw in round 1? OXG continuing to bang their head against it. They finally manage to get him cleared out. Hat with the kill. The question is, too much damage being done already. 50 seconds left to go. Tayo is the only one on site at the minute. He's going to be taken down, but OXG, they're going to have to get these others above before they can look at site.
There's still 2 players here, one inside of Archives that I don't think they know about. I'm pretty sure they're aware of Nina, dug inside small office with the mirror that they saw earlier on. Unless they can get through here and pull off like a really cheeky plant in the corner away from the vertical prying eyes of Scars, they have to go through this top floor. Maybe they get away with it, but they're going to know they're on the way now. They've sent it on the bulletproof too. It's a really good setup coming out of Scars, and like I said earlier, it feels like Oxygen are struggling a little bit to work their way through.
Yeah, Rex dropped his way back down to site, so there is somebody there at least to kind of fight them laterally, but Hat starts putting the diffuser down, and this is the problem. You haven't cleared the top floor. Can they find the angles? Yes, they can. Nina and Reg punish OXG. That is a good hold from Scars there, and OXG ultimately could not get them cleared out of particularly Fountain and Archives, and they have paid the price. They left Nina up there alive, and Nina got a big double to close out the round.
Nina had all the freedom in the world in Archives, is the key thing to stress. He was constantly looking onto the balcony, expecting to get pushed, but no one ever came, so he had the freedom. And I did think to myself, he's got this freedom here. He could really do a bit of work in supporting Fishlight by stepping out. Did sort of leave his teammate dead to rights, but for Fishlight, you can't complain too much. He's got a 2K holding onto Fountain, a brilliant spot to be in. Tayo, I think, with a bit of a misstep here when he was caught out for free on the vertical, but outside of that, it was beautiful stuff.
There we go, just a great cut. So, seeing it back there on the replays, what we've got is a little bit of missed timing. Newers is just a little bit late there. He needs to get in and get that challenge sooner because obviously Nina has time to get one, readjust, relocate, get 2. So Newers, it's unfortunate. It's not a criticism, it happens. He's just a couple of seconds, not even that to be honest, maybe a second behind where he needs to be. If he's a little bit ahead of himself there, he gets the kill onto Nina, and OXG probably take the round. But Nina, no panic in him. Done fantastically well there to focus on the planter first. He knows that Rex still inside, so his ultimate goal there is stop that plant going down. If I lose my life to the challenge from Newers, it's not the end of the world because he's upstairs. He can't grab that diffuser and put it down. Rex is still on site and can then play it from there to try and close it out. So a nice round from Scars. Good understanding between Rex and Nina.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. Showing again that there's more to come, but the key thing I want to touch about actually happened after the round. Energy.
Yeah.
Think about our main comment
Well
yesterday.
more up for it. They just look happier. They just look more involved.
Yesterday, our comments were they look a little bit flat. There wasn't really much communication going on, and we were like, that's not the Scars that we know. It is looking much, much better. Fishlight once again playing this really aggressive position on towards the balcony. And Yog, for the second time now, has lost about a third of his HP because he's pressed right up against the door and knows that if he doesn't back away, he might get pushed. A C4 can come through, a second smoke will trap him in. All kinds of things that lead to his demise. He's got no choice but to back through it and take all that extra damage. And now this time round, they've got him below. And Hat's got, I tell you what, he's on for a start here, Tim. 2 3Ks across the first two, a double kill to start out this round. What on earth is going on with him today?
Yeah, that's really big from Hat, going in and getting the double from Passport, because what it's done is it's forced Scars to relocate now. They're not able to hold on to East stairs. Yoga's been able to move in there. Newers finds Rek as well. It's starting to fall apart here, potentially, for Scars. That's a nice angle that Washoy is using to try and challenge onto the Monty, but we see the pressure mounting now. The track comes out. He's going to have to get aggressive onto the window, but there's no doubt intel coming from the Deimos. Newers will be saying he's going to push your window, so he's ready for the challenge. The plant goes down. OXG almost certainly lock this one down. It's up to Nina.
100%. I don't think he'll find the man that he's looking for here, even with the ping coming on through. And I spoke about being the last man left alive when there's a Deimos still up on the other side. He is going to be dead to rights here. Newers is hunting him down, also getting flanked by Hat, who takes himself up to, what, 9 kills now across 3 rounds? What a start he's having. I think, honestly, off the back of Hat's 2K there, that's what won it. And look back to it the previous time. I was praising Scars back in round 1 because they had support coming in below to make sure that that backstab onto Fishlight couldn't happen. But by changing where the player was coming from, not inside of Archives, but this time round coming in from Passport, Hat has just completely upended them there, and they've paid the price.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Scars, really. It's not a huge mistake on their part. Hat walks in and gets a double. And unfortunately for them, the round falls apart from there. Again, the start of the round I thought was pretty good from Scars. They had Fishlike on East stairs, stopped the Monty. They had a Banshee there to support as well. It was a nice setup, but ultimately just undone by that double underneath that meant that they had to relocate. They had to try and adjust, and they were punished as they tried to do so. So great round from Hat and great round from OXG. Sees us move into round 4. Going to be back up to the top floor. So what did we see last time on the attack from OXG? It was an initial attempt, like the last round, to try and get into East stairs. Fishlight was able to hold them back fantastically well. I imagine they will try to do the same again. I'm not sure they're going to see the same approach here. Yoga is not on the Monty, so I think they're kind of just giving up on getting into East stairs and taking control of that here, OXG. Last time, oh no, Yoga has switched across, so maybe they will give it another go, but last time they ended up just going direct into Armory, walking in, taking a couple of gunfights while Newers came in for a backstab through Archives door. It worked fantastically well. So Scars, they need to learn from that, not to get too sort of laser focused on the one point of pressure that they can see, because there might be another one coming from somewhere else.
Nice and Scars to be the ones to adapt more, anything is the point I'll make. It feels like Oxygen have sort of figured them out across those first 3 rounds. The last thing going to be staring down, I think, is a 5-1 half to get things cooking here in the first map of the series. That reminder being that it is Scars' map pick. They thought they saw something yesterday from Oxygen's game. They were like, cool, we can take this away. We can work with that. We can get some ideas and solutions to bring them down. But at least with how things have started, all the answers lie with OXG. Again, eyes come on to Yoga as well, playing on the Monty. I spoke about that being left open, probably because they wanted to play it. And so far, we've seen it brought out in a couple of these rounds. At least starved away by the smoke. That's at least a consistent thing across these rounds. Him is constantly having the Monty forced back by the smoke coming out from Fishlike.
Fishlike has had to drop away a little bit more here, and this is good for OXG. He's going to take a bunch of damage as well. They've dealt with that position much better. Diaz has moved his way through underneath like he did previously, got himself up to the top of East stairs, and he manages to find the kill onto Washoy as well. Yoga can join him now, so OXG, they're able to start building this sort of first choice attack that they wanted to go for in round 1, but were beaten back. So let's see how they go from here. Yoga moves in. He's going to try to take control of CCTV. He's got Rek ahead of him, but Rek needs to move quickly. He was in a bit of trouble there. Smart rotation, going out of CCTV, in through Armory to get himself back to site. But it means OXG have pretty much got map control now and can start thinking about site itself.
Got to be careful here, Scars. I mean, this round it was pretty obvious with Washoy looking completely the wrong way, but whether it's a communication issue or just a general positioning awareness issue, they're getting themselves caught out and brought down for free over angles they've already lost, and that hasn't been called to say, watch out from these stairs. You're still challenging in towards break and paying the price. It could yet prove to be the same here. You've got Yoga up nice and close, but there are 2 players on him, will not be able to get away with the plan, but that information going across to his team, Tim, when there's only 3 left alive, is gold dust.
I'm not sure they were initially aware about the player on half wall. When Yog first pushed in, it was like, you're exposing your back there to him, but Tayu didn't take the peek. He ends up dead anyway. 5v1. Yoga's putting the diffuser down. We get a beautiful picture of that going on whilst the final kill comes in. Gomez takes down Fishlike, and that was a textbook attack from OXG. I love that.
Good fucking shit. Come on.
I really like that. Diaz clearing out Fishlike, forcing him back from underneath. Yogg gets in. That was really, really nice.
It's again more the concern for Scars. There's elements of the play that are better, where you're seeing again the sparks of life that we saw after that last timeout yesterday. It is a lot better, but they are still getting rolled over here. Again, it's the first half of a best of 3 on the first map. I'll give it a bit of time to really see what comes. But a little bit concerned they're getting shot in the back and things are going wrong. They aren't dealing with the adaptations coming out of OXG. For example, I don't think you're going to see Yoga getting chewed up by Fishlike on a smoke anymore. So it is time to try something a bit different. And in this round, with him stepping away onto a mirror, I think they've acknowledged, okay, then that card has now had its wear and tear. It's out, it's done. Let's try something different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to be downstairs into ventilation again for round 5. 2 more defenses left to go. We saw them win this one last time. It all came down to Nina upstairs. Record dropped down to site. Nina able to prevent Hat putting the diffuser down on the ground, and it really left OXG in a bit of a sticky situation. So we'll see whether they play in 4 kind of similar or not. It was a real top floor presence. It was 4 above and 1 below last time around for Scars. So as you've just said yourself there, Des, you know, they're just rinsing and repeating a little bit, and OXG are picking up on that, so they maybe need to just do things a little bit differently to how they did them last time. They were very reliant on the mirror to try and keep them in fountain. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. It looks like the positioning is slightly different, so I think we've got a bit of a different setup coming out of Scars.
Hopefully so, because they need to get that second elusive round on the board, Tim. I think if they go down 4-1 here, probably a good time to have a conversation about how you can get something out of this half, because I don't care how confident you are in attacking onto border. I think if you're down 5-1, you're not giving yourself any real margin for error, I'm afraid.
I think OXG might be considering just walking into site and trying to plant inside a bit of a waddle here. The problem they're going to have is that Tayu is currently playing at half wall. They'll know that now because of the drone there, and he's on the warden, so it's not going to be, you know, really possible to flash him out. But that's really good use of the Thatcher EMP there. But a nade comes out from Fishlike, takes down Hat. Diaz does go in. I was right. He tries to get that diffuser down, but he has to bail as the kill comes in. Washoy, Fishlike, Scars have stood up really well to this. There was a plan there from OXG to take the warden out of the game, but Scars had the response. They found the kills that they needed, and OXG have had to go back to the drawing board. It's 2 versus 5.
Much more like the Scars that we know and love. Getting a bit aggressive, being willing to go for a risky jump out when there could be a claimer on the other side. They've just played the game that we know that they can do. Looking a bit more confident in themselves as well. It's a counter-flawless round potentially about to follow here unless Diaz can get a kill on side. Hat was silenced very, very early on. Diaz getting at least one to deny the flawless, and gets a second as well, actually, as he puts one more on his backside. A good little bit of KD padding, but I'm afraid that's probably all it's going to be with 3 still left standing.
He obviously won't know necessarily that he is downed the player ahead of him. Washoy is on the ground, but it's not going to take him long to find out. He'll see the blood trail there. He knows that Washoy dropped. He'll take his time. He'll have a little reload, and then he'll kill him just as he goes out of sight. There we go. Thank you, Diaz. 1 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go. Look, 1v5s happen sometimes. It's not to say that it's impossible. He's just going to try and play with the clock a little bit here and see if Scars
got 2 ready for a swing. Look,
see if they want to give him the opportunity by sticking their face in a door. I don't think Scars are going to do that.
Oh, no!
Yes. This has just become massively doable. Fishlike is at the opposite end of workshop. He's pushing forward, but this plant is probably going to go down. Guns up, 1v5. Diaz plays it perfectly. They stacked up for him in customs, Des, and he just shot through the pair of them. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
He is him. Redeemer is not wrong.
Scars.
That is bonkers.
Scars.
It looked to be going so well, Tim. A counter flawless was building. They'd done everything right with the first minute and 30 seconds of that round. The jump outs were beautiful, the aggression. In fact, the double jump out, they had a second player go back out onto Archive's window again. But from here, it all went wrong. They're down through the Fenrir and this lineup. The thing is,
that is the problem.
I don't blame Scars in trying to make a 2 versus 1 happen, but standing lined up, one not crouch, for example, that's the issue.
One of you goes, not both of you. You cannot, that is a lack of communication. You cannot both walk out into that corridor to try and rush to stop that diffuser going down. The first 2 on the top floor is fine. It's 5v1, swing him, see if you can get the kill. It's not a problem. When it comes to 3v1, you got to lock in. You got to change things up a little bit. You got to focus in because we don't want to lose this win. We can't lose this 1v5, right?
No.
Right?
Right?
You've got to at 3v1 say, no, we just get this nailed down now, and that was a huge mistake.
You'll probably ask the question why Fishlight was in Narnia as well. Like, if they're going to go and push and try and challenge onto the diffuser going down, they need to have Fishlight coming from the other side. But he's, what, 5 to 10 seconds behind the other two? Big miscommunication there, and I mentioned it in earlier rounds, Tim, that we're not quite seeing that far in the way that it needs to be. It's cost them a round that, by all rights, should have been theirs. It was a 5v1, for God's sake, and they've still let it go. Apparently the new M&M, a team that we know historically have thrown away a good few man advantages. The Scars, well, they'll be kicking themselves about that one. Not that I think it would have massively changed fortunes, but being at 2-3 is far better than being at the 1-4 they now face themselves in. And with how things have gone, Tim, I think this is going to be a 5-1 half for OXG.
The thing is, we've spoken about that energy for Scars as well, and how they've seemed a bit more positive, a bit more confident today. That's the sort of thing that's going to ruin them.
There's still a lot to catch up on, apparently, Tim.
That is... Oh, Diaz just carries on. Make it 6 in a row. Absolutely destroys Rek as he puts his head round the side of the mirror. Diaz is unstoppable right now. OXG, just everybody else take your hands and off your keyboard and mice and just let him go.
He heard Hat was getting a bit of hype and was like, I want some as well. And I think the Redeemer's already given him a fair whack of it. But why not keep on stacking up the kills? It's a good chance to rock through some of that KD ahead of the future days to put yourself at the top end of the leaderboard. Scars, as I said, I thought maybe we'd see attack timeout in a bit sooner to try and get something out of this half. You probably back yourself more on the attack, and just at the wrong time, Shoy looks away. A classic Siege timing moment. Will not be rewarded with a kill as a result. And Oxygen now starting to dance around, but not respecting behind him what was going on. Nina gets 1, but Tayo elsewhere has fallen 2. 2-6 he now sits at Tim, not having a good start to the game.
No, not at all. 4 versus 3. OXG now with a real opportunity to close this out. Fishlight does take down Gomez to level things up. So, but 3 versus 2 as New as manages to find Nina. And they've got plenty of time here of OXG as well. They don't really need to rush it. A little bit of damage done to... No, it didn't quite catch him, I think, Fishlight on the way past. But Diaz played it perfectly last time, Des. Absolutely ticked every box, hit every nail on the head.
Surely
He's going to have to do the same again. He's had 6 kills in a row without response for him personally. Can he continue and get another 2, making it a 1v2 clutch to follow the 1v5? This would be an unreal play if he can. I think Scars have learnt their lesson. They are not going to move their feet here. They are forcing him to come to them, but it might not be enough as he tickles the toes. He can't quite find the kill, but he knows exactly where the man is, taking the chance to hit a little reload. Does he find them? No! Shoy manages to swing and cut him down. No clutch for Diaz this time, but you know what? We'll give him the 1v5 from the previous round. I think his work is done at this point. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic stuff from OXG over the last few rounds, but Scars just managing to lock that one down.
I think asking for Lightning to strike twice would have been crazy. It's funny to think, though, Tim, it could have been that 3-3 half, and that wouldn't have been a bad outcome for Scars, given how dominant OXG have looked throughout these rounds. If not for that one that they threw away in catastrophic fashion. Now they switch onto the attack, though. We'll see what they can do on this side of things. Generally, Border being regarded as one of those maps that is easier to attack than it is to defend. It's very gunfight heavy. Having those bigger attacking guns with more range on them tends to do a lot more for you. Really, I just think for Scars, if you're going to shine at any point, boys, it's got to be now. You've got that Monty available to you. We know that you can pull out some crazy stuff. We've seen it in the Japan League. Let's see what you've got.
Obviously, the shining moment of that first half has to be the 1v5 ace from Diaz. Played it perfectly. You know, every step of the way, gets the first 2. Even sticking the diffuser, knowing that Fishlight wasn't going to reach him. He had that confidence that he'd be able to get guns up and take the fight. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And we'll see whether OXG have maybe got some of that similar sort of magic here on the defensive side. It's going to be top floor that they go to begin with. Diaz is bringing along the Ella at the moment. He's setting himself up around half wall. We've got Yoga out in CCTV, and then Newers and Gomez are going to be the ones to play out in office. Hat on the mute is going to return to start. I think he will probably stick around archives, just with the potential of any archives plant, which is I think what we might get here. We've got the Ursa and we've got the Thatcher coming along, which would say you're banging a couple of EMPs, try and prevent any nitros being detonated, and you're planting behind that shield. OXG won't be aware of this just yet, and there's nobody underneath, but Hat does have the hatch open, so may well, quick thinking, get underneath, open that floor up and be able to prevent this plant. They might need to push a little bit deeper than they expect.
Ooh.
At the minute, Hat's got himself into a bit of a wobbly position here.
I like it.
He's not. I like it, but he needs to be careful if part of the plan is to potentially drop that hatch to play from underneath, which I think is what he might consider.
I think he was hoping they'd maybe just look past him a little bit there and wouldn't consider there might be someone tucked in the corner. At this point, you've got the B's up towards the right-hand side of the grid. You've got everything going down. EMP's coming in, but the thing is, boys, you've got a plant now. Like, now is the time to go. You've used it. The EMPs have been used too soon, so now you're seeing the C4s really come into effect, and it's all been collapsed. But again, Tim, another bit of miscommunication and mistiming from Scars has cost them what should really be an elementary take.
Yes. But I am going to say that OXG played that really, really well.
They did.
They played it perfectly. What we maybe didn't quite see, we've got the luxury of the top down, is that Hat actually stepped himself right back onto the Archives door into Fountain. He wanted to stay as far away from those EMPs as he possibly could, and he held that Nitro. He held it, he held it, and he held it, and he had the confidence to wait for EMP number 1, EMP number 2, and then and only then was it launched, and it was really well played. Hat knew exactly what was going on there. You see it there. That was actually the second one that went over Gomez onto Archive's window. Absolutely beautiful as well. Threaded the needle with that throw. But yeah, really, really good stuff. Simple stuff, but really well done from OXG. You know, once you know that that's the push coming, and they know it because Hat's been able to look out of the door. He's seen the Orsa, so they know what's coming. Then it's, right, we just need to time this right. Wait for those EMPs. Do not let go of your Nitros until they've gone off. And they did it brilliantly, so well played, OXG.
All right, 5-2. That gap has now been established up to 3 rounds. It was that, of course, previously at 4-1. But it's been re-established. One more round, they at least guarantee overtime. But Tim, honestly, it feels like OXG should be walking away with the win here. That reminder again, it was Scars' map pick. And going into that second one, Bank, an interesting choice because both teams have often banned this away. They don't really like playing on it. So a few surprises there in wait, I'd suspect, for Scars from OXG. A new addition to their map pool, given the work they've done in the LCQs over the last couple of months. That's what they can do. You've got Nina running around, though, on the Nook. We've seen some effective nuts and some really terrible nuts so far at this competition, Tim. If you can get into a good spot to make some magic happen, then fantastic, because to be fair for Nina, heralded as probably one of the best players to come out of the Japanese region, but this competition really not been up to it.
No, like I said, I will repeat it. Scars, whilst not perfect, there have been mistakes again today. They've been better than they were yesterday, I think.
I agree.
Yes,
but too little, too late is now
there
the
is
problem.
still room for improvement. But even being better than yesterday, they are still not up to the level of OXG at the minute, at least. And that is on their map pick, one of their favourite maps. So it's not boding well for them. The Goyo, look at that. Yoga, absolutely beautiful. He gets challenged by the CO shield, so he just dashes out of the door and kills Rek instead. We're sure he manages to get him on the trade, but it's not going to matter because they've lost one of the shields. He takes him down, and that leaves time to just be absolutely bullied. But here comes Nina. I got a little bit frustrated with the not play yesterday, but plays it absolutely beautifully there. Might actually just be able to recover the Monty as well. Nina will not be stopped.
I don't want to believe it was a set-piece play there to bait them into pushing the Monty, but Nina just hovering in the corner of the same room. They had no idea he was there. So focused on the Monty. It's a big thing about Shields, Tim. They are an attention soak as well, and often people have the discipline to at least be droning in or finding out what's going on, using intel they've got set around, but the shield can be a very hot bait, whether it's a clash or whether it's one of our attacking shield operators. And there they have been sucked right in and taken down for free. So Scars, surely, Tim, with the shield on side, don't lose a 3 versus 1 to Diaz.
I mean, Diaz has already played one clutch situation to absolute perfection. So we certainly know that he's got it in his locker. Nitro takes out Tayu, and what a start it is in this clutch. He's maybe just played it perfectly again. The one big problem that he had was the shield, and he's taken it out.
I'm pretty sure he heard Nina firing his gun off towards bottom of metal as well. So he'll know where Nina's coming from, unless Nina's now gone upstairs, which I think he has. Yes. So now they're both playing for the hatch. Thank God they managed to get this one closed out. That would have been a horrific 1v1 being left to them if Nina, who was still playing catch with the fish like there, was like, oh, I'm stuck and I've got no idea where he is. It could have been catastrophic, but Scars, they persevere for one more round.
Woo! Honestly, there was a second there where I thought,
me too.
He's going to do this.
When they killed the shield, I actually thought, right, they've chalked this, boys. It's over. Nina is in Narnia somewhere. You got Fishlight by himself in office. I thought it was all going to collapse from there.
Like I said, you know, about the 1v5, his decision-making was so good in that 1v5. I just thought once he gets the Monty down, Oh, he's potentially going to do this, but no, he decided to have a look up the hatch, and that was his undoing, really. So 5-3, we find ourselves now. OXG still pretty comfortably in the lead. They're going to move on, though. They're not going to go back to the same site. Top floor is still available, but they've decided they're going to head down to Ventilation Workshop instead. I think we will still see quite a heavy top floor presence from them. We will see as the setup develops. They're certainly heading up that way. Reinforcements going on around Fountain and around Office. So I want to try and hold on to above, much like Scars did, really. Yeah. And we'll see whether Scars are quite as effective at clearing that top floor or not.
No castle on side, but we do have that bandit to help keep walls locked up. Otherwise, the mirror is available. With Fountain being reinforced off, it does suggest that you're going to see some focus coming in towards this part of the map at the same time. Happed up the first mirror down in the same spot that Scars did, and one being kept in back pocket for now. But again, would expect that to go in towards Fountain side. So a very similar setup. Whether it's a nod towards what Scars have done and going, yeah, we like that, let's nick that and use it back against them, or it's one they've got pre-prepped. I imagine more towards the latter rather than the former. Looking pretty good. Scars the ones who've got to break it down. They do not have a shield on side, Tim, so they are going to struggle just to march forward towards these mirrors, and that's where Rek really on the Ash comes into his own a bit and helps them get these cleared out.
He's already taken a good chunk of damage, though, so they need to be very careful with that, because otherwise it could be a big problem that they won't have much of a solution for. For the time being, OXG are pretty much just locked in their positions. There is 4 of them up on the top floor. We've only got Diaz playing underneath inside a site. Scars don't really have any option to push and pressure him at the minute. They need to get this top floor cleared. We saw the power of the top floor with Nina being able to prevent a diffuse plant on site and just locking out the round from up there in Archives. So I'm sure Scars will be well aware. It's actually going to be very difficult to clear this mirror. There's a bandit battery been put on it as well by Gomez. That's going to make it even more difficult potentially to get near it and to deal with it. You can see there that the Ash charge gets fired off though and will get the job done.
Spot where for now, Scars not too much pushing outside of getting rid of the mirror window. Again, the second Dopa could be call is about to come online. There it is for Tayu. I spoke about this to the death today, and every other day it feels like as well. Really think, as a lot of other people do, she's the best operator in the game right now. So good for a push forward. Of course, limited here somewhat by the fact there's a mute on the other side. Will block away those calls or turn it off if you step inside the radius. When you hear the call come through, you've got to see them do something. And sure enough, Diaz has been taken down. Fishlight hunting him through, but Hat strikes back. Down goes Rek.
Yeah, the problem that they've got is that they haven't cleared any of top floor out yet. There is still everybody from OXG now up above. They're just going to try and hold on from there. They're obviously confident they've got everything they need. Newers has taken the drop now a couple of seconds ago. He's back in service, so he's on site, but otherwise they will just keep fighting from above. Dockery Cole comes out, and this is the time now really for Scars to try and make a move. We can see the Maverick just opening up those angles. Beautiful from Washoy as he moves around, manages to find a kill onto Hat. Will continue to push, continue to pressure. He can go back to that hole he's made previously. A couple of bullets come out of it, and I think just discourage him from doing so. Gomez manages to find Tayu to level things up. 3v3. This one really hangs in the balance in the final 20 seconds.
Some good pressure being applied, but Scars aren't really gaining the ground. They need all the kills. Unfortunately, Nina now falling by the wayside. Fishlike on his backside, and Washoy's in a 1v3. Good hold. Gomez inside a bathroom, getting 2 crucial kills to deny any of that ground floor control away from Scars.
I think Scars just failed to really do enough about top floor, much like they benefited from, essentially. OXG tried to leave a couple of them up there and it didn't work. Scars have tried to do the same. After the Maverick dies, gets 1 kill, you know, but can't do any more, and it's difficult from there, really. So we're going to see Scars rip the timeout cord at that point and say we need to have a little bit of a break here, just have a chat and see if we can maybe turn the tide, because one more round for OXG and their map pick will be gone.
Especially bubbling away. They did this yesterday, though, I think, as well. It was in one of the previous games where they're taking the timeout when they're at match point. When you've got no room for errors, when you have to get everything right. We spoke yesterday about how some teams after attack timeout will just come hard on the rush and say, cool, they're taking the attack timeout, they've planned something elaborate out here, they've got an idea. This is where Scars could try a rush or something a little bit crazy, but equally where OXG themselves could say, cool, double spawn peak sounds like a great idea. Just throw something at Scars here to really try and catch them off guards. And I'm just a little bit nervous that this could already be too late to have that attack timeout when there's 3 rounds in a row that the Japanese side need to win.
Yeah, we can see here the damage that was done from the top floor, really. Washoy, like I say, managed to get Hat, but that was about it. And then Gomez just a little bit of free reign there. And ultimately, as they tried to do something, try to get something moving, it just wasn't going to happen. So good stuff from OXG. Nice defense there. What I liked about that defense was the flow of players from that top to bottom floor. When Diaz gets taken out, Newers takes a drop. When Newers needs a little bit of support, Gomez drops down. And they were, you know, very, very willing to switch from second floor to first floor as needed to sort of balance that man count and have the manpower where they needed it, when they needed it. And that was really nice.
Gomez to me especially. The fact that he held on so long upstairs, dropped down, immediately got a kill and cleared out bathroom, I was like, right. He's drawn away a lot of time, a lot of utility, and then also managed to get away and kill 2 players with it. One of those players that I look at on this side, and I said it the other day as well, that very quietly goes about his business, and every now and then pops up with a big 2K like that decides the round for the team before it's ever really got going, and just a player that I'm quite enjoying seeing over the last few days, Tim. I said that about a few players. I think like Resets was a good example, though. He's really
I've really enjoyed watching Reset.
He's really cooking, because before he was that quiet player that every now and then would pull out a kill or 2 in a round that would influence the outcome, but has had some real big decisive ones in the same fashion that I've seen Gomez do.
Yeah, Blaz has been another one. Really enjoyable to watch today, particularly. Had a fantastic day, but that's what this tournament's all about. About getting the best players in the world together and, you know, watching them have their moments, watching them shine, and I'm sure somebody is going to shine here in round 10. The question is, will it be on the side of OXG, or can Scars continue fighting for just a little bit longer? OXG haven't really done too much so far to keep them out of the building, which would be, like I say, the normal sort of first step for defenders. Try and prevent the attackers getting themselves established. OXG haven't really worried about that too much. They've been kind of happy for them to take a little bit of ground and then to play back into it. Fishlight manages to get Yoga, but again, something OXG have done well, play together, and once somebody dies, they find a kill, whether it be a trade, whether it be somewhere else. They always need to have an answer. Need to be careful, though. They're going to lose another one above, but no, the pistol doesn't do the job for Washoy. Newers manages to turn on him and find the kill. Rek is there for the trade. And that leaves us in a 3 versus 3, but the problem is, at the minute, this kind of suits OXG because that attrition is going their way. Scars are always responding. They're losing somebody and responding, and that will only benefit the defenders.
Really stinky from Washoy. Like, you've got to be getting that kill there. You might get away with it in the Japan League, but on the international stage, 0 chance that you get anything less than, or anything more, sorry, than about a quarter of a second to convert that into a kill before the bullets are coming back the other way and you're potentially losing your life. They could have been in a great spot here to be in a 4 versus 3, but instead it has worked completely against them. Things are all balanced out as we get in towards this last 60 seconds too for Scars. It's now or never, Tim, and it's starting to feel more than ever like it might be never.
Certainly is. They've got the breaches done, so not perfectly clean. It's going to be a vault or a serious crouch to get on in there. I'm not sure crouch will cover it on the left. It'd probably have to go full prone, so I don't think they'll be doing that. It's a little bit of a tricky one. Might mean that they have to push out towards the door if they do choose to go in through that way, but 20 seconds left to go. It's late to be making a rotation, Nina, because I feel like OXG are ready for this. You're going to go into archives, but look on the left of your screen. Hat is there. He's ready. However, Nina does manage to find a shot, spraying through the soft wall, takes down Gomez, but Diaz is there. The hero once again finds 2. Now in a 1v1. Who comes out on top? Diaz turns his back, but he's going to run. He just needs to survive. Scars could not find the shots. Diaz hangs on, and OXG close out border.
That feels like the story of this map. Scars could not find the shots. They might be much improved from yesterday, Tim. But Oxygen, I think it's fair to say themselves, also hit another level. Hat going 13 and 5 or so. Newers up at 9 and 4. They've had a very comfortable first game there. And for Scars, there is still so much work to do. So many wasted opportunities that they cannot let run away from them like that.
No, absolutely not. Like I said, I do genuinely think a little bit better than we saw yesterday from Scars, but nowhere near enough improvement to challenge a team like OXG, who are looking very, very good at the minute.
They are. Well, there's work for Scars to do and work for our analysts to do after the break. Back with you in just a few minutes.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Scars are going to have to change quicker than Fox if they want to have any hope at SI25. How you doing, Fox? You good, man?
That was pretty good, I guess. I just got so excited from the Diaz 1v5 that I spilled liquids all over myself. So
yeah, look, it's tough. It's really tough to be a Japanese fan out here. At least if you're a fan for Scars. CAG may be holding their weight. Is this marginal improvement from what we've seen from Scars?
Well, from what you were saying, hey, this is marginal improvement. Absolutely not. No, I'm not giving any little bit of credibility because you had 2 good rounds, 3 good rounds. We need to be seeing solid rounds. We need to be seeing clean rounds. And there were rounds within this game that was like, okay, they got through the hard part, and then immediately we just fumble it, and then now we're resulting. They lose the first map. Like I said, they need to be getting a 2-0 win. That's now impossible. They just need to make sure they win the next map.
I mean, you can't be happy. The amount of clutch situations that Scars gave up is just disrespectful. I mean, I wouldn't say that they improved at all. The confidence isn't there. They're not really playing comfortably. And on OXG side of things, I mean, I'm happy that they're playing confident, but it looks like they're just the better players in the server at the moment. Of course, it's a place to start, but it's not a true test to what we want to see from Oxygen just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately for Scars, I mean, Scars, it should have been 5-5. This should have been going the full distance. That potentially, maybe it could have gone OT. Regardless, OXG, they pull out when it matters, and Hat, I mean, like, what a performance.
Yeah, for his first event internationally at all, obviously the first 2 games, he wasn't, you know, too comfortable, but seeing him just get into the top of the leaderboard, especially on that hard support role, it's good to see that he's getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, Lax, we talked about the 1v5. We've talked about some of the moments. Just a bit of a letdown.
Yeah, I mean, it is a letdown because, you know, I already went into this. This is the ace that Diaz ended up getting. You know, it's one thing of letting a round slip away, but when you do all the hard part in the beginning of this round and then just let it slip away that way, and then we go to round 7, where this is the most default take. Everyone knows how to do this. They're already preemptively throwing these Thatchers, trying to catch a C4, and not committing to the plant beforehand to bait that out. These are just basic fundamentals in Siege and basic fundamentals take that every region does that you should be doing, that you should be knowing. But instead, what you're doing, you're wasting the Thatchers. You aren't even committing to the plant based off the Thatchers being used. You're doing it after the fact, and then you're catching every little piece of util that is then thwarting that entire round, thwarting off that entire attack. Again, this is what I was talking about in the pre-show, is that they need to be here on every single basic fundamental of Siege, and we just are not seeing it displayed at all.
I mean, watching those rounds, it's almost like they have the blueprint of what to do, but they haven't practiced it enough outside of the game to understand when they need to do things. I mean, putting the OSA shield down and just dumping your EMPs before the defuse is going off, it's either poor communication or not enough practice to know when you need to do those. You need to wait until you hear the C4 rip, just little communication. Okay, now I'm planning. Like,
but what
there
do you,
really
what do you
wasn't anything
consider
there.
needing enough practice when you've made every single major since Copenhagen and you go out immediately? Like, where is the communication then throughout every single entire event? I don't know what practice more you could possibly put in. You are at SI 2025. You are one of the best teams in the region. These are basic fundamentals. They should be being they should be happening, plain and simple.
I agree. They're just enjoying the vacation at this point.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to, because that's all that might be for them is a vacation. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, hopefully, Scars can bounce back and show us why they deserve to be here. We had to take a quick break to let Lax, I guess, cool off for a second there. I mean, it got heated, but I can understand it.
It's frustrating just from being a player. And, you know, I was getting frustrated when we would make top 8 or we would make top 4 and we couldn't get past. So when you're coming to every single event and you're just bombing out right away, like, how does that not make you upset? How do you then come to the next event and do the exact same thing? And then, like I said, like, you're just throwing away all of your hard work that you did to get here, to be one of the best teams in the world.
And it's a shame because it's not from a lack of trying. Interregionally,
no, they're the best.
Ours is the best team. Both stages getting first and then coming through. I mean, it's a shame. And then they get to the event and it's just like the Monstars stole their power.
I know, what a reference. Unfortunately, this will be, and look, it's not a great stat. It'll be the 5th event in a row that they've made since Copenhagen where they have not been able to get anywhere outside of really the last 4 place, which is just devastating, considering, again, like you're saying, how domestically dominant they are. And on the flip side, it's kind of the hilarity and the irony in this, Fox, is Oxygen didn't have the greatest of stage 2s, at least in the results
They had 2 years
category.
of nothing.
Yeah, and now here they
Stars
are.
had 2 years of something.
And obviously, it's a starting point to OXG to get this win. But the OXG that we saw in the previous 2 days was something to be proud at, something to look forward to.
Sure.
Now they're just doing the basic thing. It's not really a test to what we can see tomorrow.
No.
Yeah.
So I don't really know where this leaves OXG. Even if they get that 2-0, where does it put them? I mean, it saves them from getting eliminated, I guess. But
I mean, you know, and I don't want to take anything away from Oxygen. They're obviously coming here. They're putting on their performance. They won their opponent's map pick. That's huge. You got to feel confident now going into your map pick.
All right, well, I mean, if you're heated, I couldn't imagine how our casters are. Ace, Des, let's pray for something from Scars.
Play all you like, Rob. I think the only thing we'll get given tonight is an early bedtime. For Scars, it was a very rough first performance, and although it was better than yesterday, Tim, there are still levels they need to go through here to catch up.
That's it, you know, yeah, the first thing is you've got to play to improve. The second thing is we've then got to look at who you're against, which maps you're on, and right now, Scars are nowhere near. And OXG took full advantage of that. They're coming into Bank, and I think it might actually get more difficult for Scars here because we're on a bigger map now. It makes it more complicated. OXG will have more options. They'll have more options for adaptability, versatility, and so Scars are going to have a lot more to stand up to. They're going to have, you know, OXG a lot more opportunities on the defense, for example, to get out into the map and just set a lot of problems for Scars to have to work through, and I think things are going to get harder.
It certainly will before they get any easier. I think the map certainly doesn't help it either for Scars. At least back on border, they could say it was one of their favourites. They were happy to play it, 3-1 record on it. Bank, one of their perma bans. They haven't played it for a good while either. It's been a few months, I think 4 at this point, when they last played it in the Japan League and Oxygen. Well, for them it was a pretty hidden map as well, but we saw what the story with that was like on border. Both of these maps that Oxygen don't really tend to run towards. So I think there are some nasty surprises in store and waiting for the Japanese side. Let's go through our bands, Tim. Blackbeard and Ying, our first 2 taken away.
Kaid is going to be our first defender ban, and that will be followed up by another, I'm going to guess, Azami. We'll see whether that actually materialises or not, but it would usually be the case. Azami, maybe Mirror, I guess. We are on Bank. It can be very, very useful in Janitor, down in basements, so there's a strong argument for Mirror as well. Or maybe Vigil.
Yeah, why not Vigil?
Yeah, you're just going to now play into Azami and Mirror. I'm sure that'll be easy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure about the decision-making there. I get it, you know, you look at someone on the other side and go, cool, they play this quite a bit. Nua's the resident Vigil player on this team.
I mean, it sort of says that they're kind of concerned about what I said coming in. that it's bang, and on the defence, so XG are going to take the opportunity to get out in the map, run round and make a nuisance and set loads of problems for them to solve. I get that, but I mean, well, maybe it's a double-edged sword. If you're coming from Scars' perspective, they're struggling with a lot of things at the minute, so it's pick your poison, I guess. You know, yeah, they're not going to have Vigil running all over the map now, but they are going to have to play into probably an Azami in server, an Azami in open area, an Azami in CEO or in stock corridor, a mirror in janitor, a mirror in red corridor. You know, they're going to have an absolute nightmare.
They're going to play it themselves, of course. They've got all 3 Architect operators on side here in the Azami, the Mirror, and the Castle. Really want to lock this place up like Fort Knox on that ground floor. More, of course, focus on the setup on the top floor. In case you are new to Siege, haven't watched too much of it before, if the actual site itself isn't too defendable, you've got 2 choices. Maybe 3 if you consider this third one a little bit of a crazy one, but the first choice, you extend laterally. You play the rooms surrounding the site. Not easy to do here, because then you'd be in towards the lobby and you'd be in towards square stairs. So your other choice is to go above, assuming, of course, there are soft floorings. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. And because there's so much soft flooring and a lot of very good defendable positions up here, such as Janitor, well, you want to play around here as best you can. A Castle helps you lock down those more exposed angles, and the Mirror, of course, gives you some really good cover. That means Oxygen need to fight through this top floor or play a massive risk in just going direct towards site and going for a plant. But as we've seen so much over the last few days, Tim, that isn't really a winning strategy.
What I would say is, if Scars are going to take the choice to take Vigil off the board and not Azami or Mirror, they'd better win a good few defensive rounds with those operators on side. That's the reality. That's what the outcome is going to have to be, because it is going to be super difficult for them to pick up attacks. Now then, we've got OHG looking to push in very quickly here. Yoga's on the blitz and he's looking to go. He's just waiting for this breach to happen. This is just going to be a rush straight in towards side. Get the smoke canisters down, potentially get a plant. And you know what? They might just get away with this. Yoga's taking a bit of damage. He's had to dip away. He's going to move elsewhere and potentially look for the same option. But they've got... Oh, he's just left himself with his feet exposed there. Scars have stood up well. Washoi manages to find the kill. That takes the sort of focus of that attack away. Finds another one onto Gomez as well. OXG, I think they've been punished for a little bit of overconfidence here.
And a little bit too direct towards site. As I said earlier, Tim, it's rare that you see this come off successfully because it hinges on so many things going right. And if you forget about even a single player or aren't aware of their position, they can ruin everything. In this case, it was Washoi inside the site. There was no backstab coming in from lobby side. Everything was just a little bit too easy for Scars to hold on. Well played by Washoi, though. Great placement of those smokes. 2 kills for himself. Makes it a third as well. On to Diaz. It's looking good. Finally is put in the dirt. But Scars, I think it's enough to that 1v5. I don't think I feel I can get excited about a man advantage for Scars because I know that the potential is there. They can just give it away.
Hat and Rek are currently in a bit of a standoff, so Hat is on the rappel, Rek is tucked in the corner. Hat knows he's got him locked in there, but Rek knows that he can sit there for forevermore. He's not going to get found from underneath. Yimers tries to go in and at least move him or something, but Rek has somehow kept himself in position. He finally strays far enough across for Hat to find him, but 2v3, 35 seconds left to go. No. This might actually be doable. The Yokai drone starts to come in. I think Nuas hears that, sees it, can take it out, and might now have an opportunity to put it down. Hat's inside, looking on the cover. He's got the kill. Please. 2v4. They're going to do this, Des.
They missed the Yokai.
Nuas is putting the diffuser down. Tau, he's coming in. Is he going to get the kill? No, it's Fishlike, who just makes his entrance at the right time. And I think that Scars have done just enough to hold on to what was looking like a shaky round.
Like I said to you, Tim, I struggle to get excited when they've got the man advantage. Now, sure, it's been a bit of a save there by Fishlike at the bitter end of things, but when it came down to a 2v2 and they had the vertical cover, they got rid of one of those Yokais, I was starting to sweat a little bit for Scars. They got it over the line at the very least off the back of a great start from Washoi. Again, full credit to him. 3 kills, planted his feet, barely had to move, and cleaned up the majority of OXG because they forgot about him when planning out how the execution was going to go.
That was a mistake from Yoga there. You know, his positioning wasn't great. You've got to be aware of your entire body. If you're going to do something like that, go in for the plant. I even thought it at the time, to be honest. I know it's easy for me to stand here and say after the fact, but I did think at the time, I thought you're too far across on that bookshelf. You know, you're potentially going to leave yourself sticking out. If anything, he'd have been better off sticking out of the front side of it because the angle's not quite the same from where Washoi was, and the bookshelf itself might have actually blocked the line of sight through to him, or it might have been more possible for somebody to challenge, to support him, and to just protect him whilst that plant was going down. So a little bit of a mistake from Yoga, but hey, we can't criticise too much. OXG, they gave it a go. They had a little rush. They had a little luck. It didn't quite work out for them. Scars managed to get the first round, lock it down, like I said, given that they've left Azami and Mirror on the board and chosen to ban the Vigil. Scars need to make sure that they're getting as many defensive rounds as they can, because I feel like attacking is and should be pretty tough on Bank with those operators available.
Stolen away drone from the Mozzie. Was banned away on our previous map, if you recall. Definitely the strangest ban that I've seen, and probably also the strangest kill I'll see. Once again, OXG not quite having enough drone work in place to sniff out where a couple of players are, and they're paying the price for it, admittedly trying to get in past the Warden. I'm sure, Tim, they knew he was on blue stairs, just didn't think he'd be at the bottom waiting for the shields to come running past. They've paid the price, they've lost the shields.
Again, you know, that's essentially a couple of mistakes there from OXG in the first couple of rounds, losing that blitz a couple of times. But they showed last time around, even in the 2v4, they were able to make something out of the round very, very nearly. So I'm sure they're going to be going back to the drawing board. The diffuser is down at the minute, but that shouldn't be the end of the world, because they're going to look to go into that position to plant anyway. They need to deal with this Warden at the bottom of blue. They can't just allow them to stay there. They've, you know, got themselves into server. They need to make sure that they're getting this kill here. They don't want to challenge into the shotgun, but maybe they just have to. That's a good track, actually, because it means that they're not taking as much of a risk. They know if they're engaging at distance or not.
Oh, guys, like, hello?
God.
I was about to say, there are still players in sight. Hello? Washoy picks up 2. What happened to Oxygen during the break, Tim? It's not the cleanest look for them. Nuas is down. It's a 2 versus 4. I don't know. It's looking a bit messy, and they're still holding tight. Washoy dug in deep, shotgun in hand, waiting for the push to come on through. Surely there should be a 1 versus 1 that he wins out. You then start asking the question, and where is Diaz? What else is happening around this map? They're still trying to pinch him. Finally, they get away with it. But my God, has he wasted a lot of time, Tim, and they're taking a lot of lives off the back of that position.
Yeah, it's taken far too long. They had the track on the Warden from Nuas, so they knew whether he was top or bottom stairs, and that's all they really needed. They just needed to be a bit more decisive in the movement. They had the track. They knew he was at top of stairs, so just push into bottom stairs and take the kill. You don't get killed from sight then, because you're getting yourself into some cover. It was just all a little bit slow and a little bit tentative from OXG. Approaching the hatch, it's going to be hat taken down by Tayu, leaving Diaz in a 1v2.
Oh, please.
Can he do it again? No! Rek wins out the 1v1 from Red this time, and that's going to be 2-0 Scars, and the energy in the team is just starting to go back up again.
Could not bear it if they'd let it go again. And when it was Rek that was left in the 1v1, I mentioned about the poor tournament he's have. I think coming into this game, it was him and Tayu rated as the 2 worst players in the tournament, Tim. So I was really nervous for a second that Diaz would just channel his inner energy from the last map and get it over the line once more. It would have been a big throw from Scars. But for now, they hold on at 2-0. To come back to what I said, though, I don't know what's going on with Oxygen, Tim. Looking a little bit, don't know, incomplete, a bit unfocused.
Couple of mistakes, couple of big mistakes to kick things off. You know, like I said, the positioning of the plant from the first one, bit of a problem. Losing Yoga, going straight into sight this time, bit of a problem. You know, not expecting Warden at the bottom of, like, you know, OXG, they just need to focus up a little bit, I think. Like I say, Scars, for me, need at least a 4-2 half here. It is not going to be easy attacking into Mirror and Azami. That's why they keep bringing it themselves. And OXG, you can be certain, are going to do the same thing in return, and Scars are going to have to break that down. So they need to be getting, like I say, at least an advantage, a solid advantage, a 4-2 half, 5-1 if they can, to give them every opportunity to close out Bank and take us to Clubhouse.
All right, got the Skopos on side. I don't need to talk about Skopos on this map too much, Tim. We've seen some wonderful plays from Skopos players. Some at this tournament, actually, but the main one we always think back to was the one we saw back over during the Brazilian stage. Bit of magic transporting around between them, using one as a cover against the window player. Didn't ultimately win it out, but it was one of those moments where you really saw the potential of this operator starting to shine. As long as Fishlight plays it properly, he should be able to get out of this elevator alive without fear of being naded to death or just being stared and bared down on by this enemy team. So it is quite a sticking point to get into. Tayu already falling down, though, here to Hat.
Yeah, going to be punished to the superior scope of the Kali there, and that's now going to allow them to get onto these windows. It is top floor, of course, the site this time, and that's going to make things a little bit tricky. Rek is trying to play inside of site at the minute, but the keeper barricades and castles should start to be dealt with realistically. The Kali, of course, is able to do a little bit of that, I think, working to just clear a little bit of other utility as well, such as the mirror. We can see that that has been done. We're just going to punch some lines of sight into those soft walls. Rek just dancing around this castle barricade at the minute. You can see he's absolutely itching to make a challenge on to these windows. Puts the keeper barricade up again just to prevent Hat getting the line of sight, but as I suggested he might, Hat has cleared that castle barricade now, which has forced Rek out of position, and he might just come face to face with Yoga in the near future.
Oh, the jump out as well. I think they realised that Hat was doing a bit too much damage there as well. Yeah, mirrors being destroyed, castle barricades being taken away, and I saw the Azami keepers coming back up. I thought, actually, don't think I've seen a Kali shooting onto those keepers. I'm not sure how many shots it takes or how quickly she can chew through them. I imagine pretty quickly it's going to be the answer. With him being taken offline, at least that threat is removed, and they've got a bit more safety from those windows.
That's the problem with only bringing 2 Claymores. You're playing 50-50. There's 4 windows that people can go out of, and Scars have got away with it. Newest manages to find Washoy, leveling things up 3v2 as he knows Fishlak is likely to come back up square. Nina does manage to find him for the trade. 2v2 as they dance around each other now. Yoga able to push in and provide a little bit of intel, but it means that Diaz has got a lot of work to do. Nearly finds the head, will find it this time, takes down Nina, and there is now an opportunity. 2v1, Yoga able to pull out the pistol and close it out. OXG get their first attacking round.
Round by round, let's go.
Tough for Scars again, where it felt like they'd done enough there, to be honest, to claw it back. I thought once they got rid of the Kali, a lot of the pressure was removed, but when Nuas can just walk up White Corridor, net a 2K, convert it into a third, well, there's not a whole lot you can do, and this is the problem I think Scars face off against him. They haven't got that superstar. Fishlak's had a great series, it's worth stressing so far. Best player for them, was showing a good first round, but did they have someone that stacks up against Nuas and the consistency that he has shown so far? I don't think so. Yeah. Looking across the whole series, it's like, what, 16-8 for Hat, 13-7 for Diaz, 12-7 for Nuas. They are flying, and on the other side, everyone except Fishlak is currently negative, Tim. The craziest stat of all is that Fishlak is currently 6-1 on entry. How the hell has that happened?
Fishlak's been doing some real work, to be fair. A couple of big moments. He did kind of failed to stop the 1v5 clutch of Diaz, but he should never have been in a 1v1 realistically in that situation. But other than that, very solid throughout. So we can see now round 4 coming along. It's going to be open area this time that Scars will go to defend. Unfortunately, I think the first few rounds, it is fair to say, have been characterized by the mistakes that have been made rather than teams necessarily just, you know, out and out winning rounds. But Scars, the two that they've won well. They've stood up to a couple of rush attempts. They've had the answers, at least, to what OXG have done. And, you know, I talk about mistakes. Mistakes are only mistakes, so they only look like mistakes when they get punished. And that's what Scars have done. And that's all that we can ask of them, really. So moving into round 4, let's see how they can do holding on to open area. I think OXG will likely be looking for a bit of top floor control. Yoga is on the Monty again. He's going to look to push through electrical by the looks of things. He's got Gomez along with him as well. And I think it's about getting control of lower square and then working from there.
It is, but more than just that, Tim, it's about going the whole full 9 yards and getting it finished out, because you've seen them make mistakes when they've looked for the execute. You've seen them getting tripped up when it comes around to the late round, as good as things might start early on. Both teams have got to be really conscious of that. It's OXG, I think, have now started to settle, but look at that. They've out seen everything here. They know about both of these players that are starting to stack up. Capital Smoke coming out, trying to give them a little bit of room, but I don't think they'll get away with this, Tim. Look, Washoy's happily taking these Salmas off the wall. It's not really a concern for them.
And nobody's doing anything about Washoy on the side of OXG. There's no challenge. There's nobody moving in from main lobby. There's nobody working from the opposite side. He's going to sit here all day. There's nobody above looking to open up a vertical. There's absolutely nothing to be done. Like you say, he's just going to keep taking the Selmas out. The quad wall stays closed. This is a problem for OXG, and again, it's a problem that they've kind of allowed to develop. They know he's there. They don't think the Selmas are just being shot off by magic. Fishlak manages to get Yoga, Tayu onto Gomez, and that's because they just stood around waiting, Des. There's nowhere for them to go.
The Valcams have done so much work here as well, haven't been dealt with, and at this point, Scars looks super comfortable. It doesn't seem to matter what Oxygen do. Look, there's one here, there was one that was staring just inside too when they were stepping in. As you can see, they're looking at the quad wall. That has not been dealt with. You're really seeing here the strength that a Valkyrie can offer when there's no IQ on side to be able to counter her out. And honestly, I think every step that Oxygen take from this point forward, Scars are going to be, quite literally 2 or 3 steps ahead.
Yep, not dealt with the Valcams, all the information's there. DS
nice
finally
bit.
goes in and removes Washoi. If Scars allow them to get this one back, then I'm going to be asking some serious questions, because they've done some great work through the first 2 minutes to get themselves into this position. Going to be Hat up on the top floor. He knows that this player's up there, he just doesn't know exactly where. And Scars are playing this pretty smart. They're not going to over-engage. They're not going to push forward, chasing that kill. They know that the clock is working in their favour. Nina does manage to find Hat. I think he might have gone into stock potentially and just worked a shot through the window there. But it's all coming down to this now as Diaz tries to rush in. He's going to be taken down by Fishlike. And that was a nice defence from Scars. But again, I'm afraid that the round was characterised by the mistakes from OXG. They've just stood in electrical with the Capitao and the Monty. The Monty's looking towards Tellers. He must be able to see Washoi on the Valkyrie in there, shooting the Selmas off the wall.
It's really just the fast plays with us, and like our droning, like when we're going forward, is like really weak, right? So we just got to make sure we're playing cleaner siege, step by step. When we take our time and we clear these guys, we smoke them, right? So at this point, I don't think we cut any corners. Like, let's work together to clear guys, because we're struggling with the fast plays, and our droning's ass when we're going for those fast plays. So making sure we're collecting enough info, all right? For Tellers, they do leave money bags open. So like, if we did want to hit Tellers fast again, we could open up money bags and plant money bags while Blitz runs in to distract. But if not, I think we just try to clear these guys, because it worked for CEO. So let's just take our time and go for these clears, okay?
Yep.
Hey, listen, you guys got this. Lock the fuck in, all right? We got this. Come on. Let's go.
Lock in, boys.
I think that's smart. I think, you know, what Redeemer said there is right. The rush plays aren't working. It's meaning that they're going in without intel. They're not recognising where the problems are. I've spoken about the Valkyrie at length there, that they've allowed to chew through a bunch of Selmas. And then what happens? They just get caught, stood around waiting, because there's nowhere else for them to go. So, yeah, I think Redeemer's right there. Just get back to fundamental, basic siege. We go in, we clear top floor, we open up the angles, we force them away from sight, and then we look for a plant. And I think it is just go back to your checklist.
It's like we said back in the first couple of rounds, Tim, they just looked a bit unfocused. Don't know what it was, just charging in without droning and getting caught out, shot in the back. It was silly and far from the composed team that we saw back on Border. So I'm glad that we're on the same page to see the same things from this wonderful top-down view that we have, and of course the beauty of seeing the outlines of the team and exactly what it is that's happening throughout the map. I'm glad that Redeemer spotted the same, and hopefully the boys do clean things up here. If they can pull this back to a 3-3, it will feel like a real win for Oxygen. Given they're down here at 2 rounds, Scars probably still fancy their chances to get things over the line, but I think based on what Redeemer said, it feels like they believe that this is in their hands. It's on how they want to play the game rather than what Scars are putting up before them.
Well, it's not to say that Scars won't win in another way, but at the minute, the round that Scars are winning, they're winning because they're punishing the mistakes. Take away the mistakes, and it forces Scars to find another way to win the rounds, and then we will ask the question, we will see the answer. Are they capable of doing that? As it is, we're going to have immediately Hat looking to push into main lobby. He's just going to take out that FNAT there, have a little look ahead of himself as well. Needs to be cautious because there was somebody around elevators. It's Nina playing over there on the Fenrir, so could be a challenge coming in if they're not careful. I'm glad to see they brought the IQ in.
Yeah, I was just about
punished heavily by the Valkyries last time.
They were bullied by the Valkyrie last time, Tim, and we saw ourselves so often, thanks to our observers, the view that Scars had of all the action, where these players were, how easy they were to pick off, and I guess Rocksha must have felt like they were fighting against ghosts. They were coming out the walls at different points. They couldn't do anything about it. Obviously, as we know, it's because of those cameras scattered around the map. It has been much slower, though, Tim. No one's dived in and got themselves finished off earlier. The last thing I want to see happen here, though, is Oxygen go too slow and find themselves starved and up against the clock. They've got a lot of utility to work with, and I'm looking here towards the Sense and towards those Grimbees when I say that. But it's about getting in position to do it, because otherwise, Scars, they've got C4s, they've got the smokes, they've got the Vulcan canisters that have got to get blown through still. There is a lot they've got to worry about.
It's like we're asking OXG to test porridge for us. There's not too fast, not too slow.
Just right.
Nina goes the challenge out of Elevator. He's not going to find it, but needs to make a smart decision here. Drops away because they've already lost 2, and they find themselves now 5 versus 3. There's only a minute left to go. Attacking down onto basement. The hatches are open, so that is a positive, at least for OXG, but they need to now choose where they're going, and they need to get moving. Where is Gomez? Where is that breach going to come? And they've got about 45 seconds.
Well, they've got nothing on blue, let's not forget as well. The hatch hasn't been opened up on blue, so everything is looking like a mainstairs and straight hatch drop push. You can do that with DS on side playing on the sense, but he's playing Backwatch right now. It's different. In comes the drop as well. Yeah, they've got the Grim Beast tagging out a couple of players at the same time. 42 breaking out, and straight away there's one there, but Nuers is there for the cover. Good stuff, and Fishlight, well, it's the other end of the map, unfortunately, Tim. Still 3 players standing, and I don't suspect he gets away with this one. No ping coming on through. They know now where the defuse is going down, but nothing they can really do about it. That's going to get stuck, and it looks like this one might be cooked.
Yeah, I think definitely so. Even with those hatches open, there was never really going to be much that Fishlight could do. He knows he's got one down, so he's effectively 1v3, but being challenged from towards Vault will be cut down by Diaz, and that is going to be a successful round for OXG, and I think that's basically on the back of what Redeemer has said in that tactical timeout. Let's just slow it down, let's play the clear, which they did. They went through top floor, they cleared Nina out of Elevator, forced them to drop back to site, got a couple of kills along the way. They played that game, and they played it much, much better.
They did. Much more composed. What more can you say? Could be the drone work, spotted wreck up.
Way better drone work, way better clearance.
I think that one was personal. I'm gonna lie, with wreck, I think just again being caught out seemingly nowhere on this one. I did think for a second when we had the drop come through that we might see Scars get away with a couple of kills there that upended the whole attack, but nope. It's not quite able to get the kills they needed to halt Oxygen in their tracks. Last round of the half then, we're going back downstairs. Tim Scars believe they can make it work down here. Don't need to head out to another site. I imagine Oxygen heavily disagree with them. A change in lineup as well for Scars. Less dug in on site. Looking much more mobile with things like the Mozzie on side, the Legion coming along, and maybe even seeing things like the Fenrir getting busy out and around the map.
Just going to have the due diligence of Seto, get that vault hatch closed up. Again, Scars are going to be very aware of any potential quick plays. If OXG can basically rinse and repeat now and pay attention to what worked last time, keep those words from Redeemer in their mind, play their game, clear the map, push onto site, there's definitely a 3-3 half for them in this.
I'm a little bit nervous because knowing there are, Habana's really great on this map because Queen of Hatches gets rid of a lot of hatches. They've only got two hard breach gadgets in back pocket here. The Maverick was swapped away from, so there's no true hard breacher on side. If DS goes down or can't get to the right parts of the map here, they're in trouble. They won't be able to get all these hatches opened up, and that can really come back to bite you. So got to see Oxygen being careful here. Either that or they've got a very, very well-planned play here that doesn't require getting loads of hatches opened up. It's a little bit nervous because I don't think I've ever really seen a team not bring at least 4 of those gadgets along, plus a hard breacher in most cases.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk, that much is for sure. Wreck is going to be chased away, and I like this, yeah. We've got better drone work, we've got the Dockerby being brought along, so we've got the calls coming in. Gonna be punished. Wreck not opening the hatch quickly enough, gets taken out. Ha manages to find the entry. Within a minute, OXG have got the advantage again, 5 versus 4.
It's a bit silly from Wreck, like you've heard the shots coming in, you heard the DMR go off, and you've still stepped back out and paid the price for it. But no, something's really weird about
stand on top of the hatch and shoot it.
Something's really weird about Wreck this tournament. I don't know what it is, but certainly not frying at the level that we're used to seeing over in the Japan League, or that we've seen at previous international events. A little bit disappointing. 4 versus 4, mind you. Now Oxygen with about a minute and a half left to go. Plenty of time to play with. Again, as soon as that Dokkaebi Cool is off cooldown, it's being used here. Just trying to shepherd Scars back on towards site and not see themselves getting caught out. No Jackal on side does mean they're relying a lot on the Deimos and the Dokkaebi here to make sure there are no nasty surprises.
Yeah, Diaz is still standing, so that's a big positive for them. They can get the hatches open that they want to get open, and they've got the light screens, which is generally the utility that they're going to be looking to play behind when it comes time to plant. So they are still kind of on target there. They need to be cautious of blue stairs. There is Fishlight there on the ward, and they didn't deal with this position last time, or it certainly took them far too long to deal with it. 50 seconds left to go. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is at this point.
right idea is try and get rid of blue, as we've seen before. I believe it's Fishlock who's tucked inside of here. Indeed, it is. Heard those glasses being turned on, pushing in and going for the fight, but can't find each other. Yogg down to about half HP. Fishlock a little bit worse for wear. Comes out and can't find it. Yogg has taken him out, and blue is clear. But Tim, there's only 30 seconds. This is going to be chaotic.
Yeah, it really is. They're going to use that Vendetta, by the looks of it, to try and open up the soft wall, give them access into sight. But there is still a little bit of utility left. Tayu can use those smoke canisters, and he's just going to keep pumping them into that default plant area. Yogg has had to go through. He's gone deep. The Senshi utility is there. Hat manages to get the kill onto Nina. Newers onto Ashoy. 1 second left to go. The plant has gone down. Fantastic stuff from OXG. What a last gasp execution. 10 seconds to go, Des. 10 seconds and they got it done.
Is that a little bit what I was worried about when I said it after the TAC timeout? Don't slow down too much, and they did stall out, but we got to the outcome we spoke about, Tim. They were down 3-1, and I said back then, if they pull it up to 3-3, it will feel like a real smash and grab operation by Oxygen. They've done what they need to, Tim. They've got 3 attacks. I think now they're going to feel extremely comfortable going on to the defense, and Scars have really got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I'd say, I think
this is like... You know,
like I say, he can shoot the hatch from underneath him. He doesn't need to go back out.
He wanted to stay and play elevator, I think, but didn't realise exactly how aggressively he was being pushed.
I'm pretty sure he can still play it from the opposite side. He can stand right in the corner, shoot the hatch out, and I think there's a lip that he'd stay on. I could be wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but I'll tell you what, he'd have been better off dropping back to side. I think it's the fight to the man. He'd have been better off doing anything other than he did. So 3-3 at the split, and we are, interestingly, on the defensive side, not going to see any Azami, not going to see any Mirror. Both operators that Scars allowed through in favour of banning Vigil, and I was a little bit concerned that maybe they were going to find themselves facing down very difficult defences. It's not to say that they're not going to anyway, but, you know, I can see absolute sense in the ones that have been brought along. We've got the Goyo to waste time, we've got the Tuberite to protect the hatches, we've got the Warden to cover blue stairs, we've got Jaeger to assist with that, we've got the plant denial of the smoke, but we have seen some fantastic players down here. I'm thinking Doki on the Azami inside a server the other day. It was absolutely brilliant. Took minutes for it to be picked apart. He got kills as well, and can be a real tough cookie to break down.
Yeah, we've seen some very creative. I mean, even in the series, think about the creative setups that have really stalled things out. Look at Scars with their mirror play on the last map with the castle upstairs when defending Benson Workshop. It really cut the work out for Oxygen to have to try and work their way through that setup. Will prove to be a similar story here. Lots of capability to stall things out and see Scars, if they don't move at a good pace, being chewed up and spat out by this North American side. Nina hoping to catch this one player that's sat on the main stairs here off guard. It is Gomez on the Jaeger, lurking off towards his right-hand side. There's a couple of players starting to stack up around here at the same time. Got to be respectful, though, of the Jaeger. Gomez, who I mentioned earlier, sure, had a rough map so far at 0 and 5, but had a couple of rounds back on border where he just walked away with a couple of kills, and the round was basically decided off the back of his contribution.
Droning will start up again at the minute-and-a-half mark, as they try to see exactly what is remaining where on site. We've got Hat actually moved over into the vault side at the minute, so OXG are playing this quite deep here. They've given up blue stairs, they've kind of given over servers to Scars. That's going to allow them into that default plant position, but there's still going to be a lot of work for them to do before they can get there. The attempt comes in for them to stun out the Twitch drone, but it's not going to be successful. That is absolutely fantastic work from Nina. Within about 15 seconds, almost all utility on the site where they're going to want to plant has been removed, and there's still 50 seconds left on the clock. That is great.
I love the little duel that took place between the bulletproof camera and the shock drone as well. Proper robot wars. Unfortunately for Oxygen, Scars come out on top of. Trying to get the exact angle here to get a plant going in. Smoke comes out. The problem is now, Tim, we start playing this stall game. A little EMP coming over the top. We saw them mistime the living hell out of this back on border. Here doesn't look too bad, of course, trying to catch any C4s that might head skywards, but Yogga, they'll just keep on tossing these smokes over, Tim, and I think at some point we're going to have to see Scars run deep.
Yeah, they're not going to have a choice because they're going to have about 3 seconds left at the absolute most when this next one dies out. I don't think they'll even have that long, to be honest with you. So it is going to be a case of Fishlight needing to just get on through this. Still waiting. 5 seconds left on the clock. Passes the diffuser to Rek, who eats a nitro. Probably too little too late. He just gets into position and starts putting it down. Fishlight can't hold on. The kill is there. It's an easy mop-up for OXG, and they lock down their first defense.
Martin Gray clearing away the utility, Tim, but 3 smokes and 2 C4s still being left, and not a lot of time on the clock is always gonna bite you. We know that downstairs site can be an absolute nightmare when you're dealing with Vulcan canisters and smokes and C4s. Defenders can stall out for well over a minute if they play it correctly, and I think Scars left themselves with too much to do with too little time. Good coordination coming out of OXG. They now find themselves back in the lead once again, up to 4-3.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, genuinely tough for Scars from here. Like I said, I felt like they needed a minimum of a 4-2 half on the defense to give themselves a real opportunity. Let's not forget, this is OXG's map pick. They're now on the defense. They've got all the operators they could want. Look, we've got that dynamic duo. It's the Mirror, it's the Azami. They are now going to utilize it up on the top floor. Scars had an opportunity to ban one of these two. They went with the Vigil instead. So far, that's been a wasted ban because OXG, we've just seen them play the one site that you would really be using that Vigil or really using that roam game, and they didn't. They just sat inside a site, they turtled up, and they used the utility available to them. Did it really well. So at this point, Scars, I'm a little concerned about the theory of that ban because I just don't think you've got any value from it, and you're now up against a very difficult defense with both of these available.
Crazy thing is that Fishlight has continued finding entries,
Hang on a minute, though.
7-1 on the entry to Fishlight. He is still cooking here. Good start to get rid of one. It is the castle, so far from the end of the world there. A good catch out by Rek to start out the round. Problem is, and I've said it before, we've seen them with man advantages many a time over. And Scars have failed to then convert the round off the back of it. A little bit of confidence in this round because they've got the glass, because they've got the Capital, because they've got the Monty. They've got a real good, aggressive, execute-focused composition here that they can do some real damage with. As long as they're conscious of things like those Valkyrie cameras that really punished OXG in the first half. They've also got a close eye on those mirror windows. They can be real blockers.
Yeah, they've got Fishlight on the windows now. The majority of Scars are actually moving in through main lobby elsewhere. That's where Tayu is located on the Monty, so that's where the majority of this push is going to come from. We can see the drones going up there. They're looking to clear the utility. Just need to be careful. Up there on the balcony, but no news. Rains down, pain from above, taking Nina out and leveling things up at 4 versus 4.
Very delayed exchange. Nina might have benefited from the entry, but very quickly shut down before he can even get into a spot to make use of that utility. I mentioned about this lineup they had, about the Capital, the Monty, the Glass. They all work in tandem. They all benefit each other. When one goes offline, the other two become much weaker when you start thinking about an execute. Monty getting into a good spot, though. They've also got 2 here with them as well. 3 stacked up on Banana. A lot of damage they can do, Tim, but no one's giving them anything on the side of OXG.
No, they're just not over-peaking this. Rek, of course, trying to use that smoke and the thermal scope of Glass to just try and get any sort of freebie he can. It's ultimately Fishlight that manages to pick up Gomez, but how about this? Newers pops up. He gets one. He's hungry for more. He goes looking, but fronted up by the Monty. Decides he needs to dip away, but OXG, again, not over-committing to the fight. 3 versus 3. They've done their job. They've burnt another minute. They dip back deeper into sight, and they wait for Scars to reform and to push again.
Still curious to know what Scars' game plan is for this round, Tim. I saw the lineup and thought, oh, it's pretty obvious. They want to go for this sort of thing, a smoke execute or a way to take ground and really punish the enemy team with this Glass. But when you had 4 players stacked up on Banana, I was a bit like, where are we going, boys? What is the game plan? And I still feel a bit lost at that. 2 smokes have now been burnt. They're down to just, well, nothing in back pocket. They've used all of them and not got anything for it. Maybe a kill onto Yogg here. He's on a slither of HP, but that's it. The only thing they now have left is going to be the Monty. Rek getting a kill, traded immediately back out onto a Shoy. And look at this, Diaz on a bit of a flank here. He can really play spoiler.
He's going to have to. Newers gets an essential kill onto the glass. That leaves the Monty all alone. Manages to circle around. There was no opportunity for Tayo to put the diffuser down, and that was crucial from Newers. Rek was just crouch walking his way through sight with that thermal scope in hand, looking to find Newers. I think they knew that Diaz was off site at that point, and it would have been an opportunity to put the diffuser down, but Newers wins the fight, and that triggers a Scars timeout as OXG are 2 rounds away from taking this one 2-0.
Looking a bit too easy for them now. Pedestrian almost in this second half. I was worried when we saw them flipping onto the defensive bank about how things would go from there. And frankly, it's gone as expected. I think not helped by Scars, who, as mentioned, looked a little bit lost in that attack team. I was like, we've got 4 of us on Banana. What is the game plan here? I really thought we'd see more coming.
It's about that adaptability. There was no plan B. It was, we're going to walk up gold stairs with the Monty and we're going to pressure with the glass. That didn't work, so they dropped back down and then went back up and tried again, and there's just no alternative. There was no plan B there. It was either that was going to work or it wasn't.
Yeah. And they got this. This was the nice start, right? It was a nice catch onto Hat, and then it just started to go wrong from there. Like, having no idea about what's going on, no respect on towards Banana. Taking it, like I say, here with 3 or 4 players all stacked up. Well, Bashoy, I think he's still off in Narnia somewhere after opening up the white hallway wall. It just looks a little bit, again, broken apart, a bit disparate, a bit desperate, dare I say. Not quite having the right idea or a strategy going into the round, and it came back to bite them. 5-3 then to OXG, 2 more rounds to him. They get that 2-0, and I'm pretty sure with that, it's not mathematical that Scars can't then qualify, but they've got Virtus Pro, they've then got W7M, 2 of arguably the best teams that we've got at the tournament. I don't really see them getting much in those games, and they need to do more than just get something. They'd have to win one of them to still be able to catch OXG and knock them down into 5th place. Basically impossible.
I think it's fair to say that it's very unlikely that Scars will qualify after losing this 2-0. So they need to turn it around. They need to dig deep. They need to find something after that tactical timeout. We saw a really good tactical timeout from OXG in that first half. Let's not forget, Redeemer really recognised what was going wrong. He called a halt to the rush plays. He called a halt to the speed. He said your droning needs to be better. OXG went on to win round after that timeout. So let's see if Scars can have the same sort of impact after theirs. They're going to be attacking onto open areas, so they're going to want to take top floor, I would imagine. At the minute, they're stacking up towards Electrical. They've got the Monty going in there, as well as the Rotero drones, but they need to make sure that they don't forget about the rest of the map.
Well, I think fast pace might have been the aim of the game there, but on the Monty, you tend to go a bit slow. You want to go fast, you bring along something like a Blitz, or the starting entry point into the building. I can't remember back to that first half. It was Oxygen who really got stung and punished here by Valkyrie cameras scattered around. Bulletproof on the ground, at least going to be a reasonable alternative, question mark, I think, for Oxygen for now. Keep my eye more towards where the Valcams might be, need to start things out. It's Gomez falling down, that Valkyrie being taken offline, and yeah, for Gomez, I didn't praise him on the last map. He's had a rough time here on Bang. 0-7 so far. It's not looking good.
That's really good to start things off from Scars. They get 1 kill upstairs, they start getting the quad wall. That's something that they were able to stop when they defended this site. It wasn't possible to get that wall open. They've used the smoke canisters, they've used the Selma chargers, they've got that job done. So that is good stuff from them. At least they've got something going. They've chased the other defenders away from top floor. Nina, you almost had a freebie, but Yoga was there waiting. Joe's wide open, and they snapshot and take down the Finker.
It's pretty obvious here. You got 1 sat on Printer, 1 top blue, 2 trying to look into site itself. Sat here in Electrical. It's very reminiscent of what we saw earlier on. If you recall, Tim, Oxygen should know. It's exactly the same thing that happened to them, but in reverse. They should know what to expect here and how to play around this. New is just being a nuisance. And look at that. Scars have said, you know what, forget about it. Bail. We're going for a different... In fact, they're doubling back in. I think because they got Hat, they're thinking, you know what, we can do this.
As this army had a Nitro in hand, I think it was the Impacts, had a Nitro in hand to be able to deny it. It's going to be Diaz that comes through and needs to replace him in that position, but unable to move across as Fishlight takes down Newers. Tayu is in and able to potentially get a plant down here. This is not looking good as Washoy manages to find Diaz and another. That was a better attack. I said that they needed a response after that tactical timeout, and Scars have delivered it on that round.
It's crazy how that trigger of Hat going down was what changed Scars from rotating away and trying something else to suddenly flipping straight the way back and going back to what they were doing before. Small pick-off like that can make a whole lot of difference in the team's reasoning and decision-making, and well, they've shown that there in spades. It's good stuff, and you can see how Oxygen were trying to poke around and do the same sort of things that Scars did back in that first half. Nua's mainly being a player that I look at around Archives trying to cause a little bit of bother, but not quite to the same effect. Fish-like already praised him to the high ends today as well, going to carry on putting up big numbers on the board for his team. Scars are now back within one, within striking distance of OXG. If they can take this through to Clubhouse, Tim, anything can happen there, because both teams love that map. You could see a very rejuvenated Scars coming out there if we get there.
Oh, for sure. It's just going to be about getting there. I think realistically, OXG now able to go back down to that basement. If we have a look at the sites, you know, that they've already been through, they're now going back into that stronger area. That was their third choice. It was basement, it was top floor, then it was open area. OXG can just rinse and repeat. They can just go basement, top floor, and they get it won. They get it done 7-4 if they win the next 2 rounds. So I think we're going to be seeing lots of the same. The only big difference here, they have brought along the Echo, they have brought along the Oryx this time. They've got the Fenrir. So the Echo's going to be playing down inside, as we would know. Diaz, I'm not too sure about. He's on the Oryx, so he does have the functionality, at least, to be able to get himself up through the floors if he's got a couple of open hatches here and there, or if he opens them himself as he goes. Not sure whether that's going to be the case. He's hidden away in Vault at the minute. We'll see how that develops as they go. But for the time being, at least, Scars, they've taken the top floor, and they're going to be working their way down. They've certainly not wasted any time in doing so. They are going to be looking to plan in behind Rec and the Sense, I would imagine. We will see exactly how their execute develops.
No shit on side to work with that. I mentioned back on that first map with it not being banned away that I would expect to see Scars playing it a lot. Oxygen brought it out, Yogg playing an awful lot of Monty. Didn't see tons of it out of Scars, a little bit, but not as much as I would anticipate seeing from that team, and certainly a similar story on this map. Blackbeard instead the one that has been taken away. The Sens, as we've already remarked several times, Tim, really growing in popularity throughout this competition. Now that teams can control the ability to raise or lower those light walls, it makes it some much more cheeky plays that you can get away with as a team. Outside of that, though, it's getting these hatches opened up, it's getting the control you need. They know that everyone's now downstairs. They've done their homework, Tim. They're ready to roll and start thinking about an execute.
Yeah, they're getting all the hatches open, and I think this might be what Diaz has been waiting for. He's been just positioned in Vault on the Oryx the whole time with that hatch reinforced, but I think he's maybe played the game that, look, they're likely to come and open Vault hatch, and that's going to give me the route. I'm not sure if Scars have just sown the seeds of their own destruction, Des.
There's a Yokai from Hat that I think is in lobby, and they're trying to maybe get a sniff here. Yeah,
they're having a look if the coast is clear. This is smart from OXG.
On elevators, Nina's on elevators. He can do a lot of work if he gets the backstab. Nina's aware of it, though. The Yokai's there for the assist, but nothing coming out of Diaz.
That was a really nice try, was that?
They know as well. They're aware of what's going on. They know there's an Oryx on side, and fair play to Scars. They're read into it, but you've now got to kill him, and Nina does just
well
that.
Played, Scars.
Had the potential to be a big play, but I think they heard the Yokai, and that's what gave it away.
Down go the gadgets, and in comes the plant. Fishlight looks to stick it, but has to dip away as the smoke canister comes in and just does a bit of damage. So again, it's just going to be that dance for the next 30 seconds of trying to clear out that utility and trying to get that diffuser down on the ground. He's gone back in again. We hear the toxic baby.
He's going to die.
Stick this.
He just got down at the last hit.
That was so close, but Washoy is straight in there. He's taking a lot of damage as well. There are no more toxic babe canisters left. He's looking to go in, but no, it is now kill after kill after kill for OXG. They get it done. It wasn't plan A, which was the Oryx up the hatch, and I tell you what, Des, there was a bit of me just really hoping that was going to work out, because it was just such a cheeky play. I'm going to let that hatch be reinforced, and I'm going to let you open it and give me the method to get onto your flank. But Scars, it was well played from them. The due diligence was there. They spotted it out. They knew what was going on. They neutralized it very quickly. They were unfortunate not to get the rest of the round done. But OXG, as kind of expected on their primary site, get themselves onto that series point opportunity now.
And the frustration there for Scars for me, you've used all the light screens, you've dumped all the utility in, you've made your bed there, that's your execute. And as soon as the smoke comes on through after they've committed all these light screens and everything else, they back out and let the smoke expire. But you know another one is going to follow, or there'll be a C4. And I was gagging at that point for them to run deep and try something a bit different. You see a lot of teams do this when they know it's their last chance of getting a plant down realistically, but thanks to where the clock is currently at. They'll just go deep and try another plant on chassis. They'll plant against a single reinforced wall, against orange. Like, all these different things and options exist for you to try and make happen. The Scars, they hesitate, and it costs them dearly. That could have been a chance to get things back up to 5-5. Instead, Oxygen are at match and series point. If this goes their way, Scars, I think it's pretty sad to say to him, can basically wave goodbye to any chance of making it out of phase 1.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reality at this point. We can see the prep already going in with the Claymores going down, so that tells us they're going to be playing on the windows. They have brought enough. They've brought more than enough. They brought 6 Claymores along, so 4 of them will cover off those windows, so OXG will not be able to punish them in the same way that Scars were able to jump out and get a kill on the windows without losing somebody. That's the big key there. So they can get up there and play quite safely on the windows, but they're going to have a lot to contend with when they get there. There is the Azami, there is the Mirror. This is a really strong top floor setup from OXG.
It's very dug in again. For all 3 architects on side. We've basically come full circle now. This is how the game started from Scars, bringing along these 3 operators, really making the site itself a fortress, causing a lot of problems for Oxygen to try and work their way through. Now, Scars have got to show that they've got the chops to do the same onto the other. Rec really being the X factor, dare I say, on this Nook. This map, I think, Bank probably the most synonymous with excellent Nook play. To think about the number of players that have worked their way in through Garage, worked their way up main stairs, things along those lines. The biggest concern, being honest with you, Tim, is that it's Rec who's playing on the Nook. He's not had a lot of success.
No, he certainly hasn't so far. They're going to look to deal with that mirror window, which they do. Going straight in here. Washoyi is going to be taken down by Hat. Here comes the backstab from Rec. Is it going to be enough, though? Fish like Nina managed to get one apiece. Rec does his job, finds Hat. 3 versus 2 now. 1 minute 15 left to go. Scars have got the time. They've got the manpower. Diaz, you had a big clutch earlier. You're going to have to find another big one. 1 versus 3.
And now the Nail Rears and the drone as well. They should be able to swing this at the same time, but Rec off towards the other side collects his man. Not identified soon enough, and gets 2 kills for himself in the round. A good team-based quick execute there. I'll give it to them as well. I think realizing and acknowledging, look, if we play this slow, we're going to get held up by these keeper barriers, by the mirrors, by the castle, everything else that's put up in front of us to slow us down and force us to have to play the utility game. So by going quick and just taking some risks along the way. That rappel in, for example, absolute madness. You would never see a team do that unless you're trying to go at some pace. And they do catch OXG off guard. Within 1 round now of sending us to overtime.
I tell you what I do feel like, though.
What?
The rappel in is a little bit of madness, but it's a little bit more Scars.
I was just about to say, it's a very Japanese style of play. Absolutely.
It's a little bit more Scars. And that tells me that they're starting to play their own game a little bit more. It might be a bit too late here. The damage might already be done. But that is more the sort of round that we would expect to see from Scars, where they just create chaos and make it very difficult for the other team to be able to stand up to them. And it worked perfectly. 1 more round, we'll see them get the opportunity of overtime. OXG, a second chance here to lock this one out. They're going to want to close this series down now. They don't want Scars continuing to come back at them. They're going to be defending open area. We've got that top floor presence again, as we would expect. Yoga is going to be up there on the castle. We've got New is bringing the dock along this time. That's something that we haven't seen thus far. Valkyrie, and then, of course, Azami and Goyo. So a slightly different setup to last time, where they had the Warden and a couple of others. This time, they're going to try and hold on to that top floor, and they're a little bit lighter inside of sight.
A reminder for you as well that Scars play against VP in the 3rd game tomorrow over on the B stream. I think at this point, as we've already said, playing against VP and then W7M straight after the next day for Scars, makes you kind of feel that this is the series they need to get something from if they're going to have any chance of competing with OXG to not be that team going home. Almost for OXG to get the day off tomorrow, and they've got to rest before they come back for their final day on Friday to complete out the group stage. Either way, Scars, they've got to do it here and now. They've got 2 minutes stand between them, potentially facing a very, very horrid fate and a very small chance of making it out, or overtime where they can still recover this series. Nina Having a good go on this Nook. See it last time round from Rek. Fancy Nina thought, you know what, you got a couple of kills. My time to try and do the same. Yellow pin coming on through. They know where the player is, but can they find this Valkyrie? Yes, but Hat finds him first. They had the right idea. They had the info, and Hat still finds what he needs. Traded out shortly after by Rek, so it's not the end of the world. You still lost one of your players.
Yeah, the damage may well be done. We will see 4 versus 4. OXG are just going to want to grind them down a kill at a time. Yoga is still established upstairs. Newers is going to find his way back into sight here. We can see that Scars have taken control of that Teller's area, but they need to be careful because they've got that castle up above. He's likely to have the shorty secondary, so he's going to be able to open up some verticals. He's kind of thinking, does he go down? Does he challenge them from underneath? He needs to be aware that Tayo is going to be challenging from up above. Diaz manages to find Washoy. They need to find answers. They haven't got them, but they are lucky that it's the UMP in Yoga's hands.
Doesn't quite get the finish eye, puts him low, but Tayo is still standing and has got a gun pointing back the other way. Sees the head but doesn't pull the trigger. Finally gets down by that UMP, and things are going from bad to worse for Scars. They managed to get Rek up, but now Tayo's on the deck and Fishlike has got it all to do. It's almost a little bit symbolic, Tim, here of how this tournament has gone. Fishlike has had an incredible tournament, played really, really well, but sadly the odds against him on the other side are just too much to face off against. 4 OXG players and 20 seconds remaining. This one looks done.
Yeah, he's going to go and pick his man up, and I think it's a good choice. He needs the diffuser as well. Get him back onto 20 HP. You've got something to work with, but with 15 seconds, you're really asking an awful lot here. They're just going to have to drop down and try and find some kills, and speed almost never equaled success in Siege. Drops into sight exactly as expected. It's as easy as that. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang for Newers. Manages to get the double as they drop, and that is going to close things out. 2-0 for OXG.
The expected outcome, and for a second there on Bank, you thought Scars might start finding a way back in. And Tim, the same message came in that we've been saying throughout the series. They look better than yesterday, but not good enough to overcome their competitors for that 5th place going home spot. We'll see how they can do over the next couple of days. OXG get a nice day of rest. And that's the week, Tim. We'll see you guys tomorrow. For now, we'll go to a break. When we come back, Desk will break it down for you.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
We're here with Hat from Oxygen. Big win under the belt, but more importantly, first time at SI, first time at an international event. How does it feel?
You know, it feels great, but I've always known in my heart this is where I'm supposed to be. I've been grinding pretty much for a while now. Been close too many times to not make it for the last time.
Now, obviously, a win here, that now puts you out of that area, out of the I guess, the area of concern for Oxygen heading into phase 2. How does it feel to get the win under the belt?
You know, it feels good, but out of the concern isn't where we want to be. We want to be dominating in groups and in the whole stage.
So the conversation on the desk is that the boys are pretty happy with how you guys have played against W7M and VP. Huge team names, but how do you feel about it?
You know, the W7M game was close, but the VP game was a disaster from our standpoint. No matter what people say, we felt like it was a horrible game from us, and we want to be better.
I love the honesty. You've got to have it. Now, obviously, from stage 2 till now, there's only been 2 wins under the belt in terms of actual series wins outside of the SI last chance qualifiers, just so we're clear. What's the development been like from stage 2 till now?
Honestly, the development has been more of a mental and a teamwork and just more consistency from everybody, every game, every second of the round. Just comms, just being together.
Really appreciate it, Hat. Thank you very much. Best of luck. Some honesty from Hat there, saying that they're not happy enough with how things have gone. Fox, both of you boys have been pretty happy with the, I guess, the progression. Maybe not the performance exactly, but the progression from where Oxygen were to where they are now. 2-0 under the belt. This is really important for momentum moving forward.
Of course, I mean, just seeing the progress is the first steps to getting to the level that you want to be at. Obviously, getting the first win gives them that confidence. And at the same time, when you were interviewing Hat, Redeemer, the coach, walked out. I'm good friends with Redeem. And he even said they should have won the first 2 games. They absolutely threw them. They know that they can be the team that wins these games, that tops the group. They just needed to get a little bit, you know, get the wheels greased a little bit. Now this win allows them to do that. It was very close, too close for comfort if you're OXG, but it's a win is a win, and you got to take that going forward.
You know, as much as I do want to talk about Oxygen, I'm going to give them their flowers for getting this series done. I did say in the beginning of this, either one of these teams needs to get this done in a 2-0, take advantage of each other's maps, take each other's opponent, and they got it done. But I do want to say, as much as I was going in on Scars, I do want to give them their flowers as well. This last matchup on Bank, there were glimpses of success from this team. I did like some of the rotations. I did like some of the things that they were doing within the rounds. Unfortunately, they do fall short. They don't get any points today. They don't have any points on the board in general. But again, I do just want to say I did like to see the slight improvement, but it's still just not enough to, again, go back to Oxygen. Again, Newers, 16-6.
Yeah.
What a performance out of him.
Yeah, I really want to commend Hat, too, because like we said, he was one of the lowest rated players out of the last 2 days. Today, he was usually towards the top of the leaderboard in all 3 matchups. It was really nice to see him come alive, feel a little bit more comfortable. Obviously, it is his first event, but he said it. We heard it in the interview. He feels like he deserves to be here, and it's the last time that he doesn't make an event. So as long as OXG makes their stay, you know, feels comfortable and continues to play with their full heart, got to be proud about that.
Now, the big thing as well, with it being a 2-0, they take all 4 points. For those of you who aren't aware of how the system works, there's only 2 ways you can accumulate points. You either win 2-0 or you win 2-1. And when it is a 2-1 split, the winner takes 3 points, the loser takes a single point. So the fact that they were able to go toe-to-toe with W7M is super important. They're now on 5 points. I'm not saying they're clear by any means. Scars could still do some crazy things. We've seen what the Japanese teams can do in the past. It is still possible, but Oxygen have put themselves in a really good position, and they did so through an unbelievable 1 versus 5, the detail that is, of course, sponsored by Blacklight. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if we need to say anything about this one.
I mean, I already showed this just to use as reference towards, you know, this was a big misplay from Scars, but a huge play from Diaz to be able to bring this back. In every case scenario, you should never be able, as a player, doesn't matter who you are, you should not be able to make a 1v5 go in your favor. But that does come down to the player to read these situations, take advantage of plays, hit these pre-fires, and that's exactly what Diaz did through and through to get to that 1v1 and close it out.
Yeah, it's a shame Scar started playing a little bit more like a team on the final map because if they would have started that in that 1v5, who knows? Border could have gone either way. I mean, giving Diaz 1v1, yes, he has to win 5 1v1s.
Yeah.
But if you give a player that's capable, and Diaz was very capable in that 1v5, he's going to win every single one of them. And it's just such a sloppy situation. Yes, Diaz got the 1v5, but it really was on Scar's shoulders to communicate a little bit more. Work together, not just give it away like that. That seems like a little bit
work
sloppy
for
to me.
it.
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully they can tidy things up moving forward, but let's have a look at how things are panning out at the end of play day 3. That's right. We are pretty much toward the tail end of group stage, which means that now we're starting to get a pretty solid look at how the standings are shaping up. I think for me, at the very least, Fox, Raza at the top of Group C, I mean, that really surprises me, especially coming into this. People had them in a very precarious position with PSG Talon.
Yes.
They're on the other side.
A lot of people had them fighting for that bottom spot with PSG Town, but they came out the gate hot. Beating Dark Zero, I think, put them in a great spot. And against all of the teams so far that they've played, they are very close together. I think it's a general consensus that the APAC teams are at the bottom. And I think even yesterday, we highlighted Group B. That was the one that is still up in the air. We saw Fury was at the bottom. They just got a win today down. Secret's at the bottom. And these are both 2 teams that we anticipated to be making main stage when we started the event. So to see them fight down there, especially while Cyclops is accumulating more and more points as the days go by, it's a very scary situation to be Secret or Fury right now.
Yeah, I mean, to even look over at Group A, G2's leading that charge, but Unwanted, a group of misfits, making it work yet again at another international event. I mean, you got to commend those guys. You know, their backs are kind of against the wall. I don't want to say they have all the pressure on them, but the fact is they don't have a true representation here. It's just themselves, so they're bringing themselves into this every single match to make a statement, to prove, to get eyes looking at them, and they're doing it just right.
Yeah, watching Unwanted and Shopify Rebellion is very refreshing. It's very exciting as an NA fan to have 2 really good competitors to making it to the main stage.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at how things are shaping up for tomorrow on Stream A and Stream B, of course. 2 streams still running simultaneously with a hell of a lot of games to come. It's my favorite thing about Phase 1 here. It's just non-stop action from start till finish. I think I gave Fox Stream A last time, so Lax, give me a Stream A game of the day.
Stream A game of the day. I'm gonna honestly have to say the Furia versus Shopify. That's gonna be a big one for me. Obviously, Furia has been playing phenomenally today, getting that 2-0, so it kind of looks like they're back finding their stride. Obviously, Shopify on the other end has been playing extremely well through and through, but I do just want to mention, one game on that other side is the M80 versus Unwanted. That is a game that I definitely want to see.
Yeah, M80 Unwanted is going to be a nice little bloodbath because M80 literally took two players from Unwanted, and Unwanted is unironically the better team currently in the moment. Yeah. But one game that I want to highlight, it was the first one on Stream A, DZ versus PSG Town, because it is PSG's Town's last attempt to get some points before they solidify themselves at the bottom. DZ has been struggling a little bit. They're trying to get a little bit more comfortable. But if DZ, I mean, they lost Aral as a company, we could see them losing to PSG Town. That would just shake up the ecosystem of that group.
I like to give last thoughts because it's always a bit of fun before we cap things off. Lax.
Thoughts of the overall day? It's been an eventful day. Again, you know, to look back at Oxygen, I am glad that they can get a 2-0. They can get some wins here versus what we've previously seen. Obviously for Scars, extremely unfortunate, but the VP W7M game, I don't think it shaped up to how I thought it was going to shape up. I definitely want to see a lot more coming out of VP from the rest of these matches going forward. But overall, it's been a very eventful day. I'm super excited jumping in tomorrow and see what those games shape out to be.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day for North America as North American analysts. I mean, it's pretty nice to see us all doing well. Hopefully the games continue tomorrow. I wore 2 outfits in one day. That might be a record, so...
Really,
might be a record for the analyst desk.
Only 2 outfits? Is that
only
all
2?
it is?
Who's needed to change before?
That's very true. I don't think there's been many excuses, but it is time for us to close up shop. Thank you very much for joining us here on Playday 3. We still have 2 days left of group stages, so make sure you tune in tomorrow morning. Please take care, stay safe, and have a good night.